Chapter 1. Volunteering for a Role. Gloria Cerezo sat at her desk, observing the man before her with an unwavering demeanor. As the youngest daughter of Enrique Cerezo, the president of Atletico Madrid, she naturally possessed her own reasons for pride. Displaying remarkable business acumen from a young age, she completed her MBA at Wharton in just 2 years. At the age of 23, she assumed the role of commercial director at Atletico Madrid, swiftly guiding the club, which had long been in the red, towards financial equilibrium. All of this contributed to the impression that this 25-year-old woman was extraordinarily accomplished. However, it was evident that the man in front of her was also impressive. "Panda Wei?" Gloria inquired. The man across from her did not possess particularly striking features, bearing the typical visage of an Asian individual, yet his eyes were bright and penetrating. When he gazed into Gloria's eyes, he did so without a hint of evasion, an attribute she admired. She was accustomed to men looking at her with either ulterior motives or nervousness. "You may call me Panda, though I prefer to introduce myself in Chinese. My surname is Wei, so I am Wei Xiongmao. Perhaps my parents were overly enamored with pandas, which is why they bestowed upon me such a name. Throughout my life, it has often become a source of ridicule," he said, shrugging and smiling. "Indeed, it is a rather endearing creature," Gloria replied with a smile, then picked up a resume lying before her. "Mr. Wei, you were recommended by our technical director, Mr. Amr. I see you hold a professional coaching certificate issued by FIFA, which attests that you completed the entire course and passed all assessments in just 2 years. I find this truly commendable, for many coaches in the Premier League invest considerable time and still do not achieve certification, while you accomplished it with apparent ease," Gloria remarked, her admiration evident as she perused the resume. "I excel in examinations, though I acknowledge there are areas for improvement in practical application," Wei Xiongmao replied with a slight smile. Gloria set down the resume and nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Wei, this is precisely what I wish to address. This year, Atletico's situation has not been favorable. After our former coach, Aguirre, took the helm of the Mexican national team, we lost a stable leader. The subsequent coach, Rosillo, led the team for only 3 months, securing a mere 6 points from 7 matches. I had high hopes for his successor, Flores, given his successful tenure with Valencia. Regrettably, before the winter break, he managed only 8 points in 8 matches. I initially intended to grant him more opportunities, yet he was involved in a car accident just as the winter break commenced, requiring a 6-month recovery. Atletico has already faced a streak of bad fortune, and I feel it unwise to place my hopes on another newcomer." Throughout Gloria's discourse, Wei Xiongmao maintained a composed demeanor, his hands clasped, fingers rhythmically tapping, indicating a steady mindset. The issues plaguing Atletico Madrid do not stem from the mere few million euros spent on signings this year. In truth, the extravagant expenditures of previous years were both unreasonable and unsustainable. Regrettably, this modest investment, paired with a stable squad, ought to be overseen by a coach well-versed in the team's dynamics, such as the former manager Aguirre. However, due to his conflicts with the management, he departed. Under these circumstances, any esteemed coach, hastily assuming control of a team already meticulously assembled by another, must undergo a familiarization process. Unfortunately, neither Rosillo nor Flores is suited for this team. Rosillo excels in defensive tactics, while Flores, although a commendable coach, achieved his previous successes at Valencia. His forte lies in defense, yet this Atletico Madrid has faltered in that very area. In the first 15 rounds, Atletico managed a mere 21 goals, ranking 9th in La Liga, despite employing a predominantly defensive strategy. Conversely, they conceded a staggering 27 goals, surpassed in this grim statistic by only 3 teams in the league. I possess the solution to this predicament, for only I understand the crux of Atletico's troubles. The team is of commendable caliber after years of development. It is time to reap the rewards. If we continue down this tumultuous path, we may risk losing everything. After articulating this extensive discourse, Wei Xiongmao began to elaborate on his thoughts, having previously persuaded Atletico's technical director Amoroto regarding the current composition of the team and the tactical strategies that should be employed. He also suggested the possibility of reducing certain personnel, thereby reallocating saved salaries and transfer fees to acquire a few cost-effective yet high-quality players. This latter point particularly resonated with Gloria. Mr. Wei, I believe you have persuaded me. However, from a financial standpoint, I find it challenging to take a risk on someone with no prior coaching experience like yourself. Therefore, I must be quite stringent regarding the contract terms, and I hope you can understand, Gloria reflected after a moment. That is perfectly acceptable for me. Money is not the paramount concern. I am willing to sign a 6-month emergency contract, which would automatically extend for 2 years. In this manner, the agency rests entirely with Atletico Madrid, not with me, Wei Xiongmao replied with a smile. Gloria was genuinely taken aback by this proposition. As a businesswoman, she certainly understood the significance of contractual agreements, however. Such a contract undoubtedly safeguarded only the interests of Atletico Madrid, not those of Wei Xiongmao himself. Can you provide me with a reason? Gloria inquired. Certainly. As you mentioned, I am a coach devoid of any prior experience. I have no desire to commence my coaching journey in the lower leagues, especially given that I am Chinese, and it seems there has yet to be an Asian coach in European football. Thus, I require this position to demonstrate my capabilities to all. Wei Xiongmao responded with a subtle smile, radiating an aura of profound confidence. You have convinced me. At present, Atletico lacks a suitable candidate, and what you have demonstrated encourages me to take a risk. Moreover, as long as we do not face relegation, it cannot be deemed a true loss, can it? Gloria revealed a charming smile. Wei Xiongmao let out a hearty laugh. Such a smile was undeniably audacious and stood in stark contrast to the demeanor he had previously exhibited. Gloria furrowed her brow. I must admit, despite having engaged with you no fewer than 10 times, it never ceases to astonish me that I must propose such requests before receiving your consent. Wei Xiongmao sighed after his laughter subsided. What do you mean? A hint of anger flickered in Gloria's heart. Regardless, I had no intention of making any definitive moves today. I merely wished to converse with you. You may rest assured, I pose no threat, Wei Xiongmao said, glancing at his watch and adjusting his attire with deliberate calmness. Chapter 2. A pleasant collaboration. What exactly do you wish to convey? Gloria regarded Wei Xiongmao, a man not yet 30 and in the prime of life. Yet, she considered herself quite fit, having engaged in regular exercise. Besides, they were at Atletico's headquarters, surrounded by staff. Even a lunatic would find it difficult to inflict harm upon her. I simply want to inform you that dialogues like today's have occurred no less than 10 times, Wei Xiongmao remarked with a smile. Gloria fell silent, unable to engage with such nonsensical discourse. Before I share this story, allow me to show you something. Wei Xiongmao rummaged through his pocket and produced a 4-layer Rubik's Cube, placing it on the table. Do you recognize this? He inquired. Gloria smiled faintly. It is merely a 4-layer Rubik's Cube, nothing unfamiliar. Are you aware of the world record for solving a 4-layer Rubik's Cube? Gloria nodded, her intellectual prowess in mathematics lending her a certain interest in the cube. In September of this year, a Chinese individual achieved a time of 39.28 seconds. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. If scrambled, I can solve it in under 20 seconds. Gloria's mouth fell agape in astonishment. For long, solving the Rubik's Cube had been a pursuit of highly intelligent individuals, while the mechanics of the cube are fundamentally rooted in mathematical logic, surpassing the current world record by nearly a factor of 2 seemed an insurmountable feat. IT was akin to the current endeavor of running the 100 meters in under 10 seconds, only to claim one could complete it in 5 utterly implausible. Do you doubt? Try it and see. Wei Xiongmao's smile grew increasingly mischievous. Feeling slightly irked by the hint of mockery in his grin, Gloria seized the 4-layer Rubik's Cube and began to scramble its order. As she disrupted the order, Wei Panda tilted her head to the side, signaling that she would not observe the sequence that Galia had scrambled. Once Galia felt it was sufficient, she placed the Rubik's Cube on the table. Shall we check the time? Wei Panda picked up the cube and addressed Galia. Galia nodded. Ready, set, go. At the moment she uttered go, Wei Panda's hand sprang into action. The second hand of Galia's wristwatch ticked away rhythmically, while the Rubik's Cube in Wei Panda's grasp morphed at an astonishing pace. As Galia mentally counted, she gazed in awe at Wei Panda's swift movements. She had dabbled in solving the cube herself, even mastering the 4-layer version, yet she had never achieved such speed. When the once chaotic facade of the cube transformed into a harmonious arrangement, her mental count had barely reached 12 seconds. In no time, Wei Panda placed the restored 4-layer cube before her. Her mental count had only reached 18. How did you accomplish that in 18 seconds? Galia inquired, momentarily dazed. Wei Panda shrugged. It's not difficult. The cube follows patterns that I merely learned to recognize those patterns, and my physical abilities are above average due to rigorous training. That's not something that can be explained scientifically. Galia shook her head. Indeed, it's quite unscientific. To achieve this, what I really needed was time. Wei Panda chuckled wryly. I've dedicated a full decade to this endeavor. But you're only 28 this year. Galia paused. So you're telling me you've been playing with this from the age of 18 until now? No, Wei Panda shook her head. Today is December 25th, 2009. A week ago, on December 18th, 2009, I found myself trapped in this week, ensnared for a full millennium. Galia was taken aback. There's an old movie called Groundhog Day. Have you seen it? Wei Panda pondered before asking. Galia nodded, her understanding dawning. So you mean to say you're like the main character, trapped in a single day for 1,000 years? Galia queried. I am somewhat luckier. I've been confined to these 7 days for a millennium. Wei Panda replied with a smile, though her eyes held a deep, unending sorrow. Incredible. But why are you telling me this? Is it because a reset is imminent? Galia asked curiously. Sort of. A reset is indeed forthcoming, and I have no intention of resetting again. Wei Panda remarked with a smile. Is that something you can control? Galia exclaimed in surprise that, and oh, throughout this millennium, I have endeavored in myriad pursuits. I exercise daily, and now my physical condition is exemplary. I might be the fittest person in the world. My strength is considerable, and my hands exhibit remarkable dexterity. I am fluent in 10 languages, including Latin, a tongue that has long since fallen into disuse. Additionally, I have acquired countless skills: piano playing, swimming, and I have even played football for centuries. Now, my footballing prowess surpasses that of anyone in the world. Wei Xiongmao offered a wry smile. Yet, despite possessing such an array of talents, I remain ensnared in this single day. Gloria nodded empathetically. Indeed, I would surely go mad in your situation. And 10 cycles ago, I endeavored fervently to persuade you to become the head coach of Atletico Madrid. Upon achieving this, I awoke to the next day. Wei Xiongmao's eyes sparkled with fervor. Can you fathom the exhilaration I felt? I knew I could attain everything. Gloria was captivated. And then, Wei Xiongmao's smile faded into a grimace. Then, I found myself once more in this week. Gloria was taken aback, then burst into laughter. How could this happen? Wei Xiongmao sighed that I made numerous attempts, only to be told by a voice that I must relinquish all the skills I possessed physically: piano, football, everything, retaining solely the knowledge in my mind in order to break this cycle. Damn it, I had intended to be both player and coach, to reign as an unprecedented emperor of the football world. What are your thoughts now? Gloria chuckled. To forsake everything and only be a coach. The voice instructed me to serve as a coach for 10 years to fulfill this task, that I cannot confide in anyone else, or I would surely lose my mind. So I chose to share this with you. Wei Xiongmao lamented. How fortunate I am, Gloria replied with a smirk. Given the constant resets, you must have thoroughly discerned my preferences to tailor your approach. Perhaps even pursued me numerous times, haven't you? Not quite, Wei Xiongmao replied, momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. I have accomplished many things in this millennium, but I have never toyed with people's hearts. Gloria paused, surprised. Really? Indeed, Wei Xiongmao affirmed sincerely. Well, if that is false, I have no recourse. Yet, I am pleased to hear you say so, Gloria sighed, extending her hand toward Wei Xiongmao. Welcome. I am certain our forthcoming collaboration will be most enjoyable, that it shall indeed be most delightful, Wei Xiongmao responded, shaking Gloria's hand firmly. Chapter 3. The Unfortunate Atletico Madrid. Gloria gazed at the man before her and extended her hand. Mr. Wei, although I still harbor some doubts regarding your capability to assume the role of head coach at Atletico Madrid, your recent performance and familiarity with the club have compelled me to take this risk. Rest assured, should you subsequently demonstrate your coaching prowess and talent, I shall not hesitate to offer you a new contract. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. That is splendid news. However, I have an additional request that I hope you might consider. Julia raised her hand. Please, do go on. Wei Xiongmao patted his pocket. I intend to reside directly at Atletico's training facility, so I would appreciate it if the club could provide accommodations. Additionally, I require a computer, a reliable internet connection, a spacious table, and several large cabinets to store all my necessary belongings. Julia nodded. That is certainly manageable. Although I am not the technical director, I understand the essentials a head coach requires, and we will ensure these arrangements are made for your residence. I look forward to a long and fruitful collaboration with you. Wei Xiongmao smiled. That is satisfactory. While I am not one to boast, I can assure you that signing me will not lead Atletico Madrid to any disappointment. Upon uttering these words, Wei Xiongmao nodded at Julia, then turned and strode out of her office. Julia chuckled softly, yet a peculiar feeling lingered in her heart, as if something about the preceding scene was amiss. She shook her head. After all, today marked their first encounter. What could possibly be wrong? An hour later, in a room within the facilities arranged by the Atletico Madrid club, Wei Xiongmao let out a hearty laugh towards the heavens. At last, after a millennium of cyclical existence, he had finally been granted the opportunity to break free from the endless repetition. Although this chance came at a considerable cost, for all of his nearly perfected combat skills. Every sporting ability, musical talent, and even culinary expertise had mysteriously vanished. This is the price he must pay to escape the endless cycle of reincarnation. Wei Panda feels no regret. He is willing to sacrifice anything to liberate himself from the tedium of perpetual repetition. Although the skills he has acquired over countless hours are invaluable, time has never been his scarcity in those cycles. Thus, despite a tinge of regret, Wei Panda remains elated. As for coaching a team, he harbors no concerns. During those endless periods, he amassed a wealth of knowledge. What he lost was merely physical prowess. Yet the wisdom and understanding within his mind remain largely intact. He is well-versed in various training methodologies, particularly in physical conditioning, where he has undergone countless exercises throughout the millennium. His passion for football has led him to meticulously analyze countless tactics and master a plethora of coaching courses. In the realm of football knowledge, even the entirety of FIFA's instructors combined would not surpass his expertise. Naturally, Wei Panda understands that theoretical knowledge alone is insufficient. FIFA boasts many lecturers whose vast knowledge allows them to instruct and enlighten frontline coaches annually. However, should they take on a coaching role, they might not outperform an ordinary coach. Wei Panda has long been mentally prepared for this reality. Regardless, to break free from the infinite loop, he must strive for excellence in his forthcoming coaching career. This is a long-term endeavor, spanning a decade. The task lacks specific requirements, presenting only a vague directive to undermine all that could potentially lead to greatness. In pondering this demand, Wei Xiongmao deliberated for an extended period before concluding that there was no need for further contemplation. If the objective is to obliterate all that is magnificent, then attaining greatness for himself suffices. The accomplishments of all other teams will undoubtedly bear imperfections, while he will emerge as the preeminent figure. Wei Xiongmao harbored immense confidence in this belief. Regrettably, others did not seem to share his perspective. On December 26, 2009, the day following Christmas, the rather unfortunate Atletico Madrid, having faced a season of misfortune, announced a significant piece of news. This season, Atletico Madrid has indeed encountered a string of misfortunes. In fact, during the previous season, the team performed admirably, achieving their best placement since promotion by finishing fourth in the league. Regrettably, following the conclusion of the season, the Mexican coach Aguirre, who had led the team for 3 years, opted to part ways due to conflicts with the management. The departure of this coach, who had guided the team to consecutive fourth-place finishes, has significantly impacted Atletico's performance this year. As the winter break approaches, they have managed to secure only 3 victories out of 15 matches, amassing a mere 14 points and finding themselves in 15th place. At first glance, this ranking might not appear alarming, as being 15th out of 20 teams seemingly poses no immediate relegation threat. However, aside from the bottom-place Sailors, whose points total is merely half that of Atletico, the 4 teams positioned below them have garnered scores of 13, 13, 12, and 12 points, respectively. This implies that with just one poor performance, Atletico could very well find themselves plunging into the relegation zone. This is the greatest nightmare for Atletico Madrid fans. After all, a decade ago, the club, once filled with illustrious talents, faced the harrowing experience of relegation from La Liga, a haunting memory that supporters would prefer to forget. Yet, it seems this nightmare has resurfaced. Following the departure of Ricio, the team's performance under Flores has been lackluster. However, he has exhibited a slight improvement, earning him some patience from the fans. Unfortunately, just as the winter break commenced, Flores faced a misfortune on the streets, resulting in a leg fracture. While his life is not in jeopardy, he is now confined to bed rest for 6 months. Upon hearing this news, the hearts of Atletico fans sank. It is unthinkable to have a veteran coach continue leading the team. Such a scenario would mean the club has employed 3 coaches in a single season. The last time Atletico resorted to 3 coaches in one season was a decade ago during the fateful 1999-2000 season when they were relegated. That nightmarish season featured players like Baraja, Hasselbank, Kiko, and Solari, guided by the likes of Ranieri, Antic, and Samorano. Yet ultimately, they faced relegation. Must we endure such a tragedy once more? 10 years later, the nightmare returns. At this juncture, the club announced the appointment of a new head coach, delivering a tremendous shock to all Atlantico supporters. Chapter 4. The Terminator of Superstition on the front page of Marca on the 27th. The headline was sensational. However, to the public, whether it was the Bear Panda or Panda Guard, these were unfamiliar names. Marca is one of Spain's leading media outlets. often perceived as a mouthpiece for Real Madrid, yet in reality is a comprehensive sports newspaper renowned across Europe. Their coverage of ATL Tico is frequent, and many of their editors and reporters are die-hard fans of the club, ensuring that their allegiance to Real Madrid does not skew their reporting on ATL Tico. Nonetheless, even pro-ATL Tico journalists find it difficult to accept an obscure coach being appointed as Atlantic Tico's third head coach this season. This scene bears an uncanny resemblance to the past. 10 years ago, the first two coaches of ATL Tico were relatively well known. Ranieri had an impressive record at Valencia, while Antic was the celebrated coach from the club's double-winning days. However, after their failures, ATL Tico turned to the little-known Fernando Semorano in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. And what was the outcome? ATL Tico faced relegation. This season seems poised to repeat the misfortunes of the past, as ATL Tico Madrid has appointed the obscure Panda Wei, reminiscent of the ill-fated choices made with previous coaches, both of whom held at least a modicum of renown. Is the club intent on reliving the nightmares of a decade ago? Consequently, José Carlos Domingo, an ardent supporter of ATL Tico, has expressed his frustration through a pointed article directed at the club. ATL Tico, a club of such magnitude, boasts shareholders like the influential Gil and the current president, Cerezo, both of whom wield considerable power and enjoy substantial support in Madrid. Yet, why does the club persist in its downward spiral? The answer lies in the persistent unprofessionalism and infighting within the management. Consider the case of Aguirre, who performed admirably until conflicts with the management led to his untimely dismissal, precipitating a decline in the team's performance. While Domingo refrained from immediate criticism of the newly appointed Wei, it is evident that the latter has encountered skepticism right from the outset of his tenure. Nevertheless, Domingo's professional demeanor is commendable. Despite his criticisms of the club, he promptly gathered comprehensive information regarding Wei. Wei, a 28-year-old Chinese national, possesses a European green card and holds a coaching certificate issued by FIFA, granting him the ability to coach professional teams worldwide, provided they are willing to engage him. While he is qualified, he remains an unknown entity in the realm of football. For the ATL Tico players, currently on holiday, the identity of their coach is of little concern. Ultimately, their success rests upon their performance on the pitch. The previous coach, Flores, had a mere 2-month tenure, during which he barely established rapport with the players, and his lackluster results, although tragic, hardly warrant profound sorrow from the ATL Tico squad. The true victims in this scenario are the devoted fans of ATL Tico Madrid. Since the commencement of this season, their frustration had already reached a boiling point, and the recent developments have only exacerbated their discontent, leading them to harbor strong aversion towards the newly appointed head coach. Amidst this tempest, Wei Xiongmao found himself in his chamber, gleefully perusing the latest issue of Marca with a sly grin. His hacking skills had not been in vain. He had successfully crafted an identity that remained undiscovered by anyone. The more vehemently they questioned him now, the sweeter the vindication would be when he led his team to victory. Wei Xiongmao felt a sense of pride, undeterred by Atlantic Tico Madrid's formidable prowess. His predecessor, Aguirre, had laid a commendable foundation. The team's current struggles stemmed merely from the loss of a coach familiar with their dynamics and the new coach's discordant tactics, which had led to fluctuations in their performance. Not to mention, the formidable strike force comprising last year's European Golden Boot winner, Uruguayan forward Forlán, and Argentine prodigy Aguero was already a force to be reckoned with. In midfield, they boasted talents like Maxi Rodriguez, Sim-O, and Reyes, although their defense did leave something to be desired. However, this was not an insurmountable obstacle. For La Liga enthusiasts, as long as the matches were entertaining, they were generally unfazed by slight variations in results. ATL Tico Madrid inherently possessed the capability to deliver such excitement, and naturally, Wei Xiongmao felt no apprehension. Furthermore, after sacrificing so many of his skills, he had not only gained the opportunity to escape the relentless cycle, but had also acquired a system store within his mind. This system shop does not sell anything but a variety of buffs, which are essentially beneficial states. These buffs can be personal or collective, and they come in numerous forms, such as interception buffs, shooting buffs, stamina buffs, and heading buffs. The effects of any buff utilized during a match will undoubtedly manifest in the game. For the adept coach, Wei Xiongmao, these buffs are akin to a cheat code. What does a coach fear most? Poor player performance. Yet, performance is an elusive concept, almost mystical, giving rise to many superstitious beliefs. However, with these buffs at his disposal, there will be no more mysticism before Wei Xiongmao. The players he employs will undoubtedly showcase their finest form, and he shall become the terminator of superstition. Of course, acquiring these dazzling and varied buffs comes at a price. The cost is a currency known as stamina coins. Wei Xiongmao can earn 1 stamina coin for every 100 meters he runs. The distance he covered during the cycle does not count. It only begins from the moment he breaks free from the cycle. As for those buffs, the most basic level 1 personal buff starts at 100 stamina coins. This implies that if he runs 10,000 meters each day, he can accumulate enough stamina coins for a level 1 personal buff. This compels me to run 10,000 meters daily. Upon reading this rule, Wei Xiongmao's first reaction was precisely that. Fortunately, he is unfazed by running. During his years in the cycle, he had already cultivated a habit of exercise. Although his physical skills have been retracted, the routine of running each day remains intact. It's as if I'm clocking in daily. I can lead by example in physical training, and perhaps the players will heed my guidance, Wei Xiongmao pondered. The team regrouped on December 28th, 2 days after Christmas. Ideally, they should have reconvened after the new year, but due to unsatisfactory previous performances, the former coach, Flores, announced an early end to the holiday. And Wei Xiongmao naturally took advantage of this. Convening a few days earlier would allow him to train his players thoroughly. Just wait and see. I will show you what devilish training truly means, Wei Xiongmao revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 5. The puzzling coach. When the members of Atletico Madrid's first team began to gather, a sense of apprehension loomed within them. Atletico Madrid currently boasts a commendable roster of players, all of whom are quite dedicated. Thus, despite Flores' tactics not aligning with their preferences, none wished for turmoil within the team. Unfortunately, Flores had the misfortune of being involved in a car accident, leading to the appointment of a new coach. This situation inevitably raises concerns among them. Diego, now with a new coach, remains an enigma. In the dressing room, upon seeing Diego Forl approach, Jos Reyes, freshly attired, straightened his posture and greeted Forlan. The two were acquainted. Reyes had risen to fame at a young age, joining Arsenal early in his career, while Forlan was still with Manchester United at that time. They had clashed on the Premier League stage, and after many years, they became teammates at Atletico Madrid, fostering a somewhat better relationship. Rest assured, Jos, we simply need to focus on playing well. The first half of the season was abysmal, with the new coach's adjustments. We can certainly excel, Forl reassured Reyes, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Reyes nodded, though not entirely at ease. Atletico was beset by numerous troubles. Following the departure of former coach Aguirre, the captain, Maxi Rodriguez, who had been at odds with the club's management, was resolute in his decision to leave. His contract had expired, and he was rumored to be negotiating with Liverpool to depart as a free agent, meaning he would not rejoin Atlantico's first team. Additionally, the prodigious young talent Aguero was still recovering from an injury and uncertain if he would be fit for the round of 16 match on January 3rd. Both Maxi Rodriguez and Aguero had been pivotal players in the first half of the season, leaving the new coach with an unfortunate hand to play, Reyes mused. However, his own luck had not been particularly favorable over the years. When he rose to prominence at Sevilla, Forlan was merely a substitute at Manchester United, and now Reyes found himself struggling to secure a starting position at Atletico, while Forlan had recently claimed the European Golden Shoe, basking in the height of his career. With a sigh, Reyes exited the dressing room. On the training ground, a few individuals had begun to trickle in, and Reyes quickly spotted a youthful Asian face standing at the sidelines. Jos Reyes, the newcomer inquired, approaching him. Yes, are you Coach Pandaway? Reyes politely asked. Though he was not yet 27, the tumultuous journey of his career had imbued him with an air of premature maturity. Indeed, that's me. You are the sixth to arrive at the training ground. Go on, Coach Pandaway smiled, playfully ushering Reyes onto the field. Before long, the first team members of Atlantico gathered, aside from Rodriguez, whose contract had expired, and Aguero, still recuperating. All 21 other first-team players were present. Even with Aguero, the first team comprised merely 22 individuals, including 3 goalkeepers. How had my predecessors been so confident that such a limited squad could contend on 3 fronts during the first half of the season? Wei Xiongmao turned to his assistant coach Igor and remarked, originally, we should have had 23 players, but regrettably, Maxi Rodriguez has departed. Nevertheless, you will conduct ball training with them shortly to help them regain their rhythm. I will seek a few players from the second team, as the upcoming physical training is crucial. I do not wish for my squad to be incomplete. Igor, taken aback, questioned, physical training? Is it not too early in the season for that? The winter break has merely concluded, and there are only 5 days until the next league match. What is the meaning of conducting physical training at this juncture? My training methods will differ from the norm. Do not be surprised, Wei Xiongmao replied enigmatically, shaking his finger at Igor before placing the whistle in his mouth and blowing it forcefully. The players gathered around, standing before Wei Xiongmao, who smirked slightly. I am Wei. My surname is Wei, and my name is Xiongmao, not Panda Wei. Of course, I understand that Xiongmao may be difficult for you to pronounce, so you may call me Wei or simply Boss. I am your new head coach, here to guide you in the forthcoming La Liga matches. The first half of the season has been dismal. You were eliminated from the Champions League and now must compete in the Europa League, currently positioned 15th in La Liga. I can lead you out of this quagmire, provided you heed my guidance. Do you understand? Understood. Most players exchanged glances, with a few timidly responding, then awkwardly falling silent. Wei Xiongmao, however, was not overly concerned. As long as you comprehend, I will implement a more rigorous training regimen, which may indeed be taxing. Yet the benefits you will reap will be immeasurable. For now, engage in ball training as per your usual routine. The real training will commence in the afternoon. With that, Wei Xiongmao nodded to Domingo and departed from the training ground, leaving the players in a state of bewilderment. The head coach is rather perplexing. Well, the coach has announced that starting this afternoon, he will subject you to physical training. He has already assessed your physical condition. Gentlemen, brace yourselves. It is likely to be quite exhausting. Domingo clapped his hands and proclaimed loudly, Mr. Domingo, what is the new head coach's plan for our training? Juanito inquired. He is a seasoned veteran on the La Liga stage, having only transferred to Atletico Madrid this year, yet he possesses considerable experience. I'm not entirely sure, but judging by his tone, he intends to enforce a rigorous physical regimen, Domingo replied. A collective groan arose from the players, primarily offensive players. They were indeed concerned about the prospect of physical training, especially since the previous 2 coaches placed significant emphasis on it. Have we not endured physical training in the past? Domingo encouraged the players. At that moment, Wei Xiongmao had arrived at the training ground of Atletico Madrid's second team. His presence here was no mere coincidence. He had prepared thoroughly. Atletico's youth training has always been commendable. Following the dissolution of the youth team by the former coach, which elevated RAL as a symbol of Real Madrid, Atletico, reflecting on their past mistakes, invested considerable effort into their youth training. Currently, the first team is shorthanded, and Wei Xiongmao's tactics necessitate a substantial number of capable first team members, yet their current roster remains insufficient. Since reinforcements are not an option, tapping into the potential within the team has become an imperative. How many hidden talents lie within Atletico's second team? Anticipation now rests upon the shoulders of Wei Xiongmao to unearth hidden talents. Chapter 6. Training the pursuit of talent among young players is undeniably arduous. Indeed, even the most discerning scouts can often misjudge potential. However, Wei Xiongmao opted for a more direct approach, consulting the head coach of the reserve team. Identify for me your 10 most exceptional players. He instructed Luis Silva, the coach of Atletico Madrid's second team, leaving the latter visibly taken aback. 10, Mr. Silva exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Do you think this is a wholesale market? Yes, Wei Xiongmao replied nonchalantly. Having managed the reserve team for so long, you surely know who stands out. Just provide me with 10 names. Whether they truly possess exceptional talent can be discerned once they train with the first team for a while. Only then did Silva grasp the rationale behind the seemingly naive request. After all, Wei Xiongmao had just assumed his role, and while he might be somewhat familiar with the first team, the second team remained largely unknown to him. Furthermore, for the reserve players, training alongside the first team would prove immensely beneficial. Just as Silva prepared to compile a list, Wei Xiongmao interjected, include tall forwards and dynamic midfielders, even if you think they're slightly lacking. Thus, after an hour of ball work, the first team players of Atletico Madrid were astonished to see Wei Xiongmao arrive at the training facility, accompanied by a substantial entourage of players. Is our new coach planning to replace half of us? Joked Forlan, though this jest echoed the concerns of many. Currently, the first team was shorthanded. Aside from 3 goalkeepers, even with Aguero's return, they only boasted 19 players. Moreover, several positions displayed notable deficiencies. Thus, Wei Xiongmao had brought along some promising youngsters from the reserve squad to train alongside them. My tactics require a plethora of players, he explained. Although only 14 can participate in a match, I firmly believe that every individual who remains in the first team has an opportunity to contribute. As the players listened to Wei Xiongmao, a flicker of hope ignited within them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this hope would soon be shattered. Following the morning S-ball work, which served as a warm-up, the Atletico players were met with a grueling training session in the afternoon, an onslaught of physical conditioning. Sprints, shuttle runs, and endurance runs ensued, a veritable array of exertion. Having just returned from a winter break, the players complained vociferously. Yet, whether it was Forlan, the leading scorer, or Antonio Lopez, the most senior member of the squad and a likely candidate for captain, no one dared voice dissent. This was largely due to the fact that Wei Xiongmao participated alongside them, and notably, he outperformed them all. When they faltered, Wei Xiongmao did not chastise them, but rather mocked them. Is it not something an ordinary person like me can easily accomplish? How can you, as professional athletes, not manage it? He shouted while running. The Atletico Madrid players, who watched him sprint 2,000 meters at full speed, could only curse inwardly. Is there truly such an ordinary person like you? Nonetheless, one must admit that this exemplary conduct was, at least for the players, sufficient to earn their respect at that moment. Indeed, regardless of whether this new head coach was eccentric, they remained professional athletes. If the coach could achieve it, they had no reason not to, did they? Thus, even if they were exhausted, they gritted their teeth and persevered. When one of them approached the brink of collapse, the new head coach would promptly identify him and teach him a set of recovery exercises to help him regain his composure. This leaves the players with even less reason to complain. As the sun dipped towards the west, the Atletico Madrid players concluded their training session, filled with hope, only to hear the most unwelcome words. Tomorrow, we continue. Despite their evident fatigue, Wei Xiongmao maintained a serene demeanor and smiled. The players collectively sighed, resigned to their fate. Wei, your methods for physical training are unprecedented, Domingo remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. Although not a specialized fitness coach, he possessed considerable knowledge in this area. Nevertheless, the training regimen employed by Wei Xiongmao encompassed many techniques that Domingo had never encountered before. I possess a profound understanding of the human body, Wei Xiongmao shrugged. However, continuing this way for 5 more days until the 16th round of matches, could it impact their performance? Domingo posed a question. With just 3 days of training followed by 2 days of tactical preparation, their condition will be adjusted, Wei Xiongmao responded. Sevilla is a formidable opponent. If we can secure a victory against them, our morale will undoubtedly soar. Domingo nodded, yet doubts lingered in his mind. Atletico's current situation was indeed dire. Maxi Rodriguez had been an indispensable mainstay and midfield linchpin for the past 4 years, while Aguero had consistently showcased his prowess in the attack. With both Argentine players absent, could they truly triumph over Sevilla? Not to mention, in recent years since returning to La Liga, Atletico's standings had consistently lagged behind Sevilla. Even last year, while Atletico secured 4th place, Sevilla claimed 3rd. And what of this year? Atletico was merely 2 points above the relegation zone, while Sevilla remained firmly in 3rd place. Although they had fallen significantly behind the exceptionally performing Barcelona and Real Madrid, they still possessed the capability to challenge both giants. Such a team is not easily dealt with. However, upon witnessing Wei Xiongmao's confident demeanor, he found himself at a loss for further words. Over the course of the next 2 days, Wei Xiongmao continued to lead the players in relentless physical training, gradually enhancing their endurance. He possessed an uncanny ability to discern when the players had truly reached their limits, allowing them to recuperate accordingly. Following each session, the prepared masseurs would promptly offer the players the respite they so desperately needed. Thus, 3 days passed before Atletico Madrid commenced their genuine ball training. During this phase, Wei Xiongmao did not unveil any particularly dazzling tactical drills. Instead, he simply permitted them to engage in their routine training. Chapter 7. The first battle. David De Gea, Coke, Kiko, Borja Bastin. You 4 shall remain with the first team. The rest may return to the second team. Of course, those returning to the second team should harbor no ill thoughts. The training you have undergone over these days will benefit you for a lifetime. In the time to come, I shall closely monitor your performances and seek opportunities to utilize your talents. Before announcing the starting lineup for the upcoming match, Wei Xiongmao first undertook a task. He sent back 6 of the 10 second-team players, retaining 4. These 4 individuals have impressed Wei Xiongmao with their potential during physical and tactical training. In this regard, Wei Xiongmao possesses unwavering confidence in his discerning eye. Throughout the millennium of cycles, he has traversed the globe, witnessing countless matches, and has garnered profound insights into what constitutes exceptional players. This astute perception is innate to him. It requires no external enhancements or numerical assessments. 5 days is ample time for him to ascertain that these 4 young players possess remarkable potential. De Gea, a tall goalkeeper with impressive reflexes and top-notch goalkeeping skills, appears to have no significant weaknesses. His only shortcoming may be his lack of experience. Currently, Atletico Madrid's first-choice goalkeeper, Asenjo, is also viewed favorably. Just 3 years older than De Gea, he has already demonstrated outstanding performance, earning the reputation of being the next Casillas. However, since his transfer to Atletico, his performance has been rather average. With De Gea as his backup, Wei Xiongmao believes that a little competition may motivate Asenjo to elevate his game. Of course, should Asenjo continue to underperform, Wei Xiongmao would not hesitate to replace him with a younger goalkeeper. Koke, a central midfielder, possesses the mobility and vision for passing that Wei Xiongmao admires. Currently, several midfielders at Atletico do not quite meet his aesthetic standards. Although Koke is merely 18, he is nonetheless a promising talent. Kiko, a winger, finds himself amidst a plethora of talent at Atletico, with the likes of Simeo and Reyes showcasing exceptional skills. However, following Maxi Rodriguez's departure, the winger position has become a matter of filling gaps, leaving only a 22-year-old Senegalese substitute, Ibrahim, with opportunities to shine. As for Borja, he is a tall center forward. Presently, Atletico's available strikers consist primarily of Forel and Aguero. Another substitute forward, Pongol, though once a prodigy, has delivered rather uninspiring performances at Atletico. Despite his youth, Borja is also a viable option. Now, I shall announce tomorrow's starting lineup against Sevilla. Wei Xiongmao smiled. The goalkeeper will be Asenjo, with left-back and captain Antonio Lopez, right-back Barella, and center-backs Juanito and Czech defender Utfalusi pairing up. In midfield, R.A. Elgark A. and Thiago will anchor the play, while Josh Gerardo pushes forward. Simeo will roam the flanks, and Forel N will partner with Reyes in attack. This is a rather conventional lineup. Compared to the previous starting formation, the only notable changes are Reyes replacing Aguero and Halado taking over from Maxi Rodriguez. The other positions remain unchanged, which is hardly remarkable. Upon receiving Atletico Madrid's starting roster, Sevilla's coach Jim Nez contemplated this in his mind. Having been at the helm of Sevilla for 3 years now, Jim Nez realizes that in order to win the hearts of the fans, he must achieve tangible results, especially when compared to his predecessor Ramos, who had twice lifted the UEFA Europa League trophy. This season, Sevilla has amassed 30 points, a commendable tally in previous years. However, when contrasted with Barcelona's 39 and Real Madrid's 37, it falls considerably short. This discrepancy has left Jim Nez somewhat disheartened. Yet it does not deter his intention to decisively triumph over Atletico, who are perilously close to the relegation zone, thereby augmenting his own points total. Indeed, prior to this match, both Real Madrid and Barcelona had encountered stalemates in their respective post-winter break fixtures against Villarreal and Osasuna, leaving their point tallies fixed at 40 and 38. Should Sevilla emerge victorious against Atletico, their points would ascend to 33, rekindling their aspirations for the championship. Consequently, he deployed his strongest lineup, intent on dismantling Atletico. Welcome to the Calder Inn. This marks Atletico's first match following the winter hiatus. What changes will the new head coach, Pandev, introduce? One anticipates eagerly. However, he has not delivered any notable transformations. The lineup comprising Asenjo, Lopez, Barella, Juanito, Wiferizzi, Gark A, Thiago, Gerardo, Sim N, Reyes, and Fran bears striking resemblance to those chosen by his predecessors. ESPN's commentateur incisively critique Pandef's tactical arrangement. Sevilla, too, fields a full-strength squad, featuring the formidable attacking duo of Canout and Fabiano, alongside the dynamic wings of Navas and Capel, which have been pivotal to Sevilla's success in La Liga over the years. A new coach invariably incurs a learning curve in La Liga. Jim Nez resolved to provoke this rookie, hoping he might falter and make tactical blunders. After all, one must learn through experience. It is no wonder that under such leadership, Sevilla has secured no championships in 3 years. It is now evident that a mindset so stagnant is destined to remain perpetually in third place. Pandev's acerbic retort momentarily astonished Jim Nez. Yet soon he found amusement in the fierce counterattack. believing that such intensity would surely unbalance the young coach. At that moment, the dialogue between both coaches was adeptly translated by the lip-reading experts engaged by the television network. Wow, the match has yet to commence, and already the coaches are embroiled in such palpable tension. However, I believe that Jim Nez's remarks are not without merit. A newcomer often must endure failure to glean valuable lessons. Nevertheless, Pandayai's retort seems somewhat excessive. A new head coach ought to afford some respect to his predecessors. While Wei Xiongmao may be oblivious to what the commentators are articulating, he remains indifferent to their discourse. What he comprehends is that this match marks his inaugural game in charge of Atletico Madrid. His position will inevitably be subjected to relentless scrutiny. A victory would assuage much of the doubt, whilst a defeat would exponentially amplify the pressure. Furthermore, the players, already harboring reservations, may become less inclined to heed his directives. Though it is merely the first match, it bears the weight of a decisive confrontation. Thus, he will respond promptly to Jim Nez's provocation. Chapter 8. The failed first half. The Calder Stadium was filled to capacity. Despite the less-than-stellar performance this season, the loyalty of Atletico Madrid supporters is beyond question. They will steadfastly back the team, even in the face of relegation, and their passion remains undiminished. Consequently, although this year's tactical approach has been somewhat lackluster, the fans remain unconcerned, as long as there is a match to attend. Once the game commenced, they erupted in thunderous cheers, expressing their unwavering support. Their sentiments towards the new head coach are neutral, as they await the outcome of the match to determine whether to rally behind him. Wei Xiongmao, however, is anything but composed. Throughout the match, he paces restlessly within the confines of the coaching area, exhibiting signs of palpable excitement. Pandaway appears somewhat impatient, which is understandable, given that it is his first time overseeing a top-tier team. One cannot help but wonder what the Atletico Madrid hierarchy is thinking. Observing Wei Xiongmao darting back and forth along the sidelines, Miguel Gil, the club's principal shareholder and son of former President Gil, commonly referred to as Little Gil, furrows his brow. "This is rather unbecoming," he remarks. Beside him, Cerezo chuckles, "Ah, youth." He has passed Amoroto's technical assessment and Goliath's financial scrutiny, indicating that he meets our requirements to some degree. Given Atletico's dismal performance this season, we ought to extend a measure of patience to the new coach. Young Hill let out a soft huff, falling silent thereafter. He remains the largest shareholder of Atletico Madrid, yet regrettably, his capabilities pale in comparison to those of his father. Over the years, the presidency has been held by Cerezo, leaving young Hill somewhat impatient with a situation where he bears the brunt of financial contributions without reaping the corresponding glory. Cerezo's management of the club has proven to be remarkably steadfast, with both the technical and financial directors being his allies, which has left young Hill, despite his dissatisfaction, with little recourse to express his discontent. On the pitch, amidst the fervent cheers of Atletico fans, the players displayed an unwavering determination from the very onset of the match. They ran tirelessly, whether they were attackers in the offensive line or defenders at the back. With scarcely a moment's pause, particularly the four members of the defense, who employed a nearly rigid man-marking strategy, diligently shadowing the opposing team's four attackers. This defensive strategy may appear somewhat foolish at first glance. However, it proves effective against Sevilla's offensive maneuvers. Sevilla primarily relies on their full-backs advancing and their wingers breaking through to create threats, subsequently providing opportunity for their two prolific strikers to take shots at goal. Yet, at present, these four players find themselves closely marked by Atletico Madrid's four defenders. Whenever others attempt to push forward an attack, they too are met with vigilant opposition. The one-on-one marking effectively stifles any chance of a smooth offensive progression. This occurs during defensive play in the backfield. In their offensive maneuvers, they similarly engage in constant positional exchanges, their movements never ceasing. This relentless motion compels the Sevilla players to match their pace. As both sides accelerate their running, the tempo of the match intensifies. However, this brisk rhythm also leads to a plethora of mistakes. Sevilla's offense, hindered by the presence of closely marked key attackers, lacks continuity. Even when their fullbacks surge forward to assist, their passes often find no one to receive them. As for Atletico's offense, they focus steadfastly on the singular point of attack represented by Fran. Indeed, during their offensive sequences, they rely on a series of passes directed to their attacking players, who in turn strive to deliver the ball to Fran. Once Fran receives the ball within 30 meters, Regardless of the circumstances, he unleashes a long-range shot. His capability for long-range shooting is exceptional, yet such indiscriminate shooting appears to be a gamble. After all, he is afforded little space to maneuver. And as ATL Tico's foremost striker, he is immediately confronted by Sevilla's defenders, necessitating a swift shot. Sevilla's players are not oblivious. They do not simply watch him adjust before shooting, compelling Fran to take a shot at the earliest opportunity, resulting in less than optimal outcomes. 30 minutes into the first half, ATL Tico's pressure has constrained Sevilla to a mere 3 shots, while they themselves have attempted 5 shots, all by Fran, 4 of which soared over the bar, with only 1 on target, easily collected by the opposing goalkeeper. To think he would rely on luck. Jimenez has finally solidified his thoughts, realizing his hesitation stemmed from disbelief that the opponent would employ such a rudimentary tactical approach. ATL Tico possesses numerous skilled attackers. If they only focus on Fran, defending against them becomes manageable. As for ATL Tico's defense, do you believe that mere man-marking can thwart our offensive onslaught? Jimenez mused coldly to himself. Time progressed to the 41st minute of the first half. Brazilian fullback Adriano, advancing down the flank, forcefully penetrated the defense. But his attempt was thwarted by the returning Sim-O, resulting in a corner for Sevilla. Naves took the corner kick. And amidst the cover provided by 2 forwards and a supporting center back, Brazilian midfielder Renato leapt ahead of Barella to head the ball towards goal. Asenjo, a moment too late in his attempt to save, watched helplessly as the ball flew into the ATL Tico net, granting Sevilla a 1-0 lead away from home. As the ball found its way into Atlantic Tico's goal, the shouts of thousands of visiting fans surged forth, momentarily overpowering the home supporters' cheers. ATL Tico fans could scarcely believe their eyes. In such a tightly contested match, they found themselves behind. The chaotic nature of the first half had merely been a spectacle. But now, having conceded a goal, it was truly unbearable. At present, it is uncertain how many ATL Tico Madrid fans have begun to voice their grievances. Nor can one ascertain the identity of their targets. Some direct their ire at the club's management, while others express frustration towards the players for their lack of tenacity. Naturally, there are also those who criticize the newly appointed head coach, Pandaway. Wei Xiongmao glanced towards the stands but offered no reaction. Jimenez, on the other hand, cast a triumphant look at Wei Xiongmao, thinking to himself that the young man still has a long way to go. Earlier, when Wei Xiongmao had been rather brusque with him, Jimenez had been simmering with resentment. Nevertheless, the game must go on. Wei Xiongmao clapped his hands and shouted loudly towards the field. The ensuing minutes of play passed swiftly. ATL Tico sought to mount an offensive. Yet Sevilla kept a watchful eye on Fran. Sim-In executed a long pass, transferring the ball to the opposite flank where Reyes awaited. Reyes then returned the ball to the advancing Gelato, who, without taking a touch, unleashed a long-range shot that veered off the baseline. This also marks the final shot of the first half. Chapter 9. We are excellent. In the first half, ATL Tico Madrid performed subpar, and Sevilla fared no better. However, they swiftly adjusted their offensive strategy and managed to score, demonstrating their remarkable prowess. ATL Tico's exertion during the first half drained their energy significantly, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they may face a collapse in the second half. An ESPN commentator remarked on this. Had a more renowned coach been present, he likely would not have made such a statement. Yet, it seems to have become a tradition to be harsh on newcomers everywhere. During the first half, everyone performed admirably. Do not feel disheartened by trailing by a goal. Our capabilities are exceptional, on par with Sevilla, and more importantly, our form is splendid. In the locker room, Coach Wei looked at his players and said, "You are all doing well." The players exchanged glances. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not being obstinate," Coach Wei remarked. The players continued to gaze at one another. It was unclear who initiated it, but someone couldn't contain a chuckle. And in a place like the locker room, laughter is invariably contagious. Before long, all the players inexplicably burst into laughter, which lasted a full 2 minutes before gradually subsiding. "You see, this is why I say our form is excellent," Coach Wei remarked once their laughter had ceased. Some players began to ponder thoughtfully. "Mr. Domingo, please provide me with the technical statistics," Wei Xiongmao instructed Domingo. Domingo handed over a notebook, which Wei Xiongmao accepted and perused before lifting his gaze. "Today, in the first half, excluding the goalkeeper, our average running distance is 6,350 meters. In the past, our average running distance in the first half did not exceed 5,000 meters. Therefore, theoretically, you should be quite fatigued by now. But in reality?" Wei Xiongmao blinked and continued. The players were momentarily taken aback. Laughter, too, consumes lung capacity. If one's stamina is lacking, prolonged laughter might leave one breathless. Yet, after each of you has run 1/5 more than usual, you can still laugh so freely. What does this indicate? Wei Xiongmao seized the moment. It indicates that our physical fitness has significantly improved over these 3 days. Reyes exclaimed uncontrollably. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Wei Xiongmao pointed at him and burst into laughter, prompting the players to laugh once more. According to the statistics, Sevilla's players have run a distance comparable to yours, also exceeding their usual capabilities. They may not yet realize it, but by the second half, they will gradually come to this realization. Hence, I assert that we shall surely prevail. We performed admirably in the first half, managing to hold them back. Although we are trailing by 1 goal, our advantage has already been established. With that, Wei Xiongmao strode confidently to the tactical board and drew an arrow. In the second half, we must intensify our offensive efforts. In our attacks, all breakthroughs in the first half were aimed at delivering the ball to Diego, creating a defensive inertia for them. In the second half, our offensive focus will shift to Jose. Wei Xiongmao's hand pointed at Reyes, who was momentarily stunned. Though he had risen to prominence at a young age and is not yet 28, the prime of his career, his performance since leaving Spain for Arsenal has consistently fallen short of expectations. Whether on loan at Real Madrid, transferring to Atletico Madrid, or previously loaned from Atletico to Benfica, his displays have been sporadic, occasionally reminiscent of the prodigious young talent he once was, yet lacking in overall consistency. This season, he has made numerous appearances for Atletico Madrid, yet his performance has been rather unremarkable, with no goals to his name thus far. Had it not been for Aguero's failure to recover from injury, he himself believed he might not have secured a starting position. However, now the focus of the attack, as stated by the pundits, is on him. This instilled a sense of trepidation within Reyes. Indeed, Jose, I have observed during training these past few days that your condition is excellent. Your physical recovery has been remarkable, and your ability to break through has returned to its peak. A Reyes like this is precisely what I require. In the second half of the match, during our offensive plays, I urge everyone to pass the ball to Reyes whenever possible. When he makes his breakthrough, surround him, ready to receive his passes. Jose, I trust you understand when to assert yourself and when to pass. Wei Xiongmao continued. Rest assured, coach, I will fulfill your expectations. Reyes trembled all over, gritting his teeth as he summoned all his strength to utter these words in a calm tone. Wei Xiongmao nodded, and Reyes returned to his position on the bench. Fran patted him on the shoulder. In stark contrast to Reyes's fluctuating performance, Fran's trajectory has been one of rising success. He joined Manchester United at a young age, but found little opportunity until he showcased his talents at Villarreal. He understood the exhilaration that comes with validation after enduring continuous setbacks. Moreover, Reyes was a product of Sevilla's youth academy. When he departed Sevilla, the club had just returned from the second division, and now Sevilla stands as one of La Liga's formidable teams. Having become a bulwark against Real Madrid and Barcelona following the decline of Valencia and Deportivo La Cruz, naturally, Reyes yearns to present an even better version of himself before Sevilla. In the second half, we must intensify our attack while maintaining our momentum, inspire them to run alongside, wear them down. Let everyone know that Atletico is the third team with the most league championships in La Liga. Before the 1990s, Barcelona's overall performance was hardly superior to ours, Wei Xiongmao declared, gesturing emphatically. As Wei Xiongmao animatedly rallied the players with his impassioned rhetoric, Jimenez was simultaneously orchestrating the tactics for the second half. He emphasized that the marked forwards should move more to draw defenders out of position, allowing the advancing midfielder Renato and the 2 fullbacks to execute the offensive. The defense would be entrusted to another defensive midfielder, Zha Shu. In orchestrating these tactics, Jimenez overlooked the players' stamina. In reality, while Sevilla's players did not perceive themselves as overly fatigued at that moment, their exertion had already surpassed their usual levels significantly. Chapter 10. Buff's grandeur. When Reyes took to the field, he was undeniably filled with a sense of exhilaration. He was acutely aware of how previous coaches, including Aguirre, perceived him. Last season, he had only managed to make a little over 20 appearances for Atletico Madrid, subsequently being loaned to Benfica. Upon his return this season, despite playing numerous matches, he understood that the coach's reliance on him was primarily due to his hefty transfer fee of 12 million euros, which no one was willing to assume. Still youthful, he realized that if he remained sidelined, the investment made by Atletico would be rendered futile, which was why he still found himself with opportunities. Thus, lacking a suitable tactical framework and clear directives, he felt awkward on the pitch. Yet in that moment, his heart brimmed with determination. Though the coach was relatively unknown, the attention he received was something he needed to seize with both hands. The second half commenced. For the Sevilla players, their lead in the first half was merely a matter of course. In the second half, their objective was simply to extend their advantage further and secure the match, thereby narrowing the gap with the top two teams. Atletico had been a formidable opponent last year, but this season, they had fallen far behind. However, Atletico, kicking off the second half, swiftly mounted an offensive. After a series of exchanges in midfield, Gerardo received a pass from Thiago and, noticing Reyes had found a gap just beyond the halfway line, he promptly lifted his foot to send the ball soaring towards him. As Reyes received the pass, he felt the immediate presence of Zha Shu closing in. Renowned as a formidable defensive midfielder in La Liga, Zha Shu was infamous for having injured Beckham during the Champions League, nearly causing him to miss the 2002 World Cup, although he had not secured a guaranteed starting position since his transfer to Sevilla. His relentless running and fierce defending remained impressive. As he approached, he harbored a sense of disdain for Reyes. Having risen from humble beginnings, Zha Shu compensated for his lack of innate talent with tenacity and grit, and he had little respect for Reyes, whom he viewed as a prodigy like Joaquin, known for his early fame but often hesitant in confrontations. Football, in peacetime, is akin to warfare. The battlefield demands warriors, not cowards. Throughout the first half, Reyes had appeared cowardly. As a second striker, positioned to connect the midfield with the attack, he consistently opted to pass the ball at the slightest approach from Zha Shu, fearing the latter's aggression. The more he retreated, the greater Zha Shu's contempt for him grew. Once again, the situation unfolded similarly. Although he approached with a slight delay, Reyes swiftly turned after receiving the ball. Nevertheless, Zha Shu advanced menacingly, exuding an intimidating presence. As anticipated, Reyes lifted his foot, poised to deliver a pass. Zha Shu, in turn, raised his foot, intending to disrupt Reyes's pass. Such is the nature of defense. If one cannot intercept the ball, influencing the quality of the opponent's pass remains significant. However, as he lifted his foot, Reyes deftly flicked his ankle, retracting the ball that was nearly released, and promptly maneuvered it to the left of Zha Shu, executing a breakthrough. In a dazzling display of agility, Reyes executed a series of maneuvers with the swiftness of lightning, evoking memories of the prodigious young talent who once made a name for himself in Seville. Although Reyes is primarily known for his technical prowess, his physical attributes are not to be underestimated. He shares a similar height with Zha Shu, albeit with a slight difference in weight. However, once he has established a favorable position, it becomes exceedingly difficult for Zha Shu to mount an effective defense. Following his breakthrough, Reyes accelerated, darting towards the heart of Seville's territory. The sound of the wind roared in his ears, accompanied by the fervent cheers of Atletico Madrid's fervent supporters. Such a feeling has not been experienced in quite some time. Renato, hastily brought in to fill the gap, was deftly maneuvered around by Reyes, who executed a sudden stop and turn, breaking through once more. The cheers from the stands rose to an even greater crescendo. Reyes skillfully evaded two opponents. What a splendid breakthrough! Compared to the first half, he appeared to be an entirely different player. The commentator exclaimed loudly. On the sidelines, Wei Xiongmao closely observed Reyes, fully aware of the reason behind Reyes's sudden improvement in breakthrough skills. Over the past few days, he had accumulated 700 energy points and had just purchased a basic breakthrough buff, applying it to Reyes. Reyes, who naturally excelled at breakthroughs, had indeed struggled with his form in recent years, but with the breakthrough buff, he was once again able to showcase the prowess of his earlier days. Most astonishingly, after consecutively bypassing two players, Sevilla's defense became disorganized. While tearing through the opponent's defense via passing is undeniably more technical, breaking through the defense remains the simplest and most direct method. The center back, originally marking Fran, shifted his position to focus on Reyes. Although Reyes had just evaded two players, he understood that he could not rely solely on this to score. During his breakthrough, he observed his surroundings and noticed that Fran was unmarked. Reyes executed a sudden stop, lifted his foot, and passed the ball to Fran, positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Fran, meeting the rolling ball, struck it powerfully without taking a touch. Fran's long-range shots have always been somewhat mystical, Nevertheless, he consistently manages to score astonishing goals, primarily due to his inherent accuracy. Now, in an unguarded situation, Fran's long-range effort reached an impressive standard. Sevilla's goalkeeper, Palop, made an exceptional save, leaping into the air to narrowly deflect the ball away. Just as the Atletico Madrid fans were left gasping in disbelief, the ball, deflected by Palop, fortuitously struck the calf of the retreating center-back, Squillaci, and ricocheted back towards the goal. In mid-air, Palop had no opportunity to react and could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. 1-1. Atletico Madrid fans were momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter, followed by enthusiastic cheers. An own goal. Poor Squillaci. What luck for Atletico Madrid. To equalize under such circumstances, Reyes's breakthrough and Fran's shot were both magnificent. They truly deserve that goal. Oh, what is Atlantic Tico's new head coach doing on the sidelines? Amid the commentators' astonishment, nearly all the fans witnessed Wei Xiongmao, clad in a black trench coat, extend his arms and dash towards the baseline, racing to the edge of the coaching area before abruptly stopping and turning to run in another direction, embracing his assistant coaches and substitute players. Is this head coach's passion perhaps a bit excessive? The commentator struggled for half a day to utter these words. Ha ha! As long as he can lead the team to continuous victories, any form of celebration is justified. A fellow Atletico Madrid supporter let out a hearty laugh. Chapter 11. No hope, what do you think? I told you that your breakthroughs will be beneficial, right? Next, be bold in your advances, but remain aware of your surroundings. Use your breakthroughs to disrupt their defensive line and distribute the ball timely to create threats. Only then will our offense become significantly more menacing. As Reyes concluded his celebration and ran to embrace the panda chuckled heartily and said to Reyes, who nodded emphatically, that recent breakthrough had rekindled an exhilarating feeling he had long missed. With renewed confidence and tactical support, everything becomes much easier. As he walked back to his position, the panda pondered. For a player of Reyes's caliber, sometimes confidence can elevate one's performance. Although the breakthrough buff lasts only 10 minutes, that is more than sufficient. After the celebration, the match resumed. The Atletico players began to move with greater urgency, launching a pressing game in midfield. Sevilla, having equalized, was eager to attack and regain the lead. They had never contemplated defeat in this match. However, as they initiated their offensive, they found themselves subjected to relentless pressing from the Atletico players. Regardless of which defender it was, they exerted considerable effort to shadow their opponents, forcing Sevilla to expend more energy in their offensive maneuvers. Sevilla's attacking prowess is commendable, yet they primarily rely on their forwards and two wingers, along with Renato's forward runs. Unfortunately, under Atletico's close marking, their passes became fragmented, severely impacting their offense. It's crucial to note that although Sevilla's attackers are quite capable, they are not the type who can achieve offensive success solely through individual talent. Their strength lies in teamwork, where precise passing and coordination among the attackers are vital. Once this synergy is disrupted, their attacking threat diminishes significantly. Moreover, their stamina began to wane. They had already covered the distance they usually would in 60 minutes during the first half, and while they hadn't felt it during the break, after another 10 minutes of the second half, their energy levels started to decline. Suddenly, Sevilla's collective movement dropped a notch, and Atletico players immediately sensed this, launching a remarkably threatening attack. After receiving the ball, Reyes once again broke through Duscher's defense, forcing Duscher to bring him down, resulting in a yellow card. Rising from the ground, Reyes did not succumb to discouragement. Despite the feeling of his breakthrough not being as exhilarating as before, its effectiveness was still undeniable. His form had returned. At this moment, Reyes was brimming with confidence, although he was unaware that the effects of the breakthrough buff were waning. Sevilla's defensive intensity was also diminishing due to a decline in stamina. Jimenez, too, sensed something amiss. Such matters had escaped his notice previously, but now that he was aware, it was evident that fatigue was setting in. Regrettably, he was only permitted to substitute 3 players. Jimenez swiftly made the decision to replace 3 individuals at once. 2 defenders entered the fray to bolster the defense, while Negrito was brought on to replace Canut, thereby augmenting the offensive thrust. Jimenez's strategy was sound. The introduction of 2 defenders would stabilize the backline, and Negrito's impact was superior to that of the 2 starting forwards. Even with the reliance on energy-conserving long passes from the back, the offensive execution could be markedly improved. Wei Xiongmao glanced towards the substitutes bench and summoned the young defender Domingos to warm up and prepare for his entrance. Alvaro, get ready to come on, Wei Xiongmao instructed. The 20-year-old Domingos paused momentarily. Am I going on? To replace the captain? Domingos played as a left back. No, you will replace Juanito and play as a center back. Your sole task is to mark that newcomer. Do not claim you cannot play center back at your height of 1.9 meters. It will be a waste to confine you to left back, Wei Xiongmao asserted, giving Domingos a gentle shove to propel him onto the pitch. After a brief warm-up, Domingos stepped onto the field and positioned himself beside the newly introduced Negrito. Negrito glanced at the towering young defender and shook his head in resignation. Nevertheless, despite the slight height advantage of his counterpart, Negrito was confident in his extensive experience and formidable physicality, believing he could still secure a few headers. And indeed, reality aligned with his expectations. Although the young center-back stood 4 centimeters taller than Negrito, this marginal height advantage proved insufficient. In several aerial duels, Negrito dominated, leaving the young player in a disheveled state. The decision to substitute by Wei Xiongmao warranted scrutiny. While Juanito stood at a mere 1.83 meters, his wealth of experience would enable him to contend effectively against Negrito. In contrast, Domingos, being too youthful, lacked the acumen to utilize his physique. Should Atletico concede again, it would undoubtedly be a result of Domingos' inexperience. As a commentator criticized Wei Xiongmao's substitution, the coach inquired of Juanito, "How's your stamina holding up?" Juanito nodded, somewhat fatigued. At 33 years old, his physical capabilities were not particularly remarkable, and after exerting himself throughout the match, he indeed found himself struggling. He had intended to request a substitution himself, yet it appeared that the astute coach had already disowned his plight. His insight was truly commendable. He was an exceptional coach. In his mind, Juanito contemplated the unfolding events on the field. At this juncture, Sevilla had managed to regain some control, particularly after employing a straightforward long ball strategy, which allowed Negrito's advantages to be fully realized, conserving their energy in the process. This instilled a flicker of hope in Jimenez. Regrettably, he was, in reality, devoid of hope. As Sevilla expended significantly more energy than usual in the first half, his defeat had already been foreordained. A decline in stamina often leads attacking players to miss vital opportunities, while defensive players, in contrast, are compelled to resort to foul tactics to thwart the opposing team's advances. As the match approached the 75th minute, Reyes received the ball on the flank and surged towards the center. After evading Adriano's defense, he skillfully distributed the ball to the side, finding the advancing right-back Barella. Unlike his captain Lopez, who was known for his strong assisting capabilities, Barella had seldom ventured forward today. His strengths lay more in defense. Yet, it was precisely this rarity of his forward forays that rendered it all the more surprising. Chapter 12. Initiation and conclusion excellent. The Panda silently cheered in his mind. Barella's decision to push forward in the second half was a strategy he had suggested during halftime, aimed at achieving an element of surprise. In moments of diminished stamina, defenses often become predictable or constrained in their thinking. Under such circumstances, an unexpected offensive maneuver can yield remarkably effective results. As Barella received the ball, he prepared to make a direct run into the penalty area. At that moment, the two center-backs of Sevilla were entirely captivated by Fran's movements. As he penetrated the penalty area, he was poised to create an immense threat. Zha Shu rushed forward with great urgency, yet still fell short by a hair's breadth. Just as Barella was about to carry the ball into the box, in a moment of desperation, Zha Shu executed a flying tackle from the side. The referee's whistle immediately pierced the air, followed by the furious outcry of over 40,000 Atletico Madrid supporters. In that moment, Barella was propelled out of the fray, appearing utterly wretched, while Dusseldorf's reputation in La Liga has never been particularly favorable, earning him the utmost disdain from Atletico Madrid supporters. However, at that juncture, Dusseldorf was too preoccupied with other matters. As soon as the referee's whistle sounded, he rushed over to assist Barella in rising. This was not an endeavor to vindicate himself, but rather to assert that his infraction was not as grave as it appeared. Yet Barella clutched his ankle, writhing on the ground. The referee approached, sternly brandishing a yellow card in his direction. Dusseldorf, already bearing a yellow card for a technical foul, now faced a more severe infringement. 2 yellows culminated in a red. Dusseldorf was dismissed. "Well played," exclaimed Wei Xiongmao, vigorously waving his arm. As for Barella's potential injury, he harbored no genuine concern. He discerned from the earlier contact that the lad was merely feigning, although a foul had indeed been committed. Indeed, as Dusseldorf trudged off the field, head hung low. Barella was already rising from the ground, limping back as if genuinely injured. This lad has a bright future, Wei Xiongmao thought, and then turned to call upon the substitutes. Coke and Keiko, warm up, prepare to enter the match. The two 18-year-olds exchanged glances, completely taken aback by the prospect of playing. Until now, they had only served in the youth team. Keiko had fared slightly better, having spent a year with the second team, while Coke had only just ascended to the second squad this season and was now unexpectedly thrust into a match against Sevilla, the league's third-place team. Do you not wish to play? Then cease your warm-up, Wei Xiongmao remarked casually upon observing their stupor. Think it over. Coke and Keiko nodded in unison and promptly dashed out to commence their warm-up. As they supported one another in stretching their joints, they simultaneously felt the tremors of excitement coursing through their bodies. Both had yet to make an appearance for Atlético Madrid's first team, and here they were, presented with the opportunity to step onto the field for the very first time. How could such an exhilarating moment not stir their spirits? Initially included in the roster, they believed they would merely experience the atmosphere of professional competition. However, in reality, the coach had indeed intended to utilize their talents. Cork is a midfielder with commendable stamina and solid defensive skills. Yet his most remarkable attribute lies in his exceptional passing ability when positioned deeper on the field. Whether distributing the ball or executing a through pass, he can accurately deliver it to his teammates. On the other hand, Keiko is a right winger with notable dribbling capabilities, enhancing the offensive dynamics on that flank. As for Borja, he is a powerful center forward, distinct in style from Fran and Agüero. Such a striker may not secure a starting position, yet he can offer tactical flexibility. Now, the decision to introduce Keiko and Cork is driven by three objectives: to sustain midfield mobility, to increase the threat of long passes from the backline, and to create an additional point of attack in the forward area. Previously, Keiko had not been deployed due to the significant pressure from the opponent's offense. Reducing defensive players would have exacerbated the defensive burden. With a numerical and stamina advantage now in play, there is no reason to hesitate. It is time for substitutions. The two young players will replace Thiago and Barella, swapping midfielders and introducing a winger in place of a fullback to bolster the attack. Such substitutions undoubtedly satisfy the fans. When leading in numbers but failing to decisively overpower the opposition, one must question the ambition of such a coach. Though this sentiment may not necessarily be accurate, it reflects the predominant thoughts of the supporters. With a numerical and physical advantage, Atlético Madrid's offense surged with newfound vigor. Reyes consistently dropped back to retrieve the ball, either maneuvering past defenders or distributing it to the flanks. Simultaneously, Simão and Elpez collaborated seamlessly, seeking to exploit Fran's positioning within the penalty area. On the opposite flank, Coke, with the fearlessness of youth, boldly surged towards the box after receiving the ball. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, Sevilla had no choice but to tighten their defensive lines. However, having already exhausted their three substitutions, they found themselves with an abundance of attackers yet insufficient defenders on the pitch. Even with Negrito and others retreating to assist in defense, maintaining their composure proved challenging. Most critically, their stamina had severely waned. Despite their efforts to defend, they were struggling to keep pace. The only glimmer of hope that sustained them was their resilience in holding on until the 80th minute, with the scores still tied at 1 apiece. Though the match could not yield a victory, securing a point seemed acceptable under the circumstances of playing with one less player. However, Wei Xiongmao was unwilling to settle for a draw. Even with a commendable performance, failing to secure 3 points held little significance in his eyes. What he desired was unequivocally 3 points. As the clock struck 86 minutes, the end of the match loomed near. Despite Atlético Madrid's relentless attempts to attack, they struggled to find a scoring opportunity, leaving many fans increasingly anxious. Reyes seized the ball. His vivacity in the second half had drawn considerable attention from Sevilla. He glanced up, observing no viable path to break through, and turned to pass the ball back. The recipient was Coke. Before receiving the ball, he noticed Keiko making a forward run along the flank, a collaboration they frequently executed during their time in the second team. Without hesitation, Coke instinctively lifted his foot and sent the ball forward. Keiko timed his run perfectly, receiving Coke's through ball inside the penalty area. Squillaci lunged desperately to obstruct Coke's path. Yet Coke refrained from further penetration and instead elevated his foot, returning the ball to the edge of the arc. There, Reyes awaited. He initiated the attack. He would bring it to fruition. As the ball rolled back to him, Reyes struck it with precision. The ball skimmed across the ground, weaving through the throng of players in the penalty area before nestling into the net's far corner. The roar of the crowd surged to new heights, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. Chapter 13. My name is Wei Xiongmao. The referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match. 2-1. Atletico Madrid achieved a remarkable comeback victory at the Calder Stadium. It was nothing short of astonishing. Prior to this match, Atletico had been perilously close to the relegation zone, while Sevilla had the opportunity to chase the top two positions. And now, it was the relegation-threatened Atletico who emerged victorious. Before the match commenced, few had faith in a team that had already changed coaches twice, lost a captain, and was missing their leading scorer. Yet the newly appointed coach, Pandavi, guided the team to triumph over Sevilla. This victory, while perhaps not sufficient to drastically improve Atlantico's predicament, provided them with a much-needed breather. Pandavi had fortune on his side. The first goal for Atletico stemmed from an own goal by the opposing defender, while the second was conceded while they were a player down. Throughout the match, he did not reveal any extraordinary tactics. Rather, the players relied on sheer determination. Statistics indicated that Atlantico's on-field players, excluding the goalkeeper, averaged over 11,000 meters of running, a significant increase compared to their usual average of less than 10,000 meters. This victory was less a testament to Pandavi's prowess and more a reflection of the players' resolve and desire for victory amid adversity. After all, Atletico's roster remained comparable to that of the previous season, during which they were on par with Sevilla. Reyes has erupted. He delivered his most outstanding performance since joining Atletico Madrid, contributing with both a goal and an assist to secure victory for his team. Various commentators are fervently discussing this recently concluded match, which indeed merits such scrutiny. Prior to the match, one team was soaring while the other was languishing. Yet it was the latter that staged a remarkable comeback against the former. Furthermore, Atletico's triumph in this encounter inadvertently aided their rivals, Real Madrid and Barcelona. In the grand scheme of the league, such a match merits considerable discussion. The players of Atletico Madrid are engaged in exuberant celebrations. Although they triumphed by just one goal, the significance of their opponent renders this victory all the more remarkable. Since the commencement of the season, Atletico has not experienced such unrestrained joy. The fans in the stands are fervently shouting, having held back their excitement for half a season. A splendid victory. With this win secured, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief, sighed Cerezo. Little Hill nodded in agreement, despite his lingering dissatisfaction. Witnessing Atlantico's success was indeed a cause for celebration. As a principal shareholder, his fortune rises with the team's achievements and diminishes with their failures. It's that simple. Thus, even though he was discontented that the head coach was not his first choice, usurped by Cerezo, at this moment, Little Hill relished the team's victory. Wei Xiongmao also joined in the celebrations, mingling among the players like an inconspicuous substitute. Boss, thank you for granting me this opportunity, Reyes exclaimed excitedly to Wei Xiongmao. That potential was always within you. We all possess remarkable abilities. It merely requires their manifestation. And I am here to facilitate that, Wei Xiongmao declared emphatically, inspiring belief among an increasing number of players at that moment. All right, gentlemen, let us return to the locker room to shower and change. The weather is cold, and we mustn't catch a cold. Doing so could jeopardize your position on my team. He clapped his hands, urging the players back to the locker room. And he too would prepare for the press conference. Jas, Diego, accompany me to the press conference. In the locker room, Wei Xiongmao called Fran and Reyes to join him at the press conference, opting not to expose the two young players who had contributed to the second goal to the spotlight too soon. Upon arriving at the venue for the press conference, the journalists were already assembled in droves, while the opposing coach, Simeone, had yet to arrive. Wei Xiongmao was unconcerned. He took his seat and observed the audience with interest. In those 7 days, a millennium had passed, yet he had never experienced the occasion of attending a post-match press conference as a head coach. Gazing down from his vantage point, he felt the focus of attention upon himself, a sensation that was quite delightful. Just as Wei Xiongmao was savoring this feeling, Simeone made his entrance. The head coach of Sevilla appeared somewhat flushed, evidently having vented his frustrations in the locker room. Upon taking a seat, he neglected to shake hands with Wei Xiongmao and instead launched into a monologue. We did not perform well in this match. Our luck was lacking on the field. The opposing team played aggressively, disrupting our offense, and some fouls went unnoticed. Jim Nez stated sternly, "We will take note of this in the future." His discontent was understandable. No one could maintain a cheerful demeanor under such circumstances. However, Wei Xiongmao was not inclined to indulge him. I feel a tinge of sympathy for the Sevilla players, who have exerted considerable effort on the pitch. According to the data I previously obtained, Sevilla's players collectively covered a distance exceeding 100,000 meters in this match, surpassing their season average of 94,000 meters. Clearly, their defeat was not due to a lack of performance, but rather the hindrance posed by a coach stuck in outdated thinking. Mr. Jimenez claimed that newcomers must pay their dues. Yet it is rather amusing to think that a coach who has been entrenched in La Liga for over a decade is still paying dues. Wei Xiongmao's unreserved sarcasm astonished the reporters, who relished such pointed commentary. However, his relative obscurity made his words less palatable to many. As a journalist, Mr. Pandaway attempted to pose a question, but was promptly interrupted by Wei Xiongmao. My name is Wei Xiongmao, according to Spanish custom. You may also refer to me as Xiongmao Wei. Pandu is my name and must be transliterated, not translated. I'm not called Pandaway, understand? In a civilized society, addressing others by their correct names is fundamental. Xiongmao Wei, the journalist, struggled to repeat it and then chuckled. It's somewhat tongue-twisting. With practice, it will become easier. Come, everyone, repeat after me. Xiongmao Wei. Excellent. If I were a language teacher, I would reward each of you with a little red flower. Wei Xiongmao remarked with a smile. Chapter 14. Is it truly impossible? Wei Xiongmao attended his first press conference, a triumphant occasion, revealing to all a glimpse of his formidable character. Often, individuals tend to favor those who are lenient and shy away from those with a fierce temperament. If one possesses a gentle disposition, others may disregard their feelings, whereas a more formidable presence compels greater consideration. Wei Xiongmao now exhibited his less amiable side. During the press conference, aside from correcting the pronunciation of his name, he asserted that the victory in this match was the result of his strategic acumen. The Atletico players were not significantly superior to those of Sevilla. Rather, he simply outshone Mr. Jimenez. The attitude of mercilessly attacking a fallen adversary has provided the journalists with a treasure trove of material, while simultaneously fueling their anticipation for his inevitable failure, which they are eager to critique. Tomorrow will be a day of respite, followed by 3 days of rigorous physical training. As Wei Xiongmao conveyed to the players before their dispersal, the players hurriedly scattered to relish their rare moments of leisure, but Domingo reminded Wei Xiongmao, in 4 days, we will partake in the 5th round of the King's Cup. If we rest for a day and then engage in 3 days of physical training, our stamina will undoubtedly be significantly affected during that match. It's merely the King's Cup, it matters not. 3 days of physical training will yield results, and it cannot be interrupted. Even if it impacts our performance in the King's Cup, we must continue with our training. Primarily, we lack the time for summer training, so this is our only recourse. Compared to the league and the second half of the Europa League, the King's Cup is of little consequence. A loss is inconsequential. Wei Xiongmao replied nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, Domingo concurred with Wei Xiongmao's perspective. Moreover, the opponent in that match would be the Segunda División team, Almería. Even if the Atletico players were to struggle with their stamina, a defeat was not a foregone conclusion. The Atletico players commenced their grueling training, with Agüero, recently recovered from injury, among them, all pushed to their limits, teetering on the brink of nausea. The head coach is exceedingly ruthless. He possesses an uncanny ability to discern whether you are genuinely unable to endure or merely feigning exhaustion. Throughout the grueling training sessions, he will push you to the brink of despair, yet somehow, you find yourself unable to succumb. With past accomplishments serving as a catalyst, the players of Atletico Madrid can only grit their teeth and persevere. The initial days of a new season are invariably the most arduous, and they are so consumed by their efforts that they lose track of time, only realizing the imminent match when Coach Wei announces the starting lineup for tomorrow's game. There is a match tomorrow? An astonished Reyes exclaims. Just give it your all. Coach Wei replies with a faint smile, proceeding to unveil the starting roster. Almost all of the key players from the previous match have been rotated out. The goalkeeper remains Asenjo, while the entire defensive line consists of substitutes. Right back Pablo, left back PEA, and central defenders Domingos and Pereira. In midfield, only Simon retains his starting position, joined by Coke, Keiko, and Brazilian defensive midfielder Suncel. The forward line features the returning Agüero and the promising young talent Borja. This is an entirely new lineup, and they have scarcely collaborated before. They have also undergone 3 days of rigorous physical training, rendering them almost incapable of movement on the field. Although Velva is a team from the second division of Spanish football and lacks remarkable players, their subpar performance in such a state is truly astonishing. Initially, on their home ground, they approached the match with caution. However, it did not take long for them to realize that their opponents could barely move and exhibited a complete lack of synergy. As the saying goes, it is easy to strike down a drowning dog. Thus, they launched a fierce offensive. Subsequently, they scored 3 goals against Atletico Madrid, who had recently executed a stunning comeback against Sevilla, the third-ranked team in La Liga, only to succumb to Velva, positioned 15th in the second division, in an unexpected defeat on the road. This stark contrast immediately ignited excitement among the journalists attending the press conference. Mr. Wei Xiongmao, just 5 days ago, you led your team to a remarkable victory over third-place Sevilla in La Liga. However, today, the performance of the team has exhibited a significant disparity. What could have caused such a situation? One reporter boldly inquired. Wei Xiongmao shrugged his shoulders. Our players performed admirably, but the defeat in this match is entirely my fault. I have only taken charge of the team for less than 10 days, and I need the players to intensify their training to adapt to my tactics. Consequently, the rigorous training has affected their condition, leading to this dismal defeat. All blame should rest on my shoulders, not on the players, he responded. We never intended to target the players, countless journalists silently thought, pondering the futility of blaming them. Players' performances invariably fluctuate. The real scrutiny falls upon you, especially after your audacious demeanor following the last match. So, you are implying that the failure in this match is solely your responsibility, correct? The reporter pressed. It is my fault, yet not my responsibility. Every day, countless matches are played around the world, and numerous teams face defeat. If every loss were the coach's fault, then coaches would be unjustly burdened. I merely led the team to 1 loss. Is there a coach in the world who has never lost a match? If such a coach exists, then you may come and criticize me, Wei Xiongmao asserted with conviction. This line of reasoning left the journalists utterly speechless. We are discussing the responsibility for this match, yet you have diverted the conversation to coaches around the globe. The outcome of a single match does not determine the success of an entire season. The defeat in this match is merely the price we must pay to improve our performance going forward. While the Copa del Rey is undoubtedly significant for ATL Tico, we have yet to escape the relegation zone. Thus, the league matches, which directly influence our fate and future, take precedence in importance. Under these circumstances, I must reluctantly sacrifice our potential progress in the Copa del Rey to ensure our results in the league. With such a statement from Wei Xiongmao, what more could a journalist possibly say? Furthermore, it is evident to all that, when compared to the league, the Copa del Rey pales in significance. Besides, it is merely the first leg. We are not yet eliminated from the tournament, are we? Wei Xiongmao seemed to add an unnecessary remark. 3 goals down in an away match, and you still stubbornly believe you are not out of contention? One journalist could not contain their frustration and exclaimed loudly, "Is it impossible for us to achieve what Deportivo La Coruña accomplished in the Champions Cup within the Copa del Rey?" Wei Xiongmao retorted. Chapter 15. What is your name? The journalists departed the press conference, brimming with indignation. The national team, despite suffering a disheartening defeat of 3 goals, continues to maintain an air of bravado, even attempting to deflect criticism by referencing the legendary comeback of Deportivo La Coruña against Milan. Indeed, La Coruña did manage to overturn a 1-4 deficit at home with a stunning 4-0 victory, yet such occurrences are exceedingly rare in the annals of professional football. If it were that effortless, the remarkable performance of Atletico Madrid would hardly be deemed miraculous. While Atletico Madrid may have regained some semblance of form in their most recent match, the prospect of recovering 3 goals is far from straightforward. Your unwavering confidence now seems merely a means to evade accountability, allowing for any manner of justification. We shall patiently observe as you continue to lose matches and discover new excuses. Should you accumulate too many rationalizations, even the most ardent supporters may grow weary. To rely on sheer luck to secure a victory in a high-stakes encounter, only to succumb to a humiliating defeat against a weaker opponent, surely casts doubt on one's capabilities, suggesting that fortune rather than skill is the primary asset. It is worth noting that nearly all journalists believe the management of Atletico Madrid has erred gravely in appointing an individual devoid of any coaching experience to helm such a prestigious club. What is Atletico Madrid? In terms of league championships, they stand as the 3rd most formidable team in Spain. While clubs like Valencia and La Coru may have momentarily contended with the giants of Real Madrid and FC Barcelona at the turn of the century, Atletico Madrid remains the most traditional powerhouse in Spain, following the two. Such a team, even in the unfortunate event of the head coach's sudden injury and subsequent departure, could patiently seek out a reasonably reputable successor. Yet, they hastily opted for a completely inexperienced individual, the unremarkable Wei Xiongmao. Such matters can only be attributed to the management of Atletico Madrid, who, once again, seem to have lost their senses. It appears that confusion is a prevailing tendency within the club's hierarchy, a trait that has persisted since the era of the Venerable Hill. When results falter, they are quick to ridicule. In this match, our performance was indeed lacking. However, it was primarily a matter of fortune. The opposing team's 3 goals were all tinged with an element of luck, while our counterattacks were thwarted by the remarkable displays of their goalkeeper. Thus, despite the 3-goal deficit, there is no need for undue concern. Aside from taking full responsibility in the press conference, the coach, Wei Xiongmao, similarly assumes accountability on the training ground, alleviating the pressure on the players. This approach has indeed brought joy to the players, for no one wishes to follow a leader devoid of responsibility. When the coach is willing to shoulder the burdens, the players experience a reduction in pressure and are more inclined to exert themselves. On the surface, we currently hold a 4-point lead over the relegation zone, rendering our situation in the league relatively safe for the moment. Aiming for the Copa del Rey, which appears to be more accessible in pursuit of a trophy, seems advantageous. However, I hold a different perspective. The significance of the Copa del Rey title pales in comparison to securing a top 4 finish, which would grant us eligibility for the Champions League next season. Presently, the gap between us and the top 4 stands at 13 points, with 22 league matches remaining, leaving ample room for miraculous achievements. A cup victory, while not entirely inconsequential, cannot be deemed important in light of our goal to adjust our form and conserve energy. I must confess, the magnitude of our defeat in this match was unexpected. However, this loss will undoubtedly yield greater benefits for us. Sensing a subtle shift in the players' mentality, Coach Wei promptly seized the opportunity to invigorate their spirits. Over the following 2 days, he focused on tactical training. The strategies employed by Coach Wei were not overly complex, relying fundamentally on extensive movement. Through relentless running and precise passing, we aimed to dismantle the opponent's defense. The players of Atletico possess the ability to execute such plays. Their passing skills are commendable. As their fitness improves, the spaces created through movement become more abundant, facilitating smoother passes. As the sole forward, Fran is not a traditional center forward. Rather, he frequently drops back to receive the ball, completing attacks through long-range shots and passes. This scenario allows the midfielders behind him to make continuous forward runs, executing attacks with minimal interference. In essence, this tactic revolves around constant positional interchange, leaving defenders bewildered and creating more space for shots on goal. Although we have only trained for 2 days, all Atletico players have begun to sense that this attacking style, once perfected, is not only aesthetically pleasing but also yields numerous goals. While such an offensive strategy may weaken our defense, their current running capabilities will significantly enhance our defensive efforts. Ultimately, we can always compensate for any defensive shortcomings with an abundance of goals. Atletico's opponent in the 17th round will be Valladolid. This is not a formidable team. One might even classify it as a relegation contender. Currently, they trail Atletico Madrid by a single point. However, it is noteworthy that even last season, during Atletico's best form when they secured the 4th position, they suffered a double defeat at the hands of Valladolid. From this perspective, Valladolid can be regarded as a nemesis for Atletico. The ability to be a nemesis is not without reason. Valladolid boasts a commendable defense and executes swift counterattacks, embodying the quintessential small team strategy of defending and countering. While they may falter against offensively potent teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona, they find success against Atletico, whose attack, though proficient, does not quite reach the heights of their illustrious rivals, and whose defense is often fraught with issues. If fortune favors them, securing a victory against Atletico through counterattacks would not be surprising. In truth, Atletico has consistently struggled against such teams. For the journalists, there is a fervent hope that Valladolid will strike again, whether by securing a draw or even triumphing over Atletico, as this would jeopardize the recently acquired prestige of their coach, who has just garnered acclaim through a remarkable comeback against Sevilla. The world of football is indeed merciless. When they triumphed over Sevilla, The coach's reputation among Atletico fans was steadily rising. However, should they fail to win in 2 consecutive matches, that reputation would swiftly dissipate. The reporters do not harbor animosity towards Wei Xiongmao. Rather, their actions provide them with more material to write about. During the pre-match press conference, a journalist from Marca, who is known for his pro-Real Madrid stance, asked a question with ulterior motives. Just 3 days ago, you suffered a defeat against the second-tier team, Villarva, and now you are in another away match. Do you feel confident about securing a victory in this game? He inquired, microphone in hand. I have confidence in winning any match, yet we all understand that football is unpredictable, Wei Xiongmao responded, seemingly lacking conviction. However, when you lost to Villarva, you stated that the defeat was a means to perform better in the league thereafter. The journalist pressed on. Wei Xiongmao raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at the reporter. What is your name? He asked. Chapter 16. The beauty of the era. Upon hearing Wei Xiongmao's question, the reporter not only refrained from irritation, but instead felt a surge of delight. In this era, the human heart has become unrecognizable. Even legitimate sports journalists often seek to provoke a certain coach in pursuit of fame, as it is a relatively swift path to recognition. For instance, criticizing a renowned coach to garner resonance is a tactic reserved for seasoned columnists. However, for lesser journalists who must attend press conferences to file their reports, such actions often bear little significance. Should they incur the wrath of a famous coach, leading to a refusal of interviews, they might find themselves deprived of a valuable source of information. Yet, offending a coach of negligible reputation and background, such as Wei Xiongmao, bears little consequence. It is quite possible that within a few matches he may find himself dismissed, disappearing from the realm of professional football altogether. Such occurrences are rather commonplace. Thus, the journalist promptly revealed his identity. I am Juan Sanchez, a reporter for Marca. Wei Xiongmao nodded in acknowledgement, stating, Marca is a prestigious newspaper. I have greatly admired many of its reports. However, even the most esteemed publications are not immune to having journalists of questionable caliber. Are you implying that I am one of those? Juan Sanchez, undeterred, retorted with a question of his own. Indeed, for anyone with even a modicum of discernment, it is evident that our performance during the week was subpar. Despite our physical shortcomings, our young players exhibited commendable skill. While a 3-goal defeat appears disheartening, the reality is that we were not as far behind as it may seem. After a few days of adjustments, our form has improved significantly, and I am confident of securing victory in this match. My earlier comments were merely a gesture of respect for the opposing team. However, do you now assert that I am incapable of leading our team to victory? No. I merely pointed out the contradiction between your recent statements and those made after the last match, Sanchez retorted, his logic unassailable. Those were merely platitudes intended to protect the player's dignity after a loss. Is this your first time as a journalist? Have you never encountered such rhetoric? Wei Xiongmao inquired. Sanchez found himself momentarily speechless. The notion of maintaining morale after a defeat is a well-known practice that he had overlooked. It became evident why some individuals, despite their age, remain mere junior journalists. Without reflection on one's approach, writing endlessly would yield little fruit. Wei Xiongmao glanced at Sanchez's thinning hair and sighed. Mr. Wei, please be mindful of your words, Sanchez interjected, visibly agitated. I did not direct my comments at you. Why are you so flustered? Wei Xiongmao responded. Sanchez's earlier calmness evaporated, replaced by indignation. With a few pointed remarks, Wei Xiongmao had bested this sudden adversary, and he found no desire to prolong the exchange. If there are no further questions, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I will approach this match with unwavering confidence, and you may convey this to the Atletico Madrid fans. They yearn for a resounding victory, and I am here to fulfill that mission. Is this also platitude? A journalist inquired loudly. Indeed, it is. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Later that evening, he was summoned to the room of the club president, Cerezo. Mr. President, did you require my presence? Wei Xiongmao asked. Cerezo regarded him with a slight headache. This Chinese coach had initiated a remarkable turnaround upon his arrival, leading him to believe that fortune had favored him in discovering such an unknown talent. Yet, the subsequent 3-goal defeat to a lower-tier team was troubling. Juan Sanchez has filed a complaint against you. Cerezo inquired. Who is that? Wei Xiongmao appeared utterly bewildered. Cerezo stared at him in disbelief. Had he already forgotten the scolding he had delivered earlier that day? He had to remind Wei Xiongmao of the journalist from the press conference. Oh, Wei Xiongmao suddenly recalled. What did he say to me? He accused you of insulting him during the press conference and sent a letter to our club through his lawyer. I've tasked our legal department to handle it. I brought you here merely to advise you to exercise caution in the future, Cerezo replied with a hint of exasperation. Thank you, boss, but I can manage such matters myself in the future. Although I lack a law degree, my understanding of the law surpasses that of many attorneys. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Your demeanor is rather frivolous. We are Atletico Madrid, a prestigious club. As the head coach, do not bring trouble upon the club. Cerezo could no longer contain his frustration. Rest assured, I shall be more prudent henceforth, Wei Xiongmao reassured him, patting his chest. Cerezo shot Wei Xiongmao a stern glance. If not for my daughter's approval of your appointment, I would have dealt with you more harshly for this trivial matter. It wouldn't be fair to her. We must secure a victory in tomorrow's match, he concluded. Fear not, the players are in excellent form. We are destined to win this match, Wei Xiongmao confidently asserted. Though he was cautious in public, he had no qualms about boasting before the chairman. The Zha Shu Stadium was modest, accommodating only 26,000 spectators. Valladolid was not a formidable team, currently perilously close to the relegation zone. However, facing Atletico Madrid at home, their fans were filled with hope for victory. Last season's double triumph over Atletico had bolstered their confidence significantly. The connection between Valladolid and Atletico was notable. Atletico's primary goalkeeper, Arsenio, had risen to prominence at Valladolid. Although his performance since transferring was not particularly remarkable, it was satisfactory. Furthermore, Valladolid boasted a young forward who was a product of Atletico's youth academy. Is that tall player Diego Costa, whom we loaned to them? Wei Xiongmao inquired, observing a towering forward on the opposing team. Indeed, but it was not a loan. It was a transfer, albeit with a buyback clause, Domingo clarified. Wei Xiongmao nodded, acknowledging that such situations were common. Atletico, being a prominent club, often left young talents without opportunities. This match would serve as an opportunity to assess the opponent, he contemplated, although the forward, Diego Costa, had a rather unremarkable appearance. His imposing physique aligned with Wei Xiongmao's preferences. Unbeknownst to the striking beauty, the newly appointed head coach of Atletico Madrid held him in high regard. However, he understood that performing well against his former club might very well alter the course of his destiny. Chapter 17. Costa and De Gea. When the sharp whistle of the referee pierced the air, Diego Costa found himself momentarily taken aback. Observing Arsenio writhing in agony before him, Costa felt a pang of misfortune. It was merely the 5th minute of the match, and in a mere attempt to seize a corner, he had inadvertently injured Arsenio. It was one thing to injure another, but Costa knew it was unintentional. After all, misfortune does befall players in the game. Yet, the fact remained that he had injured Arsenio. Arsenio was perhaps the most promising talent to emerge from Valladolid in recent years. Even after his transfer to Atletico, many Valladolid fans still held him in high regard. Atletico retained the right to repurchase him, and now, as he was currently playing for Valladolid, he found himself at odds with both sides. Was there still a future for him? In his heart, the handsome Costa lamented his ill fortune. At that moment, he hazily noticed the new head coach of Atletico, dressed in a windbreaker, rushing onto the field alongside the team doctor. The windbreaker flapped dramatically in the breeze as he sprinted, and the Valladolid fans marveled at the sight. It took a certain prowess to create such an effect while running. After assessing Arsenio and realizing his injury was genuine rather than feigned, the coach sighed. Although Arsenio's previous performance had not been particularly remarkable, he had been stable, an increasingly rare quality in a goalkeeper. Should he be injured, the subsequent match results would be difficult to assure. The coach then turned his attention to Diego Costa, who stood nearby, somewhat at a loss. With a sigh, the coach placed a reassuring hand on Costa's shoulder. Startled, Costa recoiled slightly, gazing at the coach with apprehension. What are you looking at? I'm not here to hold you accountable. I saw your attempt. It was clean. The collision with Sergio was merely shoulder to shoulder. His injury resulted from a fall, which was beyond your control, the coach reassured him. Only then did Costa relax. How is Sergio? After comforting Costa, the coach lowered his gaze to inquire of the team doctor. The situation is not good. It appears serious. Let us hope for the best outcome, but you may need to seek a new goalkeeper, the doctor replied quietly, careful that Arsenio did not overhear. Damn it, the coach muttered under his breath, bending down to pat Arsenio. Sergio, take a moment to rest. Don't overthink it, you'll be all right. Upon uttering these words, he dashed off the field. The goalkeeper position at Atletico Madrid finds itself in a rather delicate predicament this season. Last season's primary goalkeeper, Franco, along with the backup, has departed, and following the acquisition of the prodigious young talent, Asenjo, it seems that ATL Tico need not worry about their goalkeeper for the next decade. Consequently, little preparation has been made for the backup position. The 24-year-old goalkeeper, Roberto, possesses only mediocre skills, while the third-choice goalkeeper is a seasoned veteran. Both have been in poor form and were omitted from the substitute list by coach Wei Xiongmao. Currently, the only goalkeeper on the bench is a youthful David De Gea, who is still under 20. Nevertheless, during the past couple of training sessions, coach Wei Xiongmao has observed that despite the young goalkeeper's towering stature, he exhibits remarkable agility and commendable goalkeeping techniques. Initially, he contemplated loaning him out to avoid hindering his development, as he is merely a year younger than Asenjo, and lacking match experience would be a great waste. However, it seems he must now rely on him. David, step onto the field, relax, and do not be anxious. Do you understand? Coach Wei Xiongmao gently patted De Gea's shoulder. De Gea, feeling somewhat apprehensive, nodded in response. He had previously played in the second team, and now finds himself in this sudden predicament. This aspect bears a striking resemblance to Kirk's psychological journey, albeit with a more theatrical flair. It is important to note that even if he were to join the first team, he would merely be the fourth goalkeeper. However, the second and third goalkeepers are largely present as mere placeholders. Now, with the first-choice goalkeeper injured, it is his time to shine as the fourth goalkeeper. A new goalkeeper indeed. It appears I must seize the opportunity to score. At this moment, Costa, having emerged from the shadows, contemplated within himself. He felt a profound gratitude towards Wei Xiongmao for his earlier encouragement, which had spared him from the predicament of being caught between two opposing forces. However, the only way he could repay Wei Xiongmao was through a superior performance on the field. If only Wei Xiongmao knew the thoughts swirling in Costa's mind. Otherwise, there would surely be a statement that would leave one wondering whether it should be spoken or left unsaid. As the match resumed, the initial 5 minutes saw Atletico Madrid dominating the offensive. In this encounter, Wei Xiongmao had made slight adjustments to the lineup, with Coke starting in place of Thiago, occupying a deeper playmaking role, allowing Garcia to take advantage of the space beside him, while Jurado roamed the front line to provide support. Assigning such a critical role to a young midfielder seemed somewhat illogical, and even Coke himself felt a tinge of unease about it. During the first 5 minutes, he made several passes, but unfortunately, Asenjo sustained an injury and had to leave the field, leading to a sudden surge in Valladolid's momentum. It is a universal truth that everyone delights in kicking a fallen opponent when they are down. Consequently, Atletico's defenders had to focus more intently on their defensive duties to shield the newly substituted goalkeeper from undue pressure. Following a series of swift passes in midfield, Valladolid quickly delivered the ball to the flanks, landing it at Costa's feet. As he received the ball, he faced the approaching defender Lopez and, with a sudden lateral movement, he forcefully surged forward. While Costa's footwork was not particularly dazzling, coupled with his imposing height of 1.88 meters and robust physique, this maneuver caught even the seasoned Lopez off guard. Indeed, even without gaining the upper hand, it remained a daunting task for the slightly over 1.70 meter tall Lopez to thwart the powerful advance of such a formidable opponent. Following his lateral breakthrough, before Garcia could intervene, Costa seized the moment to unleash a shot from the edge of the penalty area. The quality of this strike is remarkable. Costa has always approached his shots with unwavering confidence. The ball soared into the sky before plummeting rapidly, sailing past Wifalusi, who attempted to block it with his body, and heading straight for the lower left corner of the goal. Costa's shot was particularly cunning, exploiting the fact that De Gea had just entered the field and is, after all, a tall goalkeeper who typically reacts more slowly to ground balls. Nevertheless, De Gea executed a stunning save. He quickly discerned the ball's true landing point and lunged towards it, stretching out his arm as the ball was about to enter the net. Feeling he had made contact with the ball, he exerted force with his palm, deflecting it out of bounds. Chapter 18. The Art of Shooting. What a spectacular shot, and an equally remarkable save. The 20-year-old De Gea thwarted the brilliant attempt of the 22-year-old Costa. Unexpectedly, after Arsenjo's injury, the relatively unknown young goalkeeper De Gea stepped in and showcased such an impressive performance. Atletico Madrid was indeed fortunate. Costa's shot was undeniably exquisite. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a goal. Yet, De Gea's save shone even brighter. Sometimes, a brilliant save can ignite a tremendous fighting spirit within the players. Launch the attack. Let them know our strength. Captain Lopez shouted loudly, breaking his usual low-key demeanor in the locker room. In response, The Atletico Madrid players rallied with enthusiasm. The corner taken by Valladolid was headed away by Wifalusi, landing at the feet of the retreating Gelato. As Gelato received the ball, he was closely pressured by Valladolid's midfielders, forcing him to turn. Just as he contemplated a forced turn, Coke sprinted in from the penalty area to offer support. Gelato passed the ball back, and Coke, instead of stopping it, executed a deft diagonal pass that landed perfectly at the feet of Reyes, who was drifting into the right flank. What a splendid display of insight. Reyes now had space to maneuver. Amidst the commentators' excitement, Reyes began to advance along the wing, finding himself with ample room. Although his speed was not particularly exceptional, the situation allowed him to swiftly navigate through midfield. It was only when he neared the 30-meter mark that Reyes halted under the challenge of an opposing defender, pivoted, and passed the ball to the advancing Barella before making his own run towards the flank. As Barella returned the ball to him, Reyes executed a magnificent touch to evade the approaching defender, accelerating past him and driving straight into the penalty area. Inside the penalty area, the Valladolid defender was compelled to adjust his position to thwart Reyes, who forcefully made his way to the byline once more, subsequently delivering the ball towards the center of the box. Following closely, Fran attempted to strike, but inadvertently let the ball slip past him as the Valladolid defender desperately tried to block the attempt. Unmarked at the back post, Gerardo seized the opportunity, meeting the rolling ball with ease and sending it into the Valladolid net. This splendid counterattack, marked by a series of precise passes, saw Gerardo effectively score into an open goal. His relentless pursuit culminated in this pivotal moment. After passing the ball to Coke, he surged forward, covering an impressive distance of over 70 meters from his own penalty area to the opponents, completing the run in mere seconds, a feat seldom witnessed from the Gerardo of yesteryear. The commentator exuberantly noted that Gerardo has long been recognized as a notable attacking midfielder in La Liga, possessing exceptional technical skills and a robust capability for forward runs. Yet his endurance has typically been average. Such a long-distance follow-up resulting in a goal was indeed a rarity for the former Gerardo. He was acutely aware that this transformation was closely tied to the physical training regimen under coach Wei Xiongmao. Although the training camp lasted only 6 brief days, his stamina and ability for long-distance running had significantly improved. Hence, following his goal, he swiftly sprinted towards the coaching bench, eager to embrace Wei Xiongmao. However, it was the coach who exhibited even greater enthusiasm. Upon witnessing Gerardo's goal, he opened his arms and dashed to the sidelines to greet him, sharing a heartfelt embrace. Coach Xiongmao truly embodied passion. Despite having only managed a handful of matches, he celebrated each goal with wild exuberance, as if he were a player himself. At just 28, his vitality was commendable. One commentator humorously remarked on Xiongmao's exuberance, eliciting laughter from the Atletico Madrid fans, who found joy in having an impassioned coach, provided, of course, that victories continued to grace their path. With arms crossed, Costa observed the jubilant celebration alongside the players and felt a twinge of envy. Such a passionate head coach should be rather easy to get along with, shouldn't he? In the ensuing moments, Costa began to actively seek opportunities to score. His individual skills were commendable. Whenever he received the ball in advanced positions, he was adept at creating space for a shot, leaving seasoned defenders like Juanito and Wifru unable to cope effectively. That forward is performing splendidly. He is indeed a proficient marksman. When Costa maneuvered into a shooting angle only to send the ball slightly over the bar, Wei Xiongmao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He had transferred to Valladolid prior to the start of this season, but we possess a buyback clause, Domingo remarked. Is that so? It would be wise to keep a close watch. If he can make further progress this season, we could certainly consider bringing him back next season, Wei Xiongmao mused thoughtfully. Currently, he is exceptionally lively, Domingo interjected. His form today is impressive. However, it will also draw Valladolid's offensive focus onto him. This poses no concern for us, as our overall attacking prowess far surpasses theirs. Should they choose to press forward, it would be tantamount to inviting disaster, Wei Xiongmao asserted nonchalantly. Domingo paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. Atletico was defeated by Valladolid twice last season, not due to Valladolid's exceptionalism, but rather because they employed a counterattacking strategy, coupled with a stroke of luck. Now that they find themselves trailing, should they commit to an offensive strategy, Atletico would relish the opportunity to counterattack. As expected, after Valladolid pressed for a while, Atletico capitalized on a brilliant counter to extend their lead. Costa seized the ball and attempted a forceful breakthrough, But Garcia, who had been lying in wait, emerged from the side and intercepted the ball with a well-timed challenge. Following the interception in midfield, Garcia delivered a precise through ball to Fran, who retreated to collect it and then bulldozed through the opposing defender's challenge. Upon entering the penalty area, he suddenly unleashed a strike. The Uruguayan's shot exhibited remarkable quality as the ball soared into the corner of the net, evading the goalkeeper's desperate dive. After scoring, Fran spread his arms wide and dashed forward, pursued by his Atletico teammates. Costa looked on with a sense of resignation at Fran's celebration. The goal demonstrated Fran's seasoned shooting technique. His initial breakthrough created the angle for the shot, and the subsequent strike was so precise, finding its way into the net's corner. Costa realized he still had much to learn in terms of such accuracy in motion. I too shall achieve this. In his mind, Costa pondered. Chapter 19, What is a striker? Ambitiously seeking to excel in the forthcoming match. Costa was substituted during halftime. The coach's reasoning was quite straightforward. He had taken too many shots in the first half, monopolizing offensive opportunities without scoring, and instead had allowed an opponent to intercept and counterattack for their second goal. Thus, a tactical shift was imperative for the second half. Costa could only wipe his sweat in frustration on the sidelines, acknowledging that luck had not favored him in this match. For Valladolid, this substitution did not herald any significant transformation. Although their offense began to diversify somewhat, the opportunities they created were minimal, stifled by the incessant movement and interceptions of the Atletico players, while their own defensive frailties continued to multiply. Within 15 minutes of the second half, the recently resurgent Reyes netted Atletico's third goal. Fran received the ball outside the box, feigned a long-range shot, and instead passed it to the advancing Reyes, who struck it with precision, the ball gliding low into the far corner. Atletico led by 3 goals away from home. It seemed certain that Atletico would secure victory in this match. Merely 3 days had passed, yet their performance appeared remarkably robust, characterized by vigorous movement and seamless cooperation. Clearly, Coach Wei Xiongmao had not misrepresented the team's condition. The prior training camp had merely drained their physical reserves, and their focus had now shifted to the league. It was apparent that a win was imminent, with Coach Wei Xiongmao on the cusp of achieving 2 consecutive league victories since taking charge. Typically, a coaching change yields improved team performance, but the transformation under Wei Xiongmao was exceptionally pronounced. The commentator marveled at the stark contrast. Despite extensive rotations in the midweek cup match, Atletico's form in this game was remarkably superior. Coach Wei Xiongmao began to make substitutions. It must be noted that in recent matches, the young prospect coach had been granted numerous opportunities. His movement and ability to distribute the ball from the back were commendable. Although still somewhat inexperienced, his future looked promising. Another player rejuvenated under his guidance was Reyes, who appeared to be on the decline, but had remarkably secured 2 goals and 2 assists in these 2 matches, exhibiting outstanding performance. However, this raised a dilemma. How would he manage the appearances of these players once Agüero returned? Agüero replaced Reyes. Standing on the sidelines, Agüero awaited Reyes' exit. For the young Argentine, he felt no threat to his starting position as, strictly speaking, his attributes differed entirely from those of Reyes. Reyes could operate in midfield, orchestrating plays and making breakthroughs, while he was a true striker. After exchanging embraces with Reyes, Agüero watched as Reyes returned to the bench. Well done, take a good rest, Wei Xiongmao said to Reyes. Reyes nodded, feeling an immense satisfaction with his performance. He sensed that he had regained the vigor of his youth, capable of breaking through defenses, dribbling past opponents, delivering precise passes, and executing powerful shots with remarkable finesse. As long as he maintained his physical fitness and the tactical coordination was appropriate, he believed he could accomplish anything. Rest assured, you and he are not of the same ilk. I will utilize both of you effectively. Wei Xiongmao patted Reyes on the shoulder. Reyes nodded, harboring no doubts about this assertion. Upon Agüero's entrance onto the field, he did not rush into an offensive onslaught, for he had been recuperating from an injury for nearly a month. Although his physical condition had improved, he still needed to reacquaint himself with the rhythm of the game. Despite being just shy of 22 years of age, he had already established himself as a renowned player. This season marked his 4th with Atletico Madrid. Aside from requiring some time to acclimate during his inaugural season in La Liga, he had netted 19 and 17 league goals in the subsequent 2 seasons, showcasing his prowess as a top-tier striker. Such a talent is not easily overshadowed. In comparison to Fran, his technical skills are more comprehensive when juxtaposed with Reyes. His scoring ability is notably more precise. He epitomizes the modern forward. After being substituted onto the field, he took several minutes to reacquaint himself with the game. And just before the final whistle, he received a cross from Lopez, capitalizing on the moment to shoot before the opposing defender could intervene, thus securing the fourth goal for Atletico Madrid. Agüero's strike left the bench, particularly Costa, in awe. Though Agüero shares the same birth year as Costa, being merely 4 months his senior, he had already garnered significant acclaim. While Costa had previously felt a tinge of rivalry, it is now evident that despite Agüero's shorter stature and lesser physical strength, he surpasses Costa in both shooting and positioning prowess. If Costa aspires to return to Atletico, he must recognize that both of the club's principal forwards, renowned for their exceptional scoring abilities, each possess qualities worthy of emulation. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within Costa. He is not of a tender age, and if he fails to perform commendably, his tenure in La Liga may be in jeopardy. Surely, our club must have scouts dedicated to tracking these lone players and those with potential for repurchase. Capturing more footage of their matches to share with me, he remarked to Domingo while celebrating with open arms. Certainly, Domingo replied, albeit puzzled by Wei Xiongmao's interest in this forward. With a resounding score of 4-0, Atletico Madrid decisively triumphed over Valladolid away from home. Unlike the previous match, which appeared somewhat fortuitous, this victory was indisputable, with 2 goals scored in each half, contributions from attacking midfielders and both leading forwards, and Agüero, who came off the bench to net a goal. Following Asenjo's injury, De Gea, called upon in a moment of crisis, stood firm to protect the goal. One might argue that this reflects Wei Xiongmao's good fortune. However, it is indeed a remarkable trait for anyone to consistently enjoy such luck. When Wei Xiongmao appeared alongside Fran and Agüero at the press conference, the attending journalists were momentarily taken aback. Ladies and gentlemen, do not hesitate to praise me. As an exceptional coach, I am deserving of commendation, he chuckled as he took his seat. Fran and Agüero could not help but laugh. Having encountered numerous coaches, they found this new arrival's antics at press conferences to be rather amusing, often provoking the journalists. Many coaches harbor disdain for reporters, yet they must engage with them due to the immense pressure inherent in their profession. Any malicious intent from the media can exacerbate that stress. However, Wei Xiongmao appeared entirely unfazed by such concerns. Previously, a journalist expressed a desire to observe the results of my training. Now he has witnessed it firsthand. The effects of our training sessions are evident. Today, we achieved a resounding victory, and as opportunities arise, we shall continue to prevail. At present, the season has not yet reached its halfway point, and Atletico Madrid still has the opportunity to pursue some significant honors. Chapter 20. The Art of Promotion. The press conference became a solo performance by Wei Xiongmao. He expressed regret regarding Asenjo's injury, emphasizing that Costa's actions were unintentional. He commended several Atletico players, praising Forel as a remarkable striker, asserting that Agüero possesses greater potential than currently displayed, and recognizing Reyes as an integral part of the team. When it came to the arrangement of these outstanding attackers on the field, he deftly sidestepped the question, asserting that Atletico's issue was not an excess of talented players, but rather a shortage of numbers. Mr. President, you see, such platitudes can be uttered by anyone, Wei Xiongmao remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Isn't it wonderful? Everyone is happy. Erlengzi appeared somewhat perplexed. That makes it rather dull. Football is an engaging sport. The more entertaining we are, the happier the fans become. You see, had I not quarreled with those journalists earlier, they wouldn't be so forthright today. Being a newcomer, they would have taken advantage of my status to generate headlines. The news needs to be sensationalized, and so does our club. This benefits everyone. Wei Xiongmao chuckled heartily. We are a prestigious club, Erlengzi mused, feeling a slight headache. Though well-versed in the art of promotion himself, being the president of Atletico and a film mogul in Spain, he understood that often publicity serves the interests of all involved. However, hearing Wei Xiongmao express such sentiments so candidly left him somewhat troubled. Real Madrid and Barcelona have also engaged in such promotion. Without elaborating on Real Madrid, just look at Barcelona. Before the 1990s, they had merely a couple more league titles than Atletico, and neither had won the Champions League, making their overall honors fairly comparable. Yet, once they secured a championship in the 1990s, they began to propagate the concept of the Dream Team, effectively distancing themselves from us. Although their success laid the foundation for this, it was the elevation of public discourse that allowed them to be perceived as rivals to Real Madrid. Essenche paused. From this perspective, Barcelona's success, particularly in the last 2 decades, cannot be dismissed. I do not deny that, Wei Xiongmao replied. However, if Atletico does not cultivate a strong club image, regardless of whether we win several league titles or even the Champions League, who will regard us as a top-tier team? Wei Xiongmao chuckled. You make a valid point. Very well. I shall not constrain your methods moving forward. However, be forewarned. Should you attract legal troubles, the club will not shield you. Essenche issued a warning. Wei Xiongmao shrugged. Mr. President, you need not worry. After conversing with Cerezo, Wei Xiongmao felt a sense of relief. It appears that the management of Atletico Madrid exhibits a considerable degree of tolerance, especially given that he has led the team to consecutive victories in the league since his appointment. True to his character, Wei Xiongmao harbors a desire to remain low-key, for he is a man shrouded in secrets. However, since breaking free from the endless cycle of demands necessitates interrupting all remarkable progress, he finds himself compelled to act. For the matches he participates in, he must strive to avert defeat. To achieve this, he must command the respect and allegiance of all team members, thereby enabling the team to reach its fullest potential. Thus, he is obliged to adopt a more visible presence, consistently emphasizing his own excellence while instilling confidence in his players. Failing to do so would render it impossible to contend with Barcelona and Real Madrid this season. Following their 2 consecutive victories, Atletico now holds a 6-point cushion above the relegation zone, having extricated themselves from their previous plight. Nonetheless, posing a genuine threat to Real Madrid and Barcelona remains a distant goal. Currently, their points tally stands at 20, while Barcelona boasts 43 and Real Madrid 41, amounts that exceed theirs by more than double. This is the tale of Real Madrid and Barcelona this year, fiercely vying for points with relentless intensity. After 17 rounds of matches, they have both secured 13 victories. However, Barcelona remains unbeaten, while Real Madrid has suffered 2 defeats, resulting in a 2-point deficit behind Barcelona. The 2 teams are gradually emerging as the most formidable forces in the world. To compete with such teams, Wei Xiongmao still has a long and arduous journey ahead. However, upon returning to Madrid, Wei Xiongmao received 2 pieces of delightful news. Rodriguez has signed with Liverpool, who paid a release clause of €1.5 million for a contract that was set to expire in just 6 months. Simultaneously, Pongler has transferred to Sporting Lisbon for a fee of €6.5 million. Gloria indicated that these €8 million could be utilized in the winter transfer window, and the club might even provide additional funds to bolster Wei Xiongmao's strength. This Gloria, had she not witnessed my commendable performance as a coach, would she have considered such an investment? Wei Xiongmao inwardly criticized Atletico Madrid's financial director, but upon reflection, it is quite understandable. In the past few seasons, Atletico Madrid's annual expenditure has hovered around 70 to 80 million euros, which has imposed significant fiscal pressure on the club. Since Gloria's appointment, her primary objective has been to achieve a more balanced financial expenditure. UEFA has long been advocating for adherence to financial fair play principles, mandating that clubs must spend within their means. Although the exact implementation timeline remains uncertain, it is evident that the previous practice of operating under substantial debt is no longer permissible. Thus, Gloria has taken office to proactively reform Atletico's wage structure. During this summer transfer season, Atletico Madrid invested a mere €8 million in the transfer market, a figure that represents only 1/10 of the previous season's expenditure. This has been perceived as a pivotal factor in Aguirre's departure and frustration. Since the appointment of Wei Xiongmao, Gloria has refrained from mentioning any potential transfer fees for the winter window. The absence of transfer funds signifies a lack of confidence from the management in the coach's capabilities, as recruitment decisions typically rest with the coach. Should the coach's position be unstable, any acquisitions made might ultimately be squandered, as it is rare for a subsequent coach to utilize players brought in under a predecessor's directive. The current willingness to allocate funds suggests that the club intends to offer some support, especially considering the departure of a key midfielder and a substitute forward. Failing to replenish the squad would be rather unreasonable. A minimum of 8 million is likely, with Wei Xiongmao possibly having a maximum budget of just over 10 million for transfers in the winter window. While this sum may be insufficient to secure high-profile players, it could suffice to address some deficiencies within the squad. A careful assessment is necessary to determine how best to reinforce the team. In his mind, Wei Xiongmao pondered the situation. Chapter 21. I want this person. Wei Xiongmao felt a mix of satisfaction and dissatisfaction with the current lineup of Atletico Madrid. In terms of numbers, the team was adequately staffed, boasting 25 players available for his use, including 4 promoted from the reserve team. While the departure of an attacking midfielder and a forward led some to believe that Atletico needed reinforcements in attack, Wei Xiongmao perceived no shortage of personnel in these positions. Both Fran and Agüero were exceptional forwards, and with Reyes regaining form, he could serve as a valuable addition. Whether partnering with either of the aforementioned players or providing firepower off the bench, Reyes was more than capable. Additionally, the young Borja could serve as both a substitute and a wild card, ensuring sufficient attacking options. Although the left-wing position appeared to have only Simon left following Reyes' shift to forward, Wei Xiongmao did not intend to employ a dual-wing strategy. One winger sufficed. And the young Keiko also filled the role, making 2 wingers adequate. In the midfield, despite only having Hilaro as the sole attacking midfielder, Reyes, Keiko, and even Simon could effectively occupy this position. Garcia, Koch, Thiago, and Asuncel were commendable defensive midfielders, with Asuncel being the least favored in Wei Xiongmao's eyes, as his proficiency was primarily limited to set pieces. Nevertheless, the other 3 provided ample rotation, and Koch required playing time for development. Conversely, the defense, which seemed not to lack personnel, required substantial reinforcement. Currently, the primary fullbacks for Atletico were Barella and the captain, Lopez, with Pablo serving as the right-back substitute. Once a remarkable fullback, Pablo's performance had waned significantly following a severe injury, and given his age, he could only serve as a backup. However, Barella remained a reliable right-back. The substitute left-back, Domingos, was gradually being transformed into a center-back under Wei Xiongmao's guidance. While the flanks did not currently appear to be lacking, the center-back position was proving to be a challenge. Juanito was a dependable center-back, yet at 34 years old, his form was declining. The Czech center-back, Wifelisi, though currently in his prime and well-regarded, was also experiencing a gradual dip in performance. These 2, far from elite, and even only second-rate, constituted Atletico's main center-back partnership due to a lack of more reliable options. Domingos showed promise, but required time for development, while another Colombian center-back, Pereira, was of mediocre ability. The numerous goals conceded by Atletico in the first half of the season were significantly tied to the average quality of their center-backs. However, this had long been a persistent issue for Atletico, whose defenders had never been particularly outstanding. Even with a budget of $10 million, acquiring a top-tier center-back seemed unlikely. One could only hope for a suitable candidate. In his heart, Wei Xiongmao contemplated that in the league, victories could be secured solely through an offensive strategy, scoring plentiful goals. However, if he aspired to achieve commendable results in the UEFA Europa League and the King's Cup, fortifying the defense became an imperative. The depletion of his precious stamina points weighed heavily upon him as he gazed at the system store, where he had accumulated 1,000 stamina points over the past days. Tears welling in his eyes. Beyond buffs, the system store offered the assistance of scouts, albeit under stringent conditions. The more specific the requirements one wished to impose, the greater the stamina points required. With the 1,000 stamina points he had gathered, Wei Xiongmao could only afford to set 3 conditions: a center-back, exceptional in defense, and modestly priced. Should he wish to include additional stipulations, such as a minimum height or age range, the stamina cost would escalate exponentially. Naturally, Wei Xiongmao could opt to request merely a center-back, which would necessitate only 100 stamina points. Yet, there remained the uncertainty of whether the recommendation would be for a player he could not afford or one with mediocre abilities. If he simply sought a player noted for defensive prowess, he might inadvertently receive a recommendation for a defensive forward. Thus, the higher price often justified itself. The more expensive options were generally superior to the cheaper alternatives. After reluctantly investing his hard-earned 1,000 stamina points, the system presented him with a commendable candidate, João Miranda, a 25-year-old center-back standing at 6 feet 1 inch, hailing from Brazil. He had previously celebrated a victory with the Brazilian national team at last year's Confederations Cup and had secured 2 Campeonato Brasileiro Série A titles with São Paulo. Despite his career in the Brazilian league, his performances as a center-back had consistently been commendable. The reason this promising defender remained in Brazil was often attributed to the questionable defensive standards of the league. While the attacking talents were indeed formidable, the quality of the defenders was less certain. Given the system's assurance of João Miranda's defensive capabilities, Wei Xiongmao felt confident in his selection after watching a couple of recent international matches featuring him. He then sought out Gloria, Mr. Wei, you arrived just in time. Our scouting department has recommended a young winger. I wonder if you might be interested, Gloria remarked with a smile. Clearly, Wei Xiongmao's recent victories had brought pride to Gloria, who had agreed to let him manage. Miss Gloria, I currently do not require a winger. We already possess excellent options in that position. Furthermore, attacking players are often quite expensive. I believe our priority should be to bolster our center-back position, Wei Xiongmao replied, not even glancing at the player Gloria had suggested. This left Gloria momentarily stunned. Aren't we in need of attackers? She inquired. No, in fact, what we lack are defensive players, particularly central defenders. At present, I'm not satisfied with any of the existing central defenders. Therefore, I hope to acquire this defender, Miranda, a 25-year-old Brazilian international currently playing for São Paulo. He is a seasoned player, ready for immediate deployment, and his transfer fee is quite reasonable. I estimate it will not exceed 5 million, said Wei Xiongmao. His confident demeanor prompted Gloria to nod in agreement. It sounds like a commendable choice, but what about a young South American winger? Do you truly not require one? A winger? I have no need for one. A young South American winger is even less desirable. Youth often equates to inconsistency. A young winger from South America would require time to acclimate to La Liga, which I cannot afford. I would prefer to promote Coke from the second team. As he is already familiar with the style of La Liga, Wei Xiongmao replied. I had expected you to be a bit more courteous, Gloria sighed. My improved performance will only serve to validate your original choice, he retorted. With a playful grin, Wei Xiongmao elicited a chuckle from Gloria, who attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, but ultimately succumbed to laughter. Chapter 22. A rare opportunity. Once Wei Xiongmao departed, Gloria set her plans into motion. However, her role was merely to provide the funds, while the acquisition of personnel was the responsibility of the technical director. Swiftly, Amaluta began to take action. This technical director was, in fact, affiliated with Cerezo, which expedited Gloria's directives. For São Paulo, there were no players deemed untouchable. Of course, Brazilian clubs now possessed greater financial resources, unlike in the past when a few million could secure the finest young attackers. Yet, this primarily applied to offensive players rather than defenders. In Brazil, attacking players, especially the young talents, have always commanded higher value, while defensive players have not garnered the same attention. Moreover, although Miranda was a Brazilian international, Brazil produced numerous national team players annually. Thus, the title bore less significance, especially considering he was already 25 years old. His capabilities had been sufficiently demonstrated, and he lacked the imposing presence of a player like Thiago Silva, who immediately radiated strength as a central defender. Adding to the complexity, the Brazilian league was currently in its off-season, and Miranda had a little over a year remaining on his contract. He had no intention of renewing, and even if Atletico Madrid did not express interest, he planned to venture to Europe as a free agent, using Portugal as a stepping stone to secure a more lucrative contract than what was available in Brazil. Despite the newfound wealth of Brazilian clubs, their salary offerings remained modest. Thus, when news reached him that a prominent La Liga club, Atletico Madrid, was keen on acquiring him, Miranda felt little discontent. After all, Atletico was a traditional powerhouse. Although their performance this season had not been stellar, they remained a significant club with a rich heritage. Playing for such an esteemed institution was undoubtedly a boon for Miranda. Initially, São Paulo contemplated negotiating the price, but Atletico Madrid was keen on expediting the process, promptly offering €3 million and informing São Paulo that this was their final offer, emphasizing that they were merely purchasing a defender, not a prodigious forward. São Paulo readily accepted the bid, prompting Gloria to believe she could have negotiated for a lower price. Upon learning that the club had acquiesced to Atletico's offer, Miranda swiftly affixed his signature to the contract. He had initially intended to wait a couple more days before heading to Europe, but Atletico's transfer department staff informed him of the urgency. They hoped he could travel to Madrid promptly, as their head coach was eager to utilize him. Upon hearing this, Miranda felt pleasantly surprised. Although still on vacation, the acknowledgement from his new coach instilled in him a renewed confidence for his impending journey in Europe. Like the majority of Brazilian players, Miranda ventured to Europe at a young age. After making a name for himself at just 20 in Curitiba, he joined Socox in League One. Regrettably, he was not adequately prepared to compete in Europe and returned to Brazil in disappointment. Gradually, he honed his skills at São Paulo. Now, as he embarks on his second journey to Europe, the stakes are high. Failure to succeed this time may confine him to a career in Brazil. Thus, his signing with Atletico Madrid is of utmost significance for him. The transfer was executed with remarkable swiftness, taking merely 3 days. With Miranda's own enthusiasm, his flight landed at Madrid airport in the early hours of January 15th. "Thank you for your efforts. I'm a member of Atletico Madrid staff, here to welcome you," said the attendant. "We have a Copa del Rey match today, so our head coach, Mr. Wei, is unable to greet you in person. He instructed me to ensure that you have a chance to rest. The hotel has been arranged. Please follow me." Observing the courteous reception staff, Miranda felt genuinely valued, which deeply moved him. "Is there a match today?" he inquired on the way to the hotel. "Indeed, it is the Copa del Rey match at our home ground. The game is scheduled for 9 in the evening, so you should rest during the day and enjoy the match later," the staff replied. Miranda nodded. He intended to watch the game, as it was an excellent opportunity to familiarize himself with his new club, though he yearned to participate immediately. He was still on holiday and had not yet adjusted his physical condition. However, gaining insight into his teammates during this process would be beneficial. Miranda placed great importance on this second journey in Europe. After a restful day, Miranda began to seek information regarding the evening's match. Although accustomed to speaking Portuguese, he found the differences between Portuguese and Spanish negligible, allowing him to quickly grasp the nature of the game. Initially indifferent upon hearing it was a Copa del Rey match, knowing well that league and European competitions held greater significance, he was utterly astonished to learn that Atletico had suffered a 3-goal defeat to Almer in the first leg. Is it truly so dire that we lose so badly to a Segunda División team? Is Atletico in such disarray? He pondered. It was no wonder that the coach was eager for him to join the team promptly. Yet, he reflected, as a defender, could he truly salvage the situation? With these thoughts, Miranda began to review Atletico Madrid's current league standings, and upon doing so, she felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, they were far from the relegation zone. Glancing at the results of the last 2 matches, both victories, Miranda felt even more reassured. As she prepared to watch the match on television, Coach Panda was already in the locker room making his final preparations. Although I had previously stated that the Copa del Rey was not of paramount importance, after our previous away defeat by 3 goals, it was imperative to reclaim victory through an aggressive performance at home. In the last match, our stamina was depleted during training, but this time that issue was non-existent. The starting lineup remains unchanged. The same players who started the away match are here, and I have complete faith in your abilities. Coach Panda roared in the locker room. Following the 2 league victories, his stature within the team was gradually solidifying. While Sevilla and Valladolid may not be considered elite teams, one was previously ranked 3rd in the league, and the other had achieved a double victory over Atletico last season. To secure 2 consecutive wins against such opponents was indeed uplifting. In this match, he retained the previous starting lineup and utilized numerous substitutes, further demonstrating his trust in the players. For the young talents like Keiko, Koke, De Gea, and Borja, even if they gave their all on the field, they felt compelled to repay Coach Panda's trust, just as Miranda had contemplated. It is indeed rare for young players to encounter a coach who believes in them and provides opportunities. Chapter 23. The Iron Curtain of Vélez welcome everyone to the second leg of the 5th round of the Copa del Rey. Atletico Madrid faces Vélez at home, following the shocking 3-0 defeat in the first leg. It seems that Atletico can only fight for honor now. The starting lineup, arranged by Coach Panda, appears to reflect this sentiment. Goalkeeper De Gea, right back Pablo, left back P, central defenders Domingo and Pereira, who shifted to the center. And in midfield, the young Koke continues to start, partnered with Brazilian defensive midfielder Suncel, while Keiko and Sim-In occupy the wings, with forwards Agüero and Borja leading the attack. Compared to the first leg, aside for the injured goalkeeper Asenjo being replaced by De Gea, the starting lineup is identical. From this perspective, it seems that Coach Panda wishes to grant these young players more opportunities, although it also suggests that he might be conceding this match. This is understandable, as the upcoming league matches hold greater significance. Following 2 consecutive victories, Atletico still has a chance to challenge for a European spot. And with the latter half of the season featuring Europa League matches, the Copa del Rey pales in comparison. It must be noted that regardless of whether Coach Panda has offended too many people in his brief tenure of half a month, he has undeniably brought a positive influence to Atletico Madrid. The club's youth training has always been commendable, yet those exceptional youth players have often been deprived of opportunities. Indeed, it is understandable, as the management possesses considerable wealth, which enables them to procure superior players in their prime, rather than exhibiting patience in nurturing younger talents. This year, amidst tightened financial constraints, Coach Wei Xiongmao has refrained from complaints and has begun to extensively utilize young players. In this match, he fielded 4 players under the age of 20, De Gea, Koke, Keiko, and Borja. De Gea seized the opportunity presented by Arsenjo's injury and performed commendably in the previous match. Should he maintain this form, he may pose an even greater challenge to Arsenjo. Koke has already established himself as a central figure in Atletico's midfield, with his remarkable stamina and passing abilities giving him an edge in competition with Thiago and his son Cel. Keiko and Borja may have had fewer opportunities, yet there remains much to anticipate from them. Various commentators have begun to assess Coach Wei's starting lineup. Many are eager to find faults or to mock him should Atletico falter, while others have started to endorse his choices, particularly those commentators with a closer affinity to Atletico. Wei's emphasis on youth development and attacking tactics aligns well with their preferences. In fact, Atletico fans are gradually recognizing Wei's commendable efforts. Their expectations are modest. Victories are the hallmark of a good coach, except among supporters of Real Madrid and Barcelona. However, this trust is not yet firmly established. It requires a succession of victories to solidify such confidence. Wei is acutely aware of this, and in this match he intends to showcase his tactical prowess. Conceding 3 goals away makes it quite challenging to recover, especially without having scored on the road. However, it is not impossible. The crux lies in whether the offensive unit can consistently create opportunities. As for fortifying the defense, Wei is not particularly concerned, as Atletico's defense has always been lacking, especially the backup line. The focus should indeed be on enhancing the attack. Compared to the formations used in the previous 2 matches, this starting lineup is more aggressive, featuring a greater number of players dedicated to wing play. Nevertheless, the tactics Wei has implemented employ more interchange and positional rotations. If Vilva concentrates on defense, the back-and-forth movements may yield opportunities. It will then depend on whether the attackers can capitalize on them. Agüero is actively moving on the pitch. Having scored as a substitute in the last match has alleviated some of his anxieties. Given his previous accomplishments, he ought not to worry about his starting position. However, it is all too common for a team to change coaches and subsequently lose a starting role due to injury. After all, even the most remarkable players may find themselves overlooked by a coach. His recent goal as a substitute has provided him with some reassurance, demonstrating that Wei harbors no bias against him. As long as he performs well, his place in the starting lineup remains secure. There is no need for tension. Just remember the task your head coach has assigned you, and execute it diligently. Do you understand? Agüero offered a word of comfort to his striking partner. Borja nodded, aware that among the other young players, his opportunities were the most limited. It was hardly surprising, considering the abundance of talented forwards at Atletico, such as Forlan, Agüero, and the now rejuvenated Reyes, leaving him to occupy the role of the 4th striker. His last starting appearance in the Copa del Rey had been dismal. He squandered a golden opportunity by striking the post. His chances in the league had been scant as well, making it understandable that Borja felt anxious. However, upon hearing Agüero's words, he still managed to nod. I'm a center forward. Even if I don't score, I can assist my teammates in finding the net. I may lack the scoring prowess of Forlan and Agüero, and I cannot create opportunities through dribbling like Reyes, yet my attributes differ from theirs. As a tall center forward, I can offer something they cannot. Observing the exchange between Agüero and Borja, the coach nodded slightly, pleased with the effect. Atletico's forwards were generally not tall, making a center forward like Borja undoubtedly valuable. However, if he failed to leverage his unique characteristics, the opportunities ahead might be few and far between. This match serves as a formidable test for Borja. The game commenced with Atletico Madrid launching an aggressive offensive from the very outset, while Villarreal opted for a comprehensive defensive strategy. It is not that Villarreal lacks ambition. Rather, they are acutely aware of their limited capabilities. Attempting to seize an away goal may prove futile, especially with a 3-goal lead. Thus, they chose to fortify their defenses. If you possess the prowess, then breach our ironclad formation. Indeed, overcoming such a robust defense is no trivial task. Atletico Madrid's attack is executed with simplicity, aiming to generate opportunities through sheer volume. Koke incessantly distributes the ball from the center, passing it to the flanks where Sim and Keiko strive to create chances through breakthroughs and crosses. Inside the penalty area, Borja engages in a physical contest with the opposing defenders while Agüero roams in search of scoring opportunities. This tactic undoubtedly poses no issues and can even be regarded as a rather orthodox offensive strategy. However, such a simplistic approach becomes significantly easier to defend against. Once the well-equipped defenders of Alaves closely marked the two forwards, Atletico Madrid's offense appeared to be all show without substance. Crosses incessantly soared into the penalty area, only to be met with resolute clearances by the defenders. Despite enjoying an overwhelming advantage in possession, Atletico failed to muster even a single shot on goal. Chapter 24. The unjust yellow card. Atletico's eagerness rendered their straightforward crossing tactic ineffective. Even a team from the second division like Alaves found it challenging to create opportunities. I surmise this is why coach Wei Panda opted to field the 86-meter-tall Borja as a starter. Yet, in comparison to the seasoned defenders from the second division, Borja's physical superiority was not particularly pronounced. Although Alaves is a second division team, the distinction between the second and first divisions is not sharply defined. All players are professionals, and it is not merely a matter of youth and physicality to breach their defenses. If coach Wei Panda places his hopes solely on Borja, that would be rather presumptuous. Upon witnessing Alaves defenders once again skillfully clear Sim N's cross from the penalty area, several commentators began to critique coach Wei Panda's tactics. While confronting a well-organized defense is indeed challenging, relying solely on incessant crosses only complicates matters further. At the very least, a combination of wing and central play should be employed. Nonetheless, coach Wei Panda made no adjustments. Atletico maintained their possession advantage, continually delivering the ball to Coke, who then distributed it to the flanks. The two wingers, along with the advancing full-backs, relentlessly collaborated to send crosses into the penalty area in an attempt to create opportunities. The offensive efficiency may not be particularly high, yet the tempo is remarkably swift. Velva quickly shifted to a focused defensive strategy, applying pressure in midfield to reclaim possession from Coke, while the flanks actively moved to thwart any potential breakthroughs by the opposition. Concurrently, they diligently marked the two opposing forwards in the center, prepared to intercept and clear the ball at any moment. Such defense is not particularly challenging, yet it can be quite exhausting. Consequently, amid this fatigue, they began to adopt a somewhat mechanical thought process. After a relentless assault lasting nearly 20 minutes, Keiko seized the ball on the flank, feigned a pass intended for the advancing Pablo, and then suddenly executed a lateral dribble, penetrating towards the center. The sudden shift caught the defense of Villarreal momentarily off guard. A defender stepped up to challenge Keiko, who executed a quick stop, turned, and delivered a lateral pass. Aguero, having surged out from the penalty area, reached the flank and received Keiko's pass. At that moment, Borja moved towards the near post, seemingly poised to meet a cross. Villarreal's defenders closely followed, but as Aguero lifted his foot to cross, the ball veered away from the near post and instead found a more central location. Signani, who had made a diagonal run into the box, cleverly evaded his marker and struck the ball in response to Aguero's pass. The adjacent defender attempted to intercept, but was a heartbeat too late, helplessly watching as the ball soared into the net. Goal! Sim N's decisive strike in the box broke the deadlock. Atletico Madrid had pulled one back. The interchange was brilliantly executed. The right winger Keiko drew attention by moving toward the center, allowing Aguero to emerge from the box to receive the ball, while Borja's movement created space within the defense, enabling Sim N to score. This was evidently a premeditated tactic. Although this positional play may sound simple, its execution is far from easy. After scoring, Sim N raised his fist triumphantly. Having been a regular starter in recent matches without finding the net, this goal brought him immense joy. As an attacking player, even as a winger, he relished the opportunity to score. What a magnificent play! Coach Wei Xiongmao opened his arms and began to sprint along the sidelines, drawing numerous camera lenses towards him. Each time his team scored, his exuberant celebrations were initially met with skepticism. Many thought this relatively unknown coach craved the limelight. However, as they grew accustomed to it, they found his fervent running quite impressive. His coat billowed dramatically in the wind. The youthful coach, with his dynamic presence, left a lasting impression. Let us keep playing this way. More passing, interchanging runs, and shooting whenever the opportunity arises. Let them be worn down, even against a dense defense. They will expend considerable energy. At that point, they will be devoid of the strength to resist. Coach Wei Xiongmao cheerfully remarked while celebrating with his players. After the jubilation, he returned to his position with a broad smile, only to notice the referee approaching him, brandishing a yellow card. What did I do? Coach Wei Xiongmao was taken aback. You stepped out of the coaching area, the referee replied succinctly. Lowering his head, Wei Xiongmao realized he had indeed crossed the boundary. He had previously ventured out during the goal celebrations, but never had he strayed far beyond the designated area. Typically, referees tend to overlook such instances, yet this time, he had ventured perilously close to the touchline. Understood, referee. I will be more mindful in the future. The Panda coach, Wei, nodded in apology. Observing his swift admission of fault, the referee initially contemplated issuing a second yellow card should he continue to protest. The referee acknowledged Wei with a nod before returning to the pitch. To everyone's amusement, Wei was indeed shown a yellow card. He had strayed far too from the coaching area, seemingly oblivious to this stipulation. In the previous match, when Arsenio was injured, he had also dashed onto the field directly. The referee had perhaps overlooked that transgression, leading him to believe he could wander freely from the coaching zone. According to the rules, even during a dead ball, coaches are prohibited from leaving their designated area, and it appeared that Wei lacked experience in this regard. The commentator erupted in laughter, while Wei sat in his seat. Pursing his lips, he was aware of the rule. During those long, tedious years, he had perused the football regulations countless times. Yet, in moments of excitement, he admittedly forgot. He resolved within himself to refrain from such careless infractions in the future. The players of Atletico Madrid were momentarily startled by this incident, but soon regained their composure. I thought our coach had a good rapport with the referee, allowing him to run around freely, Coke remarked, unable to contain his laughter. Indeed, Kike chuckled in response. After this brief interlude, the match resumed, and the voices of Atletico Madrid supporters grew increasingly fervent. Although it was merely a Copa del Rey encounter, they yearned for a triumph at any moment. Moreover, the prospect of a comeback from a 3-goal deficit would become a cherished topic for the fans in the years to come. If the significance of the Copa del Rey was insufficient, a revival in a more prestigious competition, such as the Champions League, could be a tale worth recounting for decades. After all, a remarkable turnaround remains one of the most exhilarating spectacles in football. If such dramatic reversals were not captivating, national broadcasters would not consistently highlight Milan in their reviews of comebacks. Chapter 25. A beautiful collaboration despite conceding a goal, Atletico Madrid's offense became more varied and patient. However, the resilient defense and tireless movement of their opponents, Velva, ensured that Atletico could not extend their lead during the remainder of the first half. In the first half of the match, Atletico attempted 7 shots, yet only 2 were on target, resulting in a single goal. Velva, meanwhile, failed to register a shot on goal, but their players left the field with expressions of joy, having conceded just 1 goal in the first 45 minutes. It seemed to imply that they might only concede 1 more in the second half, and their 3-goal advantage was likely sufficient to secure victory over the 2-legged tie. Football is not merely arithmetic. They managed to withstand our attacks in the first half, but that was at the cost of their physical and mental energy. Our offensive efforts had already taxed them significantly. In the second half, they would not maintain the same level of focus in their defense. The strategy would involve frequent positional changes, seizing every opportunity to break through and passing when no openings presented themselves. Do you understand? After returning to the locker room, Coach Wei, the Panda, declared while raising his fist. The players nodded in agreement. Since Coach Wei's appointment, his conditioning training had proven effective, and most of those on the field had not participated in the previous league match, so their stamina was not a concern. If you find yourself exhausted, signal for substitution. Do not force yourself to continue. Coach Wei instructed Simeone and Coke, the only players who had participated in the weekend's league match. Coach Wei's tactics demanded a high level of physical fitness. If players could not run, their technical skills would be rendered irrelevant. Rest assured, I can still run, Coke assured, patting his chest. If I can't keep up, I'll request to be substituted. Simeone, wearing the captain's armband for this match, added. Coach Wei nodded, saying little more. The halftime break soon concluded, and both teams re-emerged onto the field as the second half of the match commenced once more. At that moment, the Atletico Madrid supporters in the stands remained unaware that they were about to witness a second half that would become a source of pride and excitement for a long time to come. As the second half commenced, Villarreal anticipated that Atletico Madrid would initially ease into their offensive strategy. However, immediately following the kickoff, Atletico launched a fierce press in the attacking third. Under such relentless pressure, Villarreal found themselves compelled to repeatedly pass the ball backward. When the last defender received the ball, Borja was already within 2 meters of him, prompting the defender to hurriedly clear the ball away. Domingos, closely marking the opposing forward, leapt alongside him, managing to win the first header and directing the ball downwards. This central defender demonstrated commendable jumping ability. However, he appeared somewhat lacking in experience. As Miranda mused while watching the match on television, the ball, deflected by Domingos, rolled in front of Coke, who, despite being slightly outpaced by the opposing midfielder, executed a determined slide tackle to propel the ball to the side, finding Asensio. What a splendid tackle! Coke exhibited remarkable enthusiasm on the pitch. The commentator praised Coke, noting that this young player, who had only recently joined the first team after the appointment of the Panda, had swiftly secured a position in the starting lineup, which was indeed surprising. Yet, observing his movement, interceptions, and occasional long passes or switches, one could discern just how outstanding his performance was on the field. Watching Coke's valiant display, the Panda on the sidelines couldn't help but smile. Coke's attributes were evident during training. He possessed exceptional stamina, strong mobility, a vast coverage area, and proficient passing ability. Compared to Thiago, his passing skills were on par, while his defensive capabilities surpassed those of Asensio, with the only notable differences being experience and free-kick prowess. For young players, inconsistency in performance is often a prevalent issue. However, when his form dipped slightly, the Panda would bestow him with a focus buff. The fluctuations in a young player's performance typically stem from a lack of concentration. Once a young talent starts strong, it is highly likely that their stability will increase over time. As Asensio distributed the ball to the flank, Agüero retreated to receive it, drawing the attention of the opposing defenders. His previous retreats had posed significant threats. Despite being a striker, his ability to dribble and break through is equally remarkable, as he was one of the heirs to the title of King of Football. At that moment, Borja quietly drifted to the wing, and upon receiving the ball from Keiko, feigned a move towards the center, only to swiftly pass it back out to the wing for Borja. Concurrently, Agüero, who had drawn the defenders out, executed a sudden stop and turned, charging towards the penalty area. Agüero's burst of speed allowed him to shake off the center back who had been marking him, while Borja, without pausing to control the ball, received Keiko's pass and delivered a precise ground pass into the center of the penalty area. In a remarkable display of skill, Agüero received the ball, unmarked, and deftly adjusted his footing. He executed a feint that deceived the goalkeeper of Vilva into diving, before elegantly lifting his foot to slot the ball into the opposite corner of the net. The score now stood at 2-0. Following a precise cross from Borja, Agüero seized the opportunity in front of the goal. What a splendid exchange and movement! This trio of attackers, who had scarcely played together before, displayed an exquisite synergy. As the jubilant cheers of the Atletico Madrid fans reverberated through the stands, the commentators' excitement mirrored the spectacle. This goal was a masterpiece from every conceivable angle. The attack initiated from the back, shifting fluidly from flank to center, then back to the side, and subsequently returning to the middle, with seamless passes that rendered Vilva's 10-man defense utterly ineffective. The aggregate score was now 2-3, with Atletico just a single goal away. Only 3 minutes had elapsed in the second half, and Atletico's lightning-fast attack bore fruit. They could afford to be a tad more patient now, as another goal would level the aggregate score. Although still in the lead, Vilva found themselves in a precarious position. Should they push forward or maintain their defensive stance? Clearly, Vilva was in a dilemma. Continuing to defend seemed prudent, yet a one-goal advantage was hardly secure, with ample time remaining in the half. To launch an attack posed risks. Should they fail to score and concede another goal, their situation would become even more precarious. However, for Vilva's head coach, making a choice at this juncture was relatively straightforward. We will attack. If we can net a single goal, we can reclaim the 2 we just conceded, he whispered to one of his players. Chapter 26. Courage does not equate to skill. Vilva's head coach made a bold decision. Yet, it hardly came as a surprise. After all, Vilva's position in the Segunda Division was tenuous, with little hope for promotion and minimal risk of relegation. The Copa del Rey might be their only opportunity for a surprise this year. Given their substantial home advantage previously, what reason did they have not to fight for victory away? Furthermore, in terms of away goals, another strike from Vilva would essentially equate to the value of Atletico's 2 goals. Upon resuming play, Vilva surged forward with determination. They had made a courageous choice. Atletico, at this juncture, ought to consolidate their defense, evading the opponent's offensive prowess. The ESPN commentator opined that such assessments during the match were commonplace. Getting it right showcased professionalism, while errors typically went unnoticed. However, this time, his conventional judgment appeared misguided. Atletico did not retreat. Initially, they intended to fall back, but their coach was animatedly urging them from the sidelines, signaling for an aggressive press. Force them. Man mark. Everyone get moving. The panda mascot roared from the sidelines. When a main referee glanced over, it swiftly turned and darted back to its coaching seat. It was not out of fear, but rather a concern of receiving another yellow card. Nonetheless, that was sufficient. The players of Atletico Madrid commenced a frenzied display of movement, relentlessly pressing their opponents. Each player marked one, and even if they were momentarily evaded, they would promptly pursue once more. Such relentless pressing can be quite troublesome, even for teams with superior offensive capabilities. After all, Sevilla was nearly stifled in their attacking efforts by a similar approach, let alone the likes of Villarreal. They exhibit considerable courage, yet bravery cannot substitute for skill. Under Atletico Madrid's pressing, their passing becomes exceedingly challenging. Each time they attempt to advance the ball into the 30-meter zone, they are met with formidable pressure, ultimately resorting to long balls into the penalty area in search of opportunities. Domingos once again secured the first touch, directing the ball away. Wei Xiongmao nodded slightly. Despite Domingos' relative inexperience and youth, he possesses commendable physical attributes, standing nearly 2 meters tall, which serves as his advantage. In comparison to the 183-meter Juanito and the 185-meter Wei Xiongmao, his height is indeed beneficial. Furthermore, both of Atletico's primary center backs are aging. Juanito is 34 and Wei Xiongmao is 32. Although age is not overly detrimental for central defenders, Juanito's capabilities are limited, and Wei Xiongmao has seen a significant decline in form over the past 2 years. If the defensive line is not reinforced, achieving better results will prove difficult. While they have acquired Miranda, Wei Xiongmao has yet to observe him up close. Thus, it would undoubtedly be a positive development if Domingos were to perform well. The ball that Domingos cleared was once again retrieved by Coke. As Villarreal initiated their pressing in the front, Coke shielded the ball and then passed it back to the supporting Asuncion, who distributed it to the retreating Sim-En on the flank. Sim-En, with the ball at his feet, began to advance along the wing. Villarreal's players, like a receding tide, withdrew upon realizing the absence of a quick counterattack opportunity. Sim-En opted for caution, passing to Coke, who then relayed it to the opposite side for Keiko. After a forceful attempt to break towards the baseline, Keiko delivered a cross that was deflected out by the opposing defender, resulting in a corner kick. Atletico earned a corner, marking their fourth of the first half. Though few posed any real threat, Villarreal enjoyed a height advantage, as Atletico's players are generally not tall. The commentator humorously noted this observation. Indeed, while Atletico's overall height is not lacking, most players range between 170 and 180 meters. The only players with notable height on the field are the young Domingos and Borja, making them somewhat easier to mark. The corner kick was no exception. Both Borja and Domingos were closely marked by their opponents within the penalty area. Simon positioned himself at the corner arc and began his run-up. Suddenly, Agüero accelerated, darting out of the penalty area towards the corner zone, drawing the attention of the defenders. At that moment, Simon delivered the ball. It soared high into the sky before swiftly descending towards the near post. Borja, who had been making a run through the center, also surged towards the front post, shaking off his marker in the process and leapt high. A defender from Vilva leaped alongside Borja, attempting to interfere despite Borja's advantage of the front post. However, instead of heading the ball towards goal, Borja opted for a deft flick, sending it towards the far post. Following closely was Domingos. After twice drawing attention, Domingos momentarily evaded his defender, connecting with Borja's header and directing it straight towards the net. The Vilva goalkeeper made a desperate save, but it was not enough. The ball found the back of the net. Atletico Madrid executed a relay attack from their 2 towering players. Domingos scored the 3rd goal for Atletico. It was now 3-3. Just one more goal, and Atletico could achieve a remarkable comeback, with over 30 minutes remaining in the second half, affording them ample time. Less than 10 minutes into the second half, they scored 2 more goals. It seemed that the words of the Panda were indeed true. The earlier match had not showcased Atletico's limitations, but rather their lack of physical readiness. Now restored, they faced Vilva with overwhelming force. Domingos laughed joyously as he sprinted across the pitch. He had begun to appreciate his role as a center back. He possessed height, strength, leaping ability, and heading prowess. And his physical fitness was commendable. Having previously played as a fullback, running up and down the field was routine for him. In the fullback position, his defensive play often felt awkward, whereas as a center back, he only needed to focus on what lay before him, engaging in more direct confrontations that suited his attributes. Most importantly, while he had been the third substitute in the left-back position, stepping into the center-back role had elevated him to a key substitute. This goal would further solidify his standing. The match was not over. Relentless pressing was essential. "We must score more goals, understood?" the Panda shouted from the sidelines. The Atletico players nodded in agreement. After all, it was merely a draw. They aimed for a fifth goal to secure victory and advance to the quarterfinals. This year, several strong teams faced challenges in the Copa del Rey. Real Madrid had already been eliminated, and in this round, Barcelona was up against Sevilla, while Valencia encountered Deportivo La Corua. If Atletico performed well, could they not secure a Copa del Rey title? That too will be a championship. Chapter 27. The question of fortune in a fleeting moment. They lost their third ball and, with it, their lead, leaving the players of Villarreal profoundly shaken. From the very onset, Atletico Madrid exerted a comprehensive dominance over them, an overwhelming pressure that could easily erode the confidence of any athlete. Was the victory in the first leg merely a stroke of luck? Even Atletico's substitutes, when they exert their strength, can unleash such devastating effects. Upon the emergence of such thoughts, the morale of the players from Almer has significantly waned. The Atletico Madrid players swiftly discerned this shift. When on the field, athletes often possess an instinctive ability to gauge the opponent's condition, whether they are in a favorable or unfavorable state. Coach Simeone also noted this from the sidelines. Thus, he gestured emphatically, urging his players not to relent, but to apply relentless pressure in an effort to overpower their adversaries. Atletico Madrid resumed their aggressive pursuit. At that moment, Almer's defense appeared to be crumbling. After regaining possession, Atletico launched a fervent assault, registering 3 shots on goal within a mere 5 minutes. Simeone's angled attempt narrowly missed the target. After a successful breakthrough on the flank, Keiko delivered a cross, but Borja's header sailed slightly over the crossbar. Koch's forward run was thwarted by a foul from the opposing midfielder, leading Asensio to take the free kick, which struck the crossbar with great force. In this brief span of 5 minutes, Atletico created 3 golden opportunities, all of which were squandered, provoking a sense of despair among the fans while simultaneously stirring apprehension about the potential consequences of such missed chances. At this critical juncture, AG Aero stepped forward, reassuring everyone that there was nothing to fear. Koch advanced, collected the ball, and then deftly distributed it to the right, where Keiko, facing a tight angle, resolutely unleashed a shot. The shot veered away from the goal, soaring towards the far post. Simo made a rapid advance, intercepting the ball just before it crossed the goal line and deftly redirected it back into the penalty area. Aguero executed a sharp turn, evading the defender, marking him, and positioned himself perfectly in the path of the ball, unleashing a thunderous strike. The ball rocketed into the net of the Velva goal, making the score 4-3. As Atletico Madrid took the lead, in that moment, the cheers of Atletico fans reverberated through the stands like an earthquake. It was the 63rd minute of the match. Just 18 minutes into the second half, Atletico had netted 3 consecutive goals. Following the initial score, Aguero solidified his standing with his second goal of the match. 4-3, Atletico had overturned a 3-goal deficit from the first leg. Aguero joyously sprinted towards the sidelines, reveling in the game. He could roam freely on the pitch, showcasing all his technical prowess. He was not merely a striker, but also a potential heir to Maradona, adept at both dribbling and passing. Well done. Wei Xiongmao fiercely pumped his fist and then turned his gaze to the substitutes bench. Simo had tracked back timely, appearing to have ample stamina, yet Wei Xiongmao discerned that his breathing was growing heavier, indicating his endurance would not last much longer. After some contemplation, Wei Xiongmao called for Reyes to warm up, preparing to substitute for Simo. Also summoned was Garcia, although Asensio had performed commendably thus far. His defensive skills remained insufficient. Now that they had established a 4-goal lead, it was prudent to bolster their defense to prevent the opponents from scoring an away goal. What Wei Xiongmao and the Atletico fans had not anticipated was that the previously demoralized Velva would shed their burdens and launch a fierce assault. After finally surpassing their opponents, Atletico's players had indeed relaxed somewhat. As Velva initiated their attack, they did not apply the same relentless pressure as before, and their obstruction of Velva's offensive efforts was noticeably diminished. Wei Xiongmao overlooked this aspect, believing that after scoring the 4th goal, Velva would likely collapse. And even if they did not, their offensive capabilities would struggle to breach Atletico's defenses. However, the reality of the football pitch has never been solely dictated by logic and reasoning. Sometimes it aligns with logic, and at other times it defies it. The goddess of victory is ever capricious. You may meticulously prepare and almost touch her, only for her to whimsically evade your grasp. Conversely, there are moments when you abandon hope and chase haphazardly, yet manage to seize her. Certainly, on many occasions, thorough preparation is essential to pursue her effectively. Yet there are always exceptions. Such exceptions can provoke even the most accomplished coaches. The offensive maneuver by Velva penetrated Atletico Madrid's penalty area, only to be thwarted by Domingo's header. As Asuncion received the ball, he failed to notice the surrounding circumstances, just as he lifted his foot to advance the ball forward. Velva's forward, Carmona, intercepted it with a deft touch. Seizing the opportunity after winning the ball, Carmona surged into the penalty area. Atletico's defense reacted swiftly, with Perea and Pablo skillfully blocking his path. With limited options to advance, either to force a corner kick or to pass the ball out of the penalty area to regroup, Carmona unexpectedly took a shot. The angle was narrow, with players obstructing his path, and his preparatory movements seemed inadequate, resembling a haphazard strike. It appeared there was no way this shot could find the net. Yet, remarkably, the ball struck the outer thigh of Domingos, taking a pronounced deflection. What was initially aimed at the far corner of the goal veered towards the near post, leaving De Gea, who had already committed to the save, unable to react in time. The ball nestled into the near corner of the net. The ball has found its mark. Velva scored a goal filled with serendipity. Asuncion made an error, but it was not irredeemable. Atletico's defensive response was timely. However, Carmona's seemingly desperate shot fortuitously found its way into Atletico's net. Luck was decidedly not on Atletico's side, and the aggregate score stood at 4-4. Yet Velva took the lead once more on away goals. The commentator exclaimed in astonishment, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. It was evident that Atletico had performed well, while Velva had simply benefited from good fortune. Yet, the ever-boisterous Wei Xiongmao often drew ire. Now, enveloped in misfortune, it invited a sense of glee from onlookers. "Damn it," Wei Xiongmao muttered, then called out to the field. "Don't lose heart. There are still 20 minutes left. Let's score again." Chapter 28, From Leading to Trailing Once More. Relying solely on Wei Xiongmao's shouts from the sidelines would surely not suffice. Initially, he planned to substitute Asuncion, but now he hesitated. Firstly, Asuncion's free kicks could prove useful at any moment during the match. Secondly, after a recent mistake, substituting him right away would be a significant blow to the morale of a player who was already a substitute. Wei Xiongmao did not regard Asuncion as an exceptional player. However, given the limited reinforcements available, every player on the team was essential. It was imperative to harness the collective strength of all to enhance their performance in the latter half of the season. This season, the Panda Warriors do not anticipate achieving remarkable success. However, at the very least, they must engage in a contest of strength against the extraordinarily accomplished teams of Barcelona and Real Madrid in the league. While they may not attain greatness themselves, they are determined to thwart the ambitions of these giants from achieving their own illustrious triumphs this season. Reyes took to the field, replacing Simon, in order to maintain the offensive pressure on the flanks and enhance the team's breakthrough capabilities. In another substitution, the Panda Warriors introduced the attacking midfielder Jurado in place of the fullback Pablo, preparing for a powerful thrust through the center. In this match, Atletico Madrid's offensive efforts were predominantly focused on the flanks. However, at this juncture, it is imperative to enhance their endeavors through the central corridor. This was originally a strategic move by the Panda Warriors, initiating an offensive on the flanks to wear down their opponents. Through a series of positional exchanges, Atletico Madrid's 4 goals, all scored within the penalty area, followed a remarkably similar pattern, utilizing wing passes to penetrate centrally before finding the back of the net. In the midfield, both Asensio and Cope predominantly focused on distributing the ball rather than advancing aggressively. However, with the introduction of Jurado, a player adept at making penetrating runs into the center, their attack has become increasingly multidimensional. As Velva began to regroup defensively, a glimmer of hope emerged. If they could withstand the remaining 20 minutes, they could eliminate Atletico Madrid based on the away goals rule and secure a place in the quarterfinals of the Copa del Rey. This goal significantly bolstered Velva's morale, providing them with the impetus to persevere until the final whistle. While Atletico previously enjoyed a substantial advantage, their current predicament has become quite precarious. As noted by a commentator, this analysis appears exceedingly credible. After all, morale, though seemingly ethereal, is undeniably tangible. When morale soars, even physical disadvantages can be rendered inconsequential. A positive mental state enhances performance on the field. Furthermore, their head coach has also introduced 2 fresh players, substituting those who had covered the most ground, fully intent on solidifying their defense. There is no need to fear mistakes. They must attack boldly and deny the opposition any chance to breathe. As Haladu took the field, Wei Xiongmao addressed him. Now is the moment for a vigorous offensive. Although such an approach may inadvertently enhance the opponent's performance and fervor, the pace of this match has been notably swift. Even the resilient players of Villarreal may eventually succumb to exhaustion. What Atletico Madrid seeks is merely a singular opportunity. Coach Wei Xiongmao's timely substitutions have steadied the emotions of the Atletico players, who have now commenced their assault. Confronted with a formidable defense, they have deployed every tactical maneuver at their disposal. Cross-field deliveries following breakthroughs, penetrating short passes at the edge of the penalty area, and long-range shots after intricate positional exchanges. All 3 potent strategies for dismantling a dense defense have been executed by Atletico. However, despite the theoretical efficacy of such an offensive approach against a compact defense, it does not guarantee success. Observing the fervent yet ineffective attacks on the pitch, Wei Xiongmao scratched his head before introducing Fran. Take your chances with long-range shots. If we earn a free kick, let Asuncion take it, he instructed Fran as he substituted him for Borja. Borja exited the field, panting heavily. His physical exertion had been considerable, especially for someone of his stature, compounded by his relentless battles against the opposing center-backs. Fran's introduction signaled that Atletico was prepared to unleash their final reserves of ammunition, and indeed, this proved to be the case. No sooner had Fran entered than he unleashed a threatening long-range shot. After Reyes's breakthrough, he laid the ball off to Fran, who struck without hesitation, sending the ball just over the crossbar. The Villarreal goalkeeper, dilly-dallying while preparing to restart play, earned a yellow card from the referee for his delays. After a brief exchange of words, he finally sent the goal kick soaring down the field. Perez headed the ball down, and the retreating Coke collected it, turning to advance while evading an interception before passing to the returning Reyes. Upon receiving the ball, Reyes began his own breakthrough, confidently showcasing his dribbling prowess. When faced with a double team, he managed to release the ball. Hilaro briefly intercepted, allowing the ball to roll to Fran, who was poised to take another long-range shot to test the goalkeeper. In a moment of desperation, a Villarreal midfielder collided with Fran, leading the referee to blow his whistle. A free kick was awarded 25 meters from goal and directly aligned with it. Wei Xiongmao exhaled a sigh of relief. The match has reached the 85th minute. Although we have yet to enter the final moments, this free kick, taken from such a prime position, may indeed represent the finest opportunity yet. As the ball lies in wait, it is undoubtedly in the hands of Asuncion. A peculiar individual, hailing from Brazil, Asuncion, despite being a defensive midfielder of moderate skill, has consistently found himself in the upper echelons of football. Yet, he has not garnered substantial accolades. His continued presence in elite leagues is largely attributed to his exceptional free kick prowess. His conversion rate from free kicks approaches an astonishing 30%, a figure that is truly formidable. Over the past several decades, some of the most renowned players known for their free kick capabilities, such as Juninho and Mijlovi, have not surpassed a 20% success rate, while even David Beckham, famed for his free kick artistry, hovers around 10%. The inherent difficulty of free kicks cannot be overstated. Asuncion confidently strides forward, fully aware of his mastery in this domain. However, it is worth noting that a prior misstep on his part had cost Atletico that crucial goal. At this moment, he was under immense pressure. Asamura was now in his 30s, and his days in the European League were numbered. He was uncertain which match would signify the end of his European journey, yet he yearned to conclude this game with distinction. The referee's whistle sounded, and Asamura began his run-up, striking the ball with precision. The arc was flawless. Asamura's free kick trajectory had always been exquisite. The only uncertainty lay in whether it would find a net. The players forming the wall for Vervar leaped, yet the ball soared above their heads, plummeting with remarkable speed. A crisp sound echoed, heralding a resounding cheer from the Calder End Stadium. Asamura opened his arms wide. This is his full stop. Chapter 29. I personally grasped physical fitness. An exhilarating match. The final score was 5-1. Atletico Madrid, having trailed by 3-0 at away, triumphantly defeated Villarreal 5-1 at home. Given ATL Tico's prowess, overcoming a mid-tier team like Villarreal is not particularly astonishing. However, considering they were once down 3 goals. This match is nothing short of a miraculous turnaround. Following that 3-0 setback, ATL Tico has now achieved 2 consecutive victories by a margin of 4 goals. A stark contrast to their previous inconsistent performance, akin to 2 entirely different teams. What kind of magic has the newly appointed coach, Wei Xiongmao, woven over ATL Tico Madrid? The score at halftime was merely 1-0, yet less than 20 minutes into the second half, ATL Tico scored 3 goals, taking the lead in the overall score. Just when it seemed the match was settled, Villarreal managed a fortuitous goal, thrusting ATL Tico back to the brink of danger. However, Asong's free kick secured the crucial final goal for Atlantic Tico. As commentators marveled at this extraordinary match, Wei Xiongmao had already led his players to acknowledge the fans. In truth, he held little hope for this match. Otherwise, he would not have continued to employ the previous cup's substitute lineup. The team's remarkable performance exceeded even his expectations. Not only has the King S Cup reached the quarterfinals, but AG Aero has also scored twice, regaining his form, while several young players have found opportunities for growth, simultaneously bolstering their confidence. The team, under the guidance of our new coach, is beginning to exhibit a remarkable rhythm. With consecutive victories, the prospects for this season appear increasingly promising. Little Hill watched as the players, led by Wei Xiongmao, expressed their gratitude to the stands, feeling a flicker of admiration in his eyes. After all, when the 5th goal was scored, he and Cerezo celebrated with unparalleled enthusiasm. Such a remarkable turnaround provides Atletico Madrid fans with ample fodder for conversation for a considerable time. Young Hill is certainly no exception. After all, he possesses a certain fondness for Atletico, albeit perhaps not as fervent as that of his father. It is hoped that he will exhibit improved performance. Our club is not lacking in finances or revenue, but rather in the pursuit of a stable and top-tier head coach, Cerezo lamented. Sitting behind her father, Goliath nodded slightly, in complete agreement. From a fiscal perspective, a stable head coach can also help the club avoid numerous unnecessary expenditures. After all, every head coach has their preferred players. Infrequent changes in management can lead to a plethora of players who do not meet the coach's requirements. Disposing of such players can prove to be a formidable challenge. At times, parting ways with a high-salary player who does not fit the tactical scheme is no less difficult than acquiring a suitable one. In this context, the continuity of the coach becomes paramount. Unfortunately, securing the coaching position is indeed quite precarious. It is premature to make such assertions now, as he has only presided over 4 matches thus far. Young Hill shook his head. However, he is quite prudent. After I hinted that winter investments might surpass 10 million euros, he merely brought in a 3 million euro Brazilian center-back without excessive demands. Goliath remarked. His ability to budget wisely indicates his desire to remain with Atletico for a while longer. In any case, the contract is favorable to us. Let us observe his performance over the next 6 months. Cerezo concluded. At this moment, Miranda, recently mentioned by the club's financial director, had just turned off the television, his heart still racing from the thrilling match he had witnessed. Such a remarkable comeback would excite anyone with a passion for football. What thrilled Miranda even more was the display showcased by ATL Tico Madrid during the game. The team's defense, admittedly, left much to be desired, although 2 center-backs were substitutes. The 2 starting defenders were both in their 30s. Thus, opportunities for him were bound to arise. Domingos appeared promising, yet his youth rendered him inexperienced. The other substitute center-back, Pereira, was also 30, standing at just over 180 meters tall, clearly just a backup. In contrast, Miranda, at the prime of his career, measured 186 meters, possessing both strength and agility, along with ample experience, was poised to secure a starting position. The fact that ATL Tico had first acquired him after losing 2 attacking players during the winter break was a testament to the esteem in which they held him. With aspirations for the future in mind, Miranda forced himself to sleep, aware that he needed to adjust to the time difference promptly. Consequently, the next day, he arrived punctually at Atlantic Tico's training facility. Such enthusiasm. I appreciate players like you, remarked coach Wei Xiongmao. Today, the team has a day off, but I will take you for a medical examination. This evening, we will adjust your schedule, and after a good rest, I will commence your physical training. Upon seeing Miranda, Wei expressed admiration for his eagerness to report and then spoke earnestly. Miranda nodded. Coach, I played a match at the end of December, and it has only been half a month of vacation. My physical condition is quite good. Wei smiled wryly, of course. But a few days of physical training will be beneficial. In Brazil, there are many matches, which might lead you to habitually conserve energy during games, a stark contrast to European matches. I need you to elevate your physical limits to perform at your best in competitions. Do you understand? Understood, Coach, Miranda affirmed with a nod. You can call me boss or Coach Wei. There's no need for such formality. Wei nodded in acknowledgement. As Miranda departed, he couldn't help but think that the coach seemed to underestimate his physical fitness. After all, in Brazil, I would typically play 50 to 60 matches a year. How could my stamina be in question? It was a jest. However, when he reported to the training ground the following day, Miranda found himself somewhat bewildered. The next few days consisted of ball training, with Domingos guiding them. Pay attention and don't slack off. I won't be directing your training, but I'll be monitoring your condition closely. If you're not performing well, you won't be in the starting lineup. Remember that. Wei Xiongmao addressed the other players of Atletico Madrid, and they nodded in agreement. Although he had only been the head coach for a mere fortnight, his perceptive acumen displayed on the training ground had already intimidated nearly all the players. What sort of observational prowess must one possess to accurately discern when an athlete's endurance has genuinely reached its limits? Training under such a figure, it would be unwise to be complacent. After all, the essence of training lies in enhancing one's condition and fortifying one's abilities. A moment of laziness may feel gratifying, yet continual sloth leads to mediocrity. Follow me. I shall personally oversee your physical training, Wei Xiongmao finally instructed Miranda. Chapter 30. Relying solely on oneself, Miranda felt as though he were on the brink of death. He did not feel nauseous from the exertion, for to reach that point would indicate that he had surpassed his physical limits, a natural response of the body. Instead, he felt a deep sense of despair. He was acutely aware of being trapped at the threshold of exhaustion. Even though his stamina was not deficient, he had never experienced such sensations before. Yet, he could not yield. Firstly, as it was his inaugural training session with the new club, he could not afford to be underestimated. Secondly, his teammates were likely enduring the same trials. If they could persevere, he had no justification for faltering. Lastly, throughout today's training, the head coach had been training alongside him, matching him rep for rep. The cumulative weight of these considerations compelled Miranda to endure, even if tears threatened to spill. He was oblivious to the hushed whispers of his teammates. Aguero remarked, this Brazilian possesses remarkable stamina. It seems he can endure longer than we can. Simon added, impressive. Indeed, the intensity of his training exceeds mine by at least 10%. Ko commented, I believe the head coach is even more formidable. Our new brother is nearly on the verge of nausea, yet he remains unfazed. Had Miranda known that his superior stamina was the reason for his increased torment, he might have wept on the spot. This is truly arduous. After the training concluded that day, Miranda initially wished to explore the vibrant nightlife of Madrid. However, he quickly lost interest and returned to his hotel, collapsing into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the following day, Miranda felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, as if he had fully regained his vitality. Given his youth, his physical recovery was remarkably swift. This filled him with confidence as he made his way to the training ground. However, he soon found himself on the verge of tears from the rigorous training imposed by Wei Xiongmao. He managed to endure longer than the previous day, resulting in an extended period of torment. Yet, Wei Xiongmao regarded this with admiration. Quite impressive. Your physical stamina is commendable. I believe that after another day of training tomorrow, you will be well prepared for the competition, Wei Xiongmao remarked. This statement bestowed upon Miranda a renewed sense of hope. Indeed, with merely one day remaining, although tomorrow may prove to be even more arduous, she resolved to persevere. However, the third day of training brought yet another surprise. Despite the intensity of the regimen remaining considerable, she found it no longer unbearable. Rather, it felt relatively manageable, and she successfully completed all the tasks assigned by Wei Xiongmao. Excellent. You will not participate in the upcoming match, but you may join the subsequent training sessions. I hope your strength will soon be of service to us, Wei Xiongmao remarked, patting Miranda on the shoulder. Miranda nodded vigorously. Though it had only been 3 days of training, after enduring those 2 nights of nightmarish trials, her physical condition had indeed improved significantly. She had never encountered such an extraordinary method of enhancing physical fitness. It is also because she possesses a solid foundation. My training is tailored to the individual, Wei Xiongmao mused inwardly. During the past 3 days of training, Wei Xiongmao has dedicated his focus to Miranda. not out of disdain for the upcoming league opponents, but rather due to the current circumstances surrounding Atletico Madrid. With the present state of the team, extensive tactical training holds little significance. The players are performing well, and intricate strategies cannot be resolved in a mere few days. Instead, the issues plaguing the defense necessitate urgent attention, which is why Wei Xiongmao has concentrated his efforts on Miranda. It is evident that this individual possesses commendable physical fitness, aligning well with his tactical requirements. As for defensive capabilities, the system's commendation of excellence in this regard cannot be mistaken. Atletico Madrid currently occupies the 11th position in the standings, with a considerable gap from the top two teams. They can only proceed one match at a time. Any complications arising in other matches may be manageable, yet the encounters against Real Madrid and Barcelona demand exceptional performances. Although the first half of the season has yet to conclude, Atletico's record against these giants has been disheartening. A 5-2 defeat at the hands of Barcelona away from home, and a 3-2 loss to Real Madrid on their own turf. Wei Xiongmao understands that while other matches may present challenges without significantly affecting Atletico's overall performance this season, securing victories against these formidable teams is imperative. Other matches may serve as testing grounds, akin to their unexpected defeat to Real Betis in the Copa del Rey. But in these two fixtures, he must devise strategies to trouble their opponents and thwart the formation of a remarkable season. Given the current winning percentages of both teams, the likelihood of them achieving a stellar season is alarmingly high. However, prior to Atletico's upcoming match against Sporting Gijón, Real Madrid faced a setback, succumbing to Athletic Bilbao with a score of 1-0, marking their third league defeat of the season. Should Barcelona falter as well, our chances would increase significantly. As Atletico's match is delayed by a day, Wei Xiongmao engages the players in superstitious rituals at the training facility, fervently praying for Barcelona to suffer defeat in their upcoming match. The possibility of such an outcome is not negligible, as they are set to face Sevilla. Despite Sevilla enduring a rocky start to the new year, first falling to Atletico and then unexpectedly losing to the lower-ranked Racing Santander, resulting in 2 consecutive defeats, they still possess formidable strength and could pose a challenge for Barcelona. Indeed, after the new year, Barcelona has only managed 1 win and 1 draw in 2 matches, indicating a less-than-ideal form. While the points gap between Atletico and Barcelona currently stands at 23, rendering them distant rivals, Wei Xiongmao's earnest prayers for a Barcelona loss amuse the players. Although still languishing in 11th place, the notion of competing against the champions may seem absurd. It undeniably reflects the ambition of our head coach. Indeed, we are Atletico Madrid, one of the prominent forces in La Liga. Without the ambition to challenge for the championship, what does it mean to be a strong team? Thus, they fervently followed Wei Xiongmao in prayer. 90 minutes later, what a dismal performance from Sevilla. How could they, with such a lackluster display, hope to thwart Barcelona? Preposterous. It appears that the only ones capable of challenging Barcelona are ourselves. Observing the scoreline of 4-0, along with the despondent Sevilla players and the jubilant Barcelona squad, Wei Xiongmao found himself at a loss for words. He understood that this season's Barcelona was formidable. After all, they had achieved the remarkable feat of a treble last season. And this season they continued their triumph by seizing the Spanish Super Cup, the European Super Cup, and the Club World Cup, transforming their accolades into an unprecedented sextuple. Even Real Madrid appeared diminished in their presence. However, he had not anticipated that they would dismantle a Sevilla team of respectable caliber with such ease, scoring 4 goals without reply. Sevilla's disappointing performance was no longer his concern. If anyone were to halt Barcelona this season, it would have to be up to them. Wei Xiongmao remarked. Chapter 31. No reservations for the players of Atletico Madrid. The prospect of stopping Barcelona seemed a distant dream. After all, they had nearly a month before facing Barcelona, and before that, they needed to secure more points in the league. Atletico's next opponent was Sporting Gijón, a team renowned for its youth training program, which had performed admirably in La Liga this year, currently positioned 2 places above Atletico in the standings. For a team that had long oscillated between the second and top tiers of Spanish football, their performance this year was already commendable. Even a modest team, despite its lack of formidable prowess, can pose a significant challenge. Wei Xiongmao refrained from utilizing any enhancements during this match, as his current stamina points are dwindling. In preparation for the upcoming clash against Barcelona, he must conserve every ounce of energy. That encounter holds paramount importance in his mind. The lineup includes goalkeeper De Gea, defenders Barella, Lopez, Juanito, and Wei Xiongmao, midfielders Koch, Garcia, Gelato, and Simon, along with forwards Fran and Aguero. This is currently Atlético Madrid's relatively complete starting lineup, particularly in the midfield and forward positions, where their attacking synergy has gradually blossomed. Reyes serves as a pivotal substitute, embodying the versatility of a fine utility player. For Reyes, being a starter is not imperative. Given Atlético's tactical approach, he can optimally showcase his abilities by participating in one match per week. Reyes, Kiko, and Borja play crucial roles in the offensive adjustments. Such players are indispensable to any team. Beyond a relatively stable starting lineup, having a few capable substitutes and surprise players can yield the best results. Conversely, the defensive line requires no rotation but rather demands solidity. From the outset, Atlético's offensive organization sent a resounding message to Sporting Gijón. Following a tentative engagement, the two main strikers executed a splendid interplay. After receiving a pass from Gelato, Aguero deftly maneuvered the ball, evading the encirclement of two defenders, and delivered a precise pass into the penalty area. The on-rushing Forl met the rolling ball and struck it directly into the net, marking his second goal in consecutive league matches. Although Forl struggled during the first half of the season, since the appointment of Pandaway, he has scored 2 goals in 3 matches, and his shot also led to an own goal by Sevilla, showcasing a resurgence in form. Upon his return from injury, Aguero has also demonstrated his caliber, scoring as a substitute in the previous league match and netting a brace in the cup competition. In this match, he commenced with an assist, a performance that convincingly illustrates that his prior injuries have not hindered this young prodigy. Coupled with Reyes, who has regained his vigor with 2 goals and 2 assists in the last 2 league matches, Atlético seems to have little cause for concern regarding their attacking prowess. Upon witnessing Forl's goal, Pandaway began to celebrate energetically in the coaching area, eliciting laughter and joy from the Atlético Madrid fans, who are increasingly fond of him. This vibrant young coach, with his animated gestures on the pitch, infuses the entire Atlético squad with remarkable energy. Notably, the players he favors, aside from Sim-O and Forlan, are predominantly young, suggesting a promising future for Atlético Madrid that is indeed worth anticipating. However, Sporting Gijón is by no means a weak team. Currently, they occupy the 9th position in the standings, boasting 4 points more than Atlético Madrid, thus proving they are not to be underestimated. In the first half, after a series of relentless attacks, Gijón equalized the score. Wei Xiongmao's pressing created an opening in the penalty area, allowing Castro to break through. De Gea was compelled to rush out and collided with him, leading the referee to award a penalty. Castro took the responsibility upon himself and successfully converted, leveling the score. Wei Xiongmao shook his head, acknowledging that such defensive errors are often unavoidable. Both Wei Xiongmao and Juanito are not young anymore, despite their vast experience. They tend to become distracted in a match that demands high mobility, leading to lapses in concentration that result in mistakes, an issue that is notoriously difficult to rectify. However, Wei Xiongmao did not intend to criticize their tactical demands, recognizing that expecting too much could exacerbate the player's performance. Do not dwell on the conceded goal. Making mistakes is a normal part of the game. It is crucial to maintain focus and not let distractions cloud your mind. In the second half, we will continue our attack. Gijón is not particularly formidable in both offense and defense, as long as we perform to our potential. Securing victory will not be a formidable task, Wei Xiongmao stated during halftime. In this regard, his judgment proved accurate. Atlético Madrid's offensive prowess was indeed something Gijón could not withstand, especially as Atlético's attacking lineup had recovered from previous injuries. Shortly after the second half commenced, Fran delivered a sublime assist to Aguero, following a cross for Barella. Fran seized the first touch at the back post, deftly redirecting the ball to the center, where a poised Aguero finished with a precise shot, restoring Atlético's lead. Observing a decline in Aguero's stamina, Wei Xiongmao promptly substituted him with Borja. Upon entering the pitch, Borja quickly seized the opportunity, alongside fellow substitute Reyes, who received a through ball from Gelato. He found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Reyes struck, only to be thwarted by the opposing keeper, but Borja was there to follow up and score into an open net, extending the lead to 3-1 and solidifying Atlético's dominance. However, just before the final whistle, Gijón managed to pull one back with a long-range shot. Ultimately, Atlético triumphed with a score of 3-2. Nonetheless, the performance and the final score were less than satisfactory. We did make some defensive errors in this match. Yet we emerged victorious, did we not? Wang Xiongmao remarked nonchalantly at the post-match press conference. Mr. Wang, you have presided over 5 matches, with goals conceded in 4 of them, and the numbers are rather concerning. What solutions do you propose for ATL Tico's defensive issues? A reporter inquired. Is it necessary to resolve this? Not at all. We possess excellent attacking players, and we can continue to improve before fully harnessing their offensive capabilities. Of course, defensive issues must be addressed, but first and foremost, I need to resolve the offensive concerns. ATL Tico Madrid has always been a team that achieves victory through its attacking prowess, never lacking in great strikers and formidable offensive capabilities. My 2 predecessors made the same mistake. They overlooked the attacking prowess of ATL Tico Madrid while trying to force improvements in defense, which ultimately hindered our offensive capabilities. I shall not repeat such an error, responded Wei Xiongmao. Your words are rather impolite, murmured a reporter. What is there to be polite about? Together, they secured merely 3 victories in 15 rounds, while I achieved 3 victories in just 3 rounds. This is because I understand what ATL Tico Madrid requires and what the fans desire. Chapter 32. The club's patience this era is never short of controversial coaches, such as Jose Mourinho, who currently manages Inter Milan, captivating the attention of the majority of fans with his astonishing maneuvers. However, the newly appointed coach of ATL Tico Madrid, Wei Xiongmao, has opted for a different approach. Following a triumphant streak of 3 consecutive league victories, he felt compelled to assert the validity of his tactics, even going so far as to critique his 2 predecessors. This action, without a doubt, lacks moral integrity and necessity. Juan Estenche, a journalist from Marca, criticized Wei Xiongmao's comments during a press conference after the 18th round of matches. Wei Xiongmao promptly accepted an interview with AS, countering Estenche's assertions. When did it become unacceptable for a coach to comment on the tactical shortcomings of their predecessor? If there were no tactical issues, why, given ATL Tico's strength, were there so few victories in the preceding matches? If this is deemed an attack, then we might as well remain silent. Coaches often need to articulate their tactical insights, which is entirely justifiable. Anyone literate would recognize that my remarks in the press conference were merely a discussion of facts, not a personal attack. Of course, Estenche cleverly refrains from mentioning that I criticized the 2 former coaches personally, instead stating that I attacked them. Attack can be interpreted in many ways, and I cannot resort to legal measures to defend my rights. Therefore, I hereby declare that I will no longer accept interviews from Marca until they extend a sincere apology for Estenche's report. Is it reasonable to refuse interviews with a newspaper due to a journalist's report? The journalist from us chuckled as he inquired. As a specialized sports media outlet reporting on football, the rivalry between AS and Marca is widely acknowledged. In contrast, Marca appears to maintain a neutral stance towards both Real Madrid and ATL Tico Madrid, whereas AS exhibits a certain favoritism towards the former. However, as has long endured a strained relationship with the current president of Real Madrid, Florentino Pérez, particularly following Calder's departure and Pérez's return to power. In light of this, AS has begun to forge closer ties with Atlantic Tico, given that the majority of football enthusiasts in Madrid are either supporters of Real Madrid or ATL Tico Madrid, with Real Madrid frequently threatening to ostracize them. AS has gravitated more towards Atlantic Tico. Recently, the Atlantic Tico coach publicly declared a cessation of cooperation with Marca, undoubtedly benefiting AS. Since Juan Estenche's report was published in Marca, it signifies a degree of endorsement from that outlet. Consequently, I see no need to engage in interviews with Marca. I do not wish for my words to be published by a paper that harbors biases against me, which I believe is my prerogative, responded Wei Xiongmao. Indeed, that is certainly your prerogative, the AS journalist replied with a smile. Soon enough, fans in Madrid became aware of Atlantic Tico's new coach's personal embargo on Marca. Some fans laughed, finding the coach's stance amusing, while others were incensed, feeling that he was overstepping his bounds. Additionally, some took to forums to criticize Marca, believing that the outlet consistently opposes the club and instigates many issues. In truth, the relationship between Marca and us is not entirely negative. Cerezo found it necessary to summon Wei Xiongmao for another discussion. Ultimately, it is my personal stance. The club will act as it sees fit. Wei Xiongmao said with a grin, showing no signs of anger. However, boss, don't you think that establishing a broader collaboration with as could prove to be a beneficial choice? Cerezo paused, then fell into contemplation. A good idea, as currently has a poor relationship with Florentino and often stabs at the Real Madrid locker room. If we were to extend an olive branch, they might lean slightly in our favor, which would certainly aid in enhancing our own influence, Gloria remarked after a moment of thought, clapping her hands in appreciation. Miss Director is correct. Marca has always divided the territory evenly. Although I personally refuse to grant interviews to Marca, ATL Tico Club can still maintain collaboration with them. After all, ATL Tico cannot compel S and Shay to apologize to me, nor can Marca force the club to dismiss me. In this situation, fostering some collaboration with AS wouldn't be a bad idea, considering that AS's voice carries significant weight in Madrid, Wei Xiongmao chuckled. That makes sense. Cerezo nodded thoughtfully, expressing that the burden now rests solely upon the coach, which might give the impression that the club does not support him. That is inconsequential. I can endure it, replied Wei Xiongmao with a smile. He then acknowledged Cerezo and Gloria before taking his leave. Cerezo lamented how Wei Xiongmao bore the weight of the situation while reaping the benefits for the club, yet Gloria could not suppress her laughter. Father, have you forgotten? The intention was to teach him a lesson and prevent any conflicts with Marca, Gloria remarked playfully. Cerezo paused, realizing that his initial aim was indeed to caution him against creating unnecessary tensions with the media, lest it adversely affect the club. However, Wei Xiongmao had immediately claimed responsibility for the matters at hand, distancing himself from the club, which created the impression that the club had wronged him. What a cunning fellow! Were it not for his impressive 3 consecutive league victories, I would not have been so accommodating, Cerezo fumed. His success naturally warrants our courtesy, Gloria chuckled. What he said at the press conference was quite gratifying to hear. Cerezo couldn't help but laugh as well. Indeed, those two we assembled into a team were not lacking in talent, yet they produced such results. From this perspective, Wei's assertions were not unfounded. While we currently sit in 11th place, we are already 7 points clear of the relegation zone, and just 10 points shy of the Champions League spots. The season is still far from over, and we have hope. Let us hope he can maintain this winning streak. Otherwise, given his propensity for controversy, a decline in performance would surely lead to his dismissal, Gloria remarked. Cerezo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Wei Xiongmao's current performance was pivotal for his continued tenure. However, after only a few matches, the myriad of minor troubles he had caused had already begun to concern the club's upper management. The patience for a troublesome coach tends to be less forgiving. Chapter 33. Pursuit of the treble, Mr. Wei, as Atletico Madrid prepares for the Copa del Rey. Could you share the club's objectives in this tournament? Of course, we aim to perform admirably. Having reached the quarterfinals, we face a team from the Segunda División. While Celta boasts a glorious history, they are presently a second-tier team, comparable to Almería. We secured a 4-goal victory against Almer at home, which reflects our true capabilities. Therefore, against Celta, we have no reason to falter, now that we have advanced to the last 8. With formidable teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona eliminated early, why shouldn't we strive for the championship? The Atletico Madrid fans have yearned for a title for quite some time, and we ought to fulfill their aspirations. Before the journalist from AS, Wei Xiongmao spoke gracefully, readily accepting the olive branch extended towards him. As, having maintained a strained relationship with Florentino for nearly 7 or 8 years, was keen to embrace this opportunity. After all, it was Calder who had successfully undermined Florentino's ascent, and as it played a significant role in that endeavor. Unfortunately, Calder's tenure yielded mediocre results, allowing Florentino to reclaim his position, which has now become increasingly secure over the years, rendering it increasingly difficult for AS to procure news from Real Madrid through conventional means. In light of this situation, AS began to adopt a more adversarial stance towards Real Madrid, often delving into the locker room to unearth private matters, consequently placing the club in a precarious position, which only exacerbated the already deteriorating relationship. Nevertheless, for a prestigious newspaper like AS, the conflict was not with the entire Real Madrid organization, but rather with Florentino on a personal level. Given these circumstances, maintaining a cordial relationship with ATL Tico Madrid proved advantageous, allowing them to subtly irritate Florentino, which was rather delightful. Thus, they dispatched a well-known journalist, Gel, to conduct an interview, effectively providing Wei Xiongmao with a platform. Despite coaching a prominent club like ATL Tico, he remained a novice within the coaching community, and being interviewed by such a notable publication was undoubtedly beneficial. Following a formal interview, Wei Xiongmao showcased his eloquence, articulately expressing his vision for ATL Tico's future while setting ambitious goals for the season's triumphs. In his discourse, he skillfully praised ATL Tico Madrid, and its supporters, all the while subtly disparaging Marca, Real Madrid, and Barcelona. This report indeed brings great joy to Atletico Madrid fans. Although they are fierce rivals of Real Madrid, they equally harbor disdain for Barcelona. As for the aspirations expressed by Wei Xiongmao regarding the Copa del Rey, they're quite pleased. After all, the last time Atletico secured a substantial honor was during the 1995-96 season when they clinched the double. Since then, they have not attained any noteworthy accolades, and they even experienced relegation during that period. One cannot reasonably consider the Segunda División title as a significant honor. Atletico cannot afford to lose face in such matters. Therefore, even securing a single Copa del Rey would bring considerable delight to their supporters. Upon reading this interview, Julia initially anticipated that Atletico would field some of their key players in the upcoming Copa del Rey match. However, Wei Xiongmao opted to deploy a reserve lineup against Celta at home, allowing the starters who had participated in the weekend league match to rest. Even Sim O was rotated out. Aside from the newly signed defender Miranda partnering with Domingos in central defense, the midfield featured a trio of Thiago, Asino, and Coke, while the forward line was comprised of Borja and Reyes. Julia, filled with expectation, felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing this starting lineup. After all, it was Celta. Although Celta has now fallen to the Segunda División, they were once a formidable presence in La Liga, known for their remarkable feats, including a stunning 5-1 victory over Real Madrid, an accomplishment that Atletico, during their peak years, had yet to achieve. This team is certainly not as easily manageable as Villarreal. In fact, Celta has adequately prepared for this match. Much like Villarreal, they currently find themselves in mid-table obscurity in La Liga 2, with scant hopes of promotion and little risk of relegation. At this juncture, having advanced to the quarterfinals of the Copa del Rey, they may well be inclined to temporarily forego 1 or 2 matches in La Liga 2. Yet they are likely to exert every ounce of effort in the Copa del Rey. This exemplifies the advantage of smaller teams in cup competitions, as they can pour their entire essence into a single match, whereas stronger teams often find themselves caught in a web of competing priorities, particularly a team like Atletico Madrid, which seemingly lacks sufficient depth on the bench. Nevertheless, in this match, Atletico's substitutes exhibited remarkable form. De Gea, who conceded 2 goals in a previous league match, executed a stunning save that thwarted Celta's most threatening attack. Meanwhile, Miranda, making his debut for Atletico, showcased his defensive prowess, consistently winning the first contact during several defensive plays. His close marking of the opposing forwards rendered their key striker ineffective throughout the match. Observing Miranda's performance, the coach, Wei Xiongmao, nodded slightly. During recent training sessions, Miranda had demonstrated his exceptional positioning, impressive jumping ability, strong mobility, and formidable physicality. Although his synergy with teammates is still developing, he proved to be an ideal choice for marking the opponent's crucial players. This match provided him with the opportunity to mark a forward of top-tier quality from the Segunda División, allowing him to acclimatize. Celta's offensive performance this season has been rather lackluster, with the primary goals stemming from this key striker. Once he is effectively neutralized, Celta's attack essentially becomes impotent. Conversely, breaching Celta's defense demanded considerable effort from Atletico Madrid. Their defense remains quite formidable, especially when playing away, as their focus is predominantly on thwarting the opposition. In the face of Atletico's relentless assault, they held firm for an extended period until Reyes, through a breakthrough, earned a penalty kick, which he converted himself, breaking the deadlock. Just before the final whistle, Borja, who had been tirelessly searching for a goal-scoring opportunity, received a pass from Keiko inside the penalty area and dispatched it into the net, securing a 2-goal victory for Atletico at home and establishing a solid foundation for the 2-legged tie. Such a performance was commendable, and I am exceedingly pleased with the players' display. We possess over 20 players capable of taking to the field, rather than merely a dozen starters. Is the winter transfer market lacking? I would disagree. We currently have sufficient manpower. In the second half of the season, I will guide the team in pursuit of the 3 championships that remain within our grasp. Should we indeed secure these 3 titles, we would be crowned triple champions. Chapter 34, Why Not? Wei Xiongmao's remarks at the press conference left many in fits of laughter. Indeed, while Atletico has been eliminated from the Champions League, they remain contenders in the Europa League, which could still grant them the title of minor triple champions. However, the notion of winning the league title? Surely you jest. In previous years, such a statement would have seemed reasonable, especially since the league is not even halfway through, with Atletico still having 20 rounds to play. Theoretically, they could amass 60 points, totaling 83, a score that would have sufficed for the league title in past seasons. After all, when top teams encounter difficulties, Deportivo La Coruña clinched the championship with just 69 points in one season. Yet, in recent years, the competition for the league title has intensified markedly. 2 seasons ago, Real Madrid secured 85 points, while last season Barcelona achieved 87. And this season, after just 18 rounds, Barcelona has already amassed 46 points, remaining unbeaten from their scoring rate. Achieving a perfect score this season seems rather commonplace for them. Given Atletico Madrid's current predicament, the notion of clinching the championship appears to be a mere jest. Nevertheless, the form displayed by Atletico presents a glimmer of hope for contending for the Copa del Rey and the Europa League titles. After all, Real Madrid and Barcelona seem to have felt the immense pressure of this year's league, almost willingly relinquishing the Copa del Rey to focus wholeheartedly on their pursuits in the league and the Champions League. In the Europa League, the competition is undoubtedly less fierce than in the Champions League, making it plausible for Atletico to vie for these 2 trophies, which would serve as a significant supplement for a club that has not claimed a proper title in over a decade. The assessment by Marca was somewhat cunning, though they did not use such explicit terminology. They suggested that the ambitious Panda intended to seize the opportunity while the stronger teams were preoccupied with more prestigious accolades. Much like a hyena in a hunting ground, preying on overlooked trophies, these individuals, they mused, could afford such arrogance simply because of my lesser renown. Thought the Panda, as he set down Marca. Establishing such an adversary early on did not concern him. After all, with his current obscurity, seeking to provoke a major publication might serve as a shortcut. If he could secure some early victories and cement his standing, even the larger newspapers would eventually have to reconcile with him. After all, newspapers rely on coaches and players for their information. The Panda was confident that he would soon become a distinctly remarkable figure in European football, even more so than the likes of Jose Mourinho. However, in the subsequent round of the league, Atletico faced a setback during their away match against Getafe, currently positioned 8th in the standings. Initially, Atletico performed adequately, but in the 13th minute, the exceptionally active Coke received a red card for a tackle from behind, leaving Atletico to contend with one less player. Despite their vigorous efforts on the pitch, they were ultimately subdued by Getafe, and in the end, De Gea could not thwart a decisive strike just before the final whistle, resulting in a 0-1 defeat. Coke's red card was justified. His action of tackling from the side and bringing down an opposing player warranted such punishment. However, we must not be overly harsh on a young player. Moreover, in retrospect, it was not a malicious foul, and the opposing player was unharmed. We should encourage the enthusiasm of young players, and thus I hope no further sanctions will be imposed on him. Getafe played exceptionally well in this match, and I have little more to add. During the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao candidly acknowledged the defeat and offered a defense for Kiki, speaking with a sincerity reminiscent of a genial figure in the world of football. However, the journalists were not inclined to let him off the hook so easily. For a young player like Kiki, receiving a red card was hardly surprising, and it was not a malicious foul. Rather, it could be deemed a price of maturation. A growing pain. Wei Xiongmao faced defeat after a triumphant 3-match winning streak in the league, succumbing to a potential rival, Getafe. The reporters eagerly seized the moment. Having lost this match, do you not bear a corresponding responsibility? One inquired. What responsibility? It's merely a single loss. What responsibility is warranted? Wei Xiongmao feigned ignorance. With both Barcelona and Real Madrid emerging victorious, and Atletico Madrid now trailing by 26 and 21 points respectively, the hope of clinching the league title appeared increasingly dim. Shouldn't you, with the league championship as your goal, take on some responsibility? Another reporter pressed. Oh, is that what you meant? Wei Xiongmao replied, seemingly enlightened. I was awaiting your response, the reporter said politely. That's merely a platitude meant to bolster team morale and enhance fan confidence. Is this your first day as a reporter? Surely you can discern that, Wei Xiongmao retorted. The reporter's face flushed with indignation. Of course, everyone can utter such platitudes. Even relegation-threatened teams can proclaim aspirations for the championship, and one can hardly criticize them for their courage. If it is merely a platitude, then questioning the head coach with such rhetoric is rather inappropriate. After all, who doesn't indulge in a few clichés? There is no undefeated team, nor is there a squad that can triumph eternally. Atletico Madrid's current situation demands stability, and I shall bring that stability while striving for commendable results. The management will not dismiss me over a single defeat, nor will the fans jeer at me for one loss. So I remain indifferent to your opinions. Understand? I am a professional coach. My accountability lies solely with the management and the fans, not with you. Wei Xiongmao has always relished the pursuit of victory, and this occasion was no exception. Despite this league loss, he presented himself like a victor. The journalists found themselves at a loss for words. Indeed, Wei Xiongmao had no need to curry favor with them. On the contrary, they relied on the narratives of coaches and players for their livelihoods. Although previous coaches had been reluctant to express this directly, occasionally leading to misconceptions, they believed they could cultivate stars through publicity. Regrettably, in the realm of football, true stars are never born of mere promotion, but are ultimately defined by their prowess. A coach only needs to lead the team to victory, and a player must perform brilliantly on the field. Even if they are not universally admired, they can still establish their presence in the football world. This is the very foundation of Wei Xiongmao's confidence. Confronting reporters not only amplifies his notoriety, but also serves his interests. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Thus, Wei Xiongmao acts with a clear conscience, as long as he continues to achieve victory in the future. Chapter 35. 3 consecutive matches, boss, I apologize. The following morning, while Wei Xiongmao was diligently occupied in his office, Coke knocked and entered, immediately uttering his apology. Wei Xiongmao looked at Coke with some surprise. The Spaniard was known for his late nights and mornings, a habit shared by the players. Atletico Madrid typically commenced training at 10 in the morning, engaging in over 2 hours of practice before breaking for lunch around 2 or 3, with afternoon sessions extending until 8 in the evening. Given that there had been a match the previous day, there was no training scheduled for the morning. Wei Xiongmao's early rise was a personal habit. He preferred not to sleep in. Observing Coke, he noted the young man's pallor, indicating a restless night. Poor boy, Wei Xiongmao thought. There's no need for apologies. I've mentioned before that your foul was not malicious, and that red card was rather harsh. You were merely overly enthusiastic. Such tribulations are inevitable in the journey of growth. So spare me the apologies. Focus on training diligently, and once your suspension concludes, play well. However, Coke remained troubled by the match that should have been secured. In the next Copa del Rey match, just perform well, keep moving, and allow your teammates to rest a bit, Wei Xiongmao advised with a smile. Coke nodded earnestly. For the upcoming Copa del Rey match, Wei Xiongmao had already planned to continue utilizing Coke. For a young player with such stamina, the more matches he plays, the quicker his development will be, as he lacks only good positioning and experience. 3 days later, Coke delivered a remarkable performance in the Copa del Rey match. His relentless energy not only effectively curtailed the opponent's offense, but also generated numerous opportunities through his adept passing. Reyes and Kiko each scored a goal, leading Atletico Madrid to a resounding 4-0 aggregate victory over Celta, thus advancing to the semifinals. The semifinal matchups are Sevilla versus Getafe, and Atletico Madrid against Racing Santander. This certainly favors Atletico Madrid, as Sevilla stands as the last formidable team remaining in the Copa del Rey, while Getafe has recently triumphed over Atletico in the league, making both opponents quite challenging. They are destined to clash with one another, whereas the caliber of Racing Santander appears to be somewhat inferior to these two rivals. However, Wei Xiongmao seems rather dissatisfied. I lost to Getafe with a sense of injustice. Regrettably, we could not encounter them in the semifinals, but I hope to face them in the final. His words have left the members of Racing Santander feeling quite indignant, as if he holds them in disdain and presumes Atletico's assured passage to the final. It is noteworthy that the 2 legs of the Copa del Rey matches are scheduled for February 5th and February 12th, and during this interval, Atlantico's opponent in a La Liga match is precisely Racing Santander. This implies that within this week, Atletico is set to confront Racing Santander 3 times. This is a mere coincidence, while the Panda deliberately seeks to provoke the ire of the opponent. Once the adversary loses their composure, they become considerably easier to handle. The head coach of Santander Athletic, Mandia, is indeed quite incensed. Before the commencement of this season, Santander Athletic lost 3 key players. The Argentine center-back Garay returned to Real Madrid, and the Serbian striker Djordjevic rejoined Valencia. This exodus inflicted significant damage on both their offensive and defensive capabilities. Additionally, they appointed a new head coach, Mandia, who previously had only managed in the Segunda Division, marking his inaugural foray into La Liga. As the season began, many speculated that they would be strong contenders for relegation. However, now that the season has reached its midpoint, They find themselves with the same points as Atletico Madrid, 23, holding a 6-point cushion above the relegation zone. Unlike Atletico, who accumulated 9 points in the last 3 rounds, Santander's steady points tally has kept them in a comparatively secure position. Despite the absence of numerous key players and a noticeable decline in strength, Mandia has performed commendably. This has undoubtedly stirred envy towards Wei Xiongmao. Like Mandia, lacks experience in La Liga. While Mandia has spent several years honing his skills in the Segunda Division, he finds it disheartening that Wei Xiongmao could immediately ascend to manage Atletico Madrid. Naturally, such sentiments remain unspoken. With the match against Atletico still pending, he refrains from any response, preferring to let their upcoming encounters reveal whether they are indeed a river easily crossed by Atletico. After expressing these sharp sentiments, Mandia began preparation for the next league match, coincidentally against Getafe, who had just triumphed over Atletico. Under Mandia's guidance, Santander Athletic managed to secure a goalless draw away at Getafe, which pleased him greatly. He recognizes that Santander's strength has diminished this season, relying heavily on the veteran stars Luis Garcia and Muniz for offense, while their defense has faltered compared to last year. Thus, his focus this season is primarily on securing points. Every point counts in their fight for survival. Getafe's victory over Atletico, juxtaposed with his team's draw, suggests that Mandia may indeed be the superior coach. Regrettably, in this round, despite the absence of the newly injured key player Coke, Wei Xiongmao maintained stability within his squad, substituting Coke with a more experienced Thiago. Although Thiago harbored some discontent over losing his starting position to Coke, he performed admirably in a supporting role. Ultimately, the outcome of this league match hinged on Atletico's 2 forwards, Forlan and Agüero, who each scored a goal, leading Atletico to a 2-0 victory over relegation-threatened Malaga. With this win, Atletico secured 26 points, maintaining their 11th place in the standings while the gap to 4th place Sevilla remained substantial. This season, Santander Athletic's tactics have proven rather unremarkable, and their performance has indeed suffered considerably. After 20 matches, they have netted 21 goals while conceding 27, figures that are decidedly mediocre. Their points are commendable. Attributed largely to fortuitous circumstances, they have managed to secure goals and points, with the exception of their resounding 4-0 victory over Espanyol. Most of their other triumphs have been by a narrow margin, 2-1, 1-0, 3-2, reflecting a combination of their diligent efforts and a stroke of luck rather than indicating any exceptional prowess. Furthermore, their starting lineup remains stable, while their substitutes offer little surprise. Consequently, as of now, the physical toll on their primary players is considerable, particularly in the offensive realm, where they primarily rely on 2 veteran wingers to initiate attacks. If these players are closely marked, they are unlikely to produce any remarkable outcomes. In our 3 consecutive encounters with them, we can treat it as a singular match aimed at exhausting their stamina. In the first match, we must employ vigorous movement and a tug-of-war style of attack to deplete their energy reserves. Chapter 36. The provocation of Mandia Wayang Panda has no intention of engaging in 3 purportedly honorable contests with Santander Athletic. There are moments when both strong and weak teams can exploit advantages. However, facing them 3 times in a week provides a distinct benefit to Atletico Madrid, who boast greater depth on the bench, for a weaker team to triumph over a stronger opponent. A crucial factor is that their players must exhibit tremendous effort on the field. Without this, the foundation for overcoming a formidable adversary is lacking. Yet, if the players of a stronger team are equally diligent in their running and pressing, it becomes an opportunity for the exceptional talents to showcase their abilities. Atletico Madrid possesses such outstanding players as Agüero and Forlan, both capable of altering the dynamics of the game. However, in the Copa del Rey, Wayang Panda intends to withhold their participation, entrusting the responsibility to Reyes. In the first match, we will play at home, and Santander Athletic will surely adopt a defensive strategy in their away game against us. As a central figure in our lineup, you will be closely marked, so your positioning must remain dynamic. Increase your movement and interchange positions to stretch their defensive line, ultimately overwhelming them. We can perceive the 3 matches as one, and they will likely adopt a similar mindset, conserving some of their energy in hopes of prolonging the contest. Thus, we must strike with thunderous intensity in the first match, defeating them from the outset and instilling despair in their hearts. In the subsequent 2 matches, our task will become considerably easier. Do you understand? During the final rally in the locker room, Wayang Panda raised his fist and declared, "No problem." The players erupted in fervent shouts. as the starting lineup for the Copa del Rey consisted solely of substitutes who boasted superior stamina and an invigorated competitive spirit. From the very outset of the match, they propelled the game into a brisk tempo, leaving their opponents scrambling to keep pace. In terms of physical condition, Atletico Madrid held the advantage, rather than Racing Santander. Although Atletico had played 6 more matches than Santander in the first half of the season, their schedules aligned equally after the new year. The players of Atletico rotated in and out, engaging in 1 match per week. And with the rigorous training regimen under the watchful eye of the Guardian Panda, their average distance covered per match, excluding the goalkeeper, approached an impressive 12 kilometers. This advantage essentially equated to having an additional player on the field for each game. In terms of age, Atletico's average was not significantly younger than that of Racing Santander. However, 2 of Santander's key offensive players were considerably advanced in years. Luis Garca was 32, and Muniz was even older at 34, both of whom played positions closer to the flanks that demanded greater stamina. Under such circumstances, if these 2 pivotal offensive players were effectively contained, their source of attack would diminish. What Mandy did not anticipate was that, despite the match being part of a 3-game series, the Guardian Panda aimed to secure a decisive advantage in the very first encounter. This tactic was unforeseen by Mandaya, who intended to rely on the experience of his players to wear down the opponent. However, he did not anticipate that Wei Xiongmao had no intention of engaging in a battle of attrition. From the outset, Atletico Madrid adopted an aggressive offensive stance against Santander Athletic, which had positioned itself for a defensive counterattack. Observing Atletico's immediate offensive thrust, Mandaya initially felt a sense of satisfaction. His strategy was to use defense to sap Atletico's attacking vigor and then aim for a counterstrike, hoping to secure a goal. Even if he failed to score, a narrow loss away from home could still be deemed a victory. After all, Santander Athletic could focus more on these matches, and if this match went well, they might even forego the league in favor of allowing substitutes to play while preparing the starters for the decisive second leg. Securing a place in the King's Cup final could potentially grant them entry into next season's Europa League. For a team like Santander Athletic, ensuring survival in the league while advancing through the cup competition would be considered a triumph. Atletico's offensive play was exuberantly unrestrained. Koch continuously distributed the ball from midfield, while the wing players and overlapping fullbacks surged forward in turns. Upon receiving the ball, they engaged in intricate movement and positional exchanges in the attacking third, resulting in either a shot on goal or a cross from the byline, relying on Borja to seize opportunities in the penalty area. Their play was marked by enthusiasm, yet it appeared somewhat rudimentary. Observing Atletico's straightforward approach, Mandaya felt a sense of reassurance. Despite the age disparity among his players, their defensive line was seasoned, making it challenging for such a simplistic offensive strategy to breach their defenses, particularly with 3 defensive midfielders deployed. Their protection of the area both inside and outside the box was formidable, be it through short passes, long balls, or long-range strikes. Penetrating their defensive line proved to be a daunting task. After Borja's forceful header was thwarted by a close-marking Santander defender, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar, Mandaya clapped his hands in approval of his team's defense. As he turned, he gestured towards Atletico's bench with a shrug. Was this a provocation aimed at Atletico, or perhaps at Wei Xiongmao? Both were coaching in a top league for the first time this season, yet their styles were markedly different. Mandaya had maintained a quiet approach, avoiding controversy and performing commendably, while Wei Xiongmao had remained mired in disputes since his appointment. Now, 30 minutes into the match with the situation at a stalemate, Mandaya had initiated a provocation against Wei Xiongmao. It seemed he had been harboring frustration over Wei's previous remarks. This was understandable. While Atletico had reached the semifinals, Wei had consistently focused on discussions of the final, clearly underestimating Santander Athletic. Even a wooden puppet has its pride. Mandaya's prior humility stemmed from his lack of recognition, which had led him to coach in La Liga. Now, halfway through the season, he had proven his capabilities and was ready to make a name for himself. The unlikable Wei Panda often finds himself at odds with his counterpart, which, paradoxically, brings joy to others. From this perspective, the previously perceived honest Mandaya also harbors her own thoughts and opinions. After the broadcast of this scene, the commentators immediately began their analysis, which stirred a sense of solidarity among the fans of Atletico Madrid and Racing Santander. Let us vanquish those audacious challengers who dare to provoke us in our own fortress. In an instant, A chorus of furious roars erupted from countless Atlantic Tico supporters in the Calderon stands. They brandished their fists and shouted passionately, transforming the atmosphere of the entire stadium into a fervent spectacle. Chapter 37. Identical movements. The supporters of Atletico Madrid and Real Madrid are inherently different. The fans of Real Madrid are known for their lofty standards. They demand not only victories, but also aesthetically pleasing performances. If this criterion is not met, even a renowned tactician like Fabio Capello, who led the team to consecutive league titles, found himself dismissed at the season's end due to his overly simplistic and mundane tactics, which failed to resonate with the Real Madrid faithful. In contrast, Atletico fans do not possess the luxury of such criticality. If Real Madrid fans embody the affluent elite, then Atlantic Tico supporters represent the diligent working class. Their joy is derived from their team's victories, and should they triumph over Real Madrid in the league, their elation knows no bounds. Yet, despite their animosity towards Real Madrid, they recognize the latter as a formidable opponent. As ardent fans of a strong team, they can endure their own team's shortcomings, but they will not tolerate any team that disrespects them. In the Calderon, few teams dare to challenge Atletico with disdain. However, now, Mandy has boldly chosen to provoke their squad. This incited their ire, prompting a roar of indignation. The retaliation from Wei Xiongmao allowed them to immediately vent their emotions. Upon noticing Mandia's gesture, Wei Xiongmao cast a glance his way. Mandia met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Then, Wei Xiongmao flashed a grin and raised his right hand, forming an OK sign. As if receiving a signal, the players of Atletico Madrid intensified their aggressive pressing. Most of their players remained in the attacking zone, each marking an opponent closely, while those in defense followed suit, targeting every player from Santander. The Santander players, however, were not naive enough to be easily contained. They began to move, attempting to create spaces for receiving the ball. Yet, they remained tightly marked by Atletico's players. The goalkeeper, Tonio, pondered for an extended period, unsure to whom he should pass, realizing that delivering to the defenders could be perilous. Reluctantly, he resorted to kicking the ball away with force. The ball soared toward the front line, where Santander's forward, Zait, aimed to seize the first touch, but was thwarted by Miranda, as neither could leap effectively. Domingos intercepted the ball before Garcia could react and passed it to Coke. As Coke received the ball, he executed a swift turn and immediately distributed it to the advancing Pablo on the flank. With his commendable playmaking abilities, particularly as Kiko continuously maneuvered to create space, Pablo advanced the ball past the halfway line. It was not until a defender approached that he passed to the supporting Kiko, who delivered a through ball near the baseline. Without pausing, Pablo accelerated and, just before the ball crossed the goal line, forcefully sent it into the penalty area. Borja leapt high in the center of the box, attracting the attention of two Santander defenders, yet he let the ball slip through. Reyes, following closely, struck the descending ball with precision before the defender could clear it. The goalkeeper, caught off guard, could not react in time as the shot sped into the corner of the net. A goal! Reyes' astute positioning paid off. Mandia, who had just taunted Atletico's bench, now found his provocation met with a goal, seemingly a retribution for his earlier gesture. Let us observe how Wei Xiongmao will respond. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, the broadcast focused not on the celebrating Atletico players, but rather on the home team as coaching staff. Wei Xiongmao did not disappoint. As the camera shifted, everyone witnessed him shrugging at the Santander bench, then mimicking Mandia's earlier gesture. Ha ha! Wei Xiongmao is indeed a remarkable talent. Just moments ago, Mandia had made such a gesture, seemingly questioning, is that all? After Atletico Madrid scored, Wei Xiongmao mimicked the exact same gesture, seemingly proclaiming, is that all you've got? Meanwhile, Mandia found himself in quite an unfortunate predicament. The attack from Atletico bore an element of luck, yet resulted in a goal, rendering Mandia's gesture rather ill-timed. Had Atletico failed to score, such a display could have incited further agitation among the team. Achieving a satisfactory result away from home would have been deemed normal under those circumstances. At that moment, Mandia was indeed extremely frustrated. His earlier action was intended to provoke a reaction from Atletico's players. However, maintaining composure is essential in offense, for once the opponent becomes flustered, the situation can spiral out of control. Yet, Atletico managed to score, making him appear foolish. Nevertheless, he continued to restrain his emotions, focusing on defense and minimizing their opportunities. It is crucial to remember that this was merely the first match. Mandia summoned his captain, Muniz, and spoke to him. Muniz nodded, He had witnessed far worse. Although he rose to prominence at Racing Santander, he quickly transferred to illustrious clubs like Real Madrid and La Coruña, and he had participated in the Euro 2000 with the national team, thus possessing a wealth of experience and understanding the necessity of patience in this moment. However, Mandia failed to notice that his captain was already showing signs of fatigue. The relentless pressing by Atletico forced Muniz, the offensive linchpin for Santander, to exert significantly more effort to receive the ball, resulting in a greater expenditure of energy than usual. Currently, few teams are suffering from this aspect against Atletico, but such instances will inevitably increase in the future. Wei Xiongmao remained focused on the field. His sensitivity to human reactions was remarkably acute. Otherwise, he would not have been able to accurately assess each player's limits during physical training. Under his scrutiny, he could meticulously analyze the physical condition of the players on the pitch. This made his substitutions more targeted. While not a cheat, they bore a resemblance to one in effect. Muniz's physical exertion was notably greater than usual, a fact he was keenly aware of. However, this was merely a minor point. For although Muniz was crucial to Santander's competitive efforts, he remained primarily an offensive player. In this match, Wei Xiongmao was intent on securing a decisive victory and undermining the opposing team's core lineup to lay a solid foundation for the subsequent matches. As the first half progressed, Atletico continued their assault, yet Santander's defense remained steadfast, preventing further goals. When the halftime whistle finally blew, Mandy let out a sigh of relief. Down by only a single goal, which was manageable, there were still opportunities in the second half. Wei Xiongmao, however, made no outward show of emotion and walked directly toward the players' tunnel, seemingly dissatisfied with the first half's performance. Chapter 38. Santander's offense in the second half. We must not succumb to impatience. We cannot afford to rush like Atletico. These three matches should be viewed as a single entity. We are merely in the initial 30 minutes. Our objective is to stall them as much as possible and drain their stamina. If we lose minimally away, we can consider it a victory. By doing so, we will be better positioned in the league to maintain pressure on them, enhancing our advantage for the second leg. Do you understand? Mandy meticulously outlined the tactical approach for the second half in the away team's locker room. In his assessment, Atletico's first half offense had been quite relentless, significantly depleting their energy reserves. Given their lead, it was likely they would slow their tempo in the second half to avoid conceding a goal at home. A 1-0 result at home in a two-legged tie would still be a commendable outcome. In this regard, Santander Athletic still has an opportunity for a surprise attack. As long as they can secure an away goal, the subsequent proceedings will be more manageable. Continuing to press forward in the second half, they can tire out the opposition's primary lineup by making them run, paving the way for easy victories in the next two matches. In the home team's locker room, Wei Xiongmao cheerfully remarked that although they only scored one goal in the first half, he placed greater emphasis on the fact that despite Santander Athletic's passive defense, which seemed to involve less movement, the players had expended considerable energy due to Atletico Madrid's constant adjustments and wide-ranging transitions. More crucially, among the two key figures in Santander Athletic's attack, Luis Garcia remains relatively fit, given his youth, although he has been running extensively. However, the nearly 35-year-old Muniz has already exhausted too much energy in the first half. Once he becomes ineffective, Santander Athletic's offensive threat will diminish significantly. In this regard, he holds greater significance than Luis Garcia. After all, Garcia has only recently transferred from Atletico Madrid to Racing Santander, and his influence on the overall offensive and defensive dynamics of Racing Santander is certainly not as profound as that of Muniz. Muniz is truly the soul and core of Racing Santander. This is a matter of great certainty for Wei Xiongmao. However, Mandia, as the head coach of Santander Athletic, appears somewhat indifferent to this notion. Perhaps in his eyes, he already holds Muniz in high regard, yet he still does not place Muniz's significance at the forefront of Santander Athletic's priorities. This may very well encapsulate the distinction between him and Wei Xiongmao. Wei Xiongmao possesses the remarkable ability to grasp the essence of matters at a glance, an instinct honed over a millennium. In terms of observational prowess, none can rival Wei Xiongmao. As the second half of the match commenced, Atletico Madrid launched a fierce offensive, catching Mandia utterly by surprise. The relentless approach of Atlantic Tico, seemingly indifferent to physical exertion, was indeed unexpected for Mandia. Although Atletico had exhibited considerable stamina in recent matches, Mandia had not anticipated that Wei Xiongmao had significantly enhanced the overall fitness of the team. After all, achieving such a feat is no small task. It could only be attributed to the new coach's arrival, inspiring the players of ATL Tico to exhibit heightened enthusiasm. This is quite commonplace as professional athletes. While it is theoretically essential to exert oneself to the utmost in every match, the reality is that players often display varying levels of motivation depending on their esteemed coach or when a new coach assumes command. Thus, witnessing ATL Tico Madrid's vigorous performance brings unexpected delight to Mandia. Their fierce determination might suggest that the players' stamina could indeed wane significantly. If they can withstand this onslaught, Santander could very well seize the opportunity for a victory on foreign soil. Consequently, Mandia began vociferously urging everyone to retreat and focus on defense, emphasizing that they must endure this phase before anything else. Even Garc A and Montez, typically known for their lack of defensive commitment, joined in to fortify their defenses, as robust defense relies on collective effort. ATL Tico Madrid launched a relentless assault, their offensive strategy remaining largely unchanged, continuously engaging in intricate positional interchanges, shifting fluidly, and seizing every opportunity to strike. Such an offensive approach, when confronted by an impenetrable defense, proves to be rather ineffective. Thus, after several minutes of relentless attack, the desired results remain elusive. Thiago's long-range shot from outside the penalty area soared over the crossbar, while the ATL Tico Madrid players opted not to retreat, but instead launched an aggressive press in the attacking third. Send it long, let them attack, and let's see how strong their stamina is. Mandia could not help but shout from the sidelines. The referee issued him a warning, urging him to refrain from vociferous outbursts that might disrupt the players on the field. Reluctantly, Mandia stepped back, casting a discontented glare at Wei Xiongmao. Before doing so, his frustration was palpable, and his composure had begun to waver. Wei Xiongmao, however, merely chuckled in response. The head coach's impatience can often resonate with the players. When the coach is agitated, the players tend to mirror that urgency. Although Santander Athletic had grown accustomed to being overwhelmed, each player was imbued with youthful vigor. Surrounded and under pressure from Atlantic Tico, they too yearned for an opportunity to mount a formidable offense. Thus, as the goalkeeper cleared the ball with a powerful kick, many players surged forward, intent on orchestrating a threatening attack to quell Atlantic Tico's audacity. This approach can occasionally prove quite effective when besieged. Launching one or two well-timed defensives can significantly alleviate the pressure faced by one's own side. CIT valiantly seized the initial point, and the following player, Muniz, although not frequently in possession during this match, posed a considerable threat each time he touched the ball, thanks to his experience and skill. The defender Pablo, tasked with marking him on this flank, found it quite challenging. In this instance, as in others, Pablo exerted himself to keep pace with Muniz. While he was not at a disadvantage in terms of speed, he fell short in experience and technique. Muniz swiftly eluded him, breaking through and advancing along the flank. At that moment, the situation became precarious for Muniz as Keiko withdrew. Although Keiko's defense was average and his youth was apparent, his speed and stamina surpassed Muniz's considerably. Muniz might continually shake him off, yet Keiko would promptly retreat and persistently close in on him. Though Keiko was not particularly robust, Muniz feared no physical confrontation. However, such encounters would inevitably deplete considerable energy. Realizing that he could no longer create opportunities through breakthroughs, Muniz abruptly halted and passed the ball. Santander's attack ultimately bore fruit, culminating in a shot from the veteran Luis Garcia, who decisively struck after penetrating the penalty area. His attempt was thwarted by De Gea, who swiftly dove to block it before promptly rising to secure the ball. Chapter 39. Tactical exhaustion upon witnessing the failure to score. Mandia expressed his disappointment, leaning back with a sigh. It was evident that Atletico's focus had shifted to offense, causing a noticeable decline in defensive intensity. It was indeed a pity they hadn't T-scored. Despite his regret, Mandia felt a flicker of joy at this offensive surge, as it might instill a sense of caution in Atletico during subsequent attacks. After all, conceding a goal at home in a two-legged match could be detrimental, something everyone sought to avoid. He was then taken aback as Atletico's players swiftly mounted a counterattack, their defensive line pushing past midfield, displaying an unwavering determination to attack. It must be said that since the appointment of Wei Xiongmao, the transformation of Atletico has rapidly yielded results, guiding the team back onto the right path. The success of Atletico in securing a top-4 finish in the previous 2 seasons was not solely reliant on their defense, but rather on their offensive prowess. The subpar performance in the first half of the season was linked to their forced defensive approach, which neither improved their defense nor maintained their offensive strength, leading to losses in matches they ought to have won. Now, Wei Xiongmao has steered Atletico back towards an attacking strategy, albeit seemingly a bit excessive, allowing the team to fully showcase their potential. The Atletico fans in the stands erupted in fervent cheers, clearly relishing the current offensive display, which radiated an unwavering spirit. Was this not precisely what the Atletico supporters craved? If Real Madrid embodies nobility and splendor, then the reason Atletico has persistently competed against such illustrious clubs in Madrid is their unyielding spirit. From players to fans, this embodies the cultural essence of Atletico Madrid. Should this culture be lost, Atletico would cease to be Atlantic Tico. De Gea initiated the attack with a throw. Koke received the ball and passed it to Asensio, who then made a forward run. With a deft twist of his ankle, Asensio sent a precise pass directly to Koke's feet. Upon receiving the ball once more, Koke did not advance, but instead distributed it to the supporting Thiago. Although these 3 midfielders were positioned deeper, they possessed considerable attacking prowess, enabling them to create genuine threats during their forward movements. Santander began to press in midfield, and Reyes dropped back to receive the ball. His dribbling ability surpassed that of Koke and his teammates. As he gained possession, he executed a smooth turn, evading a midfielder, and feigned a run into the penalty area. After drawing sufficient defensive attention, he abruptly halted and delivered the ball to the advancing Keiko. Keiko, glancing briefly at the situation within the box, decisively sent in a cross. Borja leapt into the air as he ran. Despite the opposing center-back's considerable height, his agility was somewhat lacking. While stationary, the defender could rely on experience to manage Borja's movements, but in this dynamic situation, controlling Borja became challenging. After colliding with the opposing defender in midair, Borja directed a powerful header toward the goal. At such close range, the goalkeeper was unlikely to react in time. Regrettably, Borja's header was slightly on target, leaving him no opportunity to adjust the angle. The Santander goalkeeper instinctively raised his hand, deflecting the ball out for a corner. After landing, Borja held his head in disappointment, wishing he had adjusted the angle just slightly. No matter, the offensive momentum continued. The team's mascot, the Panda, also jumped with enthusiasm, shouting out encouragement. For the corner, Reyes placed himself at the ball, while Atletico's 2 central defenders, Miranda and Domingos, surged forward. Both possessed impressive height, with Miranda standing at 1.86 meters and Domingos nearly 1.90 meters, giving them a distinct aerial advantage over their younger opponents. Alongside striker Borja, their combined height in the penalty area was formidable. Reyes surveyed the situation within the box before commencing his run and struck the ball powerfully. Borja leapt high at the near post, drawing the attention of the opposing defenders, yet allowed the ball to slip past him. As Miranda raced back and Domingos surged forward, both attracted considerable defensive scrutiny, while Reyes' corner kick veered directly to the far post. Keiko emerged from the crowd, anticipating the ball's descent. Before the defenders could react, he deftly redirected the ball with his foot, altering its trajectory as it soared into the net. 2-0. Splendid. Wei Xiongmao raised his fist, achieving precisely the effect he desired. With a relentless offensive onslaught, he not only wore down his opponents, but also caused their defense to falter under pressure. While a defensive stance may conserve some physical energy, it demands a heightened mental vigilance that can be utterly exhausting. This constant strain on the mind inevitably leads to fatigue, draining the players of their stamina. Mental exertion is indeed a form of labor. Take, for instance, the recent goal. Had the match only begun to command attention at that moment, Keiko might not have seized such an opportunity, as his positional awareness is not particularly formidable. However, at this juncture, Santander's defense within the penalty area revealed cracks, with marked lapses in marking, allowing Keiko to effortlessly score. He extended his arms in celebration as he sprinted toward the sidelines, while Atletico Madrid's players hurried over to join him. Borja, celebrating as he ran, sighed at the missed chances he had created, lamenting his near misses in scoring. Wei Xiongmao could discern that Borja possessed commendable physical attributes and displayed great effort on the field. However, his scoring ability appeared to fall short. This is not something that can be rushed. Although shooting skills can be honed through practice, many forwards, lacking a particular innate talent for scoring, can only enhance their abilities over time through persistent effort. Regrettably, Borja possesses the physique of a center forward, yet falls short in this regard. Otherwise, he would have had the opportunity to become a starting striker. After all, in comparison to the two primary forwards, his physicality and height offer advantages that Agüero and Fran do not possess. At this moment, Wei Xiongmao involuntarily recalled the match featuring Diego Costa, where Costa exhibited a distinctly different style. Although he was of similar stature to Borja and did not appear to display any notable differences in physical confrontation, his fervent desire to score was remarkably intense. In recent matches, Costa has not made many appearances for Valladolid, and it is hoped that he will perform better in the upcoming games, providing a reason for the team to bring him back during the summer. With Fran not being particularly young anymore, Atletico Madrid must also prepare for their forward line's future. Chapter 40. The petty coach. After Atletico Madrid extended their lead to 2-0, Santander began to face significant challenges. Their current predicament is quite awkward. If they continue to defend, trailing by 2 goals away from home, without having scored an away goal themselves, it will be exceedingly difficult to recover in the second leg. Conversely, if they choose to attack and allow Atlético to score further, the chances of success in the second leg may vanish entirely. Mandy is even more troubled. He never anticipated conceding 2 goals so early, especially with nearly his entire team engaged in defense. Reflecting on Atletico's previous home match against Almería, where they managed to score only once in the first half but then netted 3 goals in the second half, sealing that match's victory. One wonders if they have a similar strategy in mind for this game. However, we are undeniably stronger than Almería. It is time for a counterattack. Let us showcase our capabilities. Mandia shouted fervently from the sidelines. Simultaneously, he swiftly substituted in a forward, replacing the heavily marked Sit, in an effort to bolster their offensive prowess. Just as he completed the substitution, he noticed Wei Xiongmao, having finished celebrating, gesturing at him from a distance with an open-handed motion. Mandia was infuriated. He had intended to be angry at Wei Xiongmao, yet now he found himself deeply agitated by him instead. As the match resumed, Santander's athletic club sought to initiate an offensive, and shortly after the kickoff, they managed to create some threats, relying on attacks from both flanks, successfully pressuring Atletico Madrid. The 2 full-backs of Atletico, being substitutes, possessed only average capabilities. Thus they were firmly pinned down. However, after 5 minutes of dominating play against Atletico, Santander's offense gradually lost its potency. The reason was simple. Their core player, Muniz, was beginning to tire. His previous defensive efforts had drained considerable energy, and although seasoned veterans typically manage their stamina judiciously, in this match, the relentless pace imposed by Atletico's offense forced him into excessive running. Consequently, with just over 60 minutes gone, Muniz was nearly rendered ineffective on the pitch. Mandia had no choice but to substitute the captain, watching helplessly as Atletico regained control of the game. Muniz was indeed crucial to Santander in recent years. Their survival in La Liga had hinged upon his leadership, and his performance on the field allowed the team to secure vital points for relegation. This was something no other player could replicate. For a smaller club like Santander, avoiding relegation was paramount. Faced with a relentless onslaught from Atletico, they could only retreat further. Atletico's strategy to breach the fortified defense was limited, yet each attack from Atletico sent shivers through the already demoralized Santander players. Even when Reyes suffered an ankle injury and was replaced by Fran during a contested play, Atletico's offensive momentum did not wane. The frequency of positional exchanges increased, and any opportunity to receive the ball was met with a determined drive toward the penalty area, as Atletico played with a somewhat reckless abandon, capitalizing on their physical superiority. Moreover, with Fran positioned outside the box, Atletico's offense gained an additional heavy artillery, compelling Santander to divert some of their defensive focus outward, thereby weakening their interior defense. Borja seized an opportunity within the penalty area, yet as he prepared to shoot, he was abruptly collided with by an opponent hastily retreating in defense. The referee promptly awarded a penalty kick, which Fran executed flawlessly, sealing the score at 3-0. The collapse was swift and overwhelming. Wei Xiongmao waved his fist. This time, he chose not to provoke Mandia, perhaps feeling it unnecessary. Pilardo replaced Cork, and Wei Xiongmao intended to make adjustments through substitutions. Almost immediately upon entering the pitch, Pilardo created a promising opportunity, driving into the penalty area, which forced the Santander defenders to commit a foul once again. As a result, Atletico was awarded their second penalty of the match. Fran successfully converted, marking his second goal, making the score 4-0. In the end, Wei Xiongmao shrugged toward the Santander bench. A 4-0 lead in the first leg essentially assured their advancement. The second leg would merely be a formality. However, at the post-match press conference, he felt compelled to provoke the opposition. We have merely secured a victory in one match. For goals are insignificant, we could very well concede 5 in the away game. Thus, we cannot claim we have reached the King's Cup final. We can only say we have temporarily seized the initiative. The journalist couldn't help but chuckle at his words. After all, prior to the first leg, he had been speculating about the final, and now, with one foot, no, more than half his body, inside the final, he spoke seriously about the possibility of losing by 5 goals in the second leg. Wasn't that amusing? Atletico's offense performed admirably, providing us with a lesson. They indeed possess remarkable players and formidable strength. However, to lose by 4 goals was unexpected. The 2 penalties in the second half are certainly debatable, but I do not wish to shirk responsibility. We were already 2 goals down before that. I can only say that in the upcoming matches, Santander will fight for honor, Mandia stated impassively. I too regard the forthcoming matches with great seriousness. I will not underestimate Santander, Wei Xiongmao replied earnestly. Mandia then strode away, clearly not favored by the journalist for his relentless approach. Consequently, a reporter swiftly changed the subject. The last time Atletico reached the King's Cup final was in the 99-00 season, a season in which they unfortunately faced relegation to the Segunda Division. Of course, the likelihood of relegation now seems minimal. What are your thoughts on this final? I will not speculate until we are truly in the final, Wei Xiongmao responded. He then waved his hand, departing the press conference, leaving the journalists in a state of perplexity. What a petty-minded coach he was. Many reporters began to grumble, but it was merely venting. Atletico had nearly obliterated Santander in the match, providing ample material to write about. Furthermore, the sequence of Mandia's taunts followed by Wei Xiongmao's consecutive humiliations was enticing enough. Yet, Wei Xiongmao's refusal to grant them any dignity indeed left them feeling frustrated. If this fellow continues to win, we will have no choice but to find ways to ingratiate ourselves with him, one reporter suddenly remarked. An unsettling silence fell over the room, and the others collectively shivered. This is truly terrifying. Chapter 41, The New Contract. The resounding victory of 4-0 has indeed rendered Atlético Madrid's subsequent matches considerably easier. Regardless of whether coach Wei Xiongmao emphasizes that we have yet to reach the King's Cup final, the truth remains that this match has essentially transformed the series of 3 encounters into a mere formality. If one were to perceive these 3 matches as a singular contest, it would be accurate to state that we have merely traversed 1/3 of the time, with the remainder already slipping into the realm of irrelevance. In merely 4 days, Atlético Madrid is set to face Santander Athletic in the 21st round of the league, with the second leg also taking place at Santander's home ground. Consequently, Coach Wei has decided that after traveling to Santander with the players, they shall not return midway, but instead complete both matches before coming back. There is a palpable sense of ease surrounding these 2 fixtures within the Atlético Madrid camp. Coach Wei even engaged the players who will not partake in the upcoming league match in 3 days of physical training, while allowing those who will play to merely maintain their form. This approach reflects a firm belief in the assured victories of the forthcoming matches. While Coach Wei does not arrogantly presume this to be the case, the reality is that Atlético Madrid played with remarkable composure in the subsequent games. In the league, they effortlessly triumphed over Santander Athletic with a score of 3-1, with the key players, who had not engaged in strenuous training, displaying vibrant energy on the field. Thanks to Agüero's brace and Forlan's additional strike, they overcame their opponents. In the midweek King's Cup second leg, although the substitutes' performance waned, and they suffered a loss to the opponents, the score of 2-3 was sufficient for Atlético Madrid to secure a place in the final of the King's Cup. A decade later, Atlético Madrid finds itself once again in the final of the King's Cup. During the month and a half from January to early February, the team contested 6 matches in the King's Cup, achieving 4 victories and 2 defeats, culminating in their advancement to the final. In the league, they similarly played 6 matches, securing 5 victories and 1 defeat, elevating their ranking to 9th with a total of 29 points. They stand 8 points behind the 4th-place Mallorca and have distanced themselves from the relegation zone by 11 points, effectively eliminating any threat of relegation. With 17 rounds remaining in the league, their hopes of challenging for a top 4 finish remain substantial. The King's Cup final is scheduled for May, which implies that Atlético Madrid's forthcoming endeavors will focus on both the league and the Europa League. competing on multiple fronts has always been a formidable challenge. Although there are no upcoming commitments in the King's Cup for the midweek, the tasks in the Europa League will soon commence. Our team has grown accustomed to the demands of playing twice a week, so the situation is manageable. However, in the league, we may encounter some fluctuations in performance, as the opponents in the Europa League are considerably stronger than those faced in the King's Cup, Coach Wei remarked to the inquiring Gloria. As for the team management, it naturally rests upon your shoulders. We are aware of your busy schedule, and our intention in seeking your presence is not to impose additional pressure, but rather to renegotiate the contract, Gloria replied with a smile. Coach Wei was taken aback. Was it not agreed that the contract would automatically convert to a formal one at the season's end? Is it necessary to finalize it now? Wei Xiongmao inquired. In the past month and a half, you have led the team in 12 matches, and both the style of play and the results have greatly pleased us. It would be unreasonable for you to receive only this modest salary of 250,000 for half a season. If word got out, we would become the subject of ridicule among our peers for a yearly salary of 1.5 million. What do you think? If you agree, we can extend your contract to 2.5 years. Gulia smiled and replied, this would indeed triple my salary. Wei Xiongmao chuckled, indeed. Ye li yanu did. In reality, this figure is on the lower side. However, I firmly believe that as long as your coaching standards remain exemplary, we will elevate your compensation to reflect your esteemed position. After all, the club's contract holds little binding power over the head coach. If your salary is too low, other clubs could easily entice you away. I have no intention of leaving, but I also hope that should I decide to depart, the process could be somewhat more seamless. Therefore, I would prefer the contract to be executed in an alternative manner, Wei Xiongmao proposed after some contemplation. Oh, do enlighten me. Gulia expressed her interest, finding no objection to his words. As she had stated, the club's constraints on coaching contracts were indeed minimal. If a coach was resolute in their desire to leave, they were likely to succeed. The base salary should remain at 500,000. Anything more is unnecessary. However, if I achieve favorable results with the team, a stipulated bonus would be acceptable. This would also allow the club to save on taxes, wouldn't it? Wei Xiongmao remarked with a grin. That is quite a clever approach. But are you truly confident in the performance of your team? Gulia asked with curiosity. Wei Xiongmao's request, from a financial perspective, was undoubtedly astute. The taxes on salaries and bonuses differ, providing a significant benefit to the club. Yet, typically, head coaches are hesitant to tie their earnings to their performance, as no one can guarantee exceptional results. We can set the league performance bonus at 500,000 for qualifying for the Europa League, 1 million for the Champions League, 2 million for winning the league, 500,000 for the King's Cup, 1.5 million for the Europa League, and 3 million for winning the Champions League. Other competitions, such as the Super Cup, are too unpredictable and thus not worthy of consideration. Winning those should be expected. Wei Xiongmao concluded after pondering. Gulia reflected, so, if you lead the team to a treble this season, your total earnings would amount to 4.25 million? Wei Xiongmao nodded. If we consider the entire season, it would be 4.5 million. Gulia contemplated further. If we include the Champions League in that treble, it would total 6 million euros. Precisely, he affirmed. Wei Xiongmao broke into a smile, prompting Gulia to chuckle as well. The last manager to secure a treble was Sir Alex Ferguson of Manchester United, who has transcended the realm of monetary valuation in coaching. The preceding treble winner was Pep Guardiola, who led Barcelona to glory last year, earning a mere 1.5 million euros at that time. However, shortly after, Barcelona renewed his contract and elevated his salary to a staggering 8 million euros. In contrast, Wei Xiongmao's acquisition of the treble would only require 6 million, a veritable bargain. Nonetheless, Gulia had never genuinely considered the possibility of Wei Xiongmao achieving such a feat. Under these circumstances, no club would decline such an offer. Gulia nodded, remarking, but in that case your interest could easily be compromised. No, I will deliver commendable results. Wei Xiongmao replied, shrugging off the concern. To be frank, money is of little consequence to me. Gulia laughed once more. Chapter 42. Atletico Madrid approaches completeness. Gulia's laughter was not born out of the belief that Wei Xiongmao was a person of lofty ideals, devoted solely to truth rather than wealth, immersed in his work while indifferent to his personal remuneration. Wei Xiongmao merely shrugged, asserting, I speak from the heart. Believe it or not, after signing his name on the new contract, he ceased to concern himself with it, lacking an agent and deeming such matters trivial. The upcoming matches against Zaragoza, Galatasaray, and Almeria followed by another encounter with Galatasaray, and then Valencia promised to be significantly more challenging than those preceding them. Wei Xiongmao studied the schedule, lost in contemplation. Both the League and the Europa League demanded utmost diligence. For the latter, though less lucrative, still held value. Atletico Madrid's needs were not financial, but rather rooted in the pursuit of honor. Even for Wei Xiongmao personally, leading the team to 2 championships would serve as an excellent foundation for his stature. The league was equally vital, while the prospect of clinching the league title seemed dim. Striving for a top 4 finish to secure qualification for the next season's Champions League remained a critical objective. Following this series of matches, Atletico would enjoy a week of respite before facing Barcelona that weekend, a match that Wei Xiongmao regarded with great seriousness. Barcelona remained unbeaten and boasted an impressive winning percentage. Last season, they had already secured a treble, and in the first half of this season, they transformed that treble into a sextuple. Such achievements were undeniably remarkable. However, should they maintain their unbeaten streak in the league this season, they would ascend to unprecedented heights as a formidable team. It is worth noting that the legendary AC Milan dynasty did not achieve the treble or sextuple during their own 58-match unbeaten run. Although Barcelona claimed the treble last season, they still suffered several defeats in the league. What of this season? As of now, they have achieved 17 victories and 4 draws in 21 rounds. Given the remarkable form they had displayed this season, it is entirely reasonable for them to aspire towards an unbeaten season and a perfect record. In the past, regardless of Barcelona's illustrious achievements, Wei Xiongmao remained indifferent. However, this season, if Barcelona wishes to bask in glory, they must inevitably be vanquished by Wei Xiongmao. Relying on others to undermine Barcelona's greatness seems rather implausible. In the first round of the historic derby, Barcelona triumphed over Real Madrid at home. With their current state, it would be a formidable challenge for Real Madrid to defeat them. To break free from this cycle, Wei Xiongmao must exert his own efforts to thwart Barcelona. It is indeed a daunting task. Wei Xiongmao sighed. Although recent adjustments to Atletico Madrid have yielded some results, he previously sacrificed certain methods that could better enhance the player's physical conditioning for the sake of establishing a more solid foundation. With consecutive matches approaching, Wei Xiongmao feels compelled to make adjustments and sacrifices. Previously, he could rotate players, allowing them to alternate on the field and engage in fitness training to maintain their physical growth. However, that was feasible as the King S Cup opponents were not particularly formidable. This year, Atletico Madrid has enjoyed favorable luck in the King S Cup, advancing to the round of 16 against 2 consecutive teams from the second division. Their semi-final opponent, Racing Santander, is merely a mid-tier La Liga team. Given Atletico Madrid's strength, as long as Wei Xiongmao avoids any grave missteps, securing victory should be relatively effortless. The Europa League, however, presents a different challenge, commencing with a strong team like Galatasaray. Although Galatasaray has faltered in the past 2 seasons, finishing 5th in the Turkish Super League last season and relegated to the Europa League, currently undergoing a period of transition. They remain a long-established powerhouse in Turkish football and have previously clinched the Europa League title. By their standards, they have always represented a tough adversary. The league opponents are also formidable. Zaragoza, a veteran team, though on the brink of relegation, is not an easy foe. Almería, a professional relegation survivor for the past 2 seasons, has managed to maintain their status due to their resilience and willingness to endure. As for Valencia, amid Sevilla's recent struggles, they are one of the few teams able to keep pace with Barcelona and Real Madrid, currently sitting with 42 points, 5 points clear of 4th place Mallorca. Their performance remains stable, with the attacking line of Mata, Villa, and David Silva serving as their scoring guarantee. The upcoming match against Valencia can indeed be regarded as a rehearsal for their encounter with Barcelona. Wei Xiongmao gazed at the tactical board, now rendered a chaotic jumble by his own hand, pondering to himself. Although the tactical characteristics of Valencia and Barcelona diverged significantly, their offensive approaches bore a striking resemblance, characterized by swift passing and sudden breakthroughs. In the upcoming matches, Wei Xiongmao intended to employ a strategy of rotation and adjustments, integrating physical training amidst the fixtures. The players would endure a rigorous day of conditioning, which, while exhausting, ensured a rapid recovery. For the match against Zaragoza, Wei Xiongmao fielded his envisioned starting lineup. The goalkeeper remained De Gea, a steadfast choice, since the unfortunate injury of Asenjo, who suffered a torn knee ligament and would be sidelined for 3 months. Wei Xiongmao had elevated De Gea to the starting position. He showcased his prowess, slightly surpassing Asenjo in height and exhibiting superior goalkeeping techniques. However, compared to Asenjo, he lacked a degree of experience. Had Asenjo not been injured, he might have been loaned out for a few years to gain valuable experience. Yet fate favored De Gea, as Asenjo's misfortune paved the way for his ascension. Atletico Madrid had sold their 2 previous goalkeepers prior to the season, further opening the door for De Gea. The full-backs were now Barella and Lopez, both of whom clearly outclassed the substitutes in skill, displaying remarkable stamina. Wei Xiongmao harbored some reservations about Lopez's age. While he possessed commendable assist capabilities, his defensive skills were somewhat lacking. Conversely, Barella was in his prime, exhibiting tenacity in defense, albeit with some shortcomings in offensive contributions. The central defensive pairing consisted of Juanito and Miranda. Through the course of their training, Miranda had seamlessly integrated into the squad. Compared to Wei Xiongmao, he was younger and matched in height and physicality, yet his defensive techniques and positioning skills surpassed those of the Czech defender, whose form had gradually declined over the years. Once deemed a potential top-tier defender in his youth, he was now merely an ordinary player in the upper echelons of the league. The midfield trio had solidified into a formidable unit: Koch, Garcia, and Gerardo. Each of them possessed distinct advantages over their counterparts. Koch's stamina and ability to initiate plays from the back, Garcia's relentless energy and interception skills, and Gerardo's capacity to receive passes and penetrate the defense were unmatched by other midfielders in Atletico. Coupled with the attacking orchestration of Simon, Fran, and Agüero, this primary lineup approached completeness. Chapter 43. Divergent definitions. The primary lineup envisioned by Wei Xiongmao did not exhibit particularly remarkable performance in the upcoming round of the league, still relying heavily on the contributions of 2 forwards. Atletico Madrid narrowly triumphed over Zaragoza with a score of 2-1, securing another 3 points. However, post-match media evaluations were less than favorable, suggesting that the previously splendid offensive display had vanished, reverting to a reliance on forwards for scoring. What is inherently wrong with depending on forwards for goals? We possess exceptional forwards whose recent form has been commendable, whether it be Forl, N, or AG Arrow. They are both remarkable strikers. Observing their fine form, it is only natural to devise strategies to facilitate their scoring. The prior rotations were due to my starting lineup not yet being firmly established. Moving forward, we require stability, and I have discovered my optimal starting ensemble. During an interview, Wei Xiongmao remarked that, with the current composition of Atletico, their strongest asset lies within their attacking line. Adjustments in the defense and midfield are primarily aimed at enabling the forwards to score more. When you possess 2 forwards capable of netting 30 goals each in a season, cumulatively totaling 60, what more could one possibly need? Rijkaard, observing Wei Xiongmao's interview, fell into deep contemplation. During Rijkaard's tenure in La Liga, Wei Xiongmao was still an unknown entity, rendering Rijkaard unfamiliar with this newly emerged coach. Nevertheless, although currently managing Galatasaray, he remains quite attentive to La Liga. It is evident to him that since Wei Xiongmao assumed command of Atletico, he has indeed revitalized the club's attacking traditions. But one must ponder the sincerity of his statements. Before the commencement of this season, Rijkaard assumed the coaching role at Galatasaray. Last season, the team finished 5th in the league, prompting the dismissal of the previous coach and the appointment of Rijkaard. This practice is not uncommon for Galatasaray, as they frequently recruit seasoned coaches or players from top European leagues in an effort to elevate their standards. At the turn of the century, they achieved notable success with stars such as Hagi, Popescu, and Taffarel, who, having lost their core positions in top European leagues, contributed to the team's victory in the UEFA Cup, subsequently nurturing a generation of remarkable Turkish players. The current situation seems no different. After a year of respite following his departure from Barcelona, Rijkaard took the helm at Galatasaray, presenting him with a promising opportunity. This season, his performance has been commendable, with Galatasaray trailing only 1 point behind the league leaders, Fenerbahce, a significant improvement for a team that had plummeted to the depths last season. In the UEFA Cup, they have advanced to the knockout stage with impressive victories, and for Rijkaard, who has previously led a team to a Champions League title, his ambitions undoubtedly encompass securing every championship. However, Atletico Madrid poses a formidable challenge. The UEFA Europa League's 32-strong includes many formidable teams, such as Valencia, Juventus, and Liverpool, yet Atletico remains a powerful contender. For Rijkaard, Overcoming ATL Tico is essential to pursue the ultimate goal of clinching the Europa League title. The interview with Wei Xiongmao appears to serve as a smokescreen. Ridgecard assured his assistant coach that he has never disclosed his intentions in prior interviews. Since his appointment, the two forwards have indeed performed admirably, but this success hinges on the midfield's ability to create opportunities. Koch has emerged as pivotal since his arrival, facilitating the attack through precise passes that enable the forwards to receive the ball directly, resulting in numerous scoring opportunities. Thus, if we fixate solely on Fran and AG Aero during this match, we would be gravely mistaken. The key lies in tightly marking Koch and pressuring him to impede his ability to receive the ball. The assistant coach nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ridgecard's astute analysis as that of a top-tier coach. Ridgecard felt a tinge of pride. Indeed, he had struggled to maintain control of the dressing room towards the end of his tenure at Barcelona, leading to his dismissal. Yet, it was he who laid the foundation for that treble-winning Barcelona, allowing Guardiola to reap the rewards. It is regrettable that, after his exit from Barcelona, no top European clubs sought his services, leading him to take the reins at Galatasaray. Soon, you shall witness how I will triumph over this rising star in La Liga. Wei Xiongmao. Upon arriving in Madrid with Galatasaray, Ridgecard exuded elegance. Each time I bring my team to Madrid, I have cherished memories, and I hope this occasion will be no different. During an interview, Ridgecard expressed himself with such joviality that the players of Galatasaray felt a surge of confidence, for they were guided by a coach of considerable experience. Oh, he possesses fond memories of his visits to Madrid? It appears that Mr. Ridgecard's definition of pleasant recollections diverges from that of the average person. Throughout his 5 seasons at Barcelona, he journeyed to Madrid on 3 occasions in 4 seasons and twice in 1, culminating in a total of 14 visits, of which he secured victory in merely 4 matches, drew 4, and suffered defeat in 6. In his final season at the helm of Barcelona, the 2007-2008 season, he led the team to Madrid 3 times, only to lose each encounter. Were I in his position, such experiences would hardly qualify as fond memories. They would resemble a haunting nightmare. Nonetheless, I can empathize, as profound disappointments often give rise to illusory recollections that provide a semblance of comfort. Thus, I must implore you not to relay my sentiments to Mr. Ridgecard, lest I shatter the illusion that allows him a modicum of joy, an act for which I would surely bear grave guilt. The remarks of the witty panda elicited hearty laughter from the Spanish journalists. It is noteworthy that even Barcelona-esque reporters have grown rather critical of Ridgecard, given that his final 2 seasons were marked by mediocrity, with Real Madrid firmly suppressing Barcelona, leaving the fans with the belief that he hindered the club's potential to dominate La Liga. The journalists from both Real Madrid and ATL Tico Madrid harbor even less fondness for him. Consequently, the witty panda's comments swiftly reached Ridgecard, nearly rendering him faint with indignation. His intention had merely been to uplift his team's morale, yet this witty panda seemed intent on striking at the very heart of the matter. It was a folly for someone not particularly adept with words to engage in a verbal duel with such a sharp-tongued individual, leading only to self-inflicted humiliation. Thus, he was left with no choice but to swallow his frustration and prepare to deliver a resounding performance against ATL Tico Madrid. Chapter 44. Ridgecard's Fury last season. Galatasaray's performance deteriorated significantly, and there were reasons for this decline. The departure of a cadre of seasoned veterans undoubtedly contributed to their struggles. Moreover, in the Turkish league, traditional powerhouses such as Fenerbahce and Beşiktaş remain formidable rivals, while the newly emerging Bursaspor has also exhibited remarkable prowess. The competition in Süper Lig is intensifying, and Galatasaray is at a juncture of renewal, making their decline entirely understandable. From this perspective, the management's decision to appoint Ridgecard as head coach was indeed a remedy well suited to their plight. When he took charge at Barcelona, they too were undergoing a phase of transformation. Ridgecard steadied the ship, providing young talents like Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi with the stability necessary to flourish, ultimately yielding substantial rewards. This situation also aligns with the current circumstances of Galatasaray. In this season's league, Galatasaray, while not displaying an exceptionally elevated standard, has nevertheless achieved commendable results compared to the previous season. Furthermore, several young players have been promoted by Ridgecard, demonstrating consistent performances, such as the 23-year-old captain Arda Turan and the 19-year-old midfielder Emre Kalik. Turan has gradually matured this season, showcasing a well-rounded technical ability with both feet, remarkable speed, strong dribbling skills, and a commendable scoring capability. He is versatile enough to play in various attacking roles, including attacking midfielder, playmaker, or either wing position. Such an outstanding and multifaceted offensive talent is indeed rare in the annals of Turkish football. Emre Kalik evokes memories of the similarly named midfield prodigy. Like Emre, Kalik is a diminutive yet technically gifted midfielder, known for his vigorous movement and exceptional passing and dribbling abilities. However, his height may pose a limitation to his further development. Sometimes a team can cultivate one or two young core players, and with successful acquisitions, it can swiftly regain its former glory. Atletico Madrid is a prime example of this. Since the appointment of their new coach, there has not been a dramatic transformation, merely the integration of a few young talents and the signing of a defender. Turan is their offensive linchpin. His role is fluid and not confined to a specific position. Thus, we need not worry about him, as the coach remarked during training. The players were initially taken aback, but soon grasped the intent. Atletico's defensive strategy hinges on relentless running. Each player intensifies their movement, closely marking opponents to disrupt the flow of their attacks, thereby ensuring defensive success. Moreover, should the opposition attempt to evade their defense, they too must increase their running, which results in significant physical exertion. Consequently, when defending, fatigue sets in, leading to an inevitable rise in mistakes. This is the essence of the tactics employed by Mr. Wei Xiongmao. He is unperturbed by the possibility that others might discern it, for even if they do, it holds little significance. This is truly a testament to genuine strength. Regarding the offensive strategies in this match, the Panda Guardian employed a clever ruse. On February 19th, at the Calder Inn Stadium, it was only upon arriving at the Calder Inn that Rijkaard received the starting lineup for Atletico Madrid. The Panda Guardian withheld the lineup until 2 hours prior to the match, deliberately leaving Rijkaard with no time to react. He was acutely aware of Rijkaard's characteristics. The man possesses commendable team-building skills, a discerning eye for talent, and a formidable ability to elevate the standards of a team. Otherwise, he would not have been able to guide the struggling Barcelona back to prominence. However, his own shortcomings are quite apparent, particularly his inadequate capacity for on-site command. Such distinguished coaches are not absent. For instance, Arsene Wenger of Arsenal exemplifies this. However, Wenger's prowess in tactical instruction and formation far surpasses that of Rijkaard. Thus, despite occasional shortcomings during matches, Wenger remains a premier coach. Rijkaard, on the other hand, appears markedly deficient in this regard. Frequently, he refrains from making substitutions. And when he does, it is merely a matter of replacing one or two players in a predictable manner, a point for which he is often criticized. Given this persistent flaw, which he seems aware of yet unable to amend, it is clear that his shortcomings can be strategically exploited. In the starting lineup, Rijkaard was presented with a surprise. Indeed, it was rather astonishing. The goalkeeper, De Gea, defenders, Barella, Lopez, Domingos, and Miranda, midfielders, Garcia, Koch, and Reyes, and forwards, Fran and Aguero. At first glance, it appears there are no significant changes. Yet the absence of Giraldo in favor of Reyes clearly indicates an intention to advance directly through the midfield and initiate attacks. During interviews, he genuinely expressed the desire to maximize the potential of his two forwards. However, Rijkaard's tactical setup primarily focuses on stifling Koch's influence. By containing Koch, the frequency of Atletico's offensive maneuvers diminishes, rendering even the most skilled forwards ineffective. But now, with the introduction of Reyes, Atletico can seamlessly navigate through the midfield, distributing the ball to the flanks or directly to the forwards, allowing them to execute the offensive plays. This tactic is quite simple and lacks efficiency. However, when the forwards are in fine form, it can evolve into an almost insurmountable strategy. The merit of a tactic lies not in its complexity, but in its effectiveness. We shall make slight adjustments to our strategy in this match and initiate our offensive. We will confront them primarily through our attacking prowess. Their defensive line is newly assembled, featuring two central defenders, one a former substitute and the other a recent recruit. We shall find ample opportunities in the flanks and central zone. Indeed, the tactics of Wei Xiongmao have taken me by surprise, yet he has overlooked one crucial detail. This match is being held at the home ground of Atletico Madrid. Should we embrace an open offensive approach, we fear no one. Rijkaard, in the locker room, raised his fists and proclaimed that the Galatasaray players are predominantly youthful, known for their fiery temperament. His words ignited the passion of all the players instantly. When playing, Ridgecard exhibits a fiery disposition, a trait evident throughout his coaching tenure. While his on-field adjustments may be average, his ability to energize the players' emotions is commendable. It was only after I secured the double crown in La Liga that he began his coaching studies. Now, with barely a double-digit number of matches under his belt, he presumes that being a professional coach is a simple endeavor. It is imperative that you convey to him on the pitch that being a professional coach is indeed a formidable task. Chapter 45. Unsuitable for us. Ridgecard's outburst certainly stirred the ire of the Galatasaray players. Their tempers, already volatile, combined with their youth, made them adept at relentless running. Ridgecard had accurately assessed that Atletico Madrid's recent success is largely attributed to their enhanced fitness, as they have been more vigorous in their movements, covering distances in a match equivalent to an extra player compared to their opponents. Under such advantageous conditions, the likelihood of victory is significantly increased. Moreover, the Galatasaray players are not lacking in stamina. Their core captain, Turan, although an offensive player, is known for averaging 10 kilometers per match, consistently showcasing impressive running distances. Additionally, in terms of exertion during the league, Galatasaray has experienced less fatigue than Atletico Madrid. Hence, in a battle of endurance, they would not falter. As the players dispersed across the field, Ridgecard was engaged in a handshake with Wei Xiongmao. Compared to the nearly 6'3" Ridgecard, Wei appeared diminutive. However, he displayed no signs of intimidation during their handshake. It is noteworthy that facing a former professional athlete of such stature would daunt most, particularly after having provoked the opponent in a recent interview. Yet, Wei seemed utterly unfazed. "Mr. Wei, your pre-match interview truly perplexed me. Alas, my team has never shied away from an offensive battle." Ridgecard remarked that Galatasaray scored 39 goals in 20 rounds of the Turkish Super League, averaging less than 2 goals per match. In contrast, during my tenure at Atletico Madrid, I coached 13 matches in the King's Cup, yielding 15 goals, and 7 league matches, resulting in 16 goals. Regardless of whether it was league or cup play, my team consistently averaged over 2 goals per match, and I do not believe my squad would fear any offensive confrontation. The playful panda chuckled in response. Ridgecard found himself momentarily speechless once again. This underscores the significance of data. No matter how many adjectives you employ or how elaborately you construct your arguments to appear persuasive, nothing compares to the stark and impactful nature of cold, hard statistics. You assert that your team possesses exceptional offensive capabilities. However, when I present the data revealing that my team averages more goals per match than yours, it becomes unequivocally clear that my team is superior in its offensive prowess, leaving little room for rebuttal. Thus, Ridgecard could only cast a glare at Wei Xiongmao before relinquishing his hold. Wei Xiongmao chuckled softly and resumed his position. His understanding of Ridgecard's psyche is quite astute at this moment. Ridgecard is currently brimming with frustration, eager to demonstrate that his prowess cannot be validated through other teams, but must be proven within La Liga. I remain the same youth I was, unchanged in any way. Subsequently, Wei Xiongmao advised him not to overthink it. As the match commenced, Atletico Madrid launched a fierce offensive, while Galatasaray exhibited no trepidation, engaging in a vigorous contest for possession from the midfield, determined to match Atletico's stamina. Following the tussle in the center of the pitch, Galatasaray gradually asserted their dominance, as their players demonstrated remarkable endurance and solid physicality, in stark contrast to Atletico's somewhat fragile midfield. Although Garcia is a formidable defensive midfielder, capable of endurance and confrontation, Koch, at just 18 years of age, stands at a mere 176 meters tall and weighs slightly over 70 kilograms, rendering him less effective in physical duels. He possesses speed, yet his capability in confrontations is somewhat lacking. As the new linchpin of Atletico's midfield, he finds himself at a disadvantage, leading to the gradual decline of Atletico's midfield efficacy. After a prolonged bout of contention, Galatasaray began to gain the upper hand in midfield and subsequently launched an offensive towards Atletico's penalty area. Turan was particularly lively, frequently retreating to retrieve the ball and utilizing his speed and technical prowess to launch assaults along the flanks. His individual skills are evidently remarkable, with both his footwork and speed being exceptionally robust. Within the first 10 minutes, he had already created 2 scoring opportunities through his breakthroughs along the wings, one soaring over the bar, the other narrowly thwarted by De Gea's save. "This fellow is quite dynamic," Wei Xiongmao remarked from the coaching bench. "Should we assign someone to mark him?" Domingo suggested. It's futile. He is also very proactive in passing, so we should focus on maintaining our defensive line, Wei Xiongmao replied, shaking his head. Domingo observed the field thoughtfully, nodding in recognition of the altered circumstances surrounding ATL Tico, who previously employed a more aggressive pressing strategy rather than merely falling back in a defense. However, at present, ATL Tico Madrid seems to be retreating into a defensive stance within their penalty area, with both Coke and Garca pulling back significantly. Galatasaray is currently in a transitional phase, comprising predominantly young players who often forget the potential vulnerabilities in their defense when their momentum surges and they advance on the offensive. Wei Xiongmao maintained a stoic expression, yet he covered his mouth with his hand and quietly remarked to Domingo. Had Ridgecard been attentive to Wei Xiongmao at that moment, he would have sensed something amiss. However, he was preoccupied with the unfolding action on the field. Galatasaray's offense was notably vigorous. Under the leadership of Turan, they persistently launched attacks from both flanks. Turan would occasionally break through for a shot or distribute the ball to initiate secondary attacks. His prowess was indeed remarkable, as neither Coke in the midfield nor the two wingbacks could effectively contain his influence. One exceptional player, Garca couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, he is outstanding, but regrettably, he can only serve as a supporting player. If my team aspires to reach the pinnacle, such a caliber of support is insufficient. If he were merely be a part of the team, his abilities would not be fully realized. Wei Xiongmao shrugged. The core player of a mid-tier team? Domingo pondered before inquiring. Precisely. If given the choice, I would prefer players like Coke or Keiko, who can seamlessly integrate into my team. Unless we are speaking of a player of Messi's caliber, I do not believe there are others who could serve as such a core within my squad. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. His laughter caught Ridgecard's attention, who wondered if there was a scheme afoot. Yet, he could discern nothing, as Galatasaray had effectively suppressed ATL Tico Madrid. The two wingers from ATL Tico began to retreat, leaving only two forwards up front, both of whom were not particularly tall and lacked aerial prowess. Consequently, long passes from the back line were unlikely to pose any significant threat. Feigning ease? Ridgecard mused, but he soon dismissed the thought, recognizing his limitations in live scenarios. Overthinking would be futile. As long as we score first away from home, all advantages will tilt in our favor. Chapter 46. Stirring emotions indeed. Ridgecard's thoughts are not misplaced. Having already subdued their opponents on their home turf, securing an early goal would bestow all advantages upon Galatasaray. They are still competing away from home and could afford to play with more freedom. However, it is evident that he somewhat underestimates Atlantic Tico Madrid's two forwards. Furthermore, Reyes, despite retreating, positions himself more advanced on the field. Counterattacks do not necessarily require a towering presence. A series of swift exchanges among a few players through the midfield, even if seemingly unhurried, can yield a splendid counterattack as long as they are quicker than the opponent's defensive recovery. A lack of a central striker does not preclude the possibility of launching effective counterattacks. During this period, the coach has been emphasizing rapid ball movement in training. But in this match, the execution appeared even more thorough. As the game approached the 17th minute, ATL Tico Madrid's counterattack quietly unfolded. Turan, retreating to retrieve the ball, skillfully maneuvered past Coke, preparing to advance further. Although his previous breakthroughs have been successful, he struggled to penetrate the penalty area and fully showcase his distinctive abilities. This time, he aimed to create a greater threat. However, an unassuming defender stood in his path. Miranda offered Turan little time to react, swiftly closing the gap and intercepting the ball just before Turan could push it away. Miranda's footwork was remarkably quick and precise, causing Turan to stumble. In terms of physical confrontation, Miranda had the upper hand. The ball rolled out to Coke, and at that moment, ATL Tico's forward line surged into action. Coke lifted his foot and delivered a 30-meter-long pass. The ball landed accurately at the feet of the advancing Reyes, who, with a deft touch, propelled the ball forward and accelerated his breakthrough. Though not exceptionally fast, Reyes was not known for his speed, and as the Galatasaray defenders frantically raced back, he managed to execute a quick flick with his ankle, passing the ball directly to the forward Fran. Fran received the ball, turned, and sent it across to the other flank. Charging forward on the opposite side was A.G. Arrow, whose pace surpassed that of both Reyes and Fran. As he sprinted, he shook off the defender marking him, received Fran's pass, and surged into Galatasaray's penalty area. The Galatasaray goalkeeper, Herr Eden, rushed out with open arms, and A.G. Arrow seemed somewhat hurried in his approach. If he could block all shooting angles, he still had a chance. However, A striker of AG Arrow's caliber always possesses numerous options in one-on-one situations. With a deft touch, he flicked the ball effortlessly from beneath him, sending it soaring over Erlengzi's head, and amid the despairing gazes of Galatasaray players, it glided into the net. The Atletico Madrid fans, who had been anxious for so long, erupted in jubilation at this moment. Although Atletico did not dominate their opponents as in previous matches, opting instead to tighten their defense, the joy of scoring was palpable among the fans. As long as they could find the net, victory was within reach. The coach raised a fist in triumph and turned a high-five Domingo in celebration. You see, when dealing with a team like Galatasaray, which can become erratic yet vulnerable, a slight show of weakness can yield significant results. Of course, they must not be allowed to maintain their offensive onslaught. If we do not capitalize on a counterattack to score within half an hour, we must press forward or else they will become increasingly difficult to manage. Wei Xiongmao spoke to Domingo, who nodded with a sense of reluctant acquiescence. As an assistant coach for Atletico Madrid, his tenure was still brief, and for someone so young, experience was something to be cultivated. Wei Xiongmao, however, was more than willing to share insights with him. Upon witnessing Atletico take the lead, Rijkaard was momentarily taken aback. It was then that he realized his emotions seemed to be manipulated by Wei Xiongmao, whose provocations had consistently irked him. The alterations in the starting lineup led him to mistakenly believe that Atletico intended to engage in an offensive duel with Galatasaray, prompting him to adopt a more aggressive strategy to suppress their opponents. Ironically, this approach left them vulnerable to a counterattack that caught them off guard. Overall, while such tactics were not particularly novel, their cumulative effect had deftly stirred his emotions. Alongside his astonishment, Rijkaard's ire surged uncontrollably. Am I truly a fool for them to toy with my emotions in such a manner? What further incensed him was that he had indeed followed the opponent's blueprint step by step, continuing his assault until they were utterly vanquished. Rijkaard summoned Turan and, with palpable fury, addressed him. Sensing the coach's wrath, Turan's own anger flared. Although he was an attacker, he also embodied the quintessential fiery temperament of a Turkish player, marked by a fierce disposition. It was only after Rijkaard's arrival that he ascended to become the core offensive player for Galatasaray. Prior to that, while he was a starter, he lacked the stature of a key figure. Rijkaard had significantly aided him, and now it was time for him to reciprocate. Thus, once the match resumed, Turan intensified his movements, eager to leverage his performance to draw Galatasaray level. Conceding a goal away from home was trivial, scoring was paramount. However, at that moment, he found himself closely accompanied by a certain individual. Miranda, who had initiated the turnover leading to the goal, began to shadow him relentlessly. As previously noted, Turan's range of motion was expansive. He served as the offensive linchpin for Galatasaray, traversing the entirety of the midfield and forward areas. Such a player is often ill-suited to man-marking tactics. Hence, upon noticing Miranda's pursuit, Turan merely scoffed, confident that he would not fall prey to the opponent's marking strategy. That was simply inconceivable. Are you going to forsake your defensive position by following me? Turan expanded his running range, believing it ideal to evade his adversary. If he could not shake him off, there would persist a gap in the opposing defense to exploit. Miranda clung tenaciously to Turan's side, matching him in both movement and physicality, his confrontational prowess even surpassing Turan's. Consequently, while pursuing Turan, he often engaged in physical duels, and despite his slender appearance, he was sinewy and muscular. After several collisions, Turan felt as though every part of his body ached from Miranda's impacts. Following Miranda's relentless marking, Turan found himself bereft of opportunities to possess the ball, while Atletico Madrid's defense revealed no vulnerabilities for Galatasaray to capitalize upon. Chapter 47. Rijkaard's choice. Is this a strategy of universal man-marking? Rijkaard surveyed the field, scarcely believing his eyes. Although he was aware of Atletico Madrid's formidable stamina, he had not anticipated that they would employ such an extreme tactic. Universal man-marking, with one player assigned to each opponent, rendered the opponent's movements and ball reception exceedingly challenging. This represents the theoretically most formidable defensive strategy. However, in practice, its execution is virtually unattainable. Evading defensive pressure through movement is considerably easier than maintaining close pursuit of offensive players, as human reaction times are inherently limited. Defense is perpetually reactive in comparison to offense. Nonetheless, Atletico Madrid has adopted this tactical approach, with the majority of their players retreating to compress defensive space, applying relentless pressure on the Galatasaray players. With Turan closely marked by Miranda, Galatasaray's offensive efforts were rendered ineffective. The core player being tightly marked diminished the potential for breakthroughs. And with each player struggling to receive the ball, the prospect of mounting an effective offense became increasingly bleak. Consequently, ATL Tico swiftly regained possession and initiated counterattack. Rather than continuing to retreat, they surged forward, with the exception of Miranda, who maintained his vigilance over Turan. Elpez advanced along the left flank with notable speed, and upon nearing the center circle, he delivered the ball to the awaiting Sim-O. Sim-O cut inside before passing to the wide-open AG Arrow, who executed a long pass to the opposite side. Barella, advancing from the right, received the ball and returned it, allowing the onrushing Fran to unleash a powerful shot without taking a touch. Long-range shots while in motion are notoriously challenging. However, Fran is well accustomed to such scenarios, often managing to produce remarkable strikes. The quality of this shot was exceptionally high. The ball soared into the air, gliding swiftly for a moment before unexpectedly veering slightly, heading directly toward the upper left corner of the goal. El Ting had already stretched his arms to their utmost in midair, yet he could only watch helplessly as the ball flew past his hands and into the net. 2-0. Shortly after the goal, ATL Tico launched another splendid offensive, with Fran's spectacular strike extending their lead to 2 goals. Wei Xiongmao leapt once more into the air. This goal undoubtedly contained an element of fortune. However, it is also a fact that the two forwards are increasingly in fine form. Frank spread his arms wide as he sprinted towards the sidelines, having scored in nearly every match lately, rekindling the invincible sensation reminiscent of his days as the European Golden Shoe winner. No matter the approach, he consistently finds the back of the net. Rijkaard realizes that his team is now in a predicament, leaving only one path forward: to adopt an offensive strategy, especially considering they are playing away. This was his sole advantage. However, Rijkaard did not anticipate that ATL Tico Madrid would alter their tactics. Rather than retreating, they initiated a relentless pressing game from the midfield, a clash of titans. Regardless of whether they were attacking or defending, the players engaged in vigorous running to pressure Galatasaray. Although Galatasaray's athletes were also fit, the intensity of such confrontations resulted in diminished offensive efficiency. Both teams exhibited low effectiveness, yet ATL Tico Madrid already held a 2-goal lead. This presents quite a challenge. The remaining time in the first half concluded amidst such chaos, with Atlantic Tico Madrid's relentless pressing significantly impacting Galatasaray's offensive efforts, resulting in a lack of efficiency. However, at the end of the first half, they left the pitch with laughter and camaraderie. As the second half commenced, they were urged to continue their midfield confrontations and seize any opportunity to attack. Galatasaray is not an exceptionally strong team at present. By marking Turan closely, they could potentially diminish their effectiveness. Rual, are you feeling the strain? Wei Xiongmao inquired of Miranda in the locker room. Rest assured, boss, this level of exertion is nothing compared to your physical training, Miranda proclaimed, raising his fist emphatically. His words elicited laughter from his ATL Tico teammates, with Reyes grinning as he remarked, Raw, in truth, the boss pushes you harder during training than he does with us. Miranda turned in surprise towards Wei Xiongmao, who nodded in affirmation of Reyes' statement. Why? Miranda exclaimed, feigning injury. Because your stamina surpasses theirs, and thus I couldn't help but push you harder. This has enabled you to keep pace with the team's fitness level, which is indeed a positive aspect, Wei Xiongmao explained. The others erupted into laughter, while Miranda, feeling somewhat vexed, could only raise his middle finger towards them, though he dared not direct it at Wei Xiongmao. All right, as we continue into the second half, some of you played a league match just 3 days ago, so you may experience some fatigue. Nevertheless, do not worry. Should anyone tire, I will substitute them. Just focus on running, Wei Xiongmao concluded. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere in Atlantic Tico Madrid's locker room, the visiting team's environment was far less cheerful. For Galatasaray's young players, their commendable performances in both the league and the Europa League this year have fostered a sense of confidence in their abilities. Yet, faced with an ATL Tico Madrid side ranked mid-table in La Liga, they found themselves conceding 2 goals in the first half. This is inconceivable. This situation provoked considerable ire among the players. Rijkaard, lost in contemplation, recognized that the current predicament left no alternative but to launch an offensive. Otherwise, given Galatasaray's formidable attacking prowess this season, a 2-goal deficit would be difficult to overcome even at home. However, He harbored doubts about whether his team could outscore Atlantic Tico in the second half. Ultimately, the challenge stemmed from their earlier foray into attack, which had left them vulnerable to a counterattack, resulting in a goal by the opponent. Ridgecard resigned himself to the fact that such long-range strikes were beyond the control of a defense's quality. Continuing the offensive was imperative. ATL Tico's defense was remarkably adept, not as weak as it appeared on the surface. Surely, the players had felt this in the first half. They were a relentless attacking side, revealing weaknesses in their defense only when pressed offensively, a vulnerability that could be exploited. The strategy was clear: to force them into a back-and-forth exchange and seize more opportunities than they could. Upon hearing Ridgecard's words, the Galatasaray players nodded in agreement. While focusing solely on defense was not their forte, they thrived on bold confrontations. Chapter 48. One cannot expect everyone to be like me, though Ridgecard struggled with in-game management. He demonstrated commendable team-building skills and had a keen eye for player potential. He recognized Tehran as the cornerstone of Galatasaray's reconstruction, a judgment that proved astute. Although Tehran did not possess the exceptional qualities of Ronaldinho during Ridgecard's Barcelona tenure, he was sufficiently talented for Galatasaray and would prove advantageous against other formidable European teams. Exceptional players maintain their brilliance regardless of their surroundings. At this moment, however, Tehran had yet to fully realize his potential. He often relied on his individual skills to initiate attacks, but under Miranda's close marking, he managed to create opportunities without truly shaking ATL Tico's defense. Compounding matters. Tehran suffered an injury during persistent physical confrontations, as he was 10 centimeters shorter and 5 kilograms lighter than Miranda, and 2 years younger, placing him at a disadvantage in physical duels. After a particularly forceful engagement, Tehran sustained a thigh injury and was compelled to leave the field. Ridgecard, his expression darkened, substituted Tehran with Emre Olak, another young talent with excellent technical skills and strong dribbling ability, albeit too young for Ridgecard's comfort. Yet, with Tehran injured, Ridgecard had no choice but to call upon him. As soon as Emre entered the pitch, Garca honed in on him. Compared to Miranda, Garca's defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, but he compensated with a more aggressive approach. The individual stands at a height of 184 centimeters and weighs 81 kilograms, his physique brimming with taut muscle, embodying precisely the type that the young Emre most fears. Initially, Emre managed to create several opportunities through his ball handling and breakthroughs, yet after enduring a fierce collision with Garcia, he became hesitant to take possession again. After all, he is still youthful and in a critical growth phase, and an injury would be detrimental. As Galatasaray's offense found itself ensnared in difficulties, Atletico Madrid's attack began to flow seamlessly. Reyes, upon receiving the ball, was brought down, and he took it upon himself to execute the free kick. The ball traced a beautiful arc, soaring into the net's corner, making the score 3-0. Although he soon succumbed to injury and was replaced by Gerardo, the latter swiftly seized an opportunity. Fran's long-range shot was blocked by an opposing defender, ricocheting to Gerardo's feet. He feigned a long shot to entice the defender into an interception, then elegantly maneuvered the ball into the penalty area before unleashing a shot, resulting in 4-0. A flurry of attacks from Atletico left Ridgecard visibly pale. He had never anticipated such a massacre for his team in this match. Initially, he believed that starting with an away game would confer some advantage. Yet under the leadership of the Panda, Atletico has consistently exhibited a more fervent performance at home. Whether it was reversing Sevilla or securing 2 emphatic 4-goal victories in the King's Cup, the Panda's triumphs have predominantly occurred on home turf. A detail easily overlooked is that since his appointment, the Panda has suffered 3 defeats, all while playing away. Thus, his record with Atletico at home remains flawless. Moreover, the margins of victory have been significant. As the match drew to a close, Ridgecard's heart felt as cold as it did after the first leg against Mandaya, having faced a crushing 4-0 defeat in the away match. There seems to be no record of a team overcoming a 3-goal deficit away from home, let alone a 4-goal deficit. For goals effectively signify that Galatasaray is likely to be eliminated from contention for the round of 16. This undoubtedly represents a significant blow for the resurgent Galatasaray, as well as for Ridgecard himself. Transitioning from a prestigious position as the head coach of a top-tier club like Barcelona to finding himself without employment is a considerable detriment to his reputation. Galatasaray presents a commendable opportunity for him. He is not merely tasked with reclaiming the Turkish Super League title, but also with achieving commendable performances in European competitions to rekindle prospects of coaching at a top-tier level. After all, for Ridgecard, who commenced his career by coaching the Dutch national team, leading a lesser team or even a mid-table club is far from appealing. He is only inclined to manage a team of respectable stature. However, it is quite awkward that no strong teams are seeking him and weaker teams cannot afford his salary. In this context, Galatasaray emerges as a fitting candidate, certainly a strong team, financially capable, with the prospect of making a name in Europe. Should he guide them to success? Prominent clubs in need of a coach will likely reconsider him. Yet, Galatasaray, like any team, is not particularly patient. While he initially performed commendably in the league, his success in the UEFA Europa League could solidify his position. A better performance would naturally lead to a return of mainstream leagues. However, following this devastating defeat, whether Galatasaray, who had previously treated him well, will maintain such patience remains uncertain. Nonetheless, he must uphold his pride. Mr. Wei, you played exceptionally well in this match. But we still have the second leg. Rijkaard managed to rise and, upon seeing Wei Xiongmao approach, shook hands with him. In the away game, we will focus on defense, which will allow us to practice our defensive formation. Wei Xiongmao shrugged and replied. Rijkaard felt helpless, for he knew Wei Xiongmao spoke the truth. In the King's Cup, leading by 4 goals in the first leg, Wei Xiongmao had adopted a possession-based strategy, resulting in a minor defeat in the away match. With such a substantial advantage, any competent coach should be able to secure victories across both legs. During the post-match press conference, Rijkaard displayed the poise of a distinguished coach, attributing the loss entirely to his own misjudgments, asserting that Galatasaray's true capabilities should never have led to such a defeat. He emphasized that such setbacks would accumulate invaluable experience, and the Galatasaray in the second leg would undoubtedly not concede defeat, while also anticipating a resurgence the following year. Rijkaard is an exceptional coach, and I believe Galatasaray ought to extend him a bit more patience. Presently, clubs are increasingly intolerant of their coaches. Not every coach possesses the genius I do, capable of quickly acclimating to an entire team and forging a formidable squad right from the outset. They require time for adjustments, and clubs should afford their coaches more opportunities, rather than expecting all coaches to perform as I have. With a smile, Wei Xiongmao remarked. Chapter 49. The Journalist's Anticipation. All of Europe was astonished by Wei Xiongmao's audacity. On the surface, his remarks seemed to absolve Rijkaard, yet in reality, they were a self-aggrandizing display, subtly belittling other coaches. However, those coaches could not take offense, as they could not presume to achieve what Wei Xiongmao claimed to have accomplished. After all, while most coaches require time to showcase their abilities, there are indeed many exceptional coaches who, upon their first tenure, have demonstrated remarkable prowess. Take Guardiola, for instance, who acquired his coaching license in 2006 and began managing Barcelona, a top-tier team, in 2008, subsequently leading them to a treble that very year. Of course, to date, there has only been one Guardiola, yet coaches capable of swiftly assembling a team and yielding results are not entirely absent. Wei Xiongmao may be able to boast in this manner. Has it not been a bit premature to do so after merely a month? This has led many to develop a critical eye towards him, harboring a determination to scrutinize his every flaw. Meanwhile, Wei Xiongmao emitted a triumphant chuckle from his quarters. He harbors no fear of darkness. After all, darkness can also be a source of intensity. Although it is acknowledged that holding the position of head coach at Atletico Madrid inevitably garners attention, the speed of such scrutiny is unprecedented. As long as he continues to secure victories and achieve remarkable results, his notoriety will undoubtedly flourish, allowing him to coach more formidable teams and elevate his own greatness, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to thwart the ascendance of those illustrious teams. Every action of Wei Xiongmao is directed towards this goal, whether it be inciting controversy to amplify his fame or laying the groundwork for future coaching of prestigious clubs. Ultimately, his ambition is to perpetually forge extraordinary achievements. With illustrious accomplishments preceding him, others will inevitably pale in comparison when they aspire to greatness. However, achieving such greatness requires more than tangible championships and feats beyond the reach of others. It necessitates a continuous influx of notoriety. In this regard, Wei Xiongmao is indeed an expert. He possesses the acumen to stir the emotions of others and to focus attention squarely upon himself. Following a resounding triumph over Galatasaray, Atletico Madrid continued to soar in the league. Even with a rotation of players during their away matches, they decisively defeated Almeria 2-0, with Aguero and Fran both contributing a goal. elevating their league tally to double digits for the season. When one is blessed with exceptional forwards, happiness is a constant companion. Naturally, the ability to unleash their potential is where my expertise lies. In the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao unabashedly extolled his own virtues. The journalists, left speechless, could only take note, for the words of a victorious coach carry significant weight. Fans yearn to hear the coach's insights, as they cannot fabricate their narratives. At most, they might slightly alter their interpretations. However, with Wei Xiongmao's candid expression of his thoughts, any subtle modifications would be glaringly apparent. Atletico Madrid has quietly ascended to 8th place, while the teams in the upper echelons, aside from the steadfast Real Madrid and Barcelona, continually fluctuate. Mallorca, previously positioned 4th, has now dropped to 6th, merely 2 points ahead of Atletico, while Sevilla has reclaimed 4th place, leading Atletico by 7 points. After winning this league match, Wei Xiongmao indeed led a cadre of substitutes to Istanbul, where Atletico faced a vengeful Galatasaray. The substitutes mounted a resolute defense, constructing an impenetrable barrier. And despite the home team's efforts, Galatasaray could not secure even a consolation goal. Instead, a beautifully orchestrated counterattack saw Borja assist Keiko, who surged forward to score the only goal of the match. Atletico Madrid triumphed with an aggregate score of 5-0 over Galatasaray, advancing to the round of 16 in the Europa League. The painful defeats in these 2 rounds have severely impaired Galatasaray's vitality. Though they had begun to regain their strength, their performance in the subsequent Turkish Super League deteriorated significantly, ultimately resulting in a mere 3rd-place finish, relegating them to the Europa League. This ultimately led to Rijkaard's dismissal after just over a year of coaching Galatasaray, and he never returned to a head coach position, though that is a tale for another time. As the Galatasaray fans sought an outlet for their frustration, the Panda had quietly escorted his Atletico Madrid players away from Istanbul and back to Madrid. Having secured victory, there was no need to provoke the opposition further. The Turkish fans are known for their fervor, and any untoward incident could prove troublesome. Thus, during the post-match press conference, he offered little more than cursory responses to questions, briefly expressing his aspirations for the upcoming Europa League matches. Champions, of course, champions, remarked the Panda. Upon returning to Madrid, he would turn his focus to preparing for the match against Valencia. The schedule for Atletico Madrid was indeed demanding, with back-to-back matches over the course of a week. Following the encounter with Valencia, there would be a brief respite of just 1 week for rest and adjustment before facing Barcelona. Competing against both the 3rd and 1st-ranked teams consecutively was certainly a source of concern for the Panda. The journalists are eagerly anticipating the opportunity to hold the Panda accountable. Are you not being arrogant? In the upcoming matches against these formidable teams, securing even a single point would be considered a remarkable achievement. Even if luck permits you to win a game, should you falter in any match, we shall inundate the media with articles that will subject you to relentless scrutiny, potentially swaying the perceptions of Atletico Madrid's management and fans regarding you. Did you not assert that winning the favor of the media was unnecessary, provided the management and supporters of Atletico Madrid were pleased? Allow us to illustrate that the sentiments of the management and fans towards you are significantly influenced by our reports and promotions. Every coach inevitably encounters setbacks. Maintaining a cordial relationship with the media can afford you some respite during challenging times, as they may come to your defense when your team faces difficulties. Conversely, if relations with the media sour, even a minor misstep could lead to a deluge of criticism and mockery, causing fans to harbor doubts. Is there a coach who remains undefeated? Is there one who continuously triumphs? Even you, the Panda, have suffered 3 defeats over this brief span of just over a month, albeit 2 of them were in the Copa del Rey, which did not hinder Atletico Madrid's progression to the final. Your hubris shall be met with a lesson from us in the media. Those who offend us seldom fare well. Various journalists in the Spanish sports arena are secretly contemplating this. Chapter 50. No one can match our offense, Panda. You must exercise caution. Many journalists are waiting to relish your misfortune. Ngel, the journalist from AS, twirled the cup in his hand and suddenly remarked. The Panda, who was savoring a sip of whiskey, set down the cup and nodded in acknowledgement. I anticipated this, the Panda replied. You should be wary, Ngel advised. As a fellow journalist, he felt no obligation to caution the Panda. However, after several interviews and casual drinking sessions with the Panda, a semblance of camaraderie had formed. The Panda, after all, had few friends at Atletico Madrid, with only Domingo being a closer acquaintance, allowing him to invite Domingo and Ngel for relaxation. I'd already warned him but our esteemed coach chose to ignore it. Domingo chimed in from the other side. The panda chuckled heartily. If I can lead the team to victory, they will have no chance to confront me. Gradually, they will realize that opposing me is futile. And fostering a good relationship with me will yield favorable news, the panda stated. I sense you were hinting at something. Gel laughed. No need for hints. You can write tonight that the Atletico Madrid coach possesses ample confidence in achieving consecutive victories in the upcoming league matches. The panda laughed heartily. Should you write this, you will once again become the target of scrutiny. Angel sighed helplessly. I believe Wei is just aiming for this effect, Domingo murmured. Oh, have you guessed my thoughts? Wei the panda could not help but laugh. Provoking the opponent before the match allows one to roughly infer their tactics, and then it is not difficult to tailor a response. However, accurately discerning the opponent's strategy and making targeted arrangements is a far more challenging endeavor. Domingo shrugged and remarked, there is truth in that. The finest coaches often excel in these two aspects, setting themselves apart from the ordinary. Angel nodded in agreement. As a professional football journalist, his insight and judgment in this realm were quite remarkable. Valencia is not an easy adversary, and if Emery becomes agitated as a result, then it would be far simpler to contend with him. Wei the panda chuckled heartily. This season, Valencia has indeed exhibited commendable performance. It marks the second season of Emery's stewardship over the club. At the onset of the previous season, Valencia was beset by a severe financial crisis, leading to prolonged delays in player salaries. Under such circumstances, achieving a commendable third place in the league with a group of players whose hearts were not fully invested was an extraordinary feat. Unfortunately, this season, Valencia's economic situation has not improved, compelling them to part ways with several players, while their expenditure in the transfer market was a mere 5 million euros, even less than what Atletico Madrid spent. All of this has burdened the club with a significant weight due to the renovation of the Mestalla Stadium, which could not be completed because of the economic downturn. This has greatly affected the performance of this formidable team. Moreover, this predicament does not solely concern Valencia CF. The entire Valencia region has faced economic challenges over the past couple of years. Under such circumstances, it is truly commendable that Valencia has managed to retain 3 stars, Villa, Silva, and Mata. Particularly, Mata, after 2 outstanding seasons, finds himself still earning a meager annual salary of only 600,000 euros due to the club's financial constraints. Despite being a 21-year-old prodigy, it is quite disheartening that a player of his caliber, having demonstrated exceptional talent over 2 seasons, is compensated as if he were a reserve team player. It is only due to the good character of players like Mata, Villa, and Silva, who do not prioritize monetary gains, that they continue to remain with Valencia. Regarding finances, Valencia has endured considerable hardships in recent years. However, the foundation laid in previous years remains intact. The influx of young talent has been remarkable, beginning with Villa, followed by David Silva, and then Mata. Aside from Villa, who was acquired from Zaragoza, both Silva and Mata were brought in without any financial outlay, yet they have showcased exceptional performance. This is the key to maintaining their status as a strong team, unlike their old rivals, La Cruz, who have seen a decline. Nevertheless, while this team is admirable, there are numerous aspects that can be exploited. Emery is an atypical coach for Valencia. Previous coaches, from Ranieri to Cooper, Benitez, Flores, and Koeman, shared a common trait. They excelled in defensive training, which aligns with Valencia's traditional defensive tactics. Emery, on the other hand, is more adept at nurturing offensive play. The current situation at Valencia is indeed different. After the transfers of Albiol to Real Madrid, Collado to Zaragoza, and Moretti to Genoa, the once formidable defense has been reduced to just Marchena standing firm. Although the classic midfielders Albelda and Baraja remain, a robust defense cannot rely solely on defensive midfielders. In light of this, Emery has astutely adapted by employing a more aggressive offensive strategy to leverage the talents of his outstanding attackers. This approach has yielded remarkable results. Valencia conceded only 22 goals in the previous 23 league matches, averaging nearly 1 goal conceded per match, an astonishing statistic for a team traditionally known for its strong defense. Conversely, they netted 41 goals, ranking 3rd in La Liga, only trailing the extraordinary teams of Barcelona and Real Madrid and surpassing Sevilla, Villarreal, and Mallorca by 5 or 6 goals. When Atletico Madrid was under the leadership of their new coach, their scoring was modest, averaging less than 1.5 goals per match. However, following his arrival, they quickly elevated their average by scoring heavily in several matches, now matching Valencia's tally of 41 goals in 23 league matches. Valencia has adopted an offensive strategy this season. Yet their attacking prowess still falls short of that of Atletico Madrid. Indeed, our current ranking is significantly lower. However, it is imperative to note that in the first 15 rounds, Atletico Madrid scored a mere 21 goals, while under my stewardship. We netted 20 goals in just 8 matches. This clearly demonstrates that under my guidance, Atletico's offensive prowess is unparalleled. Indeed, it is the strongest. To be precise, during the same period, Barcelona managed 19 goals, and Real Madrid only 18, both of which pale in comparison to my team's scoring. Not to mention Valencia, who could only muster 14 goals in those 8 matches. No team can rival my squad's attacking capabilities. The following day, AS published an interview with the esteemed journalist Angel featuring a discussion on the offensive prowess of Valencia. In the report, both Pep Guardiola, the head coach of Barcelona, and Manuel Pellegrini, the Real Madrid coach, remained conspicuously silent. While the interview included references to both coaches, it was evident that Atletico's primary focus remained on their forthcoming opponent, Valencia, with no need for interference from others. After all, their only rivals at present are one another. Barcelona leads Real Madrid by 5 points, yet with such a high win rate. That 5-point margin is merely the equivalent of 2 matches, nothing to be overly complacent about. Valencia is currently the only team capable of threatening their standings, whereas Atletico remains far behind. In these 8 rounds of league matches, Atletico has indeed performed admirably, boasting the highest number of goals in La Liga, a fact supported by undeniable data. Of course, a high goal tally does not inherently equate to a stronger offense, as numerous unpredictable factors come into play. While the media may choose to interpret the situation favorably, I cannot dictate their sentiments. Let them revel in their perceptions. Guardiola, during an interview, smiled and remarked, Atletico is not yet our rival. I understand the reasoning behind their coach's efforts to uplift team morale through such rhetoric during a low ranking. It is entirely justifiable. However, our sole objective remains the championship, and we cannot afford to concern ourselves with anything else. Pellegrini, with a more subdued demeanor, echoed a similar sentiment. Compared to Guardiola, Pellegrini's tone was less courteous, which is understandable. The Real Madrid coach's politeness towards Atletico's coach would indeed be surprising. Emery, however, chose not to respond. While Valencia's coaching staff expressed their frustration and felt compelled to retaliate against the upstart, Emery opted for restraint. There was no need to engage in a verbal spar with a newcomer. He acknowledged that while the young coach was indeed talented, his success stemmed largely from provoking opponents into making mistakes, which he then deftly capitalized upon, an error I had no intention of repeating. It was evident that Emery could maintain his composure, yet the youthful players under his command might not exercise the same restraint. Atletico's recent performance has been commendable, and I count many friends among their ranks. Nonetheless, their coach is decidedly unlikable. During an interview, Villa expressed relief that the opposing players did not take a liking to him. He has always believed that being favored by 1S opponents, be they players or coaches, signifies a profound failure. The fact that rivals begin to appreciate you is, in his view, a considerable affront. With a smile, Wei Xiongmao retorted during the discussion, noting that he had witnessed the opposing coach confront his own players, prompting Emery to step into the fray. As the match was about to commence, engaging in a war of words seemed futile. Having both competed in the Europa League, they were not in a position of advantage. Even as visitors, the Valencia lads would demonstrate their prowess through their performance. Wei Xiongmao chose not to counter Emery's statements, as the latter's words were measured and lacked substance, and the match was imminent, remarking inwardly that Emery was indeed a rather dull individual. Wei Xiongmao then led his team onward. The lineup included goalkeeper De Gea, defenders Barella, Lopez, Juanito, and Miranda, with midfielders Coke, Garcia, and Gelato, and forwards Fran and Agüero. The decision to use Juanito instead of Domingos was due to the opponent's shorter stature and more nimble play, making Juanito's experience particularly valuable. Valencia's starting lineup saw little change. Sticking to their accustomed 4-5-1 formation, goalkeeper Cesar, the Spanish keeper who previously played for Real Madrid, not the Brazilian, defenders Miguel, Alex, Marchena, and Delbert, with the double pivot midfielders Baraja and Albelda absent due to their advancing age. Emery opted for Fernandez and Banega to fill the dual holding roles, with Joaquin on the right wing, Silva on the left, and Mata in the attacking midfield position, while Villa took on the role of the lone striker. This lineup does not represent Valencia's starting formation, as both Baraja and Albelda are absent due to accumulated yellow cards and injury, respectively, leaving Valencia's backbone somewhat weakened. Nevertheless, Their splendid attacking midfield remains intact, often proving to be sufficient. It is evident that they will resort to offense to confront us, given their limited pool of reliable defensive players. Presently, with 4 defenders and 2 holding midfielders on the field, only Marchena stands out as dependable. Should the match turn into a battle of attacks, their offensive players might very well dismantle our defensive line. Yet, we employ a counter-attacking strategy, as Wei Xiongmao remarked to Domingo while covering his mouth. Thus, your intention is to provoke them into attacking? Yet, it seems Emery is not easily fooled. Domingo appeared to have an epiphany. How could such a seemingly lenient coach be deceived? My aim was merely to trick his impetuous attackers. The more aggressively they press forward, the higher the positions of their defenders, allowing our counterattacks to exploit their vulnerabilities, Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Valencia's attackers are indeed infuriated. They are predominantly young, with Mata being the youngest at merely 21. Silva just turned 24, and Villa and Joaquin a tad older, both nearing their 30s. Nonetheless, they are still brimming with youthful exuberance. Given Valencia's financial struggles over the past 2 years, their decision to remain is driven by a sense of determination. The fans are aware that their continued presence is somewhat a compromise, which makes it only natural for them to shower praise upon the team. After all, with less monetary reward, what motivation is there not to commend? Having heard too much praise, they are less inclined to heed criticism, especially since Wei Xiongmao's remarks, although not explicitly denouncing their capabilities, imply that Valencia's attacking prowess is lacking, which essentially undermines the abilities of these forwards. How could they tolerate such insinuations? They are determined to demonstrate their superior offensive capabilities. Consequently, as the match commenced, Valencia launched a ferocious attack. This has been their accustomed style of play over multiple seasons. After the departure of players who embodied their stable defensive tactics, Valencia has come to rely on their proficient attackers. Though Joaquin has yet to fully realize the potential expected of him, his incursions along the flanks and ability to deliver threatening crosses remain significant. David Silva has not yet lost his pace. In comparison to the future, his immediate threat is even more pronounced. Mata, with the audacity of youth, and Villa, still the most efficient striker in Europe, contribute to a formidable offensive lineup. With such a cadre, they can indeed contend with the attacking prowess of Madrid and Barcelona. Chapter 52, the defending Atletico. While Valencia presses forward, Atletico fortifies their defense. This situation seems somewhat discordant. For over a decade, Valencia has embraced an Italian style of play, often hailed as the La Liga team most reminiscent of Serie A, renowned for their impenetrable defense and swift counterattacks that have gained acclaim across Europe. In contrast, Atletico Madrid's performance over the past several years has not matched that of Valencia. However, whether prior to their relegation or upon their return to La Liga, they have been celebrated for their attacking prowess. Despite their less impressive results, their unwavering commitment to offensive play commands respect. Yet in this particular match, the dynamics shifted dramatically. From the outset, Valencia launched a fierce offensive assault, while Atletico retreated to fortify their defense. Previously, such a strategy would have incited discontent among Atlantico fans. But following their encounter with Galatasaray, they discovered that this counterattacking approach could yield fruitful results. With a swift strike, they scored, and moments later, they found the net again, much to the delight of their supporters. Emery was certainly aware of this, yet he could not forsake his own capabilities. The current Valencia thrives solely on offensive prowess. Relying on defense proves to be precarious. Conversely, the attacking players are in exceptional form, particularly Villa, Silva, and Mata, who could effortlessly form an attacking trio for the Spanish national team. In such a team, if they fail to unleash their offensive prowess, what purpose would there be in employing defensive tactics? Although Atletico began by retreating defensively, which appeared rather cunning, they found themselves with limited options. Securing an early goal would certainly alleviate some concerns. Furthermore, there exists a firm belief that their attacking capabilities surpass those of Galatasaray. While Atletico managed to contain Galatasaray's assault, attempting to stifle Valencia's offense would amount to folly. A solitary Miranda could extinguish the threat posed by Galatasaray's linchpin, Turan. However, even if Miranda could neutralize Villa, there still remains Silva and Mata, not to mention Joko N. Even Banega possesses commendable attacking proficiency. This is precisely the result that the strategist desires. Were it not for the knowledge that Baraja and Albelda were unavailable, such an overtly defensive counterattacking strategy would scarcely have been employed. Valencia's defensive line has been faltering this season, with a makeshift arrangement, 3 of the 4 defenders are newly integrated into the starting lineup, and only the exceptional Machete has performed admirably. The fact that they have managed to concede only a single goal in a match is largely attributable to the expansive coverage provided by the defensive midfielders, which effectively alleviates the pressure on Valencia's backline. Although Baraja and Albelda have aged and have faced criticism over the years for their perceived decline in performance, their influence on the pitch transcends mere statistics. They function like a filter, mitigating the opposition's attacks and thereby reducing the strain on the defense. A formidable defense has never relied solely on the prowess of the defenders. The protection and filtering provided by the midfield is equally vital. With the absence of these 2 key players, the starting center-backs find Banega, who primarily plays as an attacking midfielder, excelling in organization and offensive capabilities, yet lacking in defense. Meanwhile, Fernandez, though eager in his movements and fierce in interceptions, has only recently returned from injury, marking today as his season debut, following a period of limited opportunities last season due to Albelda and Baraja as presence. Such a midfield pairing significantly weakens the protection of the defensive line. Meanwhile, the attacking players of Atletico Madrid have developed an increasingly harmonious synergy in their counterattacks. As the spaces in Valencia's defense widen, their counterattacking effectiveness grows. Even in the absence of counterattacking opportunities, their offensive incursions yield commendable results. The Atletico players possess the capability to score from outside the penalty area. Silva, receiving the ball on the flank, faced with Barella's defense, swiftly executed a sudden stop-and-start maneuver, shaking off Barella before forcefully breaking towards the byline. Barella, striving to cover, was once again outmaneuvered by Silva, who executed another abrupt stop, drawing the ball back to evade the challenge. Barella was left trailing, and fortuitously, Koch intervened just in time, positioning himself to obstruct Silva's path into the box. Realizing that Barella was rapidly closing in, Silva promptly lifted his foot and delivered a pass to the center, where Mata received the ball and, before Garca could defend, unleashed a powerful long-range shot, only to be thwarted by De Gea's acrobatic save. Silva is indeed an exceptional player. His technical prowess and breakthrough ability are undeniable, complemented by calm demeanor and sound decision-making on the pitch. Alas, such a talent seems unlikely to be utilized by me. Should he transfer, it would surely be to a formidable team like Real Madrid or Barcelona, or perhaps even abroad. The thought weighed heavily on Wei Xiongmao's mind. Though their tactical foundation relies heavily on vigorous running, a player like Silva holds significance in any squad. Barcelona has achieved unprecedented success through possession-based tactics. Yet in critical moments of many matches, they often depend on breakthroughs from players like Messi or Iniesta to break the deadlock. The impact of top-tier players often lies precisely in this aspect. Fortunately, while Atletico may lack their own Silva, they do possess a player of Agüero's caliber, a top-notch forward capable of holding the ball, breaking through defenses, scoring, and assisting. Atletico quickly mounted an offensive under Koch's orchestration, with Simao receiving the ball on the flank. He skillfully maneuvered past the opposing defender Miguel and delivered a pass to the center. Agüero, making a timely advance, shot before Makita could intercept, the ball skimming low and heading towards the near post, narrowly deflected away by Cesar. "Keep attacking," Wei Xiongmao exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically from the sidelines. Emery cast a distant glance at Wei Xiongmao, feeling a sense of relief. In a back-and-forth contest, there was little to worry about. At worst, it would be tit for tat. If you score one, I shall score one as well. I refuse to believe my team will score fewer goals than yours. In terms of defensive prowess, we certainly hold an edge. Wei Xiongmao chuckled to himself. In terms of attack, Valencia may indeed surpass Atletico at present. Yet when it comes to overall offensive and defensive cohesion, we excel. After all, you are missing 2 key defensive midfielders, while we are not lacking a single starter. Regardless of whether we retaliate or launch an offensive, we are truly unafraid of you. Westmang took the corner kick, and Miranda, who advanced to assist, was the first to head the ball towards a goal. However, under the interference of the opposing defender, his attempt soared slightly above the target. As Miranda landed, he shook his head in disappointment before turning to return. Although he is not particularly renowned for his goal-scoring prowess, having often gone an entire season in Brazil without finding the net, since joining Atletico Madrid and becoming a regular starter, he has harbored hopes of scoring at least once. Nevertheless, there will certainly be more opportunities ahead. Chapter 53. Individual performance following this offensive play. Atletico Madrid found themselves pressed back by Valencia once more. The Valencia attack was initiated by Banega, who played as a defensive midfielder, before passing to the forward players to execute the offensive strategy. Among them, Silva emerged as the offensive linchpin, renowned for his exceptional dribbling and passing abilities. Zhou predominantly operated along the flanks. Although he has yet to meet the lofty expectations placed upon him, his crossing ability remains remarkably distinctive. Mata posed a greater threat to the goal, excelling in both direct shots and incisive passes from midfield. While Villa is the sole forward for Valencia, he is not a typical center forward, but rather a sharpshooter, known for his vigorous movement, expansive range, and precise finishing. Confronting such a team presents a challenge for man-to-man marking, as their extensive movement can create significant gaps within the penalty area if one attempts to follow them blindly. This dynamic offensive strategy, characterized by fluid positional exchanges among players, has become a hallmark of Valencia's tradition. Ever since Rafael Benitez guided Valencia to a league title employing this no-striker tactic, the team has preserved this tradition of flexible and formidable attacking play. Consequently, Atletico Madrid's defense adopted a zonal marking approach, asserting that regardless of the positional shifts, they would maintain control over their designated area. Although Valencia's forwards possessed the capability for spectacular long-range shots, they lacked the extraordinary accuracy exhibited by players like Fernando Forlan. While talents such as Silva, Villa, and Mata are adept at long shots, the conversion rates for such attempts are inherently low. Observing Atletico's steadfast defense, Valencia's youthful attackers began to unleash an array of long-range efforts. However, Atletico's players exhibited commendable movement, providing timely distractions even if they could not fully obstruct the shots. The success of long-range attempts is significantly diminished when players are obstructed, making precision largely reliant on fortune. Thus, Valencia engaged in a flurry of activity, attempting numerous shots, yet failing to find a net. In contrast, Atletico's subsequent counterattack nearly posed a threat, as Sim O received the ball and broke down the flank, only to be fouled by M. China, resulting in a yellow card for the latter. Continuing the offensive would undoubtedly escalate the pressure on their defense. With a knowing smile, Wei Xiongmao remarked to Domingo, who nodded in agreement, recognizing that Valencia's defenders currently lack both synergy and individual prowess. Often, M. China has been forced to play the role of a fireman, and his early yellow card severely undermined Valencia's defensive stability. Confidently, Wei Xiongmao was soon dealt a significant blow. Silva, positioned within 30 meters of the goal, executed a feint for a long-range shot, enticing Coke to advance defensively, only to deftly maneuver the ball past him. In comparison to Silva, Coke is considerably younger, lacking both experience and seemingly the innate talent. In that fleeting moment, the 24-year-old David Silva shone brightly. After evading Coke, Silva advanced toward the penalty area, where Juanito approached to defend. Once more, Silva employed a cunning feint, evading Juanito's interception and penetrating the box. His shooting deception was executed with remarkable realism, and despite Juanito's wealth of experience, he was momentarily deceived. Upon entering the penalty area, Silva swiftly unleashed a shot. Miranda's attempt to intercept was a fraction too slow, as the ball skidded low toward the near corner of the goal. De Gea made a magnificent save, diving to his side and narrowly deflecting the ball away with a single hand. As the Atletico Madrid fans let out a sigh of relief, Silva, who had just taken a shot, surged forward with remarkable speed. Near the goal line, he deftly regained control of the ball that De Gea had parried away. With a graceful flick, he maneuvered the ball past the desperate challenge of Miranda, and without hesitation, unleashed another strike from a tight angle. De Gea, still on the ground, was utterly unable to react, as the ball soared accurately towards the far corner of the net. Before Lopez could intervene with a sliding tackle, it found its way into the Atletico goal. The ball had nestled into the net. What a spectacular goal. It was a magnificent display from David Silva. He single-handedly dismantled Atletico's defense. The commentator erupted in a passionate roar. Such a brilliant goal would stir excitement in anyone. Even the Atletico fans in the stands were momentarily stunned, shaking their heads in resignation. While they might not rise collectively to applaud this remarkable goal, their anger had dissipated, leaving them speechless. Such a goal was indeed magnificent. After skillfully maneuvering past two defenders, he surged into the penalty area, swiftly following up a shot with a deft cutback to find the net. The trio of Atletico Madrid defenders, Coke, Juanito, and Miranda, were left bewildered by his effortless dribbling. On the sidelines, Wei Xiongmao could only shake his head in resignation. Players of this caliber evidently outclassed his own team. They had exerted themselves to the fullest. and there was no fault to find with their efforts. Alas, he pondered whether there was any chance of acquiring him, though he deemed it highly improbable. Despite Atlantic Tico being a formidable team, they were not devoid of financial resources. However, a player like Silva had never been a question of price. After all, he was part of Valencia, one of the most prominent teams in La Liga. Why would he choose to join ATL Tico, a club that might not even rival Valencia in stature? Such talents typically gravitate towards elite clubs like Real Madrid or Barcelona, or to other strong teams in different leagues. Valencia might relinquish their players to these giants or foreign clubs, but they would never allow them to join direct competitors. Thus, after some reflection, Wei Xiongmao ceased to dwell on the thought. He gestured to his players to maintain their previous strategy, to attack when opportunities arose and to defend when they did not. Preparing for a counterattack, the advancing Valencia would prove much easier to handle. Moreover, Valencia was compelled to press forward. Their player composition dictated an offensive style of play. Emery hoped for a tug-of-war between ATL Tico and Valencia. Although ATL Tico's offense was not weak, it paled in comparison to the prowess of Valencia's players. The greater the space, the more threatening Valencia's attacks became. Therefore, even in the face of an unexpected setback, determined by Silva's individual brilliance, Wei Xiongmao resolved to adhere to the established tactics. Chapter 54. The red dot package, such a genius, can sometimes be incredibly vexing. As the match resumed, Wei Xiongmao reflected inwardly. The remarkable talents of individuals still hold immense value, even in an era where collective strategy is increasingly paramount. Those with exceptional personal abilities can still shine brilliantly within the framework of overall tactics. This is reminiscent of Pep Guardiola's implementation of an almost perfected strategy of possession and pressing during his tenure at Barcelona, which led many to believe that any players who aligned with Barcelona's tactical philosophy could perform exceptionally well. Yet in reality, it was Messi's dazzling breakthroughs and the masterful orchestration of midfield maestros like Xavi and Iniesta that were pivotal to Guardiola's tactics, achieving unparalleled success. No matter how refined strategy may be, it requires the presence of top-tier players to truly thrive. After the departure of Xavi and Iniesta, despite the tactical framework remaining unchanged, Barcelona's midfield control saw a significant decline. At this juncture, the vigilant Panda remains unaware, yet he comprehends that, beyond effective tactics, elite players are essential to add the final flourish. Fortunately, such players are indeed at his disposal. ATL Tico Madrid initiated an offensive through precise passing. The defensive pressure they faced was not particularly daunting. Although Valencia's players exhibited commendable movement in defense, the intensity of their defensive pressure was somewhat lacking. Of course, against mid-tier teams, Valencia's pressing and movement would suffice. However, when confronting the caliber of ATL Tico's players, such levels of exertion and defense were inadequate to contain their offensive prowess. Under the cover of players like Simeo and Juanfran, Coke delivered a splendid through ball that found Aguero at the edge of the penalty area. Aguero deftly maneuvered the ball sideways, enticing Mascherano to reach out for an interception, only to swiftly retract the ball, eluding Mascherano and surging into the box. Upon entering the penalty area, Aguero seized the moment to shoot, but his effort struck the outer side of the near post and sailed out of play. Aguero ran a hand through his hair, a visage of regret etched across his face. The vigilant Panda also gestured with his arm, shaking his head in disappointment. The brilliance of Aguero's attack was on par with Silva's earlier endeavor. Alas, fortune had slightly eluded him. Continue the assault, maintain the pressure on them, exclaimed Emery. Equally startled by the recent offensive, he shouted instructions from the sidelines, recalling that the previous suppression of ATL Tico had yielded positive results. Retreating into defense now would only relinquish the initiative. From the recent offensive display, it is evident that ATL Tico Madrid's attack is indeed formidable. Both Simeo and Forlan, seasoned veterans of La Liga, may be advanced in age, yet their technical prowess and ability to seize opportunities remain exceptional. As for Aguero, he is undoubtedly one of the finest young forwards in the game. Coupled with the incisive midfield runs of Herledu and the excellent distribution skills of Coke, ATL Tico's attacking formation poses a significant threat. Given Valencia's current defensive capabilities, it is likely they will struggle to contain such an onslaught. When it becomes apparent that defense is untenable, one must resort to offense. After all, who fears whom? Witnessing Valencia swiftly launch a counterattack, Wei Xiongmao felt a sense of relief. He had been somewhat apprehensive about Valencia's capacity to regroup defensively. especially with their diminutive forwards who excel in counterattacks. Moreover, under the guidance of Machina, their defensive line has shown commendable resilience. Wei Xiongmao preferred not to rely solely on long-range shots, aside from Forel N's commendable ability to attack from outside the box. The remaining players are far more threatening within the penalty area. With the opponent's dense defense, opportunities to penetrate the box diminish, a scenario Wei Xiongmao sought to avoid. Concealing 1S strategy while leveraging 1S strengths is crucial for determining the outcome of a contest between evenly matched teams. Although ATL Tico may currently lag behind Valencia, the disparity is minimal, particularly in aspects where both teams are nearly equal, with Valencia perhaps holding a slight edge. In such circumstances, it is essential to capitalize on 1S superior attributes. While ATL Tico's defense may be average, it still surpasses Valencia's in comparison. Thus, enticing Valencia to commit to attack is imperative. Emery fell into this trap. Nevertheless, Valencia has not been devoid of opportunities. They have created numerous chances. Joku N's breakthrough resulted in a corner, which Silva executed, leading to Villa's header just missing the target. Silva's exquisite pass to Mata allowed for a long-range effort. Nerodi thwarted by De Gea. After generating several opportunities, Valencia's defenders began to advance, recognizing that maintaining sufficient pressure necessitates the involvement of a greater number of attacking players. Consequently, as the match neared the 30th minute, when ATL Tico launched another swift three-man counter, Valencia's defenders could only muster 3 in response. Sim-O received a pass from Forlan, forcefully penetrating the opponent's defense before delivering the ball to AG Arrow just before Machina could recover. AG Arrow surged into the box, and despite Machina's tenacious attempt to reposition, AG Arrow executed a feint before striking the ball towards the goal. Machina, sprawled on the ground with outstretched arms, found AG Arrow's shot striking his hand. The referee's whistle pierced the air. At the sound of the whistle, both Wei Xiongmao and Emery sprang to their feet, simultaneously realizing 2 critical truths. Machina committed a handball in the penalty area, and he already possessed a yellow card. Emery silently implored that no card be issued. Given the blatant nature of the handball, a penalty seemed inevitable. He hoped to avoid a card. Equalizing the score was one thing, but playing with a man down would be insurmountable. Wei Xiongmao vociferously declared, "Penalty. Red card." Emery, in a fit of anger, cast a glance at Wei Xiongmao before turning his attention back to the field. The referee sprinted over, gesturing emphatically towards the penalty spot as he approached. The ATL Tico Madrid supporters erupted in jubilant cheers, while Valencia's players began to protest vehemently. In the next moment, the referee dispersed the protesting Valencia players and beckoned Machina to come forward, then reached into his pocket. A chill coursed through Emery's heart. A yellow card, a red card, a red penalty package. 2 yellows resulting in 1 red, and Valencia's captain Machina was sent off. Machina protested vehemently, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. After his departure from the field, Fran stepped up to take the penalty, converting it effortlessly and leveling the score for ATL Tico Madrid. Everyone understood that they had not only equalized, but had also gained a numerical advantage. This is far more significant than merely leveling the score. Chapter 55. Persisting in offense as the first half drew to a close, the players of ATL Tico Madrid descended from the field with an air of ease, while the Valencia players trudged off, their steps heavy with the burden of the match. In the remaining moments of the first half, the tide turned. ATL Tico Madrid unleashed a relentless assault on Valencia, dominating their half. Though no goals were scored, it was abundantly clear that ATL Tico now held a commanding advantage. In the second half, with 1 less player and diminished stamina compared to their opponents, Emery lamented in the visitors' locker room. He was reluctant to voice such sentiments, yet it seemed imperative to avoid a humiliating defeat. Given Valencia's defensive capabilities, pushing forward an attack with a numerical disadvantage would render their backline as porous as a sieve, inviting ATL Tico's attackers to exploit the situation at will. The only viable strategy was to retreat defensively, hoping to snatch a draw. As we embark on the second half, remember, we must prioritize ball possession and orchestrate our play, exhausting their players. They have already expended considerable energy in the first half, and if we can wear them down further, our chances of victory will significantly increase, remarked Wei Xiongmao with a smile in the locker room. He was not overly concerned with a goal here or there. His focus lay on the overarching momentum of the game. As long as they could seize the initiative, victory would naturally follow. Even if misfortune led to a loss, statistically speaking, Maintaining an advantage in momentum would enhance their chances of success far beyond that of their adversaries. In the second half, the Valencia players took to the field with a sense of tragic determination. Presently, they were 4 points ahead of fourth-place Sevilla and 8 points clear of fifth-place Deportivo La Cruz. Even a loss would not jeopardize their standing. Yet, the prospect of suffering a defeat after the pre-match verbal skirmish was infuriating. Moreover, many of Valencia's attackers were young, brimming with zeal and a fierce desire to win. Thus, despite employing a defensive strategy, apart from a substituted Joko in, players such as Silva, Villa, and Mata remained intent on counterattacks. Whenever an opportunity for offense arose, they would strive to capitalize on it, relying on their own prowess, even if their teammates could not join in promptly. This embodies the indomitable spirit of youthful prodigies. Regrettably, Atletico Madrid's defense comprises seasoned veterans, who, when confronted by these young talents, often appear rather flustered. However, their defensive efficacy remains commendable. Conversely, their offensive endeavors fail to alleviate the pressure on their defense, as they possess only sporadic opportunities to launch attacks. In stark contrast, Atletico's offense surges forth like a tempest, relentless and unyielding, seemingly intent on venting the frustrations of being dominated by Valencia in the first half. Giraldo's header, after penetrating the penalty area, soared above the crossbar. Reyes, who replaced Garque, received the ball inside the box and attempted a volley, only to be thwarted by Valencia's goalkeeper, Cesar. Siméone's cut inside culminated in a shot, which Cesar parried with his legs, while substitute defender Maduro cleared the danger with a powerful kick. Atletico's assaults intensified, while Valencia's counterattacks dwindled. By controlling the midfield and orchestrating their attacks, Atletico rendered it exceedingly challenging for Valencia to maintain possession. Whenever Valencia managed to secure the ball in their own half, they were immediately besieged by Atletico's fervent pressing, ultimately forced to clear the ball far away. A futile endeavor that rarely found its way to the feet of players like Villa, only to be reclaimed by Atletico, who would swiftly initiate another offensive. Their strategy relied on exploiting the width of the pitch, and with an additional player, they maneuvered with greater freedom, leaving Valencia's defense in a state of relentless pursuit. Under these circumstances, Valencia's defense displayed glimpses of their former prowess, valiantly obstructing Atletico's advances, while goalkeeper Cesar, facing an average of one save every 2 minutes, tenaciously thwarted Atletico's attempts to find the back of the net. Aguero, Forlan, Reyes, Siméone. Atletico's attacking ensemble took turns firing shots. Yet each effort was expertly blocked by the heroic Cesar. Emery anxiously observed the unfolding drama. He had initially lost hope for securing points in this match. Yet now it seemed that salvaging a draw was not entirely out of reach. Glancing at the clock, Emery noted that 30 minutes had elapsed in the second half. With perhaps only 20 minutes of play remaining, including stoppage time, Valencia had already endured 30 minutes. Could they withstand another 20? Emery utilized his second substitution, bringing on defender Navarro for Mata. Reluctantly, Mata exited the field, yet Emery was unconcerned with the young players' discontent. Securing a point was paramount, especially given their numerical disadvantage. Upon witnessing this substitution, the opposing coach swiftly made his own change, substituting center-back Juanito for forward Borja, aiming to bolster their attacking presence in the box and create more opportunities. Observing this tactical shift, Atletico's supporters in the stands initially fell silent, only to erupt into a resounding cheer. Dissatisfied with the draw, they clamored for continued aggression. While Borja's presence on the field may not have significantly enhanced the offensive play, it undeniably served as a clarion call for the players to persist in their attacking endeavors. At times, it is merely a spark of motivation that is required. If the head coach lacks confidence, why should the players exert themselves on the pitch? A minute later, Aguero experienced a slight ankle twist during a tussle, limping for a few steps before regaining his composure and signaling to the bench that he was fit to continue. After a careful observation, Wei Xiongmao discerned that Aguero's injury was indeed minor, thus opting not to utilize the third substitution. This momentary decision paved the way for Atletico Madrid to seize the lead in the match. Reyes launched a vigorous breakthrough down the flank, resulting in a corner kick. He took it upon himself to execute the corner, where Borja feigned a strike at the near post, allowing the ball to soar over his head. As it descended, Aguero launched himself forward, meeting the ball with a diving header. The ball sped into the far corner of the net. 2-1. In the 78th minute of the match, after an astonishing 15 attempts, Atletico finally breached Valencia's defenses. The previously stellar Caesar could only lament in vain at this moment. Countless Atletico fans raised their arms high, a sea of limbs waving in jubilation above the Calderon stands. Chapter 56. Truly popular Wei Xiongmao utilized the third substitution of the match, bringing on Thiago in place of Agüero. It is evident that Agüero was substituted for a well-deserved respite, especially after his valiant effort in securing the recent goal. Following the goal, the tension that had enveloped him dissipated, making this an opportune moment for him to recuperate. Agüero, recognizing the necessity of rest, exited the pitch amidst the applause of the crowd. This goal marked his 11th of the season, yet for him, it holds little significance, as he embarks on his 4th season with Atletico Madrid. Apart from his rookie season, where he adapted to European football and netted only 6 goals, he has consistently showcased his prowess in the subsequent 2 seasons with remarkable tallies of 19 and 17 goals, respectively. Although injuries earlier in the season had sidelined him for several matches, his recent form suggests he may very well shatter his own record for league goals in a single season, aiming to elevate it to 20. Agüero possesses a renewed confidence under the guidance of the new coach, believing his form is exceptional, always finding opportunities to shoot and score. While it is commendable for younger players to exert themselves, they must also remember the importance of self-preservation. Wei Xiongmao embraced Agüero before saying a few words. Agüero nodded in acknowledgement. Despite his stature, he is far from fragile, having endured few injuries throughout his years at Atletico, which has fortified his physique to thrive in European football, a testament to why so many hold him in high regard. Although similar in style to his predecessor Saviola, Agüero's physicality and striking abilities are notably superior. After gaining the lead, Wei Xiongmao did not settle for a mere single goal, recognizing Valencia's potential for retaliation. Only by maintaining pressure could they secure a definitive victory. Emery contemplated a counterattack. However, he was soon relegated to watching as Atletico swiftly pressed forward, seizing the ball and launching another offensive assault. They denied their opponents any opportunity, persisting in their attack until they held at least a 2-goal advantage. The already beleaguered Valencia defense crumbled under Atletico's relentless onslaught. In the 86th minute, Gallardo received the ball and delivered a splendid through pass to Fran, who, upon receiving it, struck a shot towards the far corner, nestling the ball in the net's dead angle, 3-1. In the 88th minute, Reyes, positioned just outside the penalty area, received a cross from Simon. After a slight adjustment, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot that found the corner of the net, 4-1. In the 2nd minute of stoppage time, Fran, after a breakthrough, returned the pass to Gallardo, who, following closely, pushed the ball into the net once more, 5-1. In a mere 15 minutes, Atletico utterly dismantled Valencia's defense, scoring 4 goals. As the final whistle blew, Valencia's players collapsed onto the pitch, utterly defeated. They had never endured such a humiliating loss in recent years. Although Valencia has faced increasing difficulties in defense, conceding 1 or 2 goals in a match has become commonplace. But conceding 3 or 4 has rarely occurred. The last time they conceded 5 goals in the league dates back 3 years, when they suffered humiliating defeats of 5-1 against both Real Madrid and Athletic Bilbao. In the subsequent 2 seasons, they seldom conceded more than 4 goals in a single match. Today, however, they found themselves on the receiving end of another 5-goal rout. Despite this defeat, they remain in 3rd place. Yet such a devastating loss is bound to instill significant doubt in their confidence. Meanwhile, the Atletico Madrid players celebrated exuberantly. Under the management of coach Wei Xiongmao, they have consistently scored in every match, yet achieving 5 goals in one game is still a rare feat. Their previous 5-1 victory in the Copa del Rey against Almer pales in comparison when considering the caliber of their opponents. Valencia and Almer are worlds apart. Scoring 5-1 against Valencia is an entirely different proposition compared to doing so against Almer. Although Atletico managed to net 4 goals in the dying moments of the match, having only scored once via penalty until the 78th minute, their ability to unleash such an explosive offensive display in the final minutes attest to their attacking prowess. Coach Wei Xiongmao, with his hands on his hips, surveyed the stands with an air of invincibility. The Atletico fans erupted into fervent cheers upon witnessing this gesture. By this point, a significant majority of the Atletico supporters had begun to warm to this previously obscure coach. When Wei Xiongmao first took charge, many questioned how Atletico had reached a point where they were led by someone with no prior coaching experience, who was neither a former player nor had coached any youth teams at the highest level. Isn't this simply absurd? It is merely out of their affection for the club that they refrained from causing a scene or protesting from the very outset. This is how the delightful aroma of today came to be. This head coach is truly remarkable. The team's winning percentage is high. They score abundantly. And their play is aesthetically pleasing. Although there are moments when their performance might not be the most captivating, the likelihood of victory remains substantial, does it not? In the league, the Copa del Rey, and the UEFA Europa League, their progress has been nothing short of remarkable. They have reached the finals of the Copa del Rey and advanced to the round of 16 in the Europa League. Out of 9 league matches, they have triumphed in 8, including victories over formidable teams such as Sevilla and Valencia. Is such a performance not commendable? During the same period, Real Madrid achieved 7 victories, 1 draw, and 1 defeat, while Barcelona, after this round, ended with 7 victories and 2 draws, failing to accumulate points as efficiently as Atletico Madrid during this phase. From this perspective, the achievements of our coach are nothing short of miraculous. After losing a pivotal player, Rodriguez, and a semi-regular, Pongol, and having acquired only a single defender while promoting 4 young talents from the reserve team, he has managed to attain such results with this squad. It is said that his annual salary is a mere 500,000 euros. Truly, a remarkable value. While the club may not grant him a raise, it is certainly fitting for us to offer him our applause. The resounding ovation reverberated through the skies above the Calder Inn. This individual is indeed quite popular. Young Hill could not help but exclaim. With such an impressive record, it is indeed hard to find fault. I believe it is time for us to announce the confirmation of his coaching contract, Cerezo mused, turning to Gloria. Gloria nodded in agreement, feeling this was indeed the appropriate course of action. After all, the confirmation of his coaching contract, while not entirely binding him to Atletico Madrid, would provide sufficient confidence to the fans. The current state of Atletico, compared to Christmas, is undoubtedly a far cry from their previous struggles, solidifying fan confidence and garnering greater support for the team. Chapter 57. Guardiola's Dilemma despite Emery's criticisms of the officiating during the post-match press conference, asserting that the early dismissal of Machina was the root cause of Valencia's dismal defeat. It remains undeniable that Atletico triumphed over Valencia with a resounding score of 5-1, enough to raise alarms across La Liga. Regardless of circumstances, this is Valencia. The defensive framework established by Ranieri, Cooper, and Benitez may now be a thing of the past. Yet it is rare for Valencia to concede such a multitude of goals, and Atletico has accomplished just that. Following this significant victory, Atletico, which had been languishing in mid-table, has now equaled the points of the recently defeated La Coruña and, thanks to their superior goal difference, has ascended to 6th place in the league, considering that they were merely 2 points away from the relegation zone before their winter break. Their remarkable ascent to this position in just 2 months is nothing short of astonishing. However, reflecting on their frenzied achievement of securing 8 victories in 9 league matches, their current standing seems quite justifiable. Had it not been for a narrow defeat of 1-0 against Getafe, they might have been enjoying a 9-match winning streak by now. Following the loss to Getafe, they have maintained an impressive 5-match winning streak, complemented by victories in both the Copa del Rey and the UEFA Europa League, showcasing an extraordinary form. The prospect of facing such formidable opponents has left Barcelona's coach, Pep Guardiola, somewhat perturbed. Thus far, Barcelona's performance has indeed been exceptional. After 24 league matches, they boast a record of 19 wins and 5 draws, remaining unbeaten. In the Champions League, they advanced effortlessly from the group stage, and although they were eliminated early from the Copa del Rey, it was due to 2 draws, having been ousted on away goals. In essence, since the beginning of this season, Barcelona has yet to suffer a defeat across all competitions. This is an unprecedentedly formidable Barcelona. However, despite their remarkable performance, they have not managed to distance themselves significantly from Real Madrid. Currently, Real Madrid has secured 19 victories, yet they have suffered 3 more defeats and drawn 3 fewer matches, leaving them merely 3 points adrift of Barcelona. 3 points, equivalent to a single match. It must be acknowledged that following a flurry of astute signings, this season's Real Madrid has demonstrated exceptional prowess. Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, and Benzema. These elite players enable Real Madrid to achieve victory, even when their overall tactical prowess may not surpass that of Barcelona. Had Real Madrid not performed exceptionally well this season, Barcelona's current achievements might have allowed them to soar ahead in the standings. For instance, Valencia, currently in 3rd place, trails Barcelona by a staggering 16 points. Unfortunately for them, Real Madrid remains a formidable contender. Thus, Barcelona cannot afford to be complacent in the league. In such circumstances, facing a recently resurgent Atletico Madrid indeed presents a considerable challenge for Barcelona. This year, Barcelona has participated in numerous matches. Although they have played fewer Copa del Rey fixtures compared to Atletico, as well as one less elimination match in the Europa League, they have still encountered significant competition, including 2 Super Cup matches and the Club World Cup in the first half of the season. The intensity of the matches, compounded by the departure of several players from Barcelona this year, has left the team in a precarious position. The injury list is terrifying. Alves, Abidal, Piku, Emriquez, Chigrinsky, and Yaya Toure. Originally, they had only 8 or 9 defenders in the first team, a number that would typically suffice, yet now 5 are injured, including 2 key fullbacks and 1 central defender, with 2 substitutes also sidelined. The absence of key midfielder Yaya Toure has added to Guardiola's woes. Facing the formidable Atletico Madrid with such a depleted squad, Guardiola recognizes the need to approach the upcoming match with utmost seriousness. In their match against Valencia, Atletico employed a strategy focused on defense, followed by counterattacks. They managed to incapacitate Valencia's captain, Marchena, thereby gaining a decisive advantage. Valencia's situation is quite similar to Barcelona's. Their defensive capabilities are not lacking, yet due to various reasons and missing key players, their habitual attacking approach led to significant vulnerabilities in their backline, which Atletico's skillful attackers exploited with relentless counterattacks. As Guardiola reviewed the match footage, he remarked on the tactics. The assistant coach nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential vulnerability of their own team to such an approach. Guardiola concurred. When Barcelona's main defenders were present, he felt no fear of the strategy. Abidal was dynamic and robust in challenges. Alves, though more offensively inclined, was still diligent in his defensive duties, and Piku provided the team with both height and strength. Coupled with the fearless leadership of Captain Puyol, this defensive line was pivotal to Barcelona's dominance last season. It's worth noting that Yaya Toure's contributions in breaking up play were also significant. Now, with their key defenders absent, only Puyol remains from the original lineup. And critically, Alves has no substitute. Since Puyol can play both full-back positions, and given Alves' stamina to endure the entire season, it would be unwise to assign a dedicated backup. Barcelona is currently struggling to find a reliable right-back. If Puyol were to fill that role, the pairing of Milito, a substitute, with the young Bartran central defense will be fraught with risk. The absence of Toure has diminished their ability to disrupt opposition play. And with the current state of the defense, it is even more porous than Valencia's. Thus, we must leverage our ball possession advantage, emphasizing the need for careful passing and cautious attacking to minimize counterattack opportunities for the opposition. Gradually advancing, we will rely on Messi to deliver the final blow. Guardiola articulated this slowly, as is his habit, methodically analyzing the situation and allowing his assistant coaches to assist in identifying any gaps, a practice that often yields excellent results. This time, his analysis elicited nods of agreement from the assistant coaches. They had no objections and could not conjure any alternatives. With so many injuries plaguing Barcelona's defense, their focus could only shift to offense. Who should we utilize as the right back? One of the assistant coaches inquired. The other positions were straightforward, but the right back was crucial. If Puyol were not to play on the right flank, they would have to resort to another option. Let's put Hefren in. At least he is reliable in attack, Guardiola suggested after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 58. Bold adjustments. We are fortunate. Barcelona's defense is in a dire state, said Wei Xiongmao, holding a report and clicking his tongue in disbelief. Indeed, it is reminiscent of the last match against Valencia. We are facing 2 formidable teams consecutively. Yet we play at home, and our opponents are riddled with injuries. Our luck is undeniably favorable. Domingo nodded in agreement. Had they not been missing 2 key defensive midfielders in the last match, our victory might not have been so effortless, Wei Xiongmao continued. Effortless? Domingo queried, slightly perplexed. We only scored 4 goals in the last 10 minutes. Had luck not favored us, it could have easily ended in a draw. No. It was not like that. The late goals were always destined to occur. The only variable was the quantity, Wei Xiongmao countered. Machina's red card was an unforeseen event. Yet the likelihood of their defenders making mistakes under our counterattacks was high. Once they were down a man, their collapse was merely a matter of time. Scoring 4 goals in the last 10 minutes was indeed a bit excessive, but scoring 1 or 2 was absolutely guaranteed. It was merely a question of the final margin of victory. Wei Xiongmao waved his finger, exuding an air of pretentiousness. So prior to the goals, was the outcome already determined? Domingo pondered. Precisely. Emery excels at cultivating offensive strategies, but his defense and overall approach leave much to be desired. I leveraged this weakness to our advantage, Wei Xiongmao affirmed. Then for the upcoming match against Barcelona, we can adopt a similar strategy, as they too are vulnerable defensively. Lacking adequate manpower, Domingo contemplated aloud. Not quite. The tactics employed against Valencia cannot be replicated against Barcelona. Why? Think for yourself. Wei Xiongmao chuckled and left the conundrum hanging, strolling away and leaving Domingo deep in thought. Not the same? Why is that? I find them nearly indistinguishable, both being technically proficient in the forefront. In the midst of this, Domingo, with his head in his hands, began to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, Wei Xiongmao had returned to his room, where he leisurely watched several match recordings, humming a tune as he did so, exuding an air of nonchalance, completely devoid of the resolve required to confront a formidable opponent. It is unquestionable that Barcelona has emerged as the strongest team over the past 2 seasons, sweeping through all challenges with an indomitable spirit. Following their sextuple triumph, the prospect of achieving even greater feats seems nearly unattainable. Amidst their relentless pursuit of championship glory, for Guardiola, sustaining some extraordinary accomplishments is of paramount importance. This includes remaining unbeaten throughout the season, surpassing the century mark in points, and extending their winning streak. These are honors worth striving for. Although such accolades are often only recalled at specific moments, they are sufficient to create greatness, especially should they manage to maintain their unbeaten streak throughout the season. It would indeed be remarkable. After all, having already secured such prestigious honors, it is only natural to pursue even more extraordinary records. To contend with a team like Barcelona, one must certainly exert a greater effort. Wei Xiongmao keenly recognized that Atletico Madrid's encounter with Barcelona might be his sole opportunity to disrupt their unbeaten season. In other matches, regardless of other teams' potential to overcome Barcelona, those outcomes were beyond his control. For Wei Xiongmao, relying on others to fulfill his mission was not an option. It was imperative that he accomplished it himself, as self-reliance is the most dependable path. Ultimately, if the mission were to fail, who could predict when another chance to escape that endless loop might arise? In the following 3 days, Wei Xiongmao engaged in extensive physical training, pushing the players to their limits. Endure this. It is our only chance to train thoroughly in the second half of the season. If your fitness falters, achieving good results this season will be impossible. Without good results, do you truly think you can afford a vacation? He shouted on the training ground. Fortunately, the players were too exhausted to argue with him. Otherwise, they would surely have expressed their discontent. However, after 3 days of rigorous physical training, the subsequent ball work and tactical drills brought them immense joy. Such training felt like paradise. Thus, as the 25th round of the league commenced, Atletico Madrid's players had reached their peak condition. The starting lineup consisted of De Gea, Barella, Lopez, Juanito, Miranda, Garcia, Koch, Reyes, Simon, Fran, and Agüero. Surprisingly, Wei Xiongmao deployed an entirely offensive formation for this match, a bold choice indeed. Over the past couple of years, no team dared to engage Barcelona in a shootout. None could match their offensive prowess. Following their previous match, where they triumphed against Valencia through a defensive counterattack, many anticipated that Atletico would continue with that strategy. Barcelona's starting lineup was also revealed, and their defensive line was notably significant. Goalkeeper Vault S, left back the Brazilian Maxwell, and right back Heffron, a 22-year-old who had been a substitute on the right wing, were called up by Guardiola to play as right back today. It would be interesting to observe his performance. The center-back pairing comprised Captain Puyol and young Milito. While their defensive skills were commendable, they seemed somewhat lacking in height. However, this was not a major concern, as Atletico did not possess a towering striker. Midfield injuries to Keita, Busquets, Xavi, and Yaya Touré granted the young Busquets an opportunity. The forward line comprises Messi, Ibrahimovic, and Iniesta, while Henry has assumed a more subordinate role at Barcelona, with Pedro now ranked higher in the pecking order. The commentator expressed some astonishment at the starting lineups, noting that there is little to critique regarding Barcelona's selection. The most surprising decision was Heffron being deployed as a right back. However, considering the current state of Barcelona's defensive line, it is reasonable to assign an attacking player to that position, especially since their primary right back, Alves, is renowned for seldom contributing defensively. It is also logical to position Iniesta on the wing, as Pedro has yet to establish himself as a consistent starter and Henry has found himself relegated to the bench this season. There is little to argue about this lineup. Conversely, Atletico Madrid's starting 11 has undergone a significant change, with Reyes replacing Erlengzi, indicating a more robust offensive strategy for this match. Is this a confrontation with Barcelona? Chapter 59. Bluster for both Atletico Madrid and Barcelona. The coaches have made audacious adjustments for this match. However, for Barcelona, whose lineup is relatively stable, Guardiola's change appears to be a spontaneous inspiration, perhaps also influenced by favoritism. The inspiration stems from the fact that Heffernan has predominantly played in offensive positions, which contrasts sharply with the role of a right-back. It is essential to recognize that even purely offensive fullbacks must consider different aspects compared to wingers. Simply assigning a proficient attacker to the fullback position does not guarantee success. Indeed, there are notable examples, such as Ashley Cole, the primary left-back for the England national team, who transitioned from being a mediocre winger to an exceptional fullback, and Germany's Captain Lahm, who similarly transformed from an attacker to a highly effective fullback. However, such instances are rare, which is why they are often celebrated. Heffernan's starting position this time is merely a result of Guardiola's desperate attempts due to a lack of available players, compounded by the fact that Heffernan was a favored player during Guardiola's tenure with Barcelona B. While Guardiola's status at Barcelona is secure, having a few trusted individuals within the team is undoubtedly advantageous. Various factors have led Heffernan to occupy this unfamiliar position. In contrast, Wei Xiongmao's adjustments were not made hastily. Since his appointment, the first player to regain form was Reyes. Although he could not secure a fixed starting position as the primary substitute on the offensive line, Reyes has made numerous appearances and contributed significantly with goals and assists, steadily improving. His starting role in this match is a result of long-term preparation. Of course, Guardiola is currently unaware of these 2 points. As both coaches shook hands before the match commenced, Guardiola regarded Wei Xiongmao without any trace of underestimation. For before coaching Barcelona, Guardiola himself had merely a year of experience with Barcelona B. Although Guardiola was already a renowned figure in the football world as the captain of Barcelona prior to becoming a coach, his coaching resume before leading Barcelona may not have been significantly superior to that of a lesser-known coach. Coaches come in various forms, and those who ascend to the pinnacle of top-tier leagues typically possess a background rooted in elite youth training programs. Many either fail to make an impact as players and thus begin their coaching education early, subsequently taking on roles within their club's youth teams. Through commendable performance, they may gradually rise through the ranks, eventually having the opportunity to temporarily manage the first team in a capacity as youth or reserve team coaches. If they achieve success at the first team level, they are often catapulted into the limelight. Conversely, if their results are less favorable, their experience can lead them to coach at lower-tier clubs, where they may eventually attract the attention of stronger teams. In contrast, Guardiola's ascent was remarkable. After retiring, he obtained his coaching certificate in 2006 and by 2007 was managing Barcelona B, earning the position of head coach of the first team by 2008. Such a rapid progression is exceedingly rare in the annals of football history. Often, coaches with such swift rises are plagued by instability and inexperience. However, Guardiola defied this trend, achieving a historic treble in his inaugural season in a top league, a feat unparalleled in football history. On the other hand, the other coach, referred to as Wei Xiongmao, appears to have had an even more audacious trajectory. Possessing a coaching certificate but lacking any coaching experience, and even without prior youth team involvement, he found himself at the helm of a prestigious team like Atletico Madrid, achieving commendable, if not outstanding, results. Now that these two coaches are set to face each other, Guardiola certainly would not underestimate Wei Xiongmao. If Barcelona aspires to an unbeaten season, they must contend with the challenge he presents. As he boldly declared, "I have arrived." During their handshake, Wei Xiongmao remained as audacious as ever, his demeanor often provoking ire from many. Yet, Guardiola remained unfazed. As a former elite player, celebrated as one of the midfield maestros, he has transitioned into a distinguished coach, embodying the temperament expected of one in his position. While many esteemed coaches may exhibit volatile tempers, Guardiola has maintained a composed demeanor throughout his career, both as a player and now as a coach. "When I was coaching Barcelona, I never claimed that we would certainly secure a treble. One must accomplish tasks before making such assertions," Guardiola stated calmly. "But I am different, for I possess the gift of foresight. Mr. Guardiola, your tactics in this upcoming match will face unprecedented scrutiny, and other teams will undoubtedly take note. Do not hold me accountable for that. Wei Xiongmao released his grip and then chuckled softly. Guardiola furrowed his brow slightly, believing that Wei Xiongmao's words were intended to undermine his resolve. Yet, upon contemplating the possibility of Wei Xiongmao's words manifesting into reality, he realized that his meticulously crafted Barcelona dynasty could face heightened challenges, potentially jeopardizing the team's dominance for at least 3 to 4 years. It is noteworthy that for over a year, Barcelona had truly struggled to find a defeat. Although they had lost matches in the previous season, those losses were largely incidental. Conversely, their victories had become a foregone conclusion, characterized by high pressing, spatial compression, ball control, and minimizing the opposition's possession time. By maximizing their own ball possession, they effectively curtailed the opponent's attacks while amplifying their own, thereby achieving triumph with remarkable consistency. This tactic is undoubtedly an unprecedented innovation. Over the past year, regardless of the number of esteemed coaches or formidable teams attempting to unravel its complexities, none have succeeded. However, Guardiola understands that no strategy can remain invincible indefinitely. Eventually, a countermeasure will emerge. Nevertheless, before that moment arrives, Guardiola has led Barcelona to amass a significant array of accolades. And that is sufficient. No one can triumph eternally, yet a period of glory is, in itself, ample. At this moment, under Guardiola's expectations, there should be at least 3 or 4 years ahead. However, it has only been a little over a year. Is Wei Xiongmao merely posturing? The truth is, Barcelona is indeed quite fragile at present. The absence of nearly the entire defensive line poses immense pressure on any team, regardless of the overall excellence. The reason the key players are deemed essential is that their prowess surpasses that of the substitutes, or they are more attuned to the current tactics. Now, only Puyol remains. Will Wei Xiongmao adeptly exploit this situation? If he intends to counter us with a defensive strategy, he is mistaken. But will it merely be a straightforward counterattack? As Guardiola strides towards his position, he contemplates this in his mind. Chapter 60. Pressing upon returning to his position, Wei Xiongmao paid no heed to Guardiola's scrutinizing gaze. His eyes were fixated on one individual, Messi. Presently, Messi has yet to transform scoring into a mere numerical game as he would in the years to come. However, from Wei Xiongmao's observations, it can almost be stated that Messi is currently at his most formidable. The effectiveness of the tactics employed in this match hinges primarily on Messi's ability to penetrate the defenses orchestrated by the opposing coach, known as. Another crucial element is Ibrahimovic. The prowess of a striker like Ibrahimovic can significantly streamline the offensive capabilities of the team. For a forward of his stature, creating one-on-one opportunities or delivering a high ball can yield miraculous results. His height poses a considerable threat to Atletico Madrid's defensive line. However, in the interest of thwarting Barcelona's overall attack, cannot afford to forego the experience of Juanito in favor of the taller Domingos, as that would be counterproductive. Alas, our defensive line has yet to reach its full potential, laments inwardly. Atletico Madrid has ample room for improvement, but regrettably, time is not on their side. Thus, encountering a Barcelona side beset by injuries proves to be a stroke of luck for. Amidst the fervent cheers from the crowd at the Calder-End Stadium, Atletico swiftly initiated their offensive strategy. Although prior to the match, AG Aero shared a brief embrace with his friend Messi. It was AG Aero who first took the initiative in this encounter. Following a series of swift passes, Atletico promptly advanced the ball through the midfield, eventually delivering it to the left flank to Sim O, who was the initial focal point of their attack. This passage captures the moment when Wei Xiongmao emphasizes key points in the locker room upon witnessing Barcelona's starting lineup. Guardiola, having chosen to deploy a winger in the role of a right back, should not be surprised by my relentless pursuit of this tactical choice. In comparison to Heflin, Shimon is 7 to 8 years his senior. Although Shimon may not boast a plethora of significant achievements, he has at least graced the ranks of Barcelona and spent considerable time in La Liga. While not a top-tier player, he undoubtedly qualifies as an adept veteran. Upon receiving the ball, he swiftly maneuvered past Heflin, showing no mercy. Shimon understands that, on the football field, there is no room for compassion towards adversaries. Such sentiment is non-existent. When a seasoned player encounters a younger counterpart, their objective is to find ways to undermine and challenge them, imparting a harsh lesson that the football pitch is no easy battleground. Only those young individuals who can rise after enduring such trials and tribulations will endure longer on the field. The notion that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot thrive in the wild holds true in football. After forcefully breaching Heflun's defenses, Shimon sensed Heflun closely trailing him and deliberately slowed his pace, executing a sudden stop. Heflun, believing he was on the verge of catching up, surged past Shimon, who then deftly played the ball laterally before advancing into the penalty area. After the defense on this side was breached, Keita promptly returned to his position. As a starter in this match, he had a significant responsibility to assist Heflun, especially considering that Barcelona's right back has always prioritized assists. When Alves was in play, the midfield on this side also had to contribute defensively. Busquets primarily focused on defending in the center and distributing the ball, while Xavi served as the organizational core, taking on the more arduous tasks. However, Keita did not anticipate that Heflun would be so easily outmaneuvered by Simon, which led to his hurried retreat. Upon noticing Keita blocking his path, Simon refrained from further advancing and instead lifted his foot to deliver the ball directly to Agüero, who was cutting into the penalty area. Before Puyol could arrive to provide support, Agüero seized the opportunity and struck the ball as it rolled towards him. The shot soared low, striking the upper corner of the goal. During his years at Atletico Madrid, Agüero's most notable advancement has been his striking prowess. While his accuracy is commendable, there are occasions when he unleashes an audacious direct shot that poses a significant threat. Vault S executed a magnificent save, narrowly tipping the ball over the goal line, resulting in a corner kick. Reyes took the corner and Forl anticipated it, heading the ball over the crossbar. From the outset, Atletico Madrid created two threatening shots, igniting fervent cheers from their supporters, despite their belief that the team would soon retreat into defense. However, Atletico did not withdraw. As Vault S prepared to take the goal kick, he was astonished to find that nearly all of Atlantic Tico's attackers remained forward, with only a few players in the back, as the majority pressed on to engage in battle in the opponent's half. Such audacity? Vault S contemplated sending a long pass to Zlatan, but he quickly abandoned the idea. Over the past year, Barcelona has predominantly employed a ground attack strategy. Although Ibrahimovic possesses a towering stature, his heading ability is not particularly remarkable, despite being shorter by 5 or 6 centimeters. The Brazilian defender still finds it challenging to contest the first touch. A series of short passes seems to be the optimal approach. With our exceptional ball control, advancing through intricate exchanges would facilitate our offensive efforts. Vault S initiated the play by distributing the ball to Maxwell, who was making a supporting run. Just as Maxwell received the ball, Reyes closed in from behind. As a Brazilian fullback, Maxwell boasts impressive technical skills. He refrained from hastily releasing the ball, instead maintaining possession while assessing the positions of his teammates under Reyes's pressure. Although Maxwell's physicality is not particularly robust, Reyes's challenge is likewise subpar, allowing him a moment to observe his adversaries. To his astonishment, he quickly realized that every player around Puyol, Melito, Heflun, and Busquets was closely marked, with even an additional opponent ready to double-team him. Remarkably, they had fewer players in the back than Barcelona had in attack. However, a long pass would likely be intercepted with ease, as Koch surged forward, nearly creating a 2-on-1 situation with Reyes against him. Maxwell, with no other option, had to pivot forcefully and pass the ball to the approaching Xavi. Xavi, despite his exceptional running and receiving abilities, faced relentless pressure from Gark A, who doggedly shadowed him, leveraging his physicality to disrupt Xavi's movements. Had Xavi been in possession of the ball, he could have easily outmaneuvered Gark A. Yet, without the ball, he found it challenging to turn. Just then, Keita made a sudden stop and spin, evading Lopez's challenge as he sought to receive the ball from Xavi. Upon receiving the pass, Xavi swiftly turned to anticipate a return from Keita, but at that moment, Keita collided heavily with Koch, who had come to cover. Chapter 61. Collective buff. When the referee's whistle pierced the air, everyone assumed it was merely an ordinary foul. After all, Atletico Madrid's pressing had indeed been intense. Had it not been for the exceptional technical prowess of Barcelona's players, they might have lost possession amidst the relentless pressure. Now, with Keita in possession and an opportunity to advance, Atletico's quick decision to commit a foul was understandable, given their numerical disadvantage in defense. However, the whistle confirmed that Lopez had committed a foul during the contest, yet Keita lay on the ground, unable to rise. As Lopez jogged back, he spread his arms in a gesture of innocence, claiming that his actions were merely standard physical contact, lamenting his own predicament. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands voiced their discontent, accusing Keita of feigning injury. Was it truly necessary? During your half, the actions were minimal. Such defense, even if deemed a foul, would not warrant a card. Yet, Wei Xiongmao chuckled. "We are indeed fortunate," he remarked to Domingo. Domingo was taken aback. "Is Keita really injured?" Wei Xiongmao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he is." Domingo replied incredulously. "Antonio is not typically a dirty player. Keita seems rather fragile." "Oh, it has nothing to do with Antonio," Wei Xiongmao countered, shaking his head. "Just now, Sima made a breakthrough past Hefforin, and Keita rushed to cover, likely straining himself. With the constant movement to intercept, colliding with Antonio was bound to result in injury." Upon hearing Wei Xiongmao's analysis, Domingo was enlightened and found himself even more impressed. "You could observe that? Such observational prowess is truly formidable. Or are you merely boasting?" "But that seems pointless for such a claim. On the field, the unfortunate Keita was carried off, and Guardiola, in disbelief, rushed over to assess the situation, unable to fathom that his pivotal midfielder had sustained injury. The crux of the matter was that Keita was the only player capable of enhancing the midfield's physicality. Touré was already injured, and although Busquets was performing adequately, he lacked the mobility to intercept like a defensive midfielder. Keita's positioning was crucial for Barcelona's defense, and with him sidelined, Guardiola found himself devoid of a robust midfielder to substitute. In less than 2 minutes since the match commenced, a non-replaceable player had been forced off, leaving Guardiola to feel that his luck in this match was exceedingly poor. Yet, regardless of the misfortune, there was no choice but to persevere. After glancing at the substitutes bench, Guardiola decided to bring on Pedro to play as a left winger, replacing Iniesta, who would retreat in a midfield to form a trio with Xavi and Busquets. The scheduling was rather conventional. In the ensuing years, the iconic midfield duo of Xavi and Iniesta would undoubtedly secure numerous championships for Barcelona. Regrettably, while Xavi had reached maturity, Iniesta had yet to attain the same level of experience. More crucially, as the most unassuming figure among the trio, Busquets played an understated yet vital role in interceptions and distribution during the following years, though he was far from fully developed at this juncture. As the match resumed, upon witnessing Barcelona prepare for a set piece in their own half, Atletico Madrid ceased their pressing in the attacking zone, retreating en masse. Barcelona had previously struggled to advance into the final third, yet now found it effortless to reach the front line. As they traversed the midfield, their movements appeared fluid, with Atletico players nearly all returning to defend, allowing Barcelona to pass through unimpeded. However, once Barcelona's offense encroached upon the 30-meter area, the seemingly tranquil Atletico defense sprang into action like a pack of sharks lurking beneath the surface of the sea, launching a fierce counterattack. Each player was highly mobile and engaged in aggressive confrontations, marking nearly all of Barcelona's attacking players. Messi, in particular, found himself closely guarded by both Juanfran and Coke. As their defensive ranks were bolstered by ample personnel, not only were they focused on marking, which can be a passive endeavor, but they also actively sought out their targets, engaging in physical contests and running alongside them, thereby disrupting their rhythm. In the midst of continuous physical encounters, seizing possession of the ball became significantly more challenging. This rendered Barcelona's offensive maneuvers exceedingly challenging. While their passing exhibited commendable patience, the inability to execute effective exchanges rendered their attacks arduous. Although the Atletico players expended considerable energy in their relentless pursuit, the effort required to evade their adversaries equally drained their stamina. Despite the superficial appearance of Barcelona's offense being a mere exchange of passes, seemingly effortless and allowing their opponents to run aimlessly, the reality is that man-to-man marking and cutting off passing lanes are fundamental strategies employed by any team. The essence of Barcelona's possession tactics hinges on relentless movement, finding spaces for receiving the ball, fostering seamless cooperation, and conserving energy through efficient running. The more aggressively the opposition presses, the more they must create openings for receiving the ball, consequently increasing their energy expenditure, even if they expend slightly less energy than their opponents. The mental fatigue incurred is substantial. Under Atletico's relentless pressure, Barcelona's offensive foray persisted for 3 to 4 minutes, yet they remained trapped on the periphery, unable to penetrate deeper. Is this the strategy that the Guardian Panda devised to counter us? Guardiola mused, finding nothing remarkable about it. Meanwhile, the Guardian Panda reveled in his triumph with a triumphant smile. This particular tactic is indeed rather unremarkable, and other teams find it challenging to replicate, as it relies heavily on a considerable expenditure of physical stamina. Without a distinct advantage in physical conditioning, even with knowledge of such a tactic, one cannot execute it effectively. Regrettably, There is no one in the world who understands how to train physical endurance better than Wei Xiongmao. Likewise, no one possesses a deeper insight into the methodologies of human physical development than he does. This is the exercise method that the giant panda Wei has developed through its own training over the course of a millennium. This is also the greatest advantage of Wei Xiongmao, not merely that buff shop. The buff shop is more of a resource to be utilized in critical moments, such as during this match, and should not be relied upon ordinarily. One must understand that even the current Atletico Madrid cannot sustain such relentless running throughout the match. After all, Wei Xiongmao's physical training has yet to be fully realized due to the lack of training time. Thus, the stamina points accumulated during this period have all been invested in a collective buff. The primary collective buff requires 1,000 stamina points and lasts for 10 minutes. The intermediate collective buff necessitates 3,000 stamina points, sustaining for half an hour. The advanced collective buff demands 10,000 stamina points, enduring for the entire match, including extra time. Regrettably, Wei Xiongmao has only managed to accumulate 3,000 stamina points, all of which have been expended on the intermediate collective buff, reserved specifically for the last 30 minutes of the second half. This stamina enhancement buff allows Atletico's players to run without reservation until the final whistle. Chapter 62. Dual pressures. If Guardiola were aware of the extent of Wei Xiongmao's efforts for this match, he would undoubtedly curse in silence. It is utterly outrageous. Not only the tactical surprise, but also the exploitation of our injury-riddled squad while employing buffs. What grievance could I possibly have against you? Wei Xiongmao would firmly respond. Who prompted you to aspire to create a great season? Coaches who wish to achieve such goals are my adversaries. Barcelona's attack ultimately fizzled out in haste. They exhibited patience. However, upon realizing the lack of space after several minutes without creating an opportunity, their patience quickly waned. Ultimately, the attack was left to Messi on the flank. Seeing no chance to break through, Messi opted to cross into the box, where Ibrahimovic, hindered by Miranda, headed the ball over the goal. When faced with a relatively tall defender's tight marking, Ibrahimovic often finds himself at a disadvantage, especially in situations where there is ample space within the penalty area. He typically relies on forcefully breaking through after receiving the ball to evade his opponent rather than engaging in a direct confrontation. Frustrated, Ibrahimovic trotted back. Since his transfer to Barcelona this season, his performance has indeed been commendable. However, in the grand scheme, his individual contributions seem somewhat discordant with Barcelona's overall tactics. Not to mention, after scoring consecutively, he has begun to exhibit signs of restlessness, yearning to assume a leadership role. This is somewhat excessive. Messi has endured several years to attain his position as the leader, earning it through his remarkable performances. Yet, Ibrahimovic, being a newcomer, dares to vie for Messi's role. It is not only Messi who feels discontent. His teammates share the sentiment as well. However, for now, everyone is still striving towards the new treble and the illustrious record of an unbeaten season, and the tensions have yet to reach a breaking point. Atletico Madrid has launched an offensive. While Ibrahimovic is gradually retreating, Atletico has already initiated their attack. This is also one of Ibrahimovic's issues. His pace is relatively slow, whereas Barcelona's is remarkably swift. This often leaves Ibrahimovic estranged from the cohesive unit of Barcelona, where both offensive and defensive strategies function as a singular entity. He barely integrates into the offensive play and is entirely absent during defensive phases. Naturally, for a player of Ibrahimovic's stature, his physical exertion is inherently rapid. Demanding such a player to expend energy on defense undeniably diminishes his offensive threat. Yet, when Messi is also part of the defensive effort, how can Ibrahimovic expect to be afforded any privileges? De Gea dispatched the ball forward to Juanito, who, without pausing, swiftly distributed it to the flanks, where Simeone advanced with the ball. Suddenly, he passed to Coke, who seamlessly redirected it to the center, where Reyes awaited. As Reyes received the ball, Atletico's offensive maneuver quietly commenced. Iniesta rushed to defend Reyes, and in comparison to Iniesta, Reyes's seemingly modest physical attributes surprisingly conferred him an edge. Withstanding Iniesta's pressing, Reyes feigned a breakthrough towards the flank, drawing Iniesta's gaze, before deftly pivoting towards the center. Iniesta miscalculated his effort, stumbling briefly. Reyes evaded him and accelerated forward. The Barcelona midfield appeared alarmingly frail after Iniesta was bypassed. Though Xavi was still valiantly retreating, his forward positioning delayed his recovery. Only Busquets remained in the midfield. Approaching the situation with youthful vigor, the 21-year-old Busquets had made rapid advancements this season. Having secured a treble with the team last year, he was steadily emerging as a key midfielder for Barcelona, often sharing the field with top-tier talents like Yaya Toure. In this moment, the future maestro felt invigorated. Thus, he regarded Reyes with disdain. Despite being only 27, Reyes was clearly past his prime. After rising to prominence with Sevilla, moving to a prestigious club like Arsenal, and subsequently joining Real Madrid, he now found himself at ATL Tico, a stark contrast to a once illustrious career trajectory. Busquets, filled with a sense of superiority, believed his own prospects were far brighter than those of Reyes. However, in the next moment, the self-assured Busquets would come to realize the prowess of a seasoned player like Reyes. Perhaps his potential had waned, and perhaps he would only continue to decline. Yet under the guidance and training of the esteemed coach, Reyes had restored his physical condition to its peak, allowing him to perform at a level reminiscent of his prime. Although he was not among the elite players during his rise to fame in his youth, he was still considered a first-rate player, albeit just barely. Now, Busquets has come to appreciate the artistry of a top-tier forward, particularly in moments when ample space allows for breathtaking breakthroughs. As Reyes accelerated, he executed a deceptive feint with a swift lift of his foot. Busquets fell for this ruse immediately. He had no choice, as the first instinct when defending against a rapid attacker is to keep pace. However, just as he shifted his weight, Reyes deftly pulled the ball back and surged forward from the opposite side. By the time Busquets managed to pivot, Reyes had already left him in his wake. A breakthrough does not always require completely outpacing an opponent. Merely occupying a favorable position can suffice. After skillfully maneuvering past two defenders in midfield, the vulnerabilities in Barcelona's defense began to widen significantly. Puyol was compelled to advance, while Milito focused on marking Agüero's runs. Having previously been tasked with keeping an eye on Fran, at this juncture, it was imperative to prevent Reyes from advancing any further. Efren promptly retreated into the penalty area, ensuring Fran would not remain unmarked. As he closed in, Reyes made a decisive move, delivering a splendid through ball. Fran intercepted it ahead of Efren. Puyol, turning in desperation, attempted to retreat, but he found himself obstructed by Fran, making it exceedingly difficult to block a shot from that position. Regrettably, his efforts to recover were in vain. Before Efren could complete his defensive maneuver, Fran swiftly unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The shot executed within the penalty area rendered Valdés incapable of making a save as the ball glided along the ground into the net's corner. Valdés, twisting his body in vain, helplessly watched the ball soar into the goal. It was a goal, Fran's 13th league goal of the season. He has scored in 5 consecutive matches. Splendid. ATL Tico Madrid led Barcelona 1-0 at home. Both offensively and defensively, ATL Tico displayed an exceptional level of performance. Chapter 63. A renewed compression on the sidelines. Wei Xiongmao waved his fists in triumph before turning to the stands, gesturing enthusiastically. His movements were highly evocative. It is undeniable that he has established considerable prestige among ATL Tico fans, even if his reputation were not yet solidified. Such a stirring goal would elicit the most fervent response. In an instant, the atmosphere at the Calder End Stadium surged with the fans' synchronized movements, akin to a rolling wave. ATL Tico's attack was executed with remarkable speed. Initially, it seemed devoid of threat, yet after passing to Reyes, he suddenly accelerated. Once he deftly evaded both Iniesta and Busquets, the ensuing actions became straightforward. This reminded me of certain Barcelona matches, where a flurry of passes culminates in a sudden acceleration by Messi, leading to a goal. The sensation of Atlantic Tico's goal mirrored that. Indeed, Reyes had just played the role of Messi. This prodigious talent, once celebrated, has faced a challenging few years. However, under Wei Xiongmao's guidance as head coach, he has rejuvenated. His ability to break through, shoot, and pass is invaluable in crucial moments. Wei Xiongmao's coaching philosophy emphasizes collective cooperation. Yet he also grants ample space for talents like Reyes and Agüero. It is perplexing that such an unassuming coach has emerged. ATL Tico is fortunate to have encountered him. In the VIP box, ATL Tico's executives were equally celebrating with applause. The outcome of this match was of little concern to them. After all, ATL Tico had seized victory in 8 of their last 9 league matches with fervor. This performance sufficiently attests to their return to form. If they can secure the matches they are expected to win in the upcoming games, their hopes of reclaiming a top 4 position remain high. It is evident to all that, given the current form of Real Madrid and Barcelona. The championship will undoubtedly be contested between these two teams. Other teams are merely vying for Champions League spots. Had Wei Xiongmao taken charge from the first round, there might have been potential to contest the championship. As it stands, hopes must now rest on the next season. In such circumstances, they are able to approach the match with a more tranquil mindset. Certainly, even in their calmness, the sight of Atletico Madrid in the lead brings them joy. If Wei Xiongmao can secure victory in this match, I shall be inclined to invest more next year. Cerezo chuckled. Indeed, I would not mind contributing a bit more. Atletico has not enjoyed commendable honors in quite some time. Little Hill nodded in agreement. Gloria cast a glance at these two elders. While Little Hill is referred to as such, he is nonetheless a man in his 40s or 50s, significantly older than her by 2 or 3 decades. From a financial perspective, we should allocate more funds to the youth team next season. Investment in the transfer market is also necessary, yet prudence is advisable. Gloria remarked after a moment of contemplation. The president and vice president of Atletico simultaneously sighed. They understood that Gloria's arrangements were imperative to comply with the forthcoming stringent financial fair play regulations, yet it still left them feeling quite disheartened. On the field, the celebrations of Atletico had concluded. Guardiola glanced at Wei Xiongmao, appearing not overly anxious. He was psychologically prepared for conceding a goal. After all, as Wei Xiongmao had previously asserted, since his appointment, Atletico Madrid had scored the most goals in the league, surpassing even Barcelona with Messi, Ibrahimovic, Xavi, and Iniesta, Real Madrid with Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, and Benzema, Valencia with Villa, Silva, and Mata, and Sevilla with Canout, Fabiano, and Navas. La Liga possesses a sufficiently offensive atmosphere, and the top-ranking teams boast exceptional attacking lineups. Atletico's offensive squad is not lacking either. Nevertheless, even so, the fact that they could outscore teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona speaks volumes of Atletico's attacking prowess. Against such teams, even if Guardiola is confident that his tactics have bolstered defense, he does not harbor the belief that his team will remain unscathed. The crux lies in the manner of conceding goals, pressing, followed by counterattacking strikes. Barcelona had indeed begun to retreat. Yet Atletico's swift offensive movement outpaced their defensive regrouping by just a fraction, resulting in a goal. Would Atletico continue with their defensive counterattacks, leading by a goal? They would find it even more comfortable to execute this strategy. Guardiola resolved to observe closely. Atletico's frontline pressing had revealed insights to him. The match resumed. Messi passed the ball to Ibrahimovic, who returned it to the back for Xavi, who distributed it to the advancing Heflund on the wing. Barcelona prepared to progressively transport the ball forward. As they exchanged passes, Atletico's frontline players surged over the halfway line, launching a fervent press in the attacking zone. Not only the defenders in possession, but even Barcelona's midfielders found themselves marked. More, the players of Barcelona felt a hint of frustration. For over a season now, they have never felt such frustration. The ball cannot be passed out, and how can they execute their possession tactics? Xavi is compelled to retreat from the midfield to the defensive line to retrieve the ball by dropping so deep. It becomes challenging for the opponents to press and interfere with him. However, once Xavi gains possession, the players of Atletico Madrid rush back like a tide. The pre-match strategist, Panda, repeatedly emphasized the importance of pressing in the front line, urging them not to fear the gaping holes left behind. Yet, if Xavi drops back to collect the ball, they must immediately fall back as well. Pressing him should occur before he secures the ball. Attempting to press him after he has gained possession is futile. Thus, when Xavi turns with the ball, he finds the Atletico players already retreating. What was initially a plan to launch an immediate counterattack with a long pass leaves him momentarily stunned. During the opponent's defensive transition, they effectively cut off his long passing options, leaving Xavi with no choice but to advance with the ball and prepare to reorganize the attack. Subsequently, Barcelona's advance beyond the midfield becomes quite seamless. However, upon reaching the 30-meter offensive zone, Atletico's players once again commence their frenzied running and pressing. It is astonishing to witness such intense pressure both in the front and back lines. Guardiola watches in disbelief. This defensive strategy is truly unprecedented in his experience. In the front line, unleashing a ferocious press is ideal. Should they fail to intercept the ball, they must swiftly retreat and initiate a relentless press within their own half. Although this approach may seem ineffective in stalling the opponent's offense from the midfield, It further constricts the already limited space for both attack and defense that Barcelona had been subjected to. Chapter 64. Seizing the opportunity in adversity, the previously compressed space was one that Barcelona maneuvered through with ease. However, after being further constricted by Atletico Madrid, Barcelona now finds itself in need of readjustment. After all, for Barcelona, while defending, compressing the opponent's space is crucial. They also require ample space when transitioning to their own offensive plays. Otherwise, the advantage derived from their passing game cannot be fully realized. Within a 30-meter radius, Atletico Madrid, through their relentless defense and movement, puts immense pressure on Barcelona's attack, causing chaos. Barcelona's midfield boasts masters such as Xavi and Iniesta, and even Busquets. The current maestro exhibits remarkable prowess, effectively distributing the ball to Xavi and others to facilitate the final push for goal. Unfortunately, Atletico Madrid grants them little room for possession or passing. After finally shedding their markers to gain possession, they find themselves struggling to penetrate the defense. Attempting to pass to a teammate reveals that those allies are also under stringent scrutiny, risking interception with every pass. Even when a teammate manages to create space through sheer effort, they are met with formidable challenges upon receiving the ball. The helpless Barcelona players can only retreat, pausing to regroup before launching another attack. Meanwhile, Atletico's defenders take a momentary respite, awaiting the next offensive surge. Continuous sprinting is exhausting for anyone. Yet as Atletico's players pursue, Barcelona's athletes must also engage in movement to evade, resulting in an equal expenditure of stamina. On the sidelines, Guardiola stands in astonishment. He is now convinced that Atletico's defensive strategy could effectively stifle Barcelona's offense. What is the essence of Barcelona's attack? It lies in their passing game, where a few elite players orchestrate the involvement of others, creating openings. The synergy in movement and engagement is vital to the invincibility of this tactic. However, under Atletico's vigilant pressure, Barcelona's passing game is significantly hampered. Previously, Guardiola deemed such a defensive approach to be unattainable, considering that the energy expenditure for defense far exceeds that of offense. In essence, even if an ordinary team is willing to exert themselves, they can merely contain the reception of the ball by average players. In contrast, they tend to relax their defenses against exceptional talents like Messi, creating an opportunity for him to unleash his prowess. However, Atletico Madrid's relentless pressing not only disrupted the rhythm of other Barcelona players, but also maintained a rigorous defense against crucial figures like Messi. It is imperative to acknowledge that in today's game, individual player capabilities are increasingly comparable. Barcelona's sweeping dominance last year was undoubtedly attributed to their advanced tactics. Yet it was equally reliant on the exceptional skills of players like Messi, Xavi, Iniesta, and Alves. Effective tactics merely allowed these key players to conserve their energy and maintain form in ordinary situations, thereby enabling them to excel when breaking deadlocks. Good tactics serve to optimize the performance of elite players at critical moments, rather than squander their potential. Each team fields 11 players. If one can ensure that their players consistently surpass the capabilities of their opponents, success will naturally follow. However, Barcelona has yet to reach that pinnacle, as Atletico Madrid's players are also of commendable caliber. Under their relentless pressure, Barcelona's offensive efforts became exceedingly arduous. This immediately left the players of Barcelona somewhat bewildered. It was not due to their inherent fragility, but rather because they had been virtually invincible for over a year. Even in the rare instances of defeat, they had never encountered a situation where they were utterly devoid of offensive strategies. The psychological impact on them is rather severe. After all, even the most composed and rational individuals, once they have enjoyed a smooth sailing for over a year, are bound to be taken aback or at a loss when confronted with sudden setbacks. The players of Barcelona are currently exhibiting such a reaction. Following their renewed offensive efforts, the challenges they faced persisted, leading to a certain impatience in Barcelona's attacks. Iniesta, after receiving the ball on the left side of the penalty area, attempted a delicate pass to the far post. Messi, under pressure from Juanito, found himself lacking the space to control the ball and opted for a volley, which soared just above the crossbar. Fortunately, it did not result in a goal. In his heart, Wei Xiongmao mused that such flashes of brilliance among top-tier players often yield remarkable results. Yet, if that moment were to materialize, he would resign himself to fate. For even the most harmonious interplay between Messi and Iniesta rarely culminated in such a goal. Messi shook his head and jogged back, Recognizing the formidable difficulty of that shot, he had a strike before Juanito could intervene and had little room for adjustment. Iniesta's cross, aimed to evade interception by Atletico's players, was both rushed and swift. Under such circumstances, whether a direct shot would find the net truly depended on fortune. However, Atletico's players were unfazed by that attempt on goal. They swiftly launched a counterattack. Wei Xiongmao's pre-match words echoed in their minds. When attacking, one must be resolute. After a series of passes, Atletico broke through the midfield. The Barcelona players pressed vigorously in the midfield, compressing the opponent's attacking space, a new feature they had exhibited in defense over the past year. Coke in the midfield first feigned a pass to Reyes on the right before suddenly pulling the ball back and sending it to the left flank. Xiongmao, receiving the ball on the left, did not pause but pushed it directly behind Barcelona's defensive line. Aguero made a timely run, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. The Atletico fans in the stands erupted in cheers. Aguero's run was impeccably timed, although Xiongmao's through ball veered closer to the sideline, making it difficult for Aguero to face the keeper. A slight adjustment could have allowed Barcelona's defenders to recover. However, in the center, Forlan was also making a run. Upon catching up to the ball, Aguero did not hesitate and sent a pass towards the center. The ball flew right past Puyol, who was retreating. The Barcelona captain executed an exceptionally spectacular interception, diving to make a tackle and sending Aguero's pass soaring away. A sigh of disappointment resonated from the Atletico fans in the stands, and Aguero buried his head in his hands. Had that pass reached Forlan, he would have faced the goalkeeper one-on-one. What a missed opportunity. Puyol truly proved to be the unwavering anchor of Barcelona's defense. Wei Xiongmao also sighed and shouted towards the field. Continue the attack. Barcelona is still in a phase of adaptation at this moment, and thus, it is imperative to seize the opportunity to launch a fierce offensive, creating a more significant advantage before they can fully acclimatize. The shouts of Atletico Madrid fans resonate throughout the stands. After narrowly missing a golden opportunity, Atletico did not ease their offensive pressure. Instead, they intensified their assault, relentlessly bombarding Barcelona within their own half. In defense, Atletico employed a pressing strategy both in the front and back lines, pressing in the front to create opportunities for counterattacks, while applying pressure in the back to thwart the opposing offense. However, their offensive capabilities remained unaffected. The initial focus of their attack was on Xiongmao, specifically targeting Hefferon. While Alves, when on the pitch, exhibited a tendency toward offensive strength over defensive prowess, he was nonetheless a fullback by trade, and his defensive abilities, though lacking, were often sufficient, especially with the support from midfielders like Keita or Yaya Toure. However, Hefferon is a quintessential attacker. He possesses speed, yet his defensive skills are notably poor, compounded by the absence of Keita to provide cover. Busquets remains fixated on the central area, and although Iniesta is a midfield maestro, asking him to defend is quite a tall order. Thus, Hefferon found himself constantly overwhelmed by Xiongmao's relentless breakthroughs. After being repeatedly bypassed by Xiongmao, Hefferon's mentality suffered a significant blow, while Xiongmao's form continued to flourish. The forward operates in such a manner that with each successive offensive breakthrough, their form continues to improve. Reyes, under the guidance of the bear-like panda, has also experienced a remarkable enhancement in his performance. After once again surpassing Hefferon, the young player could no longer contain himself. As Xiongmao attempted to penetrate the penalty area, he unceremoniously brought him down, earning himself a yellow card while simultaneously granting Atletico a favorable free kick. Both Xiongmao and Reyes positioned themselves at the ball, adept at executing free kicks from this proximity to the penalty area. While their scoring rates may not be exceptionally high, they're known to convert some truly remarkable goals. Should the distance be greater, it would then be the time for the mystical endeavors of Fran. Atletico's players surged into the penalty area. A direct shot from this free kick was less than ideal due to the angle, yet a well-placed cross into the box could pose a significant threat. Two forwards and Miranda charged into the penalty area, along with the supporting full-back Barella, which granted Atletico a slight height advantage within the box. Barcelona's defensive line, notably diminutive, lacked any players exceeding 180 meters in height. Puyol, already a shorter center-back, stood at 178 meters, making him the tallest among the quartet, with midfielders Iniesta and Xavi also measuring just above 170 meters. The only aerial presence within Barcelona's penalty area relied on the retreating forward Ibrahimovic and defensive midfielder Busquets to maintain some semblance of height. Although ATL Tico did not boast any particularly towering players, several exceeded 180 meters. In this context, the free kick placed considerable pressure on Barcelona's defense. The referee signaled for the kick to be taken as Reyes began his run-up. Captivating everyone's attention, Sim-O, standing over the ball, decided against a preparatory run. Instead, he leapt and struck the ball with precision. The ball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc, deftly bypassing Barcelona's wall of defenders, who were quite short themselves. After clearing the wall, the ball plummeted swiftly, nestling into the net just before Valdes could intervene. An exquisite free kick. Sim-O has not aged. His recent performances for ATL Tico have been nothing short of outstanding, showcasing his ability to dribble, assist, and score. Facing his former club after enduring 2 disappointing seasons with Barcelona, Sim-O departed Spain for Portugal and subsequently joined ATL Tico 2 years ago. In his first 2 seasons with Atlantic Tico, he contributed 7 league goals and a double-digit number of assists. Although his performance this season has seen a slight decline, this goal serves as a testament that the 30-year-old Sim-O is far from past his prime. Xiongmao laughed heartily as he embraced his teammates. His performance in the first half of the season had indeed been mediocre. After all, he was a winger who relied heavily on speed. The sudden acceleration was his greatest offensive threat, but upon reaching the age of 30, his pace had diminished, consequently reducing his impact on the pitch, especially since he was not a technically gifted winger like Figo. However, after a period of rigorous physical training, he felt his physical condition gradually approaching its former peak. While regaining explosive power was a daunting challenge, his starting speed was something he could slowly reclaim. With improved fitness, movements that were previously difficult to execute became relatively easier, thereby amplifying his threat in breaking through defenses. Moreover, Xiongmao often found himself as the sole winger on the field for ATL Tico, granting him considerably more space. Off the pitch, Wei Xiongmao celebrated by raising his fists, reigniting the fervor of the Calderon stands. ATL Tico led 2-0 against the formidable Barcelona. How long had it been since Barcelona faced a 2-goal deficit in a match? No one kept track. They only knew that this season, Barcelona had not lost a single match and had rarely even trailed. Yet now, with merely 20 minutes elapsed in the first half, they found themselves 2 goals down. As the Atlantic Tico fans reveled in ecstasy, an involuntary sense of concern began to creep in. If only it were the 90th minute instead of the 20th. Victory would surely be within reach, bringing them closer to the top 4. More importantly, if they were to defeat the undefeated Barcelona this season, how glorious it would be for ATL Tico. They had not claimed any significant titles in over a decade, and a match like this would be more than sufficient to uplift their spirits. The Atlantic Tico supporters had modest expectations. Just keep it up, Wei Xiongmao shouted towards the pitch. On the other hand, Guardiola's brow furrowed deeply. Trailing by 2 goals, the situation was becoming precarious. Fortunately, there were still nearly 70 minutes left in the match, providing ample opportunity for a comeback, as Barcelona's offensive prowess had never been in question. However, the opponent's attacks were not merely opportunistic. They were characterized by counterattacks and overt pressure. Given the attacking capabilities of Atlantic Tico's players, as long as their offensive rhythm remained unaffected, scoring against Barcelona's makeshift defense would not be an insurmountable task. ATL Tico initiated their attacks from the flanks, effectively circumventing Barcelona's midfield pressing. They swiftly advanced the ball into the attacking third, launching their offensive. By evading Barcelona's tight marking and attack, and utilizing their own compressed spaces to disrupt Barcelona's passing combinations and defense, ATL Tico truly inflicted substantial damage and pressure on their illustrious opponents. This panda, claiming to possess knowledge on countering Barcelona's tactics, astonishingly speaks the truth. Chapter 66. Expansion once more. Ibrahimovic, with clenched fists, leaped into the air. Throughout the recent match, he had been closely shadowed by an unremarkable Brazilian defender, which rendered his performance rather awkward. Undoubtedly, this awkwardness was significantly influenced by Barcelona's tactical approach. After all, their style predominantly revolves around ground play and rapid passing. While he is capable of executing such maneuvers, they do not align with his greatest strengths. For instance, he is accustomed to pausing briefly upon receiving the ball, allowing his teammates to maneuver and create space, or alternatively, he would seek to carve out space for himself, enabling Ibrahimovic to deliver exquisite passes. Ultimately, this is not merely a technical issue, but rather a matter of core significance. Regrettably, Barcelona fails to provide him with that essential core. This situation has left Ibrahimovic somewhat disheartened. Although he began his tenure with a flurry of goals, he has recently experienced a drought in scoring. Finally, just moments ago, Xavi delivered a corner kick, and Milito flicked it on with a header at the near post. Ibrahimovic, having evaded Miranda's defense, executed a deft volley from a tight angle, sending the ball into the far corner of the net. As Ibrahimovic celebrated, Guardiola raised his fists in triumph, while the Atletico Madrid supporters in the stands began to feel an involuntary sense of concern. It was only the 28th minute of the match, and within 10 minutes, Barcelona seized an opportunity to pull one back. With over 60 minutes still remaining, a one-goal lead hardly guarantees safety. However, Wei Xiongmao remained unperturbed, choosing instead to remain seated, composed and unflustered. His calm demeanor steadied the hearts of the Atletico players on the field. If the leader exhibited no signs of distress, it suggested that all was well. Wei Xiongmao was indeed not merely putting on a brave face. The recent goal was simply an atypical strike for Barcelona. The strength that Barcelona has cultivated over the past 2 years is firmly rooted in their tactical approach. Given that this goal bore little relation to their strategy, it indicated that the tactical plan he had devised was sound. All they needed to do was continue playing, for the ultimate victory would undoubtedly belong to them. This reflects the confidence of Wei Xiongmao, a belief he has persistently instilled in the players of Atletico Madrid. The team launched an offensive, seemingly unaffected by Barcelona's goal. This instilled a peculiar sentiment among the players of Barcelona. They were taken aback by the audacity of their opponents to achieve such a feat. It is essential to recognize that a 2-goal lead is inherently delicate. When that advantage diminishes to a single goal, the player's psyche often experiences fluctuations. Some may feel compelled to press forward in an attempt to extend the lead, while others might advocate for a more cautious approach to safeguard their advantage. This dichotomy can create vulnerabilities, allowing the adversary to capitalize on any lapses. A proficient coach would adeptly recalibrate the team's morale. However, the Panda Warriors exhibited unwavering determination in their counterattack, suggesting they had long prepared for such a scenario. Their strategic readiness was remarkably thorough. Given the previous tactical acumen displayed by the Panda Warriors, the joy felt by the Barcelona players upon scoring seemed significantly diminished. At once, Atletico's offense surged past the midfield. Koch distributed the ball promptly, and with the flanks engaging in attacks and breakthroughs, navigating through the middle was not overly challenging for Atletico. Barcelona found themselves compelled to retreat into a defensive posture, with Iniesta and Pedro dropping back to assist in the right flank's defense. Simão, in possession of the ball, drew the attention of both players, only to pass it to the advancing Elpez. Elpez pressed forward decisively, forcing Heflin to foul him. Guardiola rose anxiously, only to return to his seat upon witnessing the referee issue merely a warning to Heflin, who was already burdened with a yellow card. That player had been committing fouls incessantly. This marked his 4th infringement. Meanwhile, the Panda Warriors on the opposite side gestured animatedly, signaling for with their hands, clearly intent on ensuring Heflin's expulsion. Guardiola felt an overwhelming urge to confront him physically. Yet, he understood all too well that should the opposing team possess such a glaring weakness, he too would be compelled to exploit it. This is not a matter of character, but rather the most effective means to achieve victory. As for whether it may dampen the enthusiasm of young players, those who are affected by such discouragement are unlikely to have a promising future. However, Heflin's performance thus far has indeed been somewhat disappointing. It seems rather presumptuous to expect this forward to successfully transition to a fullback position. Sim-In took a free kick, and A.G. Arrow attempted a header from the far post, narrowly missing the near corner of the goal. Barcelona launched an attack, but was met with relentless pressure from Atletico Madrid, ultimately resorting to a desperate clearance. Miranda managed to head the ball away, just ahead of Ibrahimovic. In a fit of frustration, pushed Miranda down. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a free kick for Atletico in their defensive half. That was a disgraceful act, shouted Wei Xiongmao, cradling his head as he addressed the field. The referee approached him, issuing a brief warning. "My apologies, Mr. Referee. I merely observed their egregious foul and did not intend to disrupt your officiating," Wei Xiongmao replied, nodding obediently as he retreated. Observing his demeanor, one might think he was a seasoned coach with years of experience in professional teams, adept at navigating interactions with referees. Who would believe that prior to coaching Atletico Madrid, he had no coaching credentials at all? ESPN commentators noted that while Wei Xiongmao may still be unpopular with many journalists, numerous analysts have begun to earnestly evaluate his coaching strategies and sideline antics. This is a remarkably eye-catching head coach, distinguished by his tactical acumen and leadership capabilities. Such a coach is unlikely to fade into obscurity. Even if he faces challenges with Atletico Madrid leading to his dismissal, the foundation of recent achievements will enable him to secure a favorable position elsewhere without significant difficulty. In other words, these commentators will almost certainly continue to narrate the matches coached by Wei Xiongmao, necessitating a closer observation of his maneuvers. Atletico Madrid launched another assault, compelling Barcelona to retreat once more. As the first half approached the 40th minute, Barcelona sought to regain composure, planning to strike back in the second half. After all, their performance in the first half had been rather disjointed, and they hoped that Guardiola could implement effective adjustments during the intermission. Atletico Madrid, undeterred, initiated a vigorous offensive. Simeone and Koch switched positions, moving into the center, and before Busquets could intervene defensively, they executed a direct pass to the edge of the penalty area. Agüero, meeting the rolling ball, did not pause to control it. Instead, he unleashed an audacious volley. The ball soared diagonally into the sky, eluding the approaching Milito, descending swiftly into the net, deftly slipping past Valdes and finding the far corner. 3-1. Atletico Madrid extended their lead once more before the halftime whistle. Chapter 67. Guardiola's adjustments as the second half commenced. Atletico Madrid's players were resonating with Wei Xiongmao's fervent shouts during the break. In our attacks, we must dominate possession, increase our passing, and orchestrate the play to lure them out. In defense, we must move, mark closely, and intercept, rendering their offense fragmented. They will have no recourse. This is the tactical approach that has secured us consistent victories throughout the season. There is no room for alteration. Let us continue in this manner, and the world will witness our well-deserved triumph. He spoke the truth. In the first half, Barcelona was indeed tactically subdued, while Atletico's attackers were in fine form. Apart from the initial counterattack goal, the subsequent two strikes were tinged with elements of fortune or serendipity. Simeone's free kick conversion rate is typically low. Thus, the execution of such a spectacular set piece was inherently fortuitous. Moreover, Agüero's goal was of remarkable difficulty, reminiscent of Zidane's legendary strike from afar. Even with Agüero's elite caliber, scoring such a goal necessitates an extraordinary stroke of luck. This is the misfortune of Barcelona, yet the fortune of Atletico Madrid. However, mere luck is insufficient. It is the tactical interplay that allows such fortune to manifest. Barcelona would not spontaneously devise a strategy to counter this tactical approach. That is implausible. Guardiola, too, could not conceive of it. Thus, he could only emphasize that Atletico's strategy could not endure indefinitely. Their relentless pressing in the front line, followed by a retreat and subsequent frantic pressing, would deplete their stamina significantly. They could sustain this for only so long. If they managed to maintain it throughout the first half, they would struggle to sustain it for more than 20 to 30 minutes in the second half before exhaustion set in. If they wished to avoid being overwhelmed, Atletico would inevitably withdraw their defense to preserve their lead, at which point Barcelona's possession-based offensive strategy would come into play. Guardiola's assessment was undoubtedly sound. The players of Barcelona displayed remarkable mobility, particularly their midfield maestro, Xavi, who averaged over 130 passes per match and covered distances exceeding 10 kilometers. Barcelona's success was not solely reliant on possession. Their advantage in mobility was equally a crucial factor in their many victories. Among the starting lineup, only Messi appeared to exert himself less, given his relatively diminished stamina. The others exhibited commendable work rates. As the second half progressed, Guardiola glanced at Ibrahimovic and finally resolved. The strategy would revolve around Zlatan, with more passes directed to his feet to initiate the attack. Upon hearing this, Ibrahimovic raised his head in surprise, his eyes brimming with delight. Rest assured, coach, in the second half, I shall dismantle Atletico, the Swedish giant declared emphatically. Guardiola nodded. Such a decision was, in truth, a reluctant one, as Alves' absence meant that the connection between him and Messi, often the pivotal factor in breaking deadlocks during possession, was lacking. Yet, with Alves absent, Messi's breakthroughs would be stifled by the opponent's likely full retreat, making it easier to build the offense around Ibrahimovic as the focal point. This was also Guardiola's final endeavor. Prior to the commencement of this season, in his pursuit of Ibrahimovic, he was willing to part ways with the esteemed striker Eto'o. aiming to explore a new tactical approach that could be employed in critical moments, beyond the established ground possession style. This ambition, of course, is no trivial feat. Transitioning from a ground-based offensive strategy to an aerial one is no laughing matter. However, Ibrahimovic presented an ideal candidate for this experimentation, boasting an impressive height of 192 meters, coupled with exceptional technical skills and strong game awareness. Such a player is indeed a rarity, uniquely positioned to assist Guardiola in realizing this tactical experiment. The treble won last year provided Guardiola with sufficient confidence to test new strategies. Yet, upon Ibrahimovic's arrival, circumstances proved less than favorable. Theoretically, he aligned well with Guardiola's vision, but in practice, his style clashed significantly with the tactical framework. To unleash his full potential often stifled the contributions of others. When attempting to implement his seasoned tactics, Ibrahimovic often appeared as an invisible presence on the field. Furthermore, his personality did not quite harmonize with the dynamics of the Barcelona locker room, leading to an escalating tension. It cannot truly be attributed to any individual's fault. Rather, one must acknowledge that Ibrahimovic is indeed a commendable player, yet he does not seamlessly fit into Guardiola's Barcelona. In light of this situation, Guardiola resolved to make one final attempt. Given that the ground attack suffered due to the absence of Alves, a pivotal figure on the flanks, it would be more prudent to explore a collaboration with Ibrahimovic. However, prior to this, he needed to make a substitution. Off went Hefren, and on came the young talent, Bartra. Bartra, a quintessential central defender, would partner with Milito in the heart of defense, while Puyol shifted to the right flank to address the shortcomings on that side. Hefren wore a countenance of dejection, yet he recognized that his performance in the first half as a fullback had been woefully inadequate. It is evident that he is more suited to playing as a winger. However, with Ibrahimovic's arrival this season, Messi has secured the right-wing position as the undisputed starter, while the left-wing position has turned into a fierce competition between Pedro and Henry. Even Henry struggles to outshine Pedro, and with Iniesta also capable of occupying that role, the prospect of being either Pedro's or Henry's substitute, or even Messi's, is indeed disheartening. Guardiola's decision to deploy him as a right-back was not solely born out of necessity. It also reflected a desire to help Hefren rediscover his path within the team. Regrettably, it appears this approach has not borne fruit. Following the intermission, the players returned to the field. Barcelona made a substitution, while Atletico Madrid remained unchanged. Upon seeing Hefren leave the pitch, the spectators expressed a tinge of regret. For had Hefren stayed, the offensive on that side could have continued. Now, it seems they must adhere to a more structured approach to the game. Nonetheless, I assure you, my players will undoubtedly exceed your expectations in their support. The victory in this match is firmly within my grasp. As the second half commenced, Atletico Madrid swiftly initiated their offensive maneuvers. After Coke and others successfully drew Barcelona's defensive focus, Reyes deftly passed the ball to the advancing Miranda. Boldly carrying the ball forward, Miranda broke through the midfield and executed a precise through pass to Agüero. Upon receiving the ball, Agüero skillfully evaded the newly substituted Bartra and unleashed a shot, which was valiantly parried by Valdes, sending the ball out for a corner. The assault continues. Let them witness the ferocity of our offense. The proud Panda glanced at Guardiola, then shouted fervently from the sidelines. His voice caused Guardiola's pupils to constrict slightly. Did this rascal truly intend to press forward? Did he possess such unwavering confidence? Chapter 68. Worth every strain, Guardiola felt an urge to unleash his frustrations. He had always been a remarkably composed coach, a trait that had characterized him even during his playing days. On the pitch, he consistently exhibited calmness and a grand perspective, never succumbing to panic. Since becoming a coach, his serenity had only intensified, undoubtedly aided by his impressive track record. Success breeds composure. However, at this moment, he genuinely felt the impulse to reprimand the Panda. After the second half commenced, Atletico Madrid launched a vigorous assault for a brief period, but upon losing possession, they pressed forward in an attempt to regain the ball. Realizing their efforts were in vain, they retreated like a receding tide, reverting to a defensive posture rather than maintaining their offensive strategy. The initial aggression of the second half merely served to divert Barcelona's attention and expend their energy. Subsequently, Atletico Madrid engaged in a coordinated defensive movement within the 30-meter zone. This situation is quite dire. The offense led by Ibrahimovic finds itself in considerable distress within such an environment. Ultimately, he is not a quintessential center forward. Rather, he possesses the physique of striker but exhibits the peculiar playing style of an attacking midfielder. Despite Ibrahimović's technical prowess, he lacks the delicate finesse and nimble footwork exhibited by smaller players who can dance on the edge of a blade. His approach to attacking remains forceful and robust, necessitating ample space. Furthermore, he is closely shadowed by Miranda, who maintains a vigilant watch over him. Although Miranda stands 6 to 7 centimeters shorter than Ibrahimović, this slight height disadvantage does not significantly affect their aerial duels, especially considering that Miranda stays tightly beside Ibrahimović throughout the match, engaging him in physical confrontations. While Ibrahimović is certainly formidable in physical contests, Miranda proves to be equally tenacious. Despite his seemingly slender frame, he is fortified with muscle beneath. Under the nearly foul play of Miranda's relentless pressure, Ibrahimović struggles to gain possession, and even after securing the ball, he finds it challenging to pivot. Consequently, on numerous occasions, when he does obtain the ball, he can only manage to maintain a tenuous control before opting to pass it back. This time, the assault was interrupted. However, whenever Atletico Madrid regained possession, they did not squander time in the backfield. Instead, they swiftly advanced into the attacking third, continuing to launch their offense. This method of pressing forward in attack effectively consumed time. After all, for Barcelona to defend, a significant number of their players had to retreat. Atletico Madrid's offensive capabilities should not be underestimated either. Thus, the second half slipped away unnoticed. Guardiola initially remained unperturbed, as he believed that Atletico's tactical approach would lead to fatigue after 60 or 70 minutes. Although they could make substitutions, it is often the case that merely changing players does not resolve underlying issues. However, after more than 60 minutes, the intensity of movement and pressing from Atletico's players showed no signs of abating. Simeone first substituted Thiago for Sim-O to enhance midfield mobility, followed by replacing Fran with Giraldo to further bolster their central strength. The absence of Sim-O and Fran did impact Atletico's offensive efforts to some extent. Nevertheless, their midfield's defensive solidity and support capabilities became increasingly robust. 70 minutes passed. 80 minutes elapsed. The players of Atletico continued to run, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Guardiola now finds himself in quite a predicament. In the second half, Atletico did not particularly resort to time-wasting tactics. However, their strategy effectively neutralized Barcelona's offensive threats. An attack that fails to pose a challenge is futile, no matter how much time is afforded. It is worth noting that Barcelona, in the preceding 10 minutes, even swallowed their pride and resorted to long balls, yet to little avail. Ibrahimović managed to win a few headers, but under Miranda's vigilant defense. The quality of those headers was subpar. Furthermore, Atletico's exceptional protection of the second ball rendered Barcelona's efforts ultimately fruitless. Many anticipated a momentous comeback from Barcelona in the second half, recalling their past brilliance in turning around unfavorable situations. They yearned to witness the team overcoming a 2-goal deficit amidst adversity. However, the hopes of these Barcelona supporters were met with disappointment. The second half seemed to conclude in the blink of an eye, yet also felt interminable. This paradox arose from the lack of uplifting moments during the second half. Time slipped away as the once great Barcelona succumbed, displaying no capacity for resistance. Even in the final minutes of the match, Barcelona failed to generate a single threatening shot on goal. As the match entered 2 minutes of stoppage time, with mere seconds remaining, the referee showed no inclination to extend play further. Continuing would be meaningless. After failing to create any threats for over 40 minutes, it was implausible that they would conjure any in those final moments. Moreover, the players appeared utterly disoriented, unsure of how to proceed. They were merely enduring the torment on the field. Indeed, when the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, Barcelona's players halted their movements, collectively exhaling in relief. The nightmarish match has finally come to an end. Indeed, it was a contest akin to a dreadful dream, characterized by an excruciatingly awkward performance, leaving spectators perplexed as to how the game unfolded. Whether it was the pivotal Ibrahimović in the second half, the ever-miraculous Messi, or the midfield maestros Xavi and Iniesta, none could manifest their true potential. Regardless of their exceptional skills, formidable ball control, precise shooting, or agile positioning, they simply could not deliver. A football match is fundamentally a contest that allows players to showcase their strengths. When a top-tier athlete fails to reveal their unique attributes during a game, they become indistinguishable from an ordinary player. Meanwhile, the Atletico Madrid players, upon the final whistle, collapsed onto the pitch, utterly exhausted. In this match, Their average running distance likely exceeded 12 kilometers, a formidable feat that played a pivotal role in their ability to consistently suppress Barcelona. Yet, despite the exhaustion, each player wore a genuine smile. They triumphed over Barcelona. We are the first team this season to conquer Barcelona. Achieving such a remarkable result makes every ounce of effort worthwhile. Furthermore, the level of fatigue experienced was perhaps not even as intense as what the coach typically subjects them to during training. Chapter 69. Are you insane? 3-1. A score that leaves me speechless. In the second half, Atletico Madrid maintained control over Barcelona's offense. This match may or may not serve as a warning to other formidable teams. I find it unlikely. Atletico's exertion in terms of stamina was immense. Statistics reveal that if the running distances of all players, including substitutes, were evenly distributed among 10 players, the average distance run by Atletico in this match would be over 12 kilometers. This is a staggering figure. Considering their average running distance in the first half of the season was just over 9 kilometers, they increased their running distance by a full third in this match. This is not something every team can achieve. And the goals scored by Atletico also had a hint of fortune. Simeone's free kick and Agüero's volley might not have found the net had luck not favored them, ultimately resulting in a mere 1-1 score. It's reasonable to note that, regardless, under the leadership of coach Wei Xiongmao, Atletico Madrid has created a miracle. This marks their 6th consecutive victory in the league, and it is also Barcelona's first defeat of the season. Notably, this applies to all competitions, not just the league. Real Madrid owes their gratitude to their city rivals. In this round of matches, Real Madrid secured victory, leveling their points with Barcelona at 62. Following this match, Atletico's points rose to 41. Although the gap to the top two remains significant, they have surpassed Deportivo La Coruña on goal difference and now sit in 6th place. Just 2 points behind 4th-placed Mallorca and 5th-place Sevilla. The gap to 3rd-place Valencia is merely 6 points. Since coach Wei Xiongmao took charge, Atletico's performance has indeed been refreshing. For this young manager, he has gradually established his position among elite coaches. While he may still be a shooting star, he has certainly begun to shine with his own brilliance. Various commentators are engaged in discussions about the recently concluded match. Although the second half lacked a certain flair, the attacking display in the first half, coupled with Atletico's tenacious fight in the latter half, was more than enough to behold. It is abundantly clear that the orchestrator of this match, the illustrious Wei Xiongmao, stands as the singular focus of attention. He is presently on the field, arms outstretched, facing all directions with an air of invincibility. The departing Barcelona players harbor an intense desire to confront him, yet alas, they find themselves at the Calder Inn, where they must helplessly retreat, leaving Wei Xiongmao amidst a jubilant throng of Atletico players rushing forward to celebrate. "We did it!" Agüero shouts towards Wei Xiongmao. Although he shares a camaraderie with Messi, the triumph over Wei Xiongmao's team brings him considerable joy in this moment. "Indeed, we achieved it. Regrettably, I arrived too late to lead you to this season's league championship, but we have a long journey ahead and countless honors yet to pursue," Wei Xiongmao exclaims, his fervent shout eliciting uproarious laughter from the Atletico players. Such an agreeable coach, if he were to depart after the season concludes. It would indeed be a lamentable loss. Although he has subjected everyone to rigorous training, the results have been remarkably commendable. Have we not witnessed how he managed to undermine Barcelona? The executives of Atletico Madrid in the private box were also celebrating. First Valencia, then Barcelona, both formidable teams, and adversaries that Atletico must inevitably confront on its path to resurgence. Now, having achieved a splendid consecutive victory, how could this not elate the management of Atletico? Moreover, since coach Wei Xiongmao's appointment, there have been no significant acquisitions, and the higher-ups at Atletico are well aware that the current composition of the team is not particularly stellar. The front line is predominantly led by seasoned veterans, and the same holds true for the defense. Apart from a handful of players, the rest are aging around 30, and their performance is bound to gradually decline. The remaining young players may not necessarily exhibit outstanding abilities. Under such circumstances, next season will undoubtedly require a more robust reinforcement of the squad. I shall endeavor to provide him with additional transfer funds for the upcoming season. Noticing that both his father and little Hill were gazing at him, Gloria could only sigh and respond, "This year, we have saved quite a bit in the transfer market. Although we no longer have the income from the Champions League, overall, our revenue has been quite satisfactory." If necessary, we can dip into our own pockets and invest a bit more in other areas, thus allocating more to the transfer market. Cerezo said with a smile. After nearly an hour of celebration, ATL Tico's players returned to the locker room. After a shower, Coach Wei Xiongmao, accompanied by veteran Simon and Fran, strode confidently into the press conference. This match saw ATL Tico secure a magnificent victory, but Coach Wei, do you believe this triumph can be replicated? A reporter inquired immediately. It is worth noting that these journalists were quite disappointed. They had hoped to see Coach Wei encounter some issues in these two matches, which would allow them to pounce and cast doubt upon this individual who disrespected the press, thereby making his position increasingly precarious. It was not that they were determined to oppose Coach Wei, but since he had already distanced himself from them, they felt compelled to demonstrate their prowess. Even a draw would provide numerous angles to argue that Coach Wei is a rather poor coach. This is a tactic they excel at manipulating. However, Wei Xiongmao decisively claimed victory in two matches, sweeping Valencia with a score of 5-1 and triumphing over Barcelona 3-1. Such achievements leave no room for criticism. Thus, they could only approach the matter from a different angle. Winning this match suffices. Whether I can replicate it is of no concern to me, Wei Xiongmao retorted curiously. What I mean is that as the first team to defeat Barcelona this season, Atletico Madrid should showcase aspects that other teams could learn from, the reporter stammered. Are you out of your mind? I led Atletico to victory over Barca, shattering their unbeaten record this season. That is my duty as the head coach of Atletico Madrid. Whether other teams have something to learn is irrelevant to me. Should I be preoccupied with whether other teams can defeat Barcelona? Is there something wrong with your question? The reporter was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wei Xiongmao's eloquent and forceful response. Upon reflection, he realized his question indeed seemed rather absurd. This inquiry not only insults me, but also disrespects the coaches of the other 18 teams in La Liga, as well as all the coaches who will face Barcelona on a European stage. Do their teams require my concern? What a ridiculous notion. Furthermore, winning against Barcelona depends on one's own capabilities. Is Barcelona so detestable that one must continuously defeat them to find joy? The reporter had initially planned to retaliate, as Wei Xiongmao's remark about him being unwell was a clear personal attack. However, Wei Xiongmao's subsequent barrage left him utterly speechless. Observing the reporter shrink back into his seat, Wei Xiongmao finally fell silent. Sitting nearby, Guardiola, though in a foul mood, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Wei Xiongmao's verbal prowess was indeed razor-sharp. Unlike the renowned young managers Mourinho and Benitez, who thrived in verbal sparring, Guardiola, akin to Ancelotti, preferred to avoid such disputes. Yet witnessing Wei Xiongmao's ability to render the reporter speechless sparked a twinge of envy within Guardiola. At the very least, it brought him a sense of amusement. He also found himself in agreement with Wei Xiongmao's sentiments. Regardless of whether Wei Xiongmao's tactics were difficult for others to replicate, achieving such victories was no small feat. It was absurd for reporters to challenge him, questioning why his strategies could not be emulated by others. As he pondered, Guardiola abruptly realized that he was, in fact, the true victim. The remarkable unbeaten record of his illustrious team had been shattered. The points had even been leveled by Real Madrid. Why was he feeling sympathy for this individual? In this match, Atletico Madrid's victory was certainly to be expected. However, Barcelona's lack of 5 defenders and a key midfielder played a crucial role in their defeat. The early injury to Keita further compounded their misfortunes. Isn't that the crux of Barcelona's loss to Atletico? A journalist rose to ask, evidently seeking to avenge his fellow reporter. But that was beyond my concern. It was not I who caused the injuries to Barcelona as players. Perhaps it was merely a matter of luck. Yet possessing the ability to see such luck is equally vital. Ultimately, I secured this pivotal match, dedicating the triumph to the club's management and its supporters. And for that, I feel elated. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. He acknowledged the element of luck involved, leaving the journalists with little to counter. For, in any contest, luck undeniably plays a significant role. Even the invincible Barcelona faced peril last year, did they not? In the second leg of the Champions League semi-final against Chelsea. Had it not been for Iniesta's astonishing long-range strike, Chelsea would have eliminated Barcelona from the finals. Every victory is inextricably linked to a degree of fortune. Even if a head coach consistently enjoys the favor of luck, the accolades he receives remain tangible and genuine. Observing Wei Xiongmao's impenetrable demeanor, the journalists turned their inquiries to Guardiola, particularly regarding his feelings after the end of their unbeaten streak. Guardiola responded in a composed manner, stating that Atletico performed admirably. Their victory was deserved, and that we had too many injuries and did not play well. He acknowledged his tactical missteps, downplaying the significance of the unbeaten record and emphasizing that Real Madrid had already equaled our points in the league. Seeing Guardiola's lack of ire, the journalist found little to pursue further. Although Barcelona had relinquished their unbeaten status, it did not seem a matter of great consequence. This year, they could not aspire to a treble. However, the league title and the Champions League title remained within their grasp. We must now also strive for glory in the Europa League and the Copa del Rey, as the honor of Spanish teams in the Europa League is one we must pursue, concluded Wei Xiongmao. This statement leaves reporters speechless. As if only your team represents Spain in the UEFA Europa League. One must remember that Valencia has also reached the quarterfinals of the tournament. This assertion will undoubtedly incite discontent among the Valencia supporters. However, Wei Xiongmao remains unfazed. After all, having previously triumphed over Valencia, he has already offended both the team and its fans. What does it matter? Perhaps they will encounter Valencia again in the upcoming Europa League. In the round of 16, Atletico Madrid's adversary is the formidable Sporting Lisbon, a team of considerable caliber. Just 3 days after a fierce battle against Barcelona, they must host Sporting Lisbon, which presents a significant challenge for Atletico Madrid. Following the match against Barcelona, it is evident, even without Wei Xiongmao's remarkable observational skills, that the starting players have indeed exhausted themselves. The collective advantage they once enjoyed is not easily sustained. The fatigue incurred on the field will inevitably manifest during subsequent training sessions. Thus, in the days to come, Wei Xiongmao intends to focus on restorative training for those who participated in the match, opting not to field as key players in the first leg of the Europa League. Although it is a home game where victory is theoretically paramount, Wei Xiongmao prioritizes not conceding goals over simply winning. Since taking the helm at Atletico Madrid, he has rarely employed a conservative strategy. However, in this instance, he plans to adopt a more cautious approach. Prior to the match, he fervently rallied the media, proclaiming the necessity to uphold the honor of their home ground. Even though the match against Barcelona has drained their resources, he emphasized the need to demonstrate Atletico's attacking prowess, stirring excitement among fans and inducing tension in their opponents. This reaction is understandable, as under Wei Xiongmao's leadership, the team has scored in nearly every match, often netting 3 or 4 goals. Apart from a solitary match lost away to Getafe, where they failed to score, they have consistently found the back of the net at least twice in every game. Such a team, even with extensive rotation, will invariably launch an offensive. However, as the starting lineup was revealed for the upcoming match, the Sporting Lisbon coach sensed an ominous portent. The goalkeeper position is steadfastly held by De Gea, who sees the opportunity presented by Asensio's injury to firmly establish himself as the first-choice keeper. It is unlikely that even upon recovery, Asensio will reclaim his spot. The defenders include Pablo, Domingos, Wiferusi, and P, while the midfield comprises Thiago, Asuncion, Gelato, and Coke, with forwards Agüero and Borja all remaining on the bench. It seems that they will still pursue an attacking strategy, at least with Agüero in the lineup. The coach of Sporting Lisbon clung to a glimmer of hope. In Chapter 71, dominating fourth, Atletico Madrid indeed began to employ a defensive strategy. Although Agüero was present on the field, his role was primarily to disrupt the opposition in the attacking zone, while the others predominantly engaged in defensive duties, including the young forwards Keiko and Borja. Their movement was vigorous, their stamina unwavering, and the intensity of their defense was notably high. Tactically, they occasionally ventured into offensive plays. However, their primary focus remained on defense. Within a 30-meter radius, they executed close marking and man-to-man defense, leaving no gaps unfilled. This leaves Sporting Lisbon eager to attack, yet they are unable to produce an effective offensive performance. This situation greatly infuriated the coach of Sporting Lisbon, who shouted from the sidelines, urging his team to advance and attack, only to be compelled to retreat repeatedly due to Atletico Madrid's sporadic counterattacks. Initially, the Atletico Madrid fans were somewhat disheartened by their team's conservative tactics, yet upon witnessing the frustration of their opponents, they found their spirits unexpectedly lifted. Occasionally observing such a match can indeed be quite entertaining. Ultimately, Atletico Madrid achieved their desired outcome by securing a goalless draw at home against their rivals. While a draw in the first leg at home is not typically regarded as a favorable result, Coach Wei Xiongmao appeared quite satisfied. In the two-legged tie, we did not concede a goal at home, which is undoubtedly the best outcome. Although our current form isn't optimal, we have exhausted ourselves in those two matches. The league and cup competitions are running concurrently. We must prioritize accordingly. The players' conditions require adjustment, and I cannot expect them to maintain peak physical fitness and form indefinitely while striving to win every match. Did not Barcelona strategically relinquish their pursuit of the Copa del Rey? Wei Xiongmao's remarks during the post-match press conference incited the ire of Barcelona fans, as this individual had not only shattered their unbeaten streak, but also sought to draw them into the fray. Wei Xiongmao's adjustments proved effective. Just 3 days later, Atletico Madrid, having rotated some of their key players, triumphed 1-0 over Osasuna at home, achieving their 7th consecutive victory. In this round of matches, Mallorca suffered a defeat, while Sevilla and Deportivo La Coruña ended in a draw, allowing Atletico Madrid to surpass both Mallorca and Deportivo La Coruña in points and level with Sevilla, now jointly occupying 4th place. Undoubtedly, this victory was exhilarating for Atletico Madrid supporters, as they finally drew closer to the coveted top 4 positions, inching ever nearer to a spot in the Champions League for the upcoming season. This holds greater significance than anything else. We have been in excellent form recently, and I intend to seize the opportunity to accumulate points while we are performing well. Naturally, Atletico Madrid's objective is to secure a top 4 finish, as winning the championship has become quite challenging. While striving for a place among the top 4, we must also endeavor to clinch additional trophies. For this is what I can offer in return to the supporters of Atletico Madrid, remarked the player after the match. This earned him immense acclaim following the match. For the depth of Atletico Madrid's bench is evident to all, and indeed, it is rather lacking. Their primary lineup is commendable. However, should any key players be absent, aside from Reyes and perhaps a couple of others who can adequately fill the gaps, the substitutes fall significantly short. In such circumstances, for Wei Xiongmao to adeptly navigate multiple competitions is nothing short of miraculous. Even if results fluctuate in the future, we should not cast blame upon our new head coach. When a substantial faction of Atletico Madrid's fervent supporters unfurled a banner in the Calder end stands, it became clear to everyone that Wei Xiongmao has truly established his footing within the club. For the past 2 or 3 months, he has led the team to a series of victories, meriting the accolades that accompany such success. The leniency of the fans alleviates pressure on the head coach when it comes to player selection, allowing for strategic sacrifices in certain matches to safeguard the broader interests of the team without facing excessive criticism. Conversely, if a head coach fails to garner the affection of the fans, any action taken will likely draw ire, significantly increasing the likelihood of errors. For a club, if the majority of supporters disapprove of the coach, even commendable performance may not suffice to retain their position, as the backing of fans is often paramount. Presently, the fan sentiment towards Wei Xiongmao is one that many coaches aspire to achieve, creating an environment conducive to success. Indeed, this has been reflected in their results. In the ensuing period, Atletico Madrid's performance experienced slight fluctuations. During the second leg of the Europa League, Wei Xiongmao fielded a mixed lineup of starters and substitutes, where Gallardo shone brightly, netting 2 goals on the road to help Atletico take the lead twice against Sporting Lisbon. Despite the latter's resilient equalization, the 2-2 draw at home ultimately led to their elimination. The advantage of away goals remains significant, since the rules are established. Striving for victory within those parameters is nothing to be ashamed of. Post-match, Wei Xiongmao engaged in a spirited exchange with Portuguese journalists, his reputation as a tactician beginning to resonate beyond La Liga and into the broader European stage. However, following a series of demanding fixtures, Atletico's form has undeniably begun to wane. Upon returning to league play, they faced a challenging away match against Mallorca, a team currently trailing them by a solitary point and eager for a top 4 finish. Known for their resilience, this island squad is not to be taken lightly. After careful deliberation, Wei Xiongmao opted for a conservative approach in the away match. The outcome hinged on the strikers' performances. Mallorca's forward Geisa scored twice, while Atletico managed to level the score through contributions from their attacking duo, resulting in yet another 2-2 draw. This point momentarily placed Atletico ahead of Sevilla, who had 1 game in hand, securing 4th place. Was it merely for a point? Sevilla is poised to surpass you soon. Media outlets from Sevilla began to mock Wei Xiongmao's cautious strategy, recalling that his very first match in charge was a victory over Sevilla. Since the second half of the season commenced, Sevilla's performance has been somewhat erratic, allowing Valencia to create a notable gap. Now, ATL Tico has become a direct competitor to Sevilla, and qualification for the Champions League entails not just prestige, but also substantial financial rewards. It is quite astonishing that the media from Sevilla can tolerate the presence of Wei Xiongmao. In response, Wei Xiongmao merely chuckled and chose not to engage. The following day, Sevilla's media fell silent collectively. Their team, in a disheartening away match, was bitten by Espanyol, who are battling for relegation, suffering a 0-2 defeat with no semblance of fight. Although ATL Tico Madrid only secured a point in this round, that single point allowed them to surpass Sevilla, claiming the fourth position solely for themselves. Chapter 72, A Decade Without Victory. La Liga is currently the most competitive league in the world, where each match poses a formidable challenge. Therefore, I shall not underestimate any opponent, as no match can be casually assumed to yield 3 points without having been played. For Sevilla to emerge as a strong team, not only must their performance improve, but their local sports media must also gain a deeper understanding of sports knowledge. After a light-hearted jab at Sevilla's sports journalists, Wei Xiongmao began to prepare for the upcoming matches. In the UEFA Europa League, ATL Tico Madrid's opponent is Valencia, the only 2 Spanish teams remaining in the quarterfinals, drawn together likely due to ATL Tico's previous overwhelming victory over Valencia. From a divisional perspective, if ATL Tico can overcome Valencia, they may face Liverpool, while Benfica, a Portuguese league team, seems relatively disadvantaged compared to teams from the top 4 leagues. In contrast to the other half of the draw, which includes Hamburg, Standard Liège, Fulham, and Wolfsburg, ATL Tico's half can indeed be considered a death zone. What lies ahead? ATL Tico faces a grueling schedule with matches in quick succession. Having just played against Mallorca, currently ranked 6th, they must confront 7th-placed Athletic Bilbao midweek, followed by the Madrid derby over the weekend. The subsequent week brings the first leg of the Europa League against Valencia, and the weekend after that, they will face 8th-placed Deportivo La Coruña. The competition for the top spots in La Liga is fiercely contested, apart from the fearsome points accumulated by Real Madrid and Barcelona, both standing at 68. The remaining contenders for the top 4 positions include Valencia with 50 points, ATL Tico with 45, Sevilla, and Mallorca with 44, and Athletic Bilbao and Deportivo La Coruña with 42. The point difference among these 6 teams is merely 8, making the battle for 2 positions quite ruthless. Excluding the teams ATL Tico has already faced, Sevilla, Valencia, Barcelona, and Mallorca, they must now contend with Athletic Bilbao, Real Madrid, and Deportivo La Coruña in succession. This schedule can only be described as a devilish ordeal. Each of these matches holds significant importance, potentially influencing the outcomes of forthcoming contests. With such a plethora of formidable teams and a densely packed schedule, the adjustments made by the Guardians of the Panda have afforded the main players a chance to rest intermittently. However, in the forthcoming matches, they shall not enjoy further respite. The players are likely to engage fully in every encounter until this challenging period is passed, after which there may be opportunities for rotation and rest. Ultimately, there are only a finite number of matches to contend with. With determination, they shall strive to achieve a remarkable season. On the training ground, the Guardians of the Panda conducted their final rallying call. The players of ATL Tico Madrid nodded in agreement, fully aware that post-season, the Guardians are likely to remain at the helm. Nonetheless, it is anticipated that many players within the first team may part ways. Yet, this does not deter their resolve to perform admirably throughout the season. Indeed, a significant number of key players are in their 30s, including the captain Lopez, Juanito, Simen, and Fran, along with crucial substitutes such as Thiago, Wifalucci, Perea, Pablo, and Asen. Had Rodriguez not transferred, this number would have been even higher. Over a third of the squad comprises seasoned veterans aged 30 and above, while only players like Garc, Gerardo, Reyes, and Barella represent the prime of their careers, alongside prodigious talents like A.G. Aero. Although the age structure of ATL Tico Madrid cannot be deemed catastrophic, it certainly lacks optimal balance. Should the club discern hope this season, it is imperative that they bolster their strength for the next. In the interim, those players who feel their tenure at ATL Tico Madrid may be drawing to a close are eager to showcase their abilities, striving for commendable results that may secure lucrative contracts for their futures. Meanwhile, the younger players naturally aspire to enhance their performances. United by this ambition, the players of ATL Tico Madrid reached a consensus to collectively pursue this grand objective in the lead-up to the grueling schedule that commences at the end of March. In the 28th round, Atletico Madrid will host Athletic Bilbao. The latter has faced a tumultuous few years, narrowly escaping relegation by a single point in one season. This season, however, they have shown commendable performance, and against a formidable opponent like Atletico Madrid, they are expected to deliver a robust showing. Such opponents are indeed formidable. However, under the astute management of Wei Xiongmao, Atletico Madrid, having recently secured a draw against Mallorca away from home, delivered a splendid performance on their home turf. With their full squad on the field, they effectively subdued the counterattacks of Athletic Bilbao, capitalizing on their adversaries' vulnerabilities in attack. Fran's long-range shot opened the scoring. In the second half, Gelato's follow-up shot within the penalty area doubled their lead to 2-0. Following a recent draw, Atletico Madrid swiftly claimed victory, extending their lead over Athletic Bilbao to 6 points, a considerable advantage. In this round, Deportivo La Coruña faced defeat, while Sevilla was held to a draw. Atletico Madrid secured their fourth position with a solid 48 points, yet Mallorca valiantly triumphed, closely trailing with 47 points. After a 3-day respite, the reigning champions, the Panda, once again fielded their full squad in a league match against their city rivals, Real Madrid. Although the Panda did not place much importance on the outcome of this match, the significance of a derby cannot be underestimated. Failing to perform well could severely diminish his stature among Atletico fans. Thus, despite his inclination to forego this match in favor of a midweek Europa League encounter, he was compelled to exert every effort in this confrontation. At the Santiago Bernabéu, Atletico's fighting spirit has always been assured. Over the years, they have struggled against Real Madrid, having not secured a single victory since their return from the Segunda División. After 7 seasons in the league, including the first round of this season, Atletico has faced Real Madrid a total of 15 times without a single win. The best they have managed was to draw twice in a single season. The last time they triumphed over Real Madrid in the league dates back a decade, when they achieved a 3-1 victory at the Bernabéu, only to face relegation that same season. This season, under the leadership of the formidable Wei Xiongmao, does Atletico Madrid stand a chance of breaking their decade-long winless streak against Real Madrid? When AG Aero deftly flicked the ball into the net during the second half, giving Atletico the lead once more, it seemed they were on the verge of achieving that elusive victory. Alas, Cristiano Ronaldo, Real Madrid's star player, equalized with a stunning direct free kick from 30 meters out just before the match concluded. Chapter 73. Simplistic tactics in this match. Our players performed at their utmost, and we had the opportunity to claim victory in the derby. Regrettably, a superstar like Ronaldo demonstrated his caliber at a crucial moment. Our sole misstep was failing to secure a 2-goal lead, as we did against Barcelona. Otherwise, triumph would have been ours. At the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao expressed his frustration, noting that the journalists, whom he perceived as obstinate, seemed to show him some sympathy. It was evident that his words were not merely an act of bravado. In this encounter, Atletico, fielding their full-strength squad, utilized their movement and interceptions to stymie Real Madrid's offense, which often found themselves at a loss. Both Kak and Ronaldo require ample space to exhibit their prowess, and in the confined areas, their performances paled in comparison to those of Messi and Xavi from Barcelona. Under Atletico's relentless pressing and marking, even Barcelona's attack was significantly hindered, let alone Real Madrid's. However, Real Madrid's offensive strategies proved somewhat more diverse than those of Atletico. Shortly after the match commenced, a series of coordinated plays led to Ronaldo penetrating the box, only to be thwarted by De Gea, with Benzema capitalizing on the rebound to score. Yet, in the ensuing moments, Atletico seized the initiative through vigorous movement and physicality. Forel N's opportunistic positioning and AG Aero's exquisite finish allowed Atletico to take the lead once again. Subsequently, their tenacious defense rendered Real Madrid nearly impotent. But Ronaldo's 30-meter direct free kick transformed what seemed to be a hard-earned 3 points into a mere 1. Such a draw is indeed lamentable. However, it is fortunate that the performances of other teams have been equally lackluster, as continued by the Panda. This statement evokes a slight urge to strike him, leaving the journalists pondering how we could ever sympathize with such a wretch. Surely, it must be an illusion. Nevertheless, after encountering a stalemate, Atletico Madrid remained largely unaffected. The recent stretch of consecutive matches has indeed taken a toll on other teams, even though Sevilla, Mallorca, Athletic Bilbao, and La Coruña had no other fixtures to contend with. Sevilla suffered a dismal defeat against Villarreal, while Mallorca succumbed to Barcelona with a score of 0-1 at home. inadvertently allowing Atletico to extend their lead. Now 2 points ahead of Mallorca and 4 points clear of Sevilla. Valencia also faced defeat in this round, though they still maintained a 4-point lead over Atlantico. However, Valencia's loss was quite expected. In preparation for their upcoming Europa League match, they opted to field primarily substitutes in this league round, a reasonable decision considering their previously secure standings. With the top 2 positions out of reach, third place remained stable, and given their advancement to the quarterfinals of the Europa League, focusing on that competition was undoubtedly a wise choice. It is worth noting that facing Atlantico midweek would grant them a significant physical advantage overall. Should Valencia believe that our consecutive matches would lead to complications, they are mistaken. Our players are in excellent form, and any temporary fatigue poses no real issue. In the first leg, we will play away, and we will demonstrate to Valencia just how formidable our defense can be. Prior to the match, the Panda in defense cunningly deployed smoke screens. Yet his words invariably troubled the opponents. For Emery, the dilemma of how to approach this home game must be quite taxing. Should he emulate Atletico Madrid, maintain a solid defense at home, and then launch an offensive away? However, replicating Atlantico's defensive prowess is beyond his capabilities. Their defense is founded on rigorous movement and man-marking, significantly bolstered by the presence of a stellar defender like Miranda. Since Miranda took the helm, Atletico's defense has become resolutely fortified. Previously, their backline was a mix of the aged and the inexperienced, leading to a fair number of conceded goals even after the Panda's arrival. Now, after numerous matches, their defense has finally solidified, with Miranda serving as the keystone. Although he may not be one to orchestrate the backline, his ability to contend, coupled with his mobility and timely positioning, has undoubtedly elevated Atletico's defense to a superior echelon. And what of Valencia? In a series of alternating fortunes, Baraja finds himself sidelined by injury once more, leaving Alberta as the sole bastion of their defense. Although Alberta remains, the defensive line, having endured the trials of half a season, still exhibits a lack of cohesion. The departure of Albiol has proven to be a critical blow, as the remaining defenders, while not lacking in ability, lack the unifying presence that he provided. If Valencia aspires to secure a goalless draw on home turf, it would indeed be an insurmountable challenge. Thus, they must resort to an offensive strategy. Nevertheless, Valencia possesses considerable advantages. At the very least, their key players are in excellent physical condition, whereas Atletico's main squad has just exerted themselves to the fullest at the Bernabeu. In terms of stamina, Valencia holds the upper hand among starters, while their substitutes boast a superiority in skill. Triumphing over Atlantico at home and claiming victory in both legs seems within reach. Yet, just before the match commences, Emery discovers that Atletico has fielded a makeshift lineup. In this match, the coach opted to rotate the lineup, replacing Coke with the duo of Holarado and Garcia in central defense, while Kiko and Simon were deployed on the flanks. The forward positions were filled by the contrasting styles of Borja and Agüero, one tall and powerful, the other swift and agile. The defensive line remained unchanged, as defenders typically cover less ground. With this eclectic formation, Atletico surprisingly maintained a firm grip on the match while playing away from home. Their strategy was straightforward, relying on long passes and rapid counterattacks. With a towering presence like Borja and the technical finesse of Agüero, complemented by the speed of Kiko and Simon on the wings, this setup proved effective for countering defensively. After several long clearances, Borja showcased his impressive ability to seize aerial duels, especially since Valencia's defenders were slightly shorter. His prowess allowed him to win headers, and with Agüero, Kiko, and Simon using their pace, Valencia suffered significantly. Both of Atletico's goals emerged from similar scenarios. First, after clearing an opponent's corner, Borja headed the ball to Agüero, who upon entering the box, selflessly squared it for Borja to score into an open net. Following Valencia's equalizer from Silva's long-range shot, Atletico swiftly countered, earning a corner where Borja again assisted, this time for Lopez to nudge the ball home, restoring their lead. Had Villa not scored in the dying moments, Valencia would have faced defeat at home against Atletico. Nevertheless, the final score of 2-2 was sufficient to leave Valencia in a state of concern. Chapter 74. Who depends on whom? Although our recent performance has been commendable, I must express my criticism regarding the lapses in concentration during crucial moments, which have occurred on multiple occasions. After the match against Valencia, the coach concluded the press conference in a surprisingly calm manner, without any boastfulness, leaving everyone somewhat puzzled. However, The Atletico players soon understood the reason for his demeanor. During the following day's training session, instead of commencing practice immediately, he called everyone together and addressed them with seriousness. The players exchanged glances. In the last 2 matches, we have conceded goals in the dying moments. While Cristiano's free kick seemed unavoidable, the foul leading to it was unnecessary. Coke committed that foul, but it was due to his attempt to cover for Garcia. Garcia, had you maintained your focus on Kaká, you would have denied him the opportunity to break through. This reflects a lapse in concentration. In yesterday's game, we conceded late again due to a failure to mark Mata on the flank. While Lopez made an error, it was Banega who delivered the pass. Reyes, you should have been the one to close him down, preventing him from delivering a quality ball. Do you understand? Such minor lapses in concentration can trigger a chain reaction. In the final moments, we could have persevered just a little longer to secure 2 victories. However, we only achieved 2 draws. Wei Xiongmao's words left the Atletico players somewhat disheartened. It was evident that his expectations were rather high, yet his reasoning held merit. Had we merely maintained our focus rather than relaxing, we would not have conceded those 2 goals. My intention today is not to criticize anyone. Rather, it is simply a matter of regret. In truth, I can accept these 2 draws, yet it is indeed unfortunate when victory was within our grasp. If we wish to avoid such regrets in the future, we must remember to concentrate on the field. I can discern when physical stamina wanes, should a player exhibit fatigue. I will certainly substitute them. While you're on the pitch, maintaining your focus until the final whistle is imperative. Trust in my words. After delivering this message, Wei Xiongmao waved his hand, signaling the players to engage in recovery training. The players dispersed in silence. Wei Xiongmao had been coaching for nearly 4 months. Despite the rigorous training that left the players weary from the outset, he had never harshly criticized them. Instead, he either trained alongside them or pointed out their mistakes with precision and without emotion. This dispassionate approach rendered his assessments more palatable to the players. Those familiar with him could sense a hint of anger in his recent remarks. His frustration stemmed not from mistakes themselves, but rather from a lack of concentration. While errors in the game are sometimes unavoidable, a lapse in focus signifies a failure to take the game seriously. There exists a distinction between normal mistakes and those born of complacency. Both may appear similar, yet Wei Xiongmao can discern the difference. The former does not provoke his ire. Much like a player who can lift 100 pounds would not be expected to lift 120. However, the latter reflects a situation where, despite the ability to carry 100 pounds, the player falters and fails to reach the finish line while burdened with just 90 pounds due to carelessness. This is something he cannot accept. On the surface, the criticism appears to be directed at the distracted Garcia and Reyes. However, it serves as an alarm for the entire team. It is not merely their mistakes that are at fault, but rather the lack of focus exhibited by other players towards the conclusion of the match. This phenomenon was also observed in previous matches, albeit without dire consequences. Coach Wei Xiongmao did not have Liu to criticize them. However, now in consecutive games, they conceded goals in the dying moments, one costing Atletico the opportunity to defeat Real Madrid for the first time in a decade, and the other resulting in a mere draw when victory was within reach. Though a 2-2 away draw is commendable, wouldn't a 2-1 victory have been even more desirable? Wei Xiongmao's demeanor has made it abundantly clear to the players where his boundaries lie. What he can tolerate and what he cannot is now evident. During the match, an upright attitude is imperative. Whether it is intentional laxity or a matter of capability, Wei Xiongmao is adept at discerning the difference. While it is said that the purest waters harbor no fish in the realm of football, one must impose stringent demands to ensure a more certain path to victory. In the ensuing 2 days, Wei Xiongmao organized 2 internal training matches, pointing out every player who lost focus on the field after each game, detailing when their attention waned and the consequences that ensued. This revelation immediately instilled a sense of intimidation among all players. Playing under such a coach indeed proves to be a demanding endeavor. However, it also endows the players with immense confidence. It is evident when we lose focus, and likewise, it is apparent whether the opposing players are in good form or not. It is no wonder that Wei Xiongmao's tactical directives and breakthrough strategies have consistently proven effective. With such a head coach leading them into battle, the probability of winning is significantly heightened compared to normal circumstances. His ability to guide this team to such a high success rate is a testament to his genuine skill. While Atletico has enjoyed consecutive victories, the players initially attributed this success solely to Wei Xiongmao's prowess in physical training, which enhanced their stamina during matches. They now realize that his precise grasp of the dynamics and the states of both teams is the true key to their numerous triumphs. He has not merely improved the players, but has enabled them to showcase their abilities more effectively on the pitch. These 2 points may appear similar, yet the distinctions are significantly profound. The same players, when detached from the guidance and orchestration of coach Wei Xiongmao, might not exhibit such remarkable performances. This has prompted the recently somewhat complacent players to become more vigilant. Perhaps Wei Xiongmao does not solely rely on himself. Rather, he is dependent on them. To strive for accolades alongside such an exceptional coach, one must adhere closely to instructions and maintain unwavering focus on the field. While Wei Xiongmao may be unaware of the players' precise thoughts, as long as they refrain from relaxing their concentration during matches, that alone signifies victory. Chapter 75. The most challenging days have passed in the 30th round of the league. The Atletico Madrid fans at the Calder Stadium were elated to witness their team deliver a splendid performance, even with several key players rotated out. Facing Deportivo La Cruz, despite half the main squad being rested, including Aguero on the bench, Forlan and Reyes' striking partnership still shone brightly. Forlan scored twice, showcasing his formidable scoring prowess, while Hilaro's forward surge resulted in the 3rd goal for Atletico. The fully first-choice defense managed to effectively control La Cruz's attack throughout the match. When the final whistle blew, the 3-0 scoreline marked Atletico's first victory in 3 matches. Although it was their first win in 3 games, the Atletico fans did not share that sentiment. We played a flawless match today. At least in my perspective, this was the most impeccable performance from my players since I took charge. They maintained a high level of concentration from start to finish, which is crucial for showcasing their best capabilities. Many players possess remarkable talent, yet for various reasons, they have been unable to express their abilities on the field. This is something I have always wished to avoid, and in this match, the Atletico players have demonstrated otherwise. After the match, Wei Xiongmao praised his players during the press conference, leaving reporters somewhat puzzled, as he had not previously been so effusive in his commendation. While Atletico indeed performed admirably, was it truly deserving of such praise? The reporters found it a bit odd. However, after watching the interview footage, the Atletico players understood that Wei Xiongmao was genuinely lauding them. In this match, they indeed did not relent, thus maintaining commendable control over the offensive maneuvers of La Cruz. A resounding victory of 3-0 from start to finish left La Cruz, currently ranked within the top 8 and vying for a position in the Champions League, entirely devoid of any opportunity. This signifies that Wei Xiongmao's assertion holds true. As long as they maintain unwavering focus on the field, their chances of victory will undoubtedly increase. Crucially, the expectations set forth by Wei Xiongmao are not beyond their capabilities, nor do they reach the exaggerated demand that each player must score in every match. Rather, these reasonable expectations can continuously yield triumph and honor. What more can one aspire to? When players begin to place their trust in the head coach, the team often demonstrates remarkable performance. The power of the spirit can, at times, transcend that of the body. This point was thoroughly manifested in the subsequent match. Atletico Madrid's main defensive line, consisting of El Pez, Barella, Miranda, and Juanito, boasts an average age that cannot be considered young. With a grueling schedule of matches twice a week, they have started in 5 consecutive games, playing 5 matches within a fortnight, an exhausting endeavor for any player. Nevertheless, they have managed to maintain a high level of performance. In the midweek Europa League match, they once again showcased exceptional standards, not only executing remarkable defensive work, but also participating in midfield distribution, enabling Atletico to achieve over 60% possession during the game. The away draw of 2-2 allowed Atletico to play with greater composure, as they continuously controlled the midfield. In contrast to their previous tendency to swiftly transition through the midfield, they exerted considerable effort in maintaining possession during this match. The young midfielder Coke shone brightly, orchestrating play and facilitating smooth passes for Atletico. Valencia's offense struggled to fully engage. Atletico had yet to score, requiring only a single goal. However, that elusive goal never materialized. After successfully shutting out La Cruz in the previous match, Atletico's confidence in their defense seemed to soar, as they appeared impenetrable in this game. Whether it was Silva's organization, Mata's breakthroughs, or Joaquin's crosses, even Villa's positioning within the box failed to yield any results. It is worth noting that these Valencia players are renowned for their exceptional long-range shooting abilities, given space outside the box. They could easily unleash a striking shot that could topple their opponents, as seen last season against Chelsea, when Silva's long-range effort nearly brought Chelsea to their knees. Yet, in this match, ATL Tico afforded Valencia no such opportunities. Their passing was already fraught with difficulty, let alone finding space for long-range shots after receiving the ball. It is well known that effective long-range shots require ample shooting space. Without room to generate power, long-range attempts pose little threat. ATL Tico denied Valencia this space entirely. They always seemed one attack away from hope, yet they consistently failed to create any threatening shots. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Valencia players stood in bewilderment, having played an awkward match where they felt their energy was not fully utilized throughout the 90 minutes. Emery, with a grim expression, shook hands with the opposing coach, as Valencia's attack was exceedingly lackluster, leaving Emery, known for his offensive acumen, without any semblance of pride. Over the course of the match, Valencia attempted 11 shots, yet only one was on target, and it posed no threat whatsoever. Such a lack of control over their offense is indeed a source of embarrassment. Our players concentrated their attention during the match, which accounts for such a commendable outcome. This is entirely expected, as our defense has always been exceptional. It is merely that we have frequently made errors in the past. However, in this game, we committed no mistakes, and it is as simple as that. In the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao underscored this point, and his words finally garnered the true attention of the reporters. This steadfast approach, unwavering and free from error, extends defensive pressure within a 30-meter radius, achievable as long as the defenders maintain their focus without distraction. Yet, Wei Xiongmao has begun to boast again. The journalists, silently cursing, swiftly recorded Wei Xiongmao's words. Atletico Madrid's current form is indeed remarkable. In their recent encounters against formidable opponents, their defense has grown increasingly proficient, preventing any goals while scoring abundantly themselves. The most challenging phase has now passed, and the forthcoming Atletico Madrid is poised for soaring success. Chapter 76. Mission accomplished. The recent days were not particularly arduous. Only Real Madrid posed a significant challenge. While the other opponents were indeed strong, they always exhibited various shortcomings compared to us. Identifying their flaws and securing victories was not overly difficult. Observing Wei Xiongmao eloquently speaking before him, Angel could only muster a wry smile. If this statement is published, Wei Xiongmao will undoubtedly face a torrent of public criticism. However, after this period of acquaintance, Angel has come to realize that Wei Xiongmao seems utterly indifferent to such matters. Perhaps he believes that he speaks the truth, and thus feels no trepidation over inciting animosity from his rivals. Yet, Angel perceives Wei Xiongmao as a commendable friend and wishes to shield such a good companion from undue pressure. Do not presume that I am intentionally provoking those formidable teams. I speak nothing but the truth. They will not stoop to the level of fiercely defending. Hence, we shall always have our opportunities. Refrain from publishing the subsequent remarks. It is against the mid-tier and relegation-threatened teams that we shall encounter genuine difficulties. Wei Xiongmao drained his glass and remarked, "Are you suggesting that ATL Tico lacks offensive prowess?" Angel paused for a moment, then inquired, "Indeed, is that the implication?" "Bingo, that is precisely the point." Wei Xiongmao snapped his fingers. "If you observe the attacking players in our squad, this truth should be evident." Angel pondered for a moment and couldn't help but chuckle. ATL Tico's forward, Fran, stands under 6 feet tall, with average heading ability. His strengths lie in long-range shots and one-on-one situations. AG Arrow, a commendable striker, is just over 5 feet 7. Although he can head the ball, his height disadvantage means he only shines when afforded ample space. Simo, a diminutive winger, possesses remarkable speed, but requires room to maneuver. Reyes excels in dribbling, but also needs space to maximize his potential. Gerardo demonstrates excellent forward runs and decent shooting skills and can distribute the ball. Yet he too relies on space. Aside from these regular starters, among the substitute attackers, Keiko is a typical winger, while only Borja possesses the height to challenge opposing defenses. Given such a striking lineup, to have encountered no issues in offense thus far is truly miraculous. This is a matter of mentality. The strong teams often look down upon Atlantic Tico, as they perceive the team as top-heavy with significant structural issues. Consequently, when competing against Atlantic Tico, they tend to prioritize offense, allowing AG Arrow and Fran ample space to exhibit their top-tier capabilities. Conversely, when facing mid-tier teams, They regard ATL Tico as a favorable target for points, even envisioning the prospect of securing 3 points, thus affording us greater space. But that will not be the case now. Gel began to grasp the implications. Indeed, at least when we contend with those relegation-threatened teams. Unless they are determined to secure 3 points, they will resort to staunch defensive tactics and counterattacks against us. After listening to Wei Xiongmao's words, Angel felt a tinge of skepticism, yet he could not shake off a sense of apprehension regarding the upcoming matches. It is essential to note that he is, in fact, a fan of Atletico Madrid. Although the team currently holds a firm position in 4th place, they are merely 3 points ahead of Mallorca and Sevilla, while trailing Valencia by 5 points. With the UEFA Europa League semi-finals approaching, any minor misstep could jeopardize their chances of securing both the Europa League and Copa del Rey titles, potentially resulting in a loss of qualification for the Champions League, which would be profoundly disappointing. Wei Xiongmao's remarks served as a reminder to Angel that one should not assume Atletico's current standing is secure. In reality, they have yet to clinch any honors this season. However, knowing that Wei Xiongmao had already prepared for the challenges ahead provided Angel with a sense of reassurance. Indeed, in the subsequent 31st round of the league, Atletico was unable to secure 3 points away from home, drawing 0-0 against Espanyol, who were fighting to avoid relegation. Espanyol's defensive performance was commendable, and I have no criticisms to offer in that regard. We often employ such stubborn defensive tactics to thwart our opponents. It would be unreasonable to claim that this strategy is exclusive to us. The efforts of any team striving for survival deserve respect. The only solace I find is that we still remain in 4th place, remarked Wei Xiongmao at the post-match press conference. In this round, both Sevilla and Mallorca emerged victorious, narrowing the gap with ATL Tico Madrid to a mere point. Notably, Mallorca triumphed over Valencia at home with a score of 3-2, thereby reducing the distance between ATL Tico and Valencia to 4 points. The competition for 3rd and 4th place is becoming increasingly fierce, with 7 rounds remaining in the league. Aside from the commanding lead held by Real Madrid and Barcelona, Valencia stands at 56 points, ATL Tico at 52, while both Mallorca and Sevilla have 51 points. The other teams have gradually fallen behind, leaving the remaining 2 Champions League spots likely to be contested among these 4 teams. However, the draw for ATL Tico in this round did not provoke much reaction, as Barcelona triumphed over Real Madrid in the Century Derby, extending their lead over Real by 5 points. After losing to ATL Tico, Barcelona had been leveled on points with Real Madrid. But following ATL Tico's draw with Real and their own impressive performance this round, they have widened their lead to 5 points, establishing an excellent position for the upcoming title chase. It seems that the league championship for this season is all but secured for Barcelona. Fortunately, we had previously defeated them, ensuring they cannot achieve an unbeaten title. Although the draw for our team left Wei Xiongmao somewhat disgruntled, witnessing Barcelona overcome Real Madrid was a source of great relief. Thankfully, we did not place our hopes on other teams. Otherwise, if Barcelona had managed to secure an unbeaten title, it would have been disastrous. Now, regardless of whether Barcelona claims the league or Champions League titles, they will not achieve a treble, and certainly, they will not remain unbeaten. This season, while not truly remarkable, will at least carry some regrets. If the system insists on preventing Barcelona from winning the league title as a condition, Wei Xiongmao can only lament. I truly cannot fulfill that task, unless he returns to the cycle and devises a plan to bomb Barcelona's training facility. Though one wonders if the system would be so cruel. Having defeated Barcelona in that match, it seems my task for this season is nearly complete. Moving forward, I must focus on leading the team in competitions, striving for 2 cup titles, and then entering next season's Champions League, thereby seizing the opportunity to thwart other teams from achieving greatness. Wei Xiongmao pondered within. The match ended in a draw against Espanyol, validating the predictions of the defending champions. Moving forward, it will require considerable ingenuity to overcome the challenge of breaking through a dense defense. Chapter 77. This is the current La Liga. Penetrating a compact defense has perpetually posed a conundrum. It is not merely a global issue, but has long been a significant challenge in the world of football. After all, the number of attacking players is inherently fewer than that of defenders. The defensive side can choose to retreat en masse, but even if they do, the attacking side cannot advance with all players, as they must retain 1 or 2 to thwart potential counterattacks. This numerical disadvantage is a constant. Furthermore, the defensive side can exploit their numerical advantage to significantly constrict the attacking space. Not every player possesses the ability to launch an offensive in such confined areas, and those who can are perpetually rare. The team must make substantial improvements in the positions of strikers capable of executing personal skill to score and dribblers adept at breaking through the opponent's defense in the upcoming season. As Wei Xiongmao pondered, he could not help but chuckle at the rarity of such players. In truth, Atletico Madrid does possess similar talents internally. Borja exemplifies such a striker, while Reyes showcases the ability to break through opposing defenses. However, despite their commendable skills, they fall short when compared to the elite players of the game. Borja is still young and lacks significant physical strength, whereas Reyes, although he once had the potential to become a top offensive player, has been hindered by physical frailties and a tumultuous career that deprived him of crucial opportunities for development. Currently, there exists a considerable gap between him and the very best. At this juncture, the focus must shift more towards utilizing these two players or perhaps adopting new tactics. In the upcoming league match, Atletico Madrid will host the last-place Sailors, a team that started the season poorly yet has shown signs of recovery, amassing 23 points thus far. Although they remain at the bottom of the table, the 8-point gap from the relegation zone provides them with motivation to strive for improvement. Wei Xiongmao resolved to experiment with a tall striker tactic in this match. Sailors possesses one of the weakest defensive lines in La Liga, conceding an average of 1.7 goals per match, marginally better than Tenerife, who also finds themselves in the relegation zone. If this defense cannot be effectively breached, it raises questions about whether Borja is truly suitable as the primary striker. The evidence suggests that Borja's abilities still leave something to be desired. He may perform adequately as an occasional substitute, but to assume a starting role in La Liga seems a stretch. His physicality and ability to engage in duels are his standout attributes. However, when measured against seasoned defenders in La Liga, he struggles to leverage his physicality. His technical skills, whether in shooting, playmaking, or positioning, are not particularly remarkable, which hampers his effectiveness as a primary offensive player. Despite scoring from a rebound in this match, the first goal was actually credited to Aguero, who displayed remarkable instinct in the penalty area. Ultimately, Atletico secured a 2-0 victory, yet it was evident that neither the performance nor the outcome satisfied Wei Xiongmao. That's all right, he mused. Competing for a top-4 finish is different from vying for the championship. We do not need to be the best, just better than our rivals. Within the team, Wei Xiongmao maintained an optimistic outlook. After all, even a mediocre performance from Atletico still resulted in a victory, akin to Barcelona's recent round, while Sevilla and Mallorca exhibited far less stability. Mallorca was held to a draw by Zaragoza, and Sevilla suffered a defeat to Valladolid, who are fighting for survival. As the season approaches its conclusion, teams battling relegation become increasingly challenging to contend with. This indeed constitutes a truth. The struggling Sailors found it quite challenging in this round, yet remarkably, just 3 days later, Atletico Madrid delivered an outstanding performance in their away match against the 9th-placed Villarreal. Following a brief respite, Fran, facing his former club, shone brightly, netting a brace to propel Atletico to a 2-1 victory over Villarreal. Although the defense, having undergone slight rotation, conceded a goal, their impressive streak of 4 matches without conceding was thus interrupted, albeit allowing the defenders a momentary respite. At this juncture, the players are resolutely persevering. With merely a month remaining until the season's conclusion, they face the daunting prospect of 5 more league matches, 3 in the Europa League if they reach the finals, and 1 in the Copa del Rey final. 9 matches within a month is indeed a formidable challenge. Yet having come this far, can they truly afford to relinquish the fruits of a season's toil? Moreover, in this round, Valencia succumbed to Real Madrid, narrowing Atletico's deficit to just 1 point. With only 5 rounds remaining, the suspense of La Liga has intensified considerably. This season's La Liga is, without a doubt, exhilarating. Barcelona, who once held a 5-point lead over Real Madrid, was held to a 1-1 draw by their city rivals, Espanyol, narrowing their advantage to a mere 3 points. Although their lead remains substantial, such a margin is sufficient to instill a sense of anxiety within them. In the battle for Champions League spots, Valencia stands at 59 points, followed closely by Atletico Madrid with 58 points, Mallorca with 55 points, and Sevilla with 54 points. The contention among these 4 teams for 2 coveted positions remains unchanged. And more critically, Valencia's 3rd place is now precarious. Regarding relegation, there are as many as 6 or 7 teams hovering just above 30 points, with the bottom-placed Sunrise accumulating 26 points. It is a tangled web indeed. Among the 10 teams vying for the title, for contesting for Champions League qualification, and 3 or 4 others are in contention for spots in the Europa League. The least among them boasts a minimum of 44 points, while the remaining 10 form a substantial relegation battalion. This distribution not only demonstrates that Real Madrid and Barcelona are far ahead in this season's La Liga, but also highlights the presence of several commendable teams beneath them. The overall strength of La Liga is beginning to appear remarkably formidable. This is also the key to La Liga's steadfast dominance at the pinnacle of European league standings in recent years. The battle for the championship is a duet between two, while other teams exhibit formidable competitiveness on the European stage. This is the current state of La Liga. Whether viewed through the lens of points or the number of championships won, it has undeniably established itself as the foremost league in Europe. The long-standing rival Serie A has been left behind, while the new contender Premier League is gradually revealing its decline. As for the Bundesliga, it is scarcely worth mentioning, with only Bayern Munich standing out in splendid isolation. This is the current state of La Liga. Chapter 78, the most manageable Liverpool. It is evident that the English media remains somewhat disgruntled by the prominence of La Liga. Over the past decade, La Liga teams have claimed 4 UEFA Champions League titles, while the Premier League has secured only 2. Yet, the Premier League teams persist in their discontent, as they had representatives in the Champions League finals for 4 consecutive years. Albeit with Manchester United's solitary victory over Chelsea standing out amid 3 defeats, 2 against Barcelona and 1 against Milan, a rather unfortunate run. Their dissatisfaction is further fueled by the fact that, over the past 4 years, the top 4 in the Premier League have alternately secured the runner-up position, and the frequency with which all 4 reach the quarterfinals of the Champions League is quite notable. In contrast, La Liga's representation has been predominantly limited to Real Madrid and Barcelona, with Valencia and Deportivo La Coruña occasionally providing some surprises, lacking the consistency demonstrated by the Premier League. Indeed, in terms of Champions League accolades, the Premier League does fall short compared to La Liga. Although only 2 teams from La Liga have ever won the title, the sheer dominance of Real Madrid, with 9 triumphs, casts a long shadow. As this year's Champions League progresses, the Premier League has faced a complete debacle, failing to place any teams in the semi-finals, while Bayern Munich, Lyon, Barcelona, and Inter Milan advance. In such circumstances, the presence of 2 Premier League teams in the Europa League becomes a focal point for English media to exploit. Coincidentally, the 2 English teams are pitted against separate foes. Fulham faces Hamburg from the Bundesliga, while Liverpool takes on Atletico Madrid. Should both English teams triumph and meet in the Europa League final, it would provide a fitting conclusion for the Premier League this year. Thus, there exists a palpable disdain towards Atletico Madrid. The English media tends to exhibit a habitual arrogance, especially within the realm of sports journalism. They have provocatively challenged opponents on numerous occasions, often displaying a lack of understanding towards rival teams, instead evaluating them through a narrow lens of their own perceptions. In their view, although Liverpool has been struggling recently and Atletico Madrid appears to be in good form, Liverpool is deemed destined to miss the top 4, with Benitez focusing entirely on the Europa League, while Atletico remains distracted by their own pursuit of a top 4 finish, presenting a psychological advantage for Liverpool. Despite Benitez facing challenges at Liverpool this year, he is, nevertheless, a top-tier coach with vast experience. While the relatively inexperienced coach at Atletico has achieved decent results recently, Benitez is expected to provide a commendable performance in the Europa League for his younger counterparts. Although both sides are missing a key forward, Atletico lacks a formidable substitute following Agüero's suspension, whereas Liverpool still boasts talented forwards like Babel and Quit. Observing the English media's enumeration of Liverpool's 3 advantages and Atletico's 3 disadvantages, the Atlantico coach could hardly suppress a smile. Once again, they seem to be underestimating their opponents. The coach chuckled and remarked to Domingo, "Are you also well-versed in English?" Domingo, filled with curiosity, inquired. Upon first encountering Wei Xiongmao, he was already conversant in fluent Spanish, leading Domingo to believe that Wei had resided in Spain for many years. "I am proficient in virtually all the world's popular languages: Spanish, English, German, French, and Italian." Wei Xiongmao chuckled. "I can even speak Latin." "Who speaks Latin?" Domingo retorted. "It is a language that is only written today. Those who once spoke it have long since perished." In response, Wei Xiongmao uttered a string of words that Domingo did not comprehend. "What does that mean?" Domingo asked. "Do not dismiss Latin as a dead language. It still lives on," Wei Xiongmao replied. Domingo scrutinized him for a moment, unsure whether to believe him. Well, if you say so, I suppose I must accept it. He then shifted the topic. Liverpool will not be an easy opponent. Domingo remarked that Liverpool had been formidable in recent years, but this season seemed different. Wei Xiongmao shrugged. Their potential has largely been exhausted over the past few years. They lack suitable, exceptional players to inject fresh ambition. Even with Benitez's tactics, he can only serve as a stopgap. Domingo nadid absently. From last year's runners-up to this year's inability to reach the semi-finals, Liverpool's performance had indeed declined significantly, accumulating nearly 20 points fewer than the same period last season, an almost cliff-like disparity. The departure of Alonso was Liverpool's greatest loss. Although not the core of the team, he possessed a level of influence akin to one. The fact that Liverpool might find themselves competing in the Europa League this year was a direct consequence of his absence. Do they think that signing Aquilani could compensate for the loss of Alonso? What a joke. Losing a player of that caliber requires more than mere luck to replace. Unless Benitez plans to adopt a different tactical approach, which, regrettably, he has not, this season's performance will continue to plummet. The management at Liverpool is lacking. I suspect Benitez is not far from being dismissed. With Torres injured and unable to play, Liverpool is indeed quite manageable. After all, they have reached the semi-finals. It would be unwise to underestimate them, Domingo cautioned. Our Agüero is also sidelined due to suspension. They excel in physicality and movement, yet in terms of movement, we are not to be outdone. As for physical confrontation, we need not engage with them. Without Alonso, they cannot control the midfield. Our midfield will show them what technical midfield truly is. No matter how much they run, they shall find it impossible to seize the ball from our feet. Observing Wei Xiongmao's confidence, Domingo began to feel a sense of foreboding. After all, this was Liverpool, winners of a Champions League title and runners-up in another over the past 5 years, consistently demonstrating excellence in the Champions League. Was it truly wise to underestimate such a team? WI11 NGM underestimated the situation. Alonso's departure was one factor, and Torres' injury was another. These two Spanish players were undoubtedly among the most pivotal for Liverpool, even surpassing the capabilities of Captain Gerrard in terms of technical prowess. Moreover, Alonso's exit dealt a devastating blow to the organization and distribution within Liverpool's midfield. Mascherano excelled in defensive duties, while Lucas showcased commendable offensive skills. Yet he too was of the dynamic, industrious type. Benitez initially tasked Gerrard with orchestrating the midfield, but soon reverted him to a more forward position, as the Liverpool captain simply did not possess the requisite qualities for that role. Such flaws cannot be rectified merely through tactical adjustments. As long as the opponents, particularly the likes of Wei Xiongmao, focus on exploiting this weakness and leverage their strengths, Liverpool, in its current state, is indeed the most manageable version it has been in the past 5 years. Chapter 79. Benitez's thoughts. Benitez finds himself in a quandary. After departing Valencia, he assumed the managerial role at Liverpool, leading the team to victory in the Champions League in his inaugural season. Although he has not secured another Champions League title in the subsequent years, finishing as a runner-up and consistently placing within the top 4 has rendered his achievements commendable. In comparison with other contenders, apart from Arsenal, few clubs have invested less than Liverpool. In modern football, a lack of investment makes it exceedingly difficult to attain success. Consider the sums spent by teams that have clinched the Premier League title in recent years. Manchester United and Chelsea have invested heavily, while Arsenal, despite its reluctance to spend, has not achieved notable success since its invincible season. Benitez has begun to sense discontent within the management. Previously, despite failing to secure significant trophies after his Champions League triumph, the club remained patient with him as he maintained a top 4 position with minimal expenditure, ensuring a steady flow of income from the Champions League. For Liverpool's American owners, winning titles is secondary. What matters most is consistent revenue growth and enhanced club income. Thus, while Liverpool may forego trophies, securing a place in the top 4 is imperative. However, this season, it appears that such a goal is increasingly unattainable. Benitez found himself in a predicament, as Alonso was a player he was reluctant to let go. However, the player's desire to leave, combined with the allure of Real Madrid and a transfer fee exceeding 30 million, left him with no choice but to relinquish him. The subsequent departures of key defenders such as Hypatia and Arbeloa further compounded the issue. Although Liverpool made acquisitions in Aquilani and Glenn Johnson, which somewhat fortified their midfield and defense, they paled in comparison to the likes of Alonso. Additionally, The decline in performance from Torres this season, coupled with Gerrard's inconsistency, rendered Liverpool's chances of success bleak. It became increasingly evident that their performance this season would falter, making it imperative for him to strive for a commendable showing in the Europa League, hoping to secure a championship that might extend his tenure as Liverpool's manager. Benitez understood that even a championship might not guarantee his continued position, as success at Liverpool is often measured by a top-four finish. Nevertheless, securing a title would be pivotal for his future career prospects. Since his Champions League triumph, he had only garnered one or two lesser titles, such as the FA Cup or League Cup, lacking any significant accolades. If this trend continued, the reputation he had built at Valencia might gradually diminish. With an eye towards the following season, Benitez felt compelled to strive for victory against Atletico Madrid. After all, their potential opponents in the other semi-final, whether Fulham or Hamburg, were not particularly formidable, and reaching the final would considerably heighten their chances of winning the championship. However, overcoming Atletico was no small feat as their adversary. Benitez had been closely monitoring Atletico's performances, especially after the quarterfinals, affording him a fortnight to analyze their play while they juggled a demanding schedule in the league. Under such pressure, Atletico could hardly conserve their strength. Upon reviewing available match footage, Benitez was astonished to discover that Atletico's tactical approach left much to be desired. They remained the same players, with the only notable change being Koch's increased role as a midfielder, yet he was not the core of the team. Merely a diligent player focused on defensive duties and ball distribution. Atletico's offense relied primarily on Semeo's wing incursions, Reyes's individual efforts, and Holohan's runs, complemented by the striking prowess of their forwards. From a tactical perspective, Atletico's strategy was quite rudimentary. However, their synergy on the pitch was remarkably cohesive, with extensive movement facilitating timely connections among teammates. In such circumstances, even a lack of perfect understanding could yield sufficient passing options and routes, enhancing their attacking effectiveness. Furthermore, their collective exertion often afforded them greater space during offensive plays while constricting the opposing team's opportunities during defensive scenarios. This poses quite a challenge. When it comes to tactical issues, Benitez has yet to suffer defeat with his meticulously crafted strategies. He excels in meticulous attention to tactical details and patiently awaiting opportunities. However, the characteristics of Atletico Madrid cannot be unraveled by mere adherence to tactical minutiae. To confront such a team, one must exhibit patience in offense and maintain a vigorous defensive effort, ensuring that the opponent's attacking prowess is stifled. Nevertheless, Atletico's offensive players possess unique attributes. A single player can initiate an attack, pairs can collaborate seamlessly, and groups of 3 or 4 can execute continuous cooperative maneuvers. In facing such a formidable opponent, it seems that an overall offensive strategy may not suffice. It would be prudent to lure the opposition into initiating the attack first. Atletico's defense, once consolidated, is nearly impenetrable, particularly evident in their recent performances. It is not merely the excellence of Atletico Madrid's defenders that is noteworthy. Rather, it is the restricted space afforded to their opponents under such circumstances. Their relentless running and man-marking render the adversary's passing opportunities nearly non-existent, thus making any attempt to breach their defenses exceedingly arduous. Conversely, when Atletico advances an attack, should their defensive line falter, numerous exploitable gaps emerge. In light of this, Benitez feels an acute sense of regret over Torres' injury. A striker of Torres' caliber possesses the ability to single-handedly execute counterattacks. His presence up front would have greatly enhanced the efficacy of a defensive counterstrategy. However, in the absence of Torres, Babel remains. Although the Dutch forward has struggled to exhibit elite performance since joining Liverpool, his attributes align well with the role of a lone striker. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, with impressive speed and strong physicality, he is adept at breaking through defenses and could easily find opportunities to score when positioned at the forefront of counterattacks. Furthermore, given that the first leg is away, even if a goal isn't scored, as long as they do not concede, such an outcome would be deemed acceptable. Benitez, known for his willingness to forsake appearances in pursuit of his objectives, is resolute in his commitment to a defensive counter-strategy as he prepares for this match. At the very least, Liverpool enjoys an advantage in their preparations for this encounter, as they can focus solely on this match without the distractions of league commitments. Chapter 80. Old teammates, welcome to the Calderon. The first leg of this season's UEFA Europa League semi-final is about to commence, featuring Atletico Madrid hosting Liverpool. This clash pits two teams both of whom were eliminated from the Champions League, against one another as they vie for a place in the Europa League final. However, even if they were to claim the Europa League trophy, it is unlikely to heal the wounds of their earlier disappointments, for, in terms of financial gain, merely participating in 2 additional rounds of the Champions League would yield greater rewards than winning the Europa League. The commentator quips about both sides, acknowledging that reaching the Europa League semi-finals is indeed a source of joy for teams that have consistently competed in this tournament. However, for those who initially participated in the Champions League only to finish 3rd in their group and be relegated to the Europa League, it can only be described as a bittersweet consolation. The lower financial incentives, coupled with the increased number of matches, make it a less appealing prospect, particularly for teams that are striving for league titles, where the Europa League appears rather superfluous. Nonetheless, the rookie, the Panda, does not regard it as trifling. For someone in his position, every championship is a coveted aspiration. In this match, both teams find themselves without their golden boy, Torres, originally nurtured by Atletico Madrid. However, after his transfer to Liverpool 2 seasons ago, he quickly became a pivotal player for the club. The prospect of Torres returning to the Calder Inn was highly anticipated. Yet unfortunate circumstances have rendered him sidelined for the entire season due to injury. Meanwhile, Atletico's new prodigy, AG Aero, is also unable to take the field due to a suspension from accumulated yellow cards. Consequently, both teams have opted for a formation featuring a single striker. Liverpool's goalkeeper Reina, right back Glenn Johnson, left back Adger, and central defenders, vice-captain Carragher and Greek defender Kyriakos, form a beleaguered defense significantly impacted by injuries. Since joining Liverpool, Kyriakos has seen limited playing time, and it remains uncertain whether this seasoned veteran can showcase his wealth of experience in the upcoming match. In midfield, Mascherano partners with Lucas, while the flanks are occupied by the versatile Dutchman Quit and the Israeli Benayoun. Captain Gerrard plays as an advanced midfielder, with the lone striker being the young Dutch talent Babel. This lineup clearly illustrates a notable decline in Liverpool's strength this year, rendering their poor league performance somewhat understandable. Atletico Madrid, on the other hand, adopts a 4-5-1 formation with goalkeeper De Gea and defenders Barrera, Lopez, Miranda, and Juanito. In midfield, Koch, Garcia, and Gerardo control the center, while the wings are manned by Simeo and Reyes, the latter of whom could also be viewed as a forward. Forwards are led by Forlan. Compared to Liverpool, Atletico's attacking prowess on the flanks appears superior. During the pre-match handshake, the Panda did not engage in much conversation with Benitez, recognizing that this corpulent figure possesses eloquence and an unflappable demeanor, making it challenging to provoke him. Since such provocation is unattainable, further dialogue seems unnecessary. The inherent flaws in Liverpool's formation cannot be remedied through tactics. It suffices to exploit those weaknesses. With Alonso's departure, Liverpool's midfield lacks a metronome. Although Aquilani is a promising midfielder, he falls short when compared to Alonso, compounded by frequent injuries that have hindered continuity. Liverpool has suffered considerable setbacks on his account. Torres remains the most reliable link in Liverpool's forward line, yet he is currently injured. Both Babel and French forward Gog are hardly reliable substitutes. Quit is a commendable forward. However, he is ill-suited to play as a lone striker, especially since Benitez prefers to utilize him on the flanks to capitalize on his industrious running. Consequently, Liverpool's offensive capabilities in terms of impact and organization lag significantly behind Atletico's. Moreover, the absence of central defender Skrtel has compromised what was once a robust defense for Liverpool. While Kyriakos is an experienced player, his long tenure in the Greek and Scottish leagues, coupled with a lack of a guaranteed starting position at mid-tier Bundesliga team Frankfurt, raises concerns about his ability to step up as a first-choice player at a Champions League caliber club like Liverpool. Originally, Liverpool's defensive reserves were quite formidable, with Skrtel unavailable. Adger would have been a suitable alternative. However, with left-back Aurelio also sidelined, Adger is forced to fill his position, leaving Kyriakos thrust into an undesired starting role. Such a conspicuous flaw, if not relentlessly exploited, would undoubtedly undermine the observational prowess of the vigilant Panda. Moreover, Liverpool's towering central defenders possess ample height but lack agility. While Forlan may not be the most nimble of forwards, he has garnered some insights on how to confront imposing defenders. Not to mention the flanking duo of Sim-O and Reyes, who share similar attributes, along with Hilaro. Deficiencies in personnel cannot simply be rectified through tactical adjustments. Over the past few years, Benitez has exerted tremendous effort to uphold Liverpool's performance. Yet this year, fortune has eluded him, as all latent vulnerabilities seemingly erupted overnight. A golden opportunity that the vigilant panda would not overlook. It is not merely a matter of capitalizing on his misfortune, but rather seizing upon the evident shortcomings. The panda would undoubtedly pursue the evident flaw in Kajaka's. As the match commenced, Atletico Madrid did not adopt a sluggish approach. Instead, propelled by the fervent cheers of their supporters, they swiftly launched into a frenzied offensive. Continuous possession, relentless passing, and an unyielding onslaught ensued. Aside from Forlan, Reyes frequently ventured into the center, either retreating to receive the ball or surging forward to attack. While their pace may not be remarkable, it is all relative. Compared to towering central defenders like Carragher and Kajaka's, who stand nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, their speed is indeed commendable. Furthermore, accustomed as they are to direct confrontations, they find themselves at a disadvantage against the agile and cunning Forlan. Right from the outset, Forlan tested Reina with a couple of long-range efforts. Interestingly, the two were once teammates. Forlan's inaugural season at Villarreal coincided with Reina's final season there. During that time, both were instrumental for the Yellow Submarine, as Forlan secured the Pichichi Trophy with 25 goals, while Reina's splendid performances, alongside the brilliance of Riquelme and Josmari, helped Villarreal achieve a historic third place in La Liga and advance to the Champions League. After that, they parted ways, now battling separately on the pitch. Such occurrences are commonplace on the football field. After the second shot was parried away by Reina, Fran approached with a smile and helped him up. "Next time, I shall score, Pepe," Fran declared. "Let's see if you can, Diego," Reina retorted. Chapter 81. Mis fortune reina posesis considerable skill. Wei Xiongmao turned to Domingo and remarked. Domingo shrugged his shoulders. In recent years, Spain has indeed produced some commendable goalkeepers. However, within a national team, Iker Casillas has always been the first choice, with Valdes serving as the backup. As for Reina, he has consistently been the third goalkeeper for the Spanish national team, remarkably steady. Reina's caliber is undoubtedly high, yet he finds himself overshadowed by two contemporaneous goalkeepers, a fate worse than Lehmann's. Lehmann has maintained exceptional performance, even stepping up as a starter in a World Cup after Kahn's decline. As for Reina, he must rely on the sudden downturns in the form of Casillas and Valdes to find his opportunity. However, witnessing the rise of young goalkeepers like Asenjo and De Gea, it becomes evident that Reina's prospects are diminishing. To participate in 1 or 2 World Cups as the third goalkeeper would constitute the pinnacle of his achievements with the national team. Such players are certainly not in short supply, and it is not solely Reina. On the pitch, Liverpool initiated a counterattack. However, it was evident that, in the absence of control, their offensive play was considerably more challenging than that of other teams. Atletico Madrid's relentless pressing and marking inevitably disrupted their passing game, which was already lacking, and under such pressure, Liverpool found it increasingly arduous. After finally advancing into the attacking third, Babel received a pass from Gerrard, intending to create a threat through individual brilliance, only to be cleanly intercepted by Miranda, who swiftly transitioned the ball forward. An impressive display of defense. Since taking the helm at Atletico, coach Wei Xiongmao has made only one signing, bringing in Miranda from São Paulo in Brazil. Although many outstanding Brazilian defenders are currently showcasing their talents in Europe, such as Thiago Silva and David Luiz, Miranda's performance remains astonishing. He may not be particularly conspicuous on the field, nor is his height remarkable, yet he excels in aerial duels, positioning, interceptions, and defensive recoveries. Atletico's scouting system is indeed commendable, having unearthed such an exceptional center back from Brazil. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Benitez gazed enviously at Miranda. As a coach renowned for his defensive acumen, he certainly appreciates defenders with remarkable capabilities. However, during his tenure at Liverpool, he has yet to discover a center back that truly satisfies him. Adger, Hypai, Carragher, and Skirtle are all commendable defenders, yet they possess a distinctly British style, excelling in direct confrontations, but lacking in composure and agility in defense. As for Kyriakos, Benitez holds a rather unfavorable view of him, despite his considerable height and strong presence. His turning ability is inferior to that of the current center backs. Most importantly, he struggles to adapt to the fast-paced nature of the Premier League, often appearing clumsy on the field. Were it not for the lack of alternatives and the relatively slower pace of Atletico's play, he would not have employed Kyriakos as a center back. Just as Benitez pondered this, Koch, receiving a pass from Miranda, delivered a precise through ball. Shifting to the center, Reyes collected the ball and embarked on a direct breakthrough. Lucas, overcommitting, was easily evaded, allowing Reyes to continue his advance. As Mascherano approached, a formidable defensive presence, Reyes hesitated to proceed, aware that any delay in the attack would hinder further penetration. After a sudden stop, Reyes lifted his foot and passed the ball to the flank. Positioned on the wing, Erlengzi received the ball, facing the advancing Ager. He first executed a feint to break through, then pulled the ball back, launching an immediate cross. The ball soared towards the center, with Carragher's focus entirely on Fran, while Kajacos sprinted in the direction of the rolling ball, intending to clear it. Noticing that Kajacos had already passed, Carragher relaxed somewhat, even though Fran was also racing to that spot, using his speed to gain some distance on Carragher. Nevertheless, it was evident that Kajacos would arrive first at the location, with ample time to execute the clearance. Then, Carragher watched in disbelief as Kajacos suddenly fell to the ground without any warning. Whether the ground was too slippery or for some other reason, with no one around him, Kajacos simply tumbled. The ball rolled smoothly towards them, and Carragher stared in astonishment as Fran swiftly caught up with it, followed by a powerful strike. Faced with such a close-range shot within the penalty area, even with the quickest reflexes, Reina could do nothing but watch helplessly as the ball found the back of the net. After scoring, Fran first glanced at Kajacos, who was still on the ground, then opened his arms and ran off. Laughter erupted from the Calder end stands, followed by the frenzied cheers of Atlantic Tico fans. Today, fortune favored us. The opponent had stumbled in such a manner. Wei Xiongmao clapped his hands and stood up, having indeed devised a strategy targeting Kajacos, focusing on exploiting this very weakness. Yet, before it could even take effect, Kajacos made such an almost elementary mistake. Benitez's misfortunes seemed to persist. However, reflecting on Liverpool's performances over the years, they had certainly enjoyed a streak of good fortune themselves, having eliminated Mourinho's Chelsea on several occasions, which undoubtedly involved a stroke of luck. Winning the Champions League title was also a testament to their serendipity. While the celebratory champagne in the opposing locker room played a role, without luck, how could they have possibly scored 3 quick goals to equalize in the second half? Having been fortunate for so long, it was indeed time for misfortune to strike. The unfortunate goal was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Benitez stared in disbelief at Kajacos, not attributing the entire misfortune solely to him. After all, Kajacos had scarcely played this season, his appearances limited to the League Cup and the FA Cup, matches that had already been deemed inconsequential. He would not have been thrust into such a pivotal role were it not for the lack of alternatives. Yet, the abrupt mistake was truly disheartening. Kajacos held his head in despair. During his defensive retreat, he had inexplicably slipped, whether from nerves or some other reason. Both Benitez and Kajacos felt utterly cursed. In truth, Liverpool had endured a streak of misfortune throughout the season, and this match's calamity merely epitomized their collective woes. The decline of Liverpool signaled a shift in the Premier League's elite, a dominance that had persisted for 5 to 6 years, now facing uncertainty. As the Premier League braced for fierce competition, Benitez found himself on the brink of being phased out of Europe's elite coaching ranks. "Let you be the first coach I dismiss," thought the observer, clapping his hands in delight. Chapter 82. I am quite satisfied after conceding such a morale-deflating goal. Liverpool found themselves in a precarious situation, subjected to a relentless onslaught from Atletico, as they were pinned within their own half. In this predicament, Liverpool managed to maintain composure against the barrage. Even Kajacos, despite his earlier misstep, demonstrated commendable prowess in direct confrontations. Once Liverpool regained some stability, Atletico began to withdraw gradually, engaging a series of short passes in midfield. Although Liverpool's pressing was fierce, hindering their ability to establish fluid possession, Atletico still managed to retain control to a certain extent. Conversely, when Liverpool initiated their attacks, Atletico's pressing made it exceedingly difficult for them to secure the ball within a 30-meter radius, forcing them to rely on flank plays and lofted balls to create threats. The aggressive and high-pressure tactics employed did indeed impose some strain on Atletico Madrid's defensive line. However, the seasoned Juanito demonstrated remarkable judgment in assessing the trajectory of the ball, while Miranda exhibited equally commendable discernment. The effectiveness of high crosses from the flanks is often minimal. Under the relentless assault from Liverpool, Atletico's defensive positioning and interference proved to be quite effective. Whether it was Babel, Gerrard, or Quit making incursions into the penalty area, Even when they occasionally managed to secure a few advantageous positions, they were unable to pose any significant threat due to the disruption caused by ATL Tico's defenders. Moreover, within the penalty area stood the towering De Gea, just over 6 feet tall, whose ability to intercept crosses was commendable. He frequently thwarted attempts that approached the small box. Observing the lack of effectiveness from this approach, Benitez instructed the Liverpool players to retreat, recognizing that a relentless offensive against ATL Tico was not a prudent strategy, and that a counter-attacking approach would be far more advantageous. This was the tactic meticulously devised by Benitez from the outset. However, with Atletico Madrid having taken an early lead, one must ponder whether the defensive counterattack will still prove effective. Benitez is left in uncertainty. He can only hope that the youthful Wei Xiongmao will not rest content with a single goal advantage, thus prompting Atletico to advance their offense. It is essential to note that Liverpool's attack is not precisely characterized by finesse. They can capitalize on opportunities for direct, long passes and counterattacks as well. Unfortunately, Wei Xiongmao has disappointed him. Following Liverpool's failed offensive attempt, Wei Xiongmao promptly directed Atletico's players to gradually initiate their own attack through ball possession, resolutely avoiding recklessness. Each offensive maneuver, irrespective of its success in scoring, must either result in a dead ball or lead to a goal, or at the very least, force a decisive foul in the front line to disrupt Liverpool's counterattack rhythm. In essence, the objective is clear: to thwart Liverpool's rapid offensive play at all costs. If they are to attack, they must contend with our formidable defensive formation. Faced with Atletico's steadfast style of play, Benitez finds himself utterly at a loss. In the realm of football, success often hinges on exploiting the opponent's vulnerabilities, as many teams lack overwhelming strength, without leveraging the opponent's flaws. Scoring becomes an arduous task, except in cases of sheer luck. Yet, with Atletico now in the lead, Wei Xiongmao's tactical management and deployment of players appear effortlessly adept. There is no need for Atletico's players to engage in reckless offensives. Under Wei Xiongmao's guidance, they consistently maintain control in midfield, orchestrating passes and movements. Whenever Liverpool attempts to attack, they are invariably met with the resolute defensive line of Atletico. Benitez watches with a sense of resignation as the young coach Wei Xiongmao displays an impressive composure. He had initially presumed that the exuberant youth would relentlessly pursue the struggling Kiljakas, given his lackluster performance. While relentless pursuit is not inherently flawed, pressing forward in attack invariably exposes the issues within the defensive line. Benitez hopes that Wei Xiongmao will take this approach, for even if both teams were to score subsequently, it would certainly be a more favorable outcome than the current state of affairs. The significance of away goals in a two-legged match cannot be overstated. This encapsulates the essence of Benitez. He possesses an uncanny ability to exploit even the slightest advantage to achieve the results he desires. However, the Panda does not fall for such tactics. With a seemingly content demeanor after a 1-0 lead at home, deep within, he is far from truly satisfied. He yearns for a more commanding victory, perhaps 2-0 or 3-0. Yet, when faced with the prospect of a 2-1 or 3-2 scoreline, he would undoubtedly prefer a 1-0 lead. Having secured a single goal, the imperative now shifts to maintaining a clean sheet, which outweighs the significance of scoring another. Against a coach like Benitez, one must not afford him excessive opportunities, nor allow even a glimmer of hope to emerge. He is patient and adept at seizing openings. Thus, it is vital to deny him any such chances. As the halftime whistle echoes, Benitez rises in resignation, preparing to retreat to the locker room. At that moment, he caught sight of Wei Xiongmao, who gestured a V sign towards him. Was this an early declaration of victory? Surely, it was intended to provoke me. Benitez smiled softly, offering no response. At this juncture, with our team trailing, any response could easily be exploited by the opposing side. Thus, remaining silent would be prudent. Did Wei Xiongmao prematurely declare victory? But does he intend to score a second goal in this match? Or perhaps he believes he has gained an advantage in the two-legged encounter. As the commentators began to speculate, Wei Xiongmao had already retreated to the locker room. "Boss, what does that signify?" inquired Aguero, the gossiping player who was sidelined from the match due to suspension, as he eagerly entered the locker room. The other players turned their gazes towards Wei Xiongmao. "It denotes my satisfaction with the current situation. Merely a gesture," he replied with a chuckle. Can one express satisfaction with such a gesture? The players exchanged glances. Actually, it serves as a reminder for you all to maintain this momentum in the second half. Liverpool's attacking prowess is currently lacking. While Gerrard occasionally delivers moments of brilliance, he is not as young as he once was, and his technique has become somewhat rough around the edges. By closely marking him and limiting his opportunities to possess the ball, we can diminish his chances of producing any magical moments. This principle applies to the entire Liverpool squad. If we secure a 1-0 victory at home, we will triumph in the two-legged tie, as this would clearly demonstrate that if we focus on our defense, they will struggle to score against us. Since we have already achieved a crucial goal, why not rely on it to win the two-legged match? In Chapter 83, as the second half of the match approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense for Benitez. Atletico Madrid continued to display their characteristic restraint in attack, ensuring every advance resulted in a dead ball situation. Whether it was a speculative long-range shot from Forel end sailing high over the crossbar or a cross blocked out for a corner, their approach remained methodical. Even when Liverpool managed to seize possession, one or two players would swiftly converge to apply pressure, while the rest retreated like a receding tide. Their commitment to defense far outweighed their offensive efforts. Benitez pondered whether this was a premeditated strategy by Wei Xiongmao or a spontaneous adjustment. Regardless, the control and command Wei exhibited over the entire team was truly remarkable. At that moment, Benitez found himself envious of Wei's leadership capabilities. As a coach adept at honing tactical nuances, he yearned for his team to possess formidable execution, translating his strategic visions into reality. However, achieving this was no easy feat. The Liverpool players, for the most part, were obedient, which explained why, after 5 or 6 years under his guidance, there had been no significant unrest in the locker room. It was well known that Benitez, with his notoriously low emotional intelligence, would often point out a player's mistakes rather than offer praise. Even after they had scored 2 goals in a match, the players' patience over the years was commendable. In contrast, Wei Xiongmao commanded the team through a holistic approach rather than fixating on minute details. His acute observations of the players' conditions allowed him to assign tasks that required only their focused attention for completion. As long as the results were favorable, Wei was unconcerned with the methods employed. His commitment to leading by example during training further solidified his authority. He consistently demonstrated the standards he expected from his players. Benitez often faced disfavor among his players for this very reason, demanding performance while failing to demonstrate it himself. Although he hailed from Real Madrid's youth academy, his early retirement at a young age due to a severe injury left him questioning whether he had ever met the demands he placed on his players during his own career. Although such a notion may be misguided, for the roles of coach and player are inherently distinct. Once this line of thinking takes root, it becomes all too easy for a rift to form between the two. However, the approach of the Panda coach has not encountered such issues. Moreover, considering he has only recently taken the helm at Atletico Madrid, any discontent among the players is unlikely to manifest immediately. This dynamic serves as an unwavering advantage for Atletico in this match. While Benitez may endure, the Panda coach grants him no opportunity whatsoever. As the minutes of the second half tick away, Liverpool's offensive efforts remain lackluster. Quick's cross from the flank is promptly cleared by Juanito. Lucas's long ball finds Gerrard. After controlling the ball, forces his way into the box, only to be thwarted by the combined efforts of Miranda and Koch, resulting in a shot that strikes the side netting. Gerrard's incisive pass into the penalty area sees Johnson, under Lopez's interference, momentarily falter in his touch, allowing the recovering Miranda to clear the ball decisively. With 20 minutes elapsed in the second half, Liverpool has managed a mere 3 chances, one of which culminated in a shot that merely grazed the side netting. This starkly illustrates the scarcity of opportunities created by Liverpool. Watching from their screens, Liverpool fans find themselves nostalgically yearning for the presence of those absent from the pitch. Alonso's incisive passes and organizational prowess have always been pivotal in dismantling compact defenses. Likewise, Torres' capacity for breakthrough runs and scoring serves as a potent asset in offensive maneuvers. Even Arbeloa's contributions from the flank appear more reliable than Johnson's. Regrettably, these key players are not on the field, and while Liverpool remains resilient, their attacking play lacks the finesse it once possessed. Confronted by Atletico's formidable defense, they charge forth valiantly, yet can only collide with a wall of resistance. Benitez is unable to remain passive, although it is merely the first leg. The current performance has revealed to him that if Atletico maintains this level of play, it is indeed conceivable that Liverpool may fail to score a single goal. Not in 10 minutes, nor in 90, and potentially not across both legs of the tie. This represents an irreparable flaw in Liverpool, one that can only be mitigated by the immediate return of Torres, whose explosive presence and individual prowess could potentially forge opportunities for scoring. Regrettably, Torres is destined to miss the remainder of this season as he diligently engages in rehabilitation, striving to be fit for the upcoming World Cup. In the next match, Atletico's Agüero makes his return. Even if victory eludes them, it is imperative to experiment with strategies that may prove effective against Atletico. Consequently, Benitez has begun to frequently shuffle his lineup. He first substituted the French forward Ngog for Babel. The Dutch striker had played for over 60 minutes without posing any threat, allowing Miranda to neglect his defensive duties against him, thereby rendering him utterly ineffective. This young Dutch forward possesses commendable qualities, yet has struggled to showcase his potential. And there are reasons for this. Regrettably, Ngo's performance has been even more disappointing. The 20-year-old talent, though possessing an impressive height of 191 meters, displayed a rather average skill level, while his stature seemed to provide him with a slight advantage against Miranda's defense. His presence on the pitch faded swiftly after the introduction of the similarly tall Domingos, who stood nearly 190 meters. Following this, Aquilani took to the field. However, under Garcia's relentless pressing, the Italian midfielders struggled to even secure possession of the ball. In a moment of desperation, Benitez advanced Johnson into the midfield and repositioned Quit to the forward position to bolster their attacking force. Yet, Atletico's defense correspondingly intensified. After Domingos replaced Reyes, Atletico gained an additional defender. Subsequently, the coach made another substitution, bringing on Thiago for Jurado to enhance midfield mobility and protection near the penalty area, successfully maintaining their one-goal lead until the final whistle. Although Liverpool posed some threats during the first 10 minutes of defense, causing some anxious moments for the Atletico fans, they ultimately succeeded in preserving their advantage until the conclusion of the first leg. A score of 1-0. Atletico secured a solid victory at home. Recently, Atletico's performances have grown increasingly steady, and with their home match against Valencia in the Europa League, they have now achieved 5 consecutive matches without conceding a goal. After resolving issues with their attacking prowess, the transformation of Atletico's defense under the coach is starting to show tangible results. I find myself increasingly eager to see the coach's impact on Atletico next season, as the current squad has yet to fully align with his vision. Chapter 84. Benitez's final battle for the Atletico fans. Anticipation for next season is palpably growing. Although this season is not yet concluded, and Atletico still contends for 2 championships, the prospect of a team reshaped by the coach vying for both the league title and the Champions League crown stirs a profound excitement within them. Indeed, this season itself is also worthy of their anticipation. Following their home victory over Liverpool, Atletico faced no setbacks in the league. In this round, they were set to host Tenerife, a team situated in the relegation zone. With 2 consecutive home matches, Atletico's stamina was unlikely to be a significant concern, and securing these 3 points was imperative for the coach. The subsequent match would be against Sevilla, a direct competitor for the Champions League spots. Currently, Atletico held a 4-point lead over Sevilla, and if they could wholeheartedly claim victory in this round, they could afford to strategically relinquish the next match while maintaining a point advantage. Although the away game against Sevilla was crucial, a lead of over 3 points would cushion them against a potential loss. Thus, despite the coach rotating some players in the upcoming weekend, Atletico's squad exerted every ounce of effort on the field. Agüero, who had not played in the last match, shone brightly, scoring a hat-trick and leading Atletico to a resounding 3-0 triumph over Tenerife. After this round, Atletico Madrid's qualification for the Champions League appears to be almost assured. Mallorca was held to a draw by Malaga, and Sevilla succumbed to Getafe. Although Atletico Madrid remains 1 point behind Valencia with 61 points, they now lead Mallorca by 5 points and Sevilla by 7. This already constitutes a significant advantage, with 4 rounds remaining in the league. Although one cannot assert that Atletico Madrid has definitively secured qualification for next season's Champions League, the edge they possess is indeed considerable. Of course, Atletico should not be complacent with merely holding the 4th position, as that would necessitate a playoff. The 3rd place guarantees direct entry into the group stage of the Champions League for Wei Xiongmao, while the 4th place seems secure. Striving for the 3rd is imperative, as participating in the playoffs would require the team to commence their preparations a fortnight earlier, which could severely hinder their readiness for the season. We are pleased to have solidified our 4th place standing, yet one must remain cognizant that 4 rounds still lie ahead. Competing on 2 fronts, our players are unable to fully immerse themselves in the matches. Naturally, Our adversaries face similar challenges, hence fluctuations in our performance are to be anticipated. However, our objectives remain unchanged. 2 championships and qualification for the Champions League are what we seek. In a post-match interview with Angel, Wei Xiongmao remarked that Angel has almost become his dedicated journalist. This is not particularly advantageous for Angel, considering he is already a top-tier journalist at AS, specializing in reporting on Wei Xiongmao, a role that may, in some respects, signify a regression in his career. Nevertheless, Angel is unconcerned, as he now regards Wei Xiongmao as a good friend. Is there anything you would like to convey to the fans ahead of the second leg in 3 days? Angel inquired. Tell the fans that Atletico is undaunted. Aguero has returned and is in excellent form. We will not adopt a conservative approach like we did at home. We aim to score on the road, and we are capable of achieving that. A 1-0 home victory without conceding allows us the opportunity to perform even better away, perhaps with a more aggressive offense. After all, as long as we score, even if we concede 1 goal, we can still advance to the finals. We possess the ability to score at Anfield, a fact that is beyond dispute. Benitez closed the newspaper in his hands. The exclusive interview with Wei Xiongmao had made the front page of AS, and it was impossible for Benitez to overlook it. Keeping abreast of the latest developments regarding opponents has always been a prudent strategy for analyzing them. However, after perusing the interview, Benitez could only manage a bittersweet smile. The management had issued him an ultimatum. Winning the Europa League would be his last hope. Failing to secure the Europa League title would mean he would part ways with the club at the season's end. Yet, facing Atletico at home, Benitez currently feels no sense of assurance. In this interview, Wei Xiongmao revealed certain insights. Yet it aligns closely with Benitez's speculations regarding Wei Xiongmao's tactical direction, either to preserve a slender lead through tenacious defense or to secure goals via offensive maneuvers. In other words, although Wei Xiongmao professes a commitment to attack, it is plausible that he is deliberately obfuscating his true intentions, potentially leading Benitez's strategies to falter. Consequently, Benitez must prepare for dual contingencies. However, such preparations will inevitably deplete Liverpool's already limited resources for match readiness. This predicament is one that Benitez seldom encounters, and he is presently beset by considerable difficulty. Had it not been for his professional integrity as a head coach compelling him to persist, he might have contemplated resigning at this juncture. During the summer, he repeatedly emphasized the necessity of retaining Alonso, yet the management chose to release him, an instance where he ought to have considered stepping down. Instead, he finds himself navigating this tumultuous season, enduring significant adversity. Nevertheless, after reflecting on this, Benitez sighed and resolved to prepare for the upcoming match, for he is not one to abandon his responsibilities. Regardless of the outcome at the season's end, he must ensure that he is thoroughly prepared for these final encounters. Of course, with a limited squad and no tactical advantages, the first leg's 1-0 victory at home against Atletico Madrid has afforded Wei Xiongmao greater latitude in tactical choices. He may initiate an aggressive offensive at the outset to seek an early goal, or he could strategically employ defensive tactics to stretch out time, even adjusting his approach based on the live score during the match. Ultimately, the advantage gained in the first leg has positioned him favorably in terms of tactical deployment and options. However, such an advantage is a result of Wei Xiongmao's diligent efforts in the initial match. Other players offer little variance, leaving Benitez with only Aquilani as a potential game-changer. Should he exhibit some control in midfield, there remains hope for a competitive match. As for the defensive line's current inadequacies, that is a separate concern. As long as the midfield can bolster its control, Liverpool's offense will appear more adept compared to the previous match, avoiding the stifling grip of Atletico's defense. It is crucial to recognize that, while Atletico's defense is indeed formidable, it is not devoid of exploitable weaknesses. Chapter 85. The Pitfalls of Benitez. I harbor some concerns regarding Liverpool's offensive capabilities, yet their defensive shortcomings are insurmountable. Thus, we can afford to shift our focus more towards offense in this match. Although our defense is robust, failing to capitalize on the evident vulnerabilities in the opponent's backline would be a grave oversight. In the previous match, we opted for a conservative approach, prioritizing the preservation of our lead after scoring. However, in this match, there is no necessity for such caution. Upon arriving in Liverpool, Wei Xiongmao has been quite busy with meetings. Despite the significant advantage of playing on home turf, with only one match remaining to reach the UEFA Europa League final, it is impossible for him to underestimate this encounter. In the earlier knockout stages of the Europa League, Wei Xiongmao did not feel an overwhelming sense of certainty about securing victory. although a championship holds great importance for him. Jeopardizing their pursuit of a top-4 finish in the league would be a considerable trade-off. After all, progressing from a knockout rounds to the finals requires Atletico Madrid to play a total of 8 matches, leaving them little time for rest. Consequently, Wei Xiongmao often adopted a more daring approach in cup competitions, such as aiming for a scoreless draw at home after a 2-2 away result, which conserves energy. However, the risk of an unexpected defeat loomed large, as it was uncertain whether an opponent might suddenly deliver a stunning blow to eliminate Atletico Madrid. Yet, this gamble was necessary. If they lost, it was paramount that it did not hinder their league aspirations. Now, having reached the semifinals, the finals opponent is unlikely to be formidable, coupled with a significant advantage in the league. Thus, Wei Xiongmao places considerable emphasis on this match. Indeed, Liverpool's defense is severely depleted, with Skrtel and Aurelio still unable to play, leaving Adler to shift to the left side and Kilgallen to fill the center-back void. Domingo could not help but chuckle. We have been fortunate. Had it not been for the absence of key defenders, Barcelona would not have suffered such a fate against us. Wei Xiongmao chuckled in response. He does not perceive this as a source of shame. The depth of the bench and the frequency of player injuries are crucial indicators of a club's overall strength. It is not as if he had inflicted those injuries upon them. However, Benitez, a tactical mastermind, continues to weave his magic even with limited personnel. Prior to the match, Wei Xiongmao received the starting lineup for Liverpool. He received the information from club staff while in the car, and upon glancing at it, he muttered a profanity. What's wrong? The players leaned in, curious, as Wei Xiongmao, despite his seemingly irreverent demeanor, seldom cursed in their presence. The involuntary exclamation indicated that, at that moment, his composure had wavered. It's nothing. I just didn't expect their starting lineup. Benitez truly knows how to play the game. Wei Xiongmao sighed, and, at that moment, Domingo also caught sight of Liverpool's starting lineup, echoing a similar sentiment. The positions remained largely unchanged. Babel still occupied the forward position, with Gerrard behind him, while Benayoun and Quit flanked the wings. However, Lucas's midfield partner had been replaced by Aquilani. In defense, the absence of Kajacos was notable, as vice-captain Carragher partnered with Adler at center-back. The left-back position had transitioned to Glenn Johnson, who, despite being right-footed, could adeptly play on the left, reflecting a contemporary trend of right-backs assuming left-back roles. Although his crossing may lack finesse, his ability to cut inside and shoot remained commendable. As for the right-back position, it was filled by Mascherano, originally a defensive midfielder, in an unexpected turn of events. Had Mascherano been moved to center-back to replace Kajacos, I wouldn't have been as surprised. Wei Xiongmao remarked. The alteration of 3 defensive positions was something he would never consider, as it could easily lead to chaos. Despite the competency of these players in their new roles, the confusion stemming from multiple positional changes could be immense. We shall continue our offensive assault and break them down, Wei Xiongmao declared. Their defense will undoubtedly falter. Let us capitalize on this by scoring more goals. He held an unwavering confidence in this strategy. This indicates that he still lacks a comprehensive understanding of Benitez. Consequently, in this instance of personnel adjustment, Benitez has indeed made the Pandas suffer a significant setback. It is true that Liverpool's defense featured 3 new positions. However, the impact on them has been relatively minimal. For many years, Liverpool has consistently employed such rotations. Benitez once established a remarkable record at Liverpool of differing starting lineups across 99 consecutive matches. Thus, the players have grown accustomed to partnering with various teammates in different positions. The impact of such changes is undeniably significant. After all, players are human, not machines, and a change in position can lead to fluctuations in performance. However, the Liverpool players seem to be less affected by this transition. Moreover, Adler has always played as a central defender, much like Carragher, who is capable of occupying various positions along the defensive line. Nevertheless, his primary role remains that of central defender, and partnering with Carragher in that position poses no issues whatsoever. Mascherano, although primarily a defensive midfielder, possesses experience as a defender. He can adeptly play as a central or right back, and if the focus is solely on defensive duties, he is unlikely to encounter any difficulties. As for Johnson, he continues to play as a full-back, albeit in a different position, and his responsibilities on the field remain largely unchanged. Consequently, in this context, Atletico Madrid's offensive efforts did not yield the anticipated results against the formidable Liverpool side. In this match, the Panda team deployed a formidable attacking lineup featuring Reyes and Simon, with Fran and Aguero also taking the field as forward partners. However, despite this aggressive formation, they struggled to create significant opportunities against Liverpool's defense. Simon was effectively neutralized by Mascherano's excellent defensive skills. Reyes exhibited some impressive breakthroughs, yet he could not match Johnson's speed. Once Johnson engaged him, Reyes's advances lost their potency. Meanwhile, in terms of defensive recovery, the outstanding characteristics of top defenders Carragher and Adger began to manifest fully. Within the penalty area, Fran and Aguero found it exceedingly difficult to seize any chances, while long-range shots from outside the box did not always yield results. After withstanding Atletico Madrid's offensive efforts, Liverpool's counterattacks were vibrant and impactful. Just before the end of the first half, the match's surprise player, Aquilani, received a pass from Gerrard and decisively took a shot from the edge of the penalty area, sending the ball skimming into Atletico's net. 1-0. The aggregate score now stood at 1-1, with Liverpool leveling the overall score. This player certainly has something special. Fortunately, we still have opportunities in the second half. The Panda cast a distant glance at the still composed Benitez, contemplating silently. Chapter 86. Learning from each other having been unexpectedly outmaneuvered by the opponent. The Panda did not exhibit any signs of frustration. After all, one who navigates the realm of football must endure setbacks. Sports, by their very nature, are fraught with unpredictability. Even the mightiest can falter in competition. The basketball legend Michael Jordan has been blocked, and football icons like Pelé and Maradona have been dispossessed. Thus, it is only natural for coaches to experience similar challenges. The myriad factors in a football match make it commonplace to encounter setbacks. Moreover, the second half would not lack opportunities to reclaim the momentum. Our overall performance in the first half was commendable. However, we failed to commit fully to our offensive strategy. This was my oversight, as I anticipated defensive errors from them, believing that a balanced approach between offense and defense would suffice to breach their lines. Yet, Liverpool's defense proved remarkably resilient, with their defenders performing admirably. The score is currently tied, but it is essential to note that we have not conceded a goal at home. Emphasizing this point, I reiterate, we have not conceded a goal at home. The importance of this cannot be overstated. In the second half, let's press forward and launch our offensive without concern. Even if they score again, as long as we can net one ourselves, we will emerge victorious. Liverpool's defense is not as impenetrable as ours, and our attacking prowess surpasses theirs. This is our advantage. We can perform even better away from home. Do you understand? The players nodded in agreement. They had felt somewhat out of sorts in the first half, yet had not understood the reasons behind it, as instinct often guides players in their performance. Now, with the Panda urging them to commit wholeheartedly to the attack, they were ready to embrace the challenge. We delivered a flawless performance in the first half. In the second half, Atletico Madrid will undoubtedly launch a fierce offensive, as their coach is inclined to do so. Benitez confidently asserted that he has discerned the forthcoming strategies of the Rojiblancos. Atletico inherently excels in attack, fielding a formidable offensive lineup. However, during the first half, their focus leaned more towards defense, inhibiting their full offensive potential. This miscalculation will be rectified in the second half. Thus, we must strengthen our defense to withstand their onslaught and capitalize on counterattacks to score. Do you comprehend? Now, it is our turn to ensure we do not concede a goal. By maintaining our defensive integrity, we can keep the match balanced, enhancing our chances of proceeding to extra time, where we shall dominate. The players of Liverpool nodded in agreement. Atletico's style of play is indeed taxing on their stamina, as their tactics rely heavily on extensive running. Although Atletico may manage their energy throughout regular time, what will happen in extra time? Moreover, considering Atletico's recent schedule of playing twice a week, their fatigue and depletion far exceed that of Liverpool. The players of Liverpool are equally capable of running. They also have had more time to recuperate than Atlantico. This is precisely the effect that Benitez desired. It was this realization that prompted the team to launch a wholehearted offensive in the second half. Fear not the loss of goals, for even conceding a goal would disrupt the equilibrium established over two legs. Regardless of who scores in the second half, the balance of the two-legged tie will be shattered, signifying that the match must conclude within 90 minutes. This also represents Atletico Madrid's sole opportunity for triumph. As the second half commences, Liverpool, taking the initiative, launches an offensive. Gerrard, after a determined breakthrough, unleashes a shot, which is partially thwarted by Juanito, who intervenes with his body. The ball then veers into the penalty area, but De Gea, reacting swiftly, manages to smother it beneath him. The attack is underway. Wei Xiongmao shouted from the sidelines. At that moment, resembling not a commander, but rather a bugler, his voice serving as the clarion call for the charge. Atletico Madrid swiftly launched their offensive. When Coke received the ball in midfield, Aquilani pressed forward. Although Aquilani was no longer a young talent at 26, he bore a resemblance to the former Reyes, both having risen to prominence in their youth, yet failing to meet the lofty expectations placed upon them, often hindered by injuries. Thus, upon seeing Coke, Aquilani felt a pang of nostalgia. At just 19, Coke had already established himself as a key player for Atletico. While Aquilani's own career had begun with equal promise, he debuted for Roma at 18 and returned from a year of development in Serie B to become starter. Unfortunately, injuries had curtailed his potential. Despite his reflections, Aquilani pressed on, his defensive skills being average. However, Coke's modest stature allowed for some physical engagement. As Aquilani approached, Coke opted not to dribble further, but instead lifted his foot to pass the ball. He adhered to Wei Xiongmao's principle of not letting the ball linger too long at his feet. As a pivotal midfielder, maintaining precision in passing was essential, particularly under pressure, where the priority was to deliver the ball accurately and safely. Following this, orchestrating the attack and distributing the ball became crucial, for losing possession in a deeper position could lead to disaster. Having been promoted directly from the reserve team to the first team under Wei Xiongmao's guidance, Coke was keenly attuned to his coach's instructions, resulting in a gradual evolution of his playing style. He refrained from dwelling on the ball. While his passes might not always initiate an attack, they were invariably secure. After releasing the ball, Coke made an advance. Upon receiving the ball from Simo, who was unable to turn, Coke swiftly passed it back. The advancing Gark, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a powerful long-range shot directed at the bottom left corner of the goal. Reina executed a splendid save, diverting the ball out for a corner. On the sidelines, Benitez furrowed his brow. The Liverpool defenders had effectively marked nearly all of Atletico's attacking threats, yet they had allowed Gark, a hard-working midfielder, to create a significant scoring opportunity. It was evident that Wei Xiongmao had come prepared. When defending, ensure you retreat a bit more, he instructed. Benitez summoned the captain, Gerard, and Quit, addressing them directly. Both Gerard and Quit nodded in unison. Despite being primarily offensive players, they were equally adept at defending. Observing their positions gradually retreating, Wei Xiongmao bit his lip and cast a distant glance at Benitez. Do you wish to emulate my tactical approach from the previous match? Let us see if you can breach our defenses. Chapter 87. Atletico's offensive strategy. Indeed, Benitez was replicating the tactical mindset Wei Xiongmao had employed in the last game. While the specific strategies could not be identical, the overall situation was quite similar. As long as they could endure until the final whistle, the advantage would shift to Liverpool in extra time. Atletico's stamina would falter in such an intense contest, unable to sustain through extra time, whereas Liverpool could persevere. This was the only advantage Benitez could firmly grasp, and he would undoubtedly maneuver in that direction. Furthermore, the lead established in the first half empowered Benitez to advance with greater confidence toward this goal. This seasoned tactical maestro, under nearly impossible circumstances, managed to create an opportunity for Wei Xiongmao. Fortunately, Wei Xiongmao still had the second half of the match to rectify the earlier missteps. With Quit and Gerard retreating, there was little left for Wei Xiongmao to say. He promptly made a substitution. Colorado replaced Juanito. Given that Liverpool's counterattack now rested solely on Babel, it was prudent to retain Miranda as a central defender. Colorado's entry ensured that Atletico's attacking positions would not overlap. In fact, his ability to strike from distance and distribute the ball effectively in advanced positions was quite remarkable. Throughout the first half of the season, he primarily served as Rodriguez's substitute, but after Wei Xiongmao's appointment, he emerged as a semi-starter. At times, he would start, while on others, Reyes would take the field, both sharing the primary role admirably. In this manner, despite the absence of a traditional center forward, Atletico Madrid's offensive strategies are remarkably diverse. They possess the capability for long-range shots from outside the penalty area, incisive breakthroughs, intricate interplay among players, flank attacks, and opportunistic positioning within the box. Notably, their long-range efforts include Falcao's enigmatic strikes, HLK's mid-range attempts, Simo's lateral cuts followed by powerful shots, and Garke's late runs culminating in goal attempts. These myriad offensive tactics can easily overwhelm defenders. Moreover, Aguero's agility within the penalty area presents a significant challenge to the likes of Carragher and Adger, quintessential English center-backs. While Aguero may not match them in physical stature, his speed, technical prowess, and quick reflexes pose considerable difficulties for opposing central defenders. This array of attacking talent is the very foundation of ATL Tico as confidence. Although their performance in the first half of the season was somewhat underwhelming due to tactical constraints, under the guidance of their manager, they have truly flourished. This resurgence is not solely attributable to tactical adjustments, but also to the presence of a proficient playmaker behind them. When they're able to receive the ball higher up the pitch, their attacking capabilities are significantly enhanced. An increase in offensive opportunities naturally translates to a greater likelihood of scoring, while a higher frequency of their own attacks concurrently diminishes the opponent's chances. ATL Tico's remarkable performance over the past few months can be distilled into these two critical aspects. Faced with Liverpool's defensive line, ATL Tico began to unleash their full repertoire of offensive maneuvers. After Reyes shifted to a central position, he executed a series of successful breakthroughs. Carragher stepped up to obstruct his path, resulting in Reyes's pass ricocheting off Carragher and soaring sideways. Following this, Simo seized the opportunity and unleashed a long-range shot that narrowly missed the target. Just 2 minutes later, after receiving the ball on the flank, Simo cut inside, drawing some defensive attention towards the advancing Elpez. Observing the unmarked Coke making a forward run, Simo promptly delivered a pass, leading to another long-range effort from Coke that sailed over the crossbar. Noticing that ATL Tico's consecutive attacks concluded with long-range shots, Benitez felt a slight sense of relief. As the success rate of such attempts is relatively low, and merely expanding the defensive coverage would not suffice to prevent them. Rather than risking an expanded defensive area that might afford Aguero and others more opportunities, he deemed it wiser to gamble on luck. However, the subsequent long-range strike from ATL Tico transformed Benitez's expression, indicating a shift in the match's dynamics. This time, it was Fran's turn to take a long-range shot as he ventured outside the penalty area. Cork distributed the ball, and Fran received it over 30 meters away from the goal. After a slight adjustment, he unleashed a powerful long-range strike without even lifting his head. The shot soared high into the sky, and just when everyone anticipated it would sail over the crossbar, it unexpectedly began to descend. Before anyone could react, it struck forcefully just above the crossbar, then ricocheted down to the baseline. Anfield fell into a momentary silence, and after several seconds, the Liverpool supporters collectively exhaled in relief. The long-range shot was utterly terrifying, striking without the slightest forewarning, and despite appearing unlikely to score, it nearly found the back of the net. Had it descended merely 10 centimeters lower, it would have surely been a goal. It is worth noting that from the moment Fran received the ball to the instant he shot, scarcely a second elapsed. Given his range of motion, identifying such shooting space is astonishingly effortless. If this style of play persists, what hope is there for defense? If one attempt fails, there will be another, then another, and eventually, one will surely find its way in, leading to inevitable disaster. Steven marked Fran closely. Benitez rose and shouted into the field. At this moment, only Gerrard seemed truly dependable. Although his defensive abilities were not particularly remarkable, his determination was what enabled him to shadow a forward like Forlan, who rarely engaged in physical confrontations. Gerrard nodded subtly to the coach on the sidelines before positioning himself alongside Forlan. The strategist, with an air of composure, understood that if Gerrard did not take this action, Forlan would seize more opportunities. By neutralizing Liverpool's most formidable defender, he felt he had not lost out either. The offensive onslaught from ATL Tico Madrid showed no signs of abating. Forlan began to roam freely, leading Gerrard on a chase. Gerrard was acutely aware of this maneuver, but could not afford to stray from Forlan's proximity. The latter, within a 30-meter radius of the attacking zone, posed a constant threat with his unpredictable long-range shots. While other players could be overlooked when it came to long-range attempts, Forlan was an exception that could not be ignored. Teams that underestimated his shooting often found themselves at a disadvantage. As Gerrard became preoccupied with Forlan, ATL Tico's offense shifted away from long-range efforts and began to focus on penetrating through the defense, distributing the ball, and seeking opportunities within the penalty area. Hilo, and the ever-dynamic AG Arrow, who frequently drew defenders out of the box, began to leverage their dribbling skills to create chances. Liverpool's defense struggled under the pressure. They were not particularly adept at countering such penetrating attacks, as both center backs lacked agility and Johnson was not known for his defensive prowess. The only reliable defensive stalwart was Mascherano. Under this relentless assault, Liverpool's backline appeared precarious, on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, they persevered, understanding that ATL Tico's style of play was equally taxing on their stamina. They believed that if they could endure, they would not need to hold out until the end of regular time. After 80 minutes, the threat posed by ATL Tico's attacks would diminish significantly. Now, with 70 minutes elapsed in the match, the tension was palpable. In the 88th chapter, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. 75 minutes had elapsed. Benitez glanced at the clock, contemplating in his mind that if they could hold on for just a few more minutes, ATL Tico's offensive intensity would likely wane, at which point it would be Liverpool's time to shine. He has yet to make a substitution, solely to unleash a fierce offensive during extra time. Of course, should the opposing team score, he can only lament his misfortune, for this is the only path to victory. Football matches often unfold in such a manner. The head coach must take risks. If successful, he is hailed as a tactical genius. If not, he is criticized for his poor decisions. For instance, if Liverpool ultimately eliminates ATL Tico Madrid, those journalists who previously praised Wei Xiongmao for his cautious and calculated approach, achieving the best outcome at minimal cost, might swiftly reverse their stance, arguing that it was precisely Wei Xiongmao's conservatism at home that allowed ATL Tico to escape with a chance. Yet in this moment, Wei Xiongmao's expression remains unchanged. He has already fielded Atlantic Tico's strongest attackers, and further substitutions would merely be superfluous. Introducing Keiko would not enhance the breakthrough capabilities beyond those of Reyes and Simo, and Borja would struggle to find space against Ajer and Carragher's defense. The hope now rests solely on the players on the pitch. There are no alternatives. The ATL Tico players share no other thoughts. They continue their offensive. Wei Xiongmao's gaze falls upon Aguero. In such a pivotal moment, it is the top-tier stars who must shine. ATL Tico boasts several talented attackers, but only Aguero can truly be deemed a superstar. Though still young, it is players of his caliber who can create miracles in critical situations. Wei Xiongmao eagerly anticipates this decisive moment. When uncertainty looms, the ball must be entrusted to Aguero. Coke, holding the ball deeper in the field, finds himself at a loss, unsure whom to pass to, as each forward is closely marked by at least one defender. In that instant, he recalls Wei Xiongmao's words spoken before the match. However, at that moment, Aguero has just emerged from the penalty area to receive the ball. Yet he is closely shadowed by Ajer and Lucas. In such circumstances, what options does he truly have? Nevertheless, remembering Wei Xiongmao's advice, Coke swiftly passes the ball. Aguero, with his back to the goal, receives the ball as Lucas approaches from the side. Lucas's movements are swift, while his defense may not be particularly aggressive. His speed and athleticism present a significant threat. Aguero deftly nudges the ball to the side, shielding it with his body, and quickly pivots, elegantly turning to face forward before racing ahead. Lucas, caught off guard, lunges but misses entirely. Had he not been so aggressive, he might have adjusted his steps and recovered to defend. With this simple maneuver, Aguero eludes Lucas and accelerates toward the penalty area. Ajer approached with measured caution. An experienced player like him was not so reckless as to rush him blindly. Instead, he positioned himself to obstruct Aguero's path, advancing and retreating strategically. As they neared the Liverpool penalty area, the home side had a significant numerical advantage within a box, making a potential double team inevitable, one that even Maradona would struggle to evade. However, Aguero did not press forward any further. Upon nearing the edge of the penalty arc, he suddenly swung his right foot, unleashing a powerful shot from that position. Ajer reacted swiftly, launching himself in an attempt to intercept Aguero's strike with his body, but he was still a moment too late. The ball zipped past Ajer, tracing a perfect arc as it flew towards the lower right corner of the goal. Ajer's body had entirely obstructed Aguero's shooting motion, leaving Reina to react only when the ball had already slipped past Ajer. Faced with a shot of such speed and precision, it was evident that any attempt at a save would be futile. Indeed, in the next instant, before he could even make a move, the ball had already nestled into the net's corner. It was a goal. Aguero, an absolutely magnificent strike. He truly is a prodigious talent. In recent seasons at ATL Tico Madrid, while his tally may not have surpassed that of Forlan, he consistently delivered crucial goals. This goal broke the deadlock, vital for ATL Tico. Amidst the commentators' exuberant exclamations, Aguero spread his arms wide and sprinted across Anfield. Tens of thousands of Liverpool fans observed in silence, acknowledging the brilliance of the goal, yet they would never offer praise to their adversary. After a moment of quiet, the classic anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," resounded once more above Anfield. This is their final act of defiance. In the past 5 or 6 years, this year has proven to be the most dismal for Liverpool. They will be absent from the Champions League next season, and this season's Europa League remains their only glimmer of hope. However, even this hope seems to be slipping away. Amidst the mournful strains of a lament, the Guardian Panda stands with arms raised. After the goal was scored, fate had already been sealed. It was not merely a last-minute victory. It was far more poignant than that. Following the goal, Liverpool found themselves in a desperate position, requiring at least 2 more goals to eliminate Atletico Madrid. However, Atletico was not inclined to simply concede further goals. Despite having made several attacking substitutions, Atletico's coach still had 2 substitutions at his disposal. Domingos came on for Fran, and Thiago replaced Reyes. The formation swiftly transitioned from a robust 3-5-2 to a more defensive 4-5-1, with only Aguero and Sim O remaining active in the front line while the rest retreated. Rafa Benitez, cornered by the circumstances, found himself with limited options. He could only introduce another forward, positioning Quit in an offensive role and pushing Johnson further up to launch a vigorous assault. Yet, these efforts proved fruitless. With Domingos on the pitch, Atletico's defense gained height within the penalty area, bolstered by layers of midfield protection. Their 2-goal cushion allowed them to focus entirely on defense. Amidst the unwavering cheers of Liverpool supporters, the players mounted relentless attacks. In stoppage time, Gerrard delivered a sublime pass, finding Benayoun who, with a sharp angle, unleashed a powerful shot that found the back of the net. Nevertheless, this effort could not prevent Liverpool from being eliminated by Atletico, who advanced on the strength of their away goals. The final score was 1-2, with the aggregate standing at 2-2, thus securing Atletico's place in the Europa League final. Chapter 89. This is my first time as the final whistle blew. Benitez briefly closed his eyes before rising to his feet. He recognized that his journey with Liverpool had reached its conclusion. With only a match or 2 remaining in the league, the outcome held little significance for Liverpool. This defeat rendered the upcoming matches inconsequential, marking what could be considered his final game in charge of the team. Regrettably, the brilliance of a top-tier star had dictated the outcome. Benitez extended his hand towards the coach of Atletico, who merely shrugged in response. He certainly wouldn't divulge that Aguero's moment of brilliance was a product of a well-timed boost he had provided. This non-specific technical buff is indeed quite costly, requiring a substantial 500 stamina points. Were it not for the significance of this match, he would have refrained from utilizing it. In hindsight, it appears to have been a worthwhile investment, as Aguero's moment of brilliance secured the victory. I consider myself fortunate. However, fortune is invariably built upon prowess, replied Wei Xiongmao. That is certainly the case. Benitez nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in such a statement. For a considerable portion of his greatest accolades has indeed relied on a stroke of luck. Throughout the years of the Champions League, there's been but one final that stood out. The matches over the past 6 months have imparted considerable insight upon me. It seems I must enhance my physical training further, Benitez pondered thoughtfully. That is my unique secret. Wei Xiongmao chuckled softly. Benitez smiled in silence, reluctant to press Wei Xiongmao for details. In Benitez's view, even if there were tricks to physical training, their impact was minimal. Ultimately, it all comes down to practice. He was uncertain about the team he would lead next, but he was determined to rigorously train them and experiment with the new strategies he had observed from Wei Xiongmao. Unbeknownst to him, this very hesitation would lead to a dismal failure when he took charge of his next squad. Those who learn from me thrive, while those who mimic me perish, Wei Xiongmao muttered to himself upon hearing the news of Benitez's dismissal. Of course, that was a matter for another time. During the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao did not deny that his journey to the final, relying on away goals to eliminate 3 opponents, involved a measure of luck. However, he emphasized that even luck is a product of thorough preparation. The journalists offered little criticism of his remarks, as their attention was captivated by Benitez, who, during the conference, announced his resignation as Liverpool's head coach. He expressed that after 6 seasons in the role, he felt a sense of weariness. The decline in performance this season, he accepted, was his responsibility, and he was prepared to bear the consequences by stepping down from his position. This undoubtedly qualifies as significant news. In the past 5 or 6 years, The balance of power in the Premier League has been such that the top four teams have consistently occupied the leading positions. Rafa Benitez was on the verge of establishing a lengthy tenure with the club, akin to Sir Alex Ferguson and Arsene Wenger. Yet, he chose to resign. After securing a top four finish for 4 consecutive seasons, he stepped down following a single season in which his team fell out of the upper echelon. It is indeed a poignant sight. Wei Xiongmao observed that the journalist's attention was solely focused on Benitez, which allowed him a moment of leisure. It was not until the conclusion of the press conference that he exchanged a handshake with Benitez and departed from the scene. On the journey back to Madrid, he remained unusually silent, a stark contrast to his typical demeanor. Did witnessing such a renowned coach leave in such a disheartened manner evoke any feelings within him? Domingo couldn't help but ponder this. Upon arriving in Madrid, Wei Xiongmao announced the dissolution of the team and granted the players a half-day reprieve, instructing them to return to the club for training the following afternoon. Though the brevity of this break might seem stingy, the players understood. With the league match just 3 or 4 days away, an additional day off would hinder their ability to regain form, making a half-day break quite reasonable. As the players began to depart, Domingo felt compelled to check on Wei Xiongmao. He empathized with Wei's current state of mind, despite having led the team to commendable achievements. He appeared unexpectedly despondent, indicating a possible psychological concern. Thus, Domingo proposed that they go out for drinks and invited their mutual friend, Angel, to join them. "Buy me a drink? Have you struck it rich?" Wei Xiongmao remarked. "What wealth comes from having a drink?" Domingo replied, "Passive." Upon arriving at the bar, Wei Xiongmao bellowed, "Bring us a glass of your finest wine." Domingo was taken aback, and Angel curiously inquired, "Wei doesn't seem to be in a low mood." At that moment, Domingo realized that whether he faced the situation head-on or not, he would still have to confront it. He raised his head, pushed the drink the bartender brought over towards Angel, took a glass for himself, and stated, "Since Benitez announced his departure, he has spoken very little, which makes me worry about his emotional state." Benitez's dismissal was indeed major news. Our publication, AS, also covered it. It was my duty to interview the assistant coach who played a role in Benitez's exit. Angel chuckled. "Benitez was not dismissed by me. Had we not made the top four this year, he would have been let go regardless of whether he won the Europa League." Wei Xiongmao took a sip and replied, "Surely not. Winning the Europa League would be a commendable achievement, enough to secure his position. Moreover, Benitez's performance over the past few seasons has been commendable. Even without a title, Liverpool's management has exhibited considerable tolerance. How could they possibly dismiss him over one poor season?" Domingo expressed his astonishment. "You're thinking like a conventional management team, but the current Liverpool leadership is no longer comprised of football-loving magnates. They are a consortium of fund investors from America. Their evaluation of a coach is not based on titles, but on the team's performance and whether it can maintain financial equilibrium. In recent years, Liverpool has consistently secured a position within the top four, reaping the rewards of Champions League participation. Thus, any outcome seemed acceptable. However, this year, failing to secure a top four finish renders even a quintuple triumph inconsequential. "So, this is what makes you sorrowful," murmured Gel. "Who is sorrowful?" retorted Wei Xiongmao. "Well, you've been rather quiet for a while." Domingo could no longer contain himself. "It is merely that I find myself reflecting on the fact that Benitez was the first esteemed coach I personally ushered away. Who knows how many other distinguished coaches I may send off in the future, but he remains the first. This is my inaugural experience," Wei Xiongmao declared with a sense of pride. Domingo promptly spat out his drink. Chapter 90. The impulse to strike. Observing Wei Xiongmao, who unabashedly savored the expensive liquor he had purchased, Domingo, despite his honest nature, felt a surge of aggression. Initially thinking to console him due to his apparent discontent, he was taken aback to find him flaunting his bravado while indulging in such costly libations. "Ha! I believe that at your level, you are bound to part ways with many top-tier coaches. This occasion is indeed worth commemorating." Angel could not help but chuckle heartily. Indeed. All right, I shall indulge in this drink. We still have 4 league matches and 2 finals ahead, but thankfully, our position in the top 4 is virtually assured." Wei Xiongmao proclaimed as he stood up. "And you're leaving? After ordering so much wine? Once poured, it cannot be returned," Domingo muttered. "What does it matter? Just treat someone to a drink." "Ah, this lovely lady, may I have the honor of inviting you for a glass of wine?" Wei Xiongmao lifted a glass and turned to the solitary woman seated in the nearby booth. The woman seemed momentarily taken aback, her body stiffening before she quickly relaxed and turned her head. "Is that so? Then I am truly honored," she replied with a smile. Both Wei Xiongmao and Domingo were momentarily stunned. Galia Cerezo regarded the two coaches and couldn't help but laugh. So, was your earlier offer to buy me a drink merely a jest? Ah, I hadn't anticipated that Miss Galia would also be here. It is indeed my privilege to invite you for a drink. Wei Xiongmao promptly switched to French, charmingly attempting to impress her, while Domingo rolled his eyes, thinking, that drink was paid for with my money. The trio, originally engaged in conversation at the bar, soon moved their drinks to Galia's booth. She, unfazed, began to drink and converse with them. Europeans certainly deserve commendation in this regard. Once work hours are over, they do not mix work with leisure. However, with all four involved in football-related professions, their conversation inevitably gravitated towards the sport. Galia, whose expertise lies in finance, mostly listened attentively. When a discussion turned to Wei Xiongmao's earlier remark about how American billionaires prioritize club revenue over championships, Galia concurred wholeheartedly. The financial reforms instituted by UEFA are bound to give rise to an entirely new operational framework for clubs. The era in which wealth could dictate one's whims is gradually fading. For a club to thrive, it must expand comprehensively, generating sufficient revenue to acquire top-tier players. The days of a single individual, like Abramovich, investing exorbitant sums to transform a mid-tier team into a championship contender are becoming increasingly rare. European clubs are on the brink of monumental change, Gloria stated. I concur with this assessment. Before achieving stability, it is imperative to elevate the club's revenue to a significant level to maintain competitiveness. Just observe, even if Manchester United performs poorly, they will remain a formidable force due to their staggering revenue, Wei Xiongmao remarked after taking a sip of his drink. In Bayern Munich, Gloria interjected. Indeed, Wei Xiongmao nodded. What about Barcelona and Real Madrid? Domingo could not resist asking. These two clubs are distinct, being elite membership-based institutions that transcend typical club structures. No other teams possess memberships in the hundreds of thousands like Real Madrid and Barcelona, even if each member contributes a mere €1,000 annually. That equates to 100 million in revenue, which is unlikely to dwindle, Wei Xiongmao explained. Yes, in this regard, we at Atletico are somewhat lacking, which is precisely what I have been striving to address over the past few years. It is no secret, but I hope it remains confidential, Gloria said to Angel. Angel shrugged. Rest assured, I adhere to my professional ethics and know what can and cannot be disclosed. In any case, few would believe it, Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Gloria cast a glance at Wei Xiongmao and nodded. Indeed, even if spoken, few would believe it. Those who do are primarily executives from various clubs, especially in finance, who undoubtedly understand the reality. With 4 rounds of the league remaining, I hope you can lead the team into next season's Champions League. Only then can I provide you with as much transfer budget as possible this summer, Gloria concluded. Wei Xiongmao shrugged. The transfer fees are negotiable. Whether 30 million or 50 million, the difference is negligible. The real challenge lies in securing the players I desire. We shall address that when the time comes. Wei Xiongmao replied. I am merely responsible for providing the transfer funds. The real headaches regarding transfers belong to you and Mr. Amarudo. Gloria teased playfully before setting down her glass. I must take my leave. It has been a pleasure to share a drink with you, Mr. Wei. The pleasure is mine. Wei Xiongmao responded courteously. Domingo, ever the chatterbox, interjected. The drinks were on me first. Wei Xiongmao patted Domingo on the shoulder. I use your drinks to toast Miss Gloria, so you can revel in double the joy. Why do I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to strike someone upon hearing these words? Angel pondered. It is merely an illusion. Such a refined and cultured individual could never harbor violent impulses. Wei Xiongmao gently patted Angel on the shoulder. Observing his two contemplative friends, he resolved to take his leave. See you tomorrow. After Wei Xiongmao departed, Angel and Domingo exchanged a glance. I suddenly believe this fellow will undoubtedly become an exceptional coach in the future, Angel remarked. Indeed, with such a formidable inner strength and the audacity to declare that he will part ways with more renowned coaches, how could he possibly fail? Domingo replied. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is undeniably a delightful endeavor. The two clinked their glasses and finished the remaining wine. As they exited the bar, both felt a slight intoxication. Their homes lay in opposite directions, and they bid each other farewell before heading home. Just a few steps out, Domingo was called back by Angel, who turned around, somewhat surprised. We should secure 2 championships this season, right? And qualify for the Champions League next season? Angel inquired, exhaling a breath of alcohol. Domingo looked at Angel and chuckled. Of course, we shall certainly achieve that. If he has treated me to so much wine and fails to accomplish these 3 tasks, I shall demand tenfold compensation, Domingo declared. Angel laughed heartily as well, waved his hand, and turned to leave. While the upcoming season holds great promise, Domingo murmured to himself, we must also persist in our performance this season. Chapter 91. Affection levels rise again for the fans of Atletico Madrid. There should be a sense of reassurance, as both competitions have reached the finals, and only 4 rounds of the league remain. The season is drawing to a close, and Atletico still has 2 championships to contend for, along with a significant chance to qualify for next season's Champions League. However, a glance at the schedule reveals that Atletico's current situation remains quite daunting. On May 2nd, they will face Sevilla away in the 35th round. On May 6th, they will host Valladolid in the 36th round. On May 9th, they will visit Sporting Gijón in the 37th round. On May 13th, Atletico will travel to Germany to confront Fulham in the Europa League final at the Hamburg Stadium. On May 16th, in the final round of La Liga, Atletico will host Getafe. Finally, on May 20th, they will compete in the King's Cup final at Camp Nou against Sevilla. A week with double matches, 6 games in 20 days, leaves little room for respite. Such a schedule is undeniably rigorous, leaving no opportunity for Atletico Madrid to enjoy a moment's respite. While it might be tolerable if their position in the league were of little consequence, the reality is quite different. Atletico must strive to secure a place within the top 4 of the league, a goal that holds greater significance than even the pursuit of 2 championships. Thus, the forthcoming tactical decisions will be of paramount importance for both Atletico and their coach, the Panda. However, the Panda seems remarkably adept at navigating the challenge. In their away encounter against Sevilla, the Panda opted to leave several key players behind, including the forward duo of Fran and Aguero, as well as wingers Reyes and Sim-O, and the central defender Miranda. Instead, he fielded an entirely substitute lineup at Sevilla's home ground. It is not an exaggeration to state that the squad was composed entirely of substitutes. Apart from the goalkeeper De Gea, the right back was replaced by Wei Xiongmao, with Pereira and Domingos partnering in central defense, while P.E. occupied the left-back position. In midfield, Thiago and Asuncel were paired, with Gelato advancing, and Keiko along with Ibrahim flanking the sides, leaving Borja as the solitary forward. Aside from De Gea, only Gelato and Domingos could be considered as having half a claim to being first-team regulars, while the rest were substitutes, with Ibrahim having scarcely featured in the latter half of the season. The Panda's intentions are crystal clear: to afford the primary players a chance to recuperate, especially with a 5-point lead over Mallorca and a 7-point advantage over Sevilla. A single defeat is a price they are willing to pay. Such actions do not stem from a disdain for Sevilla, yet they have undeniably incited considerable anger among the Sevilla ranks. This year, having found themselves in such a predicament, they are understandably discontented. Consequently, they exhibited a remarkable performance on their home turf, triumphing over Atletico Madrid with a score of 3-1, thereby inflicting upon them their first defeat in many matches. Meanwhile, Mallorca showcased commendable resolve, defeating their opponents and narrowing the gap between themselves and Atletico to a mere 2 points, while Sevilla trails Atletico by 4 points. However, much to the amusement of Atletico fans, Valencia also stumbled in this round, suffering a 2-0 defeat to Espanyol, who were entrenched in the relegation zone. Valencia, which could have extended their lead to 4 points and solidified their third-place position, now finds themselves only 1 point ahead of Atletico. "See, I won the bet," remarked Wei Xiongmao to Domingo. "Our luck has truly been favorable this half of the season." Domingo couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, but for most teams, faltering is a common occurrence. If we aspire to compete with Real Madrid and Barcelona, we cannot afford to stumble. Just look at the formidable records of those 2 teams. Wei Xiongmao stated. Domingo silently nodded. Although both teams have had a lackluster performance in the Champions League this year, with Real Madrid eliminated in the round of 16 and Barcelona, after reaching the semifinals, suffering a shocking defeat to Inter Milan, having lost 3-1 at home and narrowly falling 1-0 away, they successfully advanced to the Champions League final, leaving Barcelona and Real Madrid to contend solely for the league title. Yet, a glance at their league performances reveals the daunting disparity. Barcelona boasts an impressive record of 28 wins, 6 draws, and 1 loss after 35 matches, accumulating 90 points. Real Madrid follows closely with 28 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses, totaling 87 points. In stark contrast, third-place Valencia languishes with only 62 points, a staggering 28 points behind Barcelona and 25 points adrift of Real Madrid. The disparity is indeed monumental. Throughout the past several seasons, Both Barcelona and Real Madrid have maintained an impressively high points acquisition rate. For Atletico Madrid to contend for the championship title against these two formidable teams, they must sustain the winning percentage achieved under Wei Xiongmao for the entirety of the season. Otherwise, they will have little chance to compete with these exceptional squads. In the upcoming 5 matches, a flawless victory is imperative. Fortunately, the key players are essentially well-rested now, as Wei Xiongmao remarked. Domingo Nadif, acknowledging that the main team remained in Madrid for recuperation, which could be seen as a privilege. Yet it also indicated that they would face increased fatigue in the forthcoming period. Wei Xiongmao took a bold risk by deploying an entirely substitute lineup in this match. Aside from the relative stability of the 4th position, it was, in fact, a gamble. Should Valencia emerge victorious, they would secure their 3rd place, while Atletico as potential 4th position could significantly impact their preparations for the following year. Domingo was already aware from Wei Xiongmao that extended physical training requires a longer preparation time. Having had a fortunate turn of luck, it is crucial that they do not encounter any missteps in the subsequent matches. 3 days later, Atletico Madrid crushed Valladolid, who were entrenched in the relegation zone. In their home ground, the rested starters performed remarkably, with Reyes' 2 breakthroughs assisting Fran and AG Aero in scoring, while Hilaro showcased his prowess with 2 long-range shots, contributing to a 4-0 victory over Valladolid, thus solidifying their 4th position. Sevilla and Valencia both secured wins, while Mallorca suffered a defeat against Real Madrid, leaving them 5 points behind Atletico, making it exceedingly difficult to challenge for 4th place with only 2 rounds remaining. Of course, the 4-point gap with Sevilla also presents a formidable challenge to close. In the next round, we must continue our victorious streak to ensure our top 4 ranking. Subsequently aiming for the UEFA Europa League title, Wei Xiongmao stated in a press conference. His words endeared him further to Atletico fans, as the prospect of qualifying for the Champions League next season may not significantly affect him personally. However, securing a tangible championship would solidify his reputation as a champion coach, which is fundamental to his own standing. Moreover, Wei Xiongmao's priority in ensuring the club's interests takes precedence over his personal ambitions is evident. Such a coach undoubtedly commands greater respect from the fans. Chapter 92, The Grand Gathering of Atletico Madrid. The Atletico Madrid team, appearing at the home ground of Sporting de Gijón, fielded their strongest lineup. Coach Simeone had no intention of making substitutions, as it was indeed crucial